Chapter 1. Add another 500,000 yuan in gifts. Hua do. He Xiaofang looked at her daughter who was getting married tomorrow and said slowly, Mengyao, I've thought about it carefully. Our 500,000 yuan betrothal gift is still a bit too little. Why don't we add another 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift when Linny comes tomorrow? Zhang Mingcheng smoked a cigarette and kept persuading his sister, that's right, our mother raised you with great difficulty, and now you are going to get married, so we should add a little more. In addition, let Linny give us another 10,000 yuan per month to subsidize our family expenses. Zhang Mengyao looked at her brother and mother helplessly and said, it's fine. Linny's parents run a fast food restaurant in front of the factory. They can make a profit of 500,000 yuan every year. He should be able to take it out. It's not a should, it's a must. I've worked so hard to raise you, what's wrong with asking for another 500,000? Anyway, an additional 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts is a must, and there is also a 10,000 yuan subsidy per month. Which woman on the dating list would give a betrothal gift of less than 1 million yuan? Your brother is almost 30 and still unmarried. It's just right to give him a 300,000 yuan car. He Xiaofang gave her daughter a death order. Zhang Mengyao often saw those girls on the banners who were very elegant and entering high-end places every day. Why should she settle for a disabled person who made less than 50,000 yuan a month? Zhang Tong, who was standing next to him, was slumped in a wheelchair and dared not speak. He accidentally fell on the construction site, which resulted in him having to spend the rest of his life in bed or in a wheelchair. Over the years, he has been taken care of by the other 3 people in the family. Now he has long lost his right to speak. In the community, a family of 4 is looking at tomorrow's betrothal money. Zhang Mingcheng also opened his mobile phone to see what car to buy. Early the next morning, Linny, wearing a formal suit, and Zhang Mengyao, wearing a white wedding dress, were sitting in the back seat of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class, slowly heading towards the place where their wedding would be held. Heaven on Earth 5-star hotel. This is because Zhang Mengyao's family, in order to save face, repeatedly asked Linny to find a place where they could save face. Helpless Linny could only grit his teeth and ask his parents for hundreds of thousands of dollars to take over the business. Linny thought that he and Zhang Mengyao had been dating for 5 years, 4 years in college and 1 year of work after graduation. After all, there was only one wedding in a lifetime, so Linny would try his best to satisfy her without any regrets. The car slowly stopped in front of the hotel. A group of best men and bridesmaids were surrounding the car, waiting for the couple to get out. Arrive! Linny smiled at Zhang Mengyao. Linny was extremely excited as he had been dating his girlfriend for 5 years and the relationship finally ended today. The 2 of them were about to form a new family. Get off, get off, get off. Outside the car, a group of groomsmen and bridesmaids were making a fuss. Let's go down. Linny was just about to take Zhang Mengyao out of the car. There was an unpleasant sound coming from outside the car. What are you arguing about? The people who came were He Xiaofang and Zhang Mingcheng. After He Xiaofang yelled like this, the best man and bridesmaid fell silent. Linny frowned. Today was his wedding day. What on earth were these 2 people trying to do? Although these 2 people don't know etiquette, Linny still knows etiquette. Linny immediately opened the car door and got out, smiling at the 2 of them. Auntie, Brother Chang, you can just wait inside, you don't have to come in person. He Xiaofang looked at Linny coldly and said, I only have 1 daughter, how could I not come? Now she is about to become like spilled water. In the future, you can't see her whenever you want. After hearing what He Xiaofang said, Linny immediately laughed and said, how could that be? As long as Auntie Mrs. Mengyao, we will go back to visit you immediately. Forget it, He Xiaofang waved her hand. Linny, I won't beat around the bush with you. I'll just say it straight. If you want my daughter to marry you, you can, but you have to add another 499,999, and give our family another 10,000 yuan every month, otherwise she won't get off the car. He Xiaofang put on a sarcastic look. Call. The best man and bridesmaid at the side. They didn't expect that Zhang Mengyao's family would be such people. They were all college classmates of Linny and Zhang Mengyao, and all of them were their good friends without exception. However, what they did not expect was that Zhang Mengyao's family was so greedy for money. Linny was shocked and said, didn't we agree on a betrothal gift of 500,000? And I have already given you all the betrothal gifts, why do you want another 500,000? And I have to subsidize your family 10,000 every month. My monthly salary is only more than 10,000. Where can I get so much money? He really didn't expect that what he saw on TV would actually happen to him. He Xiaofang said proudly, "Linny, what you said is not right. I have raised my daughter for so many years, and you only married her for 500,000 yuan. There are many people pursuing my daughter. If she wants, my daughter can find someone better than you now." Zhang Mingqing echoed, "That's right, you don't want to spend money but still want to marry my sister. Doesn't your parents' fast food restaurant make hundreds of thousands of profits every year? You can just ask your parents for help. Although my sister is not the campus beauty, she is at least the department beauty. You are lucky to marry a beautiful woman like my sister." The two of them sang the same tune, making Lin Yi's face extremely cold. "You asked for hundreds of thousands of dollars. Do you think my family's money fell from the sky? Also, you said I was reluctant to spend money? When I was a sophomore, you asked me for money all the time. Have you forgotten about it? You are a man with hands and feet, screwing screws in the factory, and every month you spend your salary in the bar. Have you ever paid back the money you borrowed from me?" Lin Yi pointed at Zhang Mingqing angrily. Zhang Mingqing was not to be outdone and roared, "Damn it, you are so poor and have such low ambitions. It happened so many years ago, and you are still bringing it up. It only cost you a little money. You are a college student and you can earn hundreds or thousands of dollars by writing copy for others. What's wrong with giving me some money? Spend some money on me? When I was in college, did you guys ask me for money? Sometimes Mingyao's living expenses were all lent by you guys. After graduation, it became worse. I paid for everything from trivial matters to the money you owed me for the renovation." Lin Yi listed all the things one by one. "Lin Yi, how can a grown man like you be so stingy? Auntie won't say any more to you. Go in now and ask your dad for money to make up 999,999 for a long time. I won't care about what happened just now." He Xiaofang gave Lin Yi an ultimatum. Lin Yi said coldly, "What a long and lasting relationship. I really like it." Zhang Mingqing saw Lin Yi deep in thought and smiled smugly. "Yes, long-lasting, what a good meaning. When the money arrives, I can just buy a car worth 300,000, and then I can pick up girls again." When He Xiaofang saw her son say such words, she couldn't help but elbow Zhang Mingqing. He Xiaofang said in a bad tone, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhang Mingqing whispered, "That's right. We agreed yesterday that as long as Lin Yi gives me the money, he will buy me a car so that I can find a wife." After hearing what this idiot Zhang Mingqing said, Lin Yi finally understood that the doubled betrothal money was for buying him a car. Chapter 2, The Alluring Bridesmaid Proposed to Me. "Meng Yao, what do you think? I promise you, as long as you come down with me now, Lin Yi, will never let you suffer in this life." Lin Yi still looked at Zhang Mengyao with a glimmer of hope. Although the two have been dating for 5 years, Zhang Mengyao has been deeply persecuted by the toxic chicken soup around her, but Lin Yi believes that as long as the two get married, they will definitely change. But Zhang Mengyao didn't show any excitement after hearing this. Instead, she looked at Lin Yi coldly. "Lin Yi, everyone knows that your parents' fast food restaurant can earn 500,000 yuan a year. Don't you want to give me even 500,000 yuan? Am I not worth that little bit of money?" Lin Yi smiled, looked at Zhang Mengyao and said with a wry smile, "Do you know how my parents have lived for all these years? All you talk about is money. After buying the wedding house, you said you felt insecure. No problem, we'll put your name on it. You were so sensible when we first started dating, but you started to become vain since your junior year. I thought you would change slowly, but I didn't expect my tolerance would become the capital for you to become even worse." Lin Yi felt that his girlfriend, whom he had been dating for 5 years, was so strange that he didn't even recognize her. He Xiaofang was furious after hearing this. She pointed at Lin Yi's nose and said coldly, "That's not what I meant. How come a grown man like you has become so stingy? You're wasting money on 500,000 yuan. It's really unlucky." Zhang Mingqing also stepped forward and echoed, "You are a poor fucking bastard and you still want to marry my sister. I'm really fucking mad. If you can't afford it, don't marry her. Marry my sister and take a piss first. My sister can easily find someone better than you." When Lin Yi heard Zhang Mingqing scolding him like that, he was furious. The education he received since childhood taught him that getting angry would not solve the problem, but now he was scolding his own mother. Just when Lin Yi was about to raise his hand to slap the ungrateful Zhang Mingqing a few times, the best man beside him couldn't bear it anymore. Snap. 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 The 6 groomsmen rushed forward and took turns giving Zhang Mingqing a big fight before Lin Yi could make a move. They were all Lin Yi's good brothers. They thought that Lin Yi could resolve the matter quickly and let it go, and they didn't want to interfere in other people's family affairs. However, they didn't expect that this family would become even worse. Zhang Mingqing covered his swollen face. You beasts actually hit me. How could my sister ever think of marrying someone like you? What kind of people are all your friends? You still want my sister to marry you? You're dreaming. After Zhang Mingqing said this, even the bridesmaid couldn't bear it anymore. A tall northern girl stood up and said coldly, to be honest, Lin Yi is a handsome guy in our school. He has good character and a good temper. Half of the bridesmaids here have had a crush on him, but he chose you. What you did really makes us feel disgusted. At this time, Zhang Mengyao, who was sitting in the car, blushed. She didn't understand why Lin Yi attached so much importance to money. Why did he want to fall out with her just for these 500,000? Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and said, how about this? Lin Yi, you just need to give my mother 300,000 yuan now, and we will get married right away. Stop making trouble, okay? I'm making trouble? I've lived for 23 years, and this really opened my eyes. Do you really want to squeeze my parents' money dry? The wedding house is 4 million, the car is 200,000, and the betrothal gift is 500,000. This is what my parents have earned for me every day, getting up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning and staying up until 11 o'clock at night. Your family always says my parents make $500,000 a year. It's hilarious. I'd be a fool to think you'd change. Lin Yi roared. Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Yi yelling at her and instantly felt extremely wronged. You are mean to me? You are mean to me before we even start living together? Aren't you going to beat me after we get married? Zhang Mengyao's tears instantly flowed down. Why would Lin Yi, who had always been obedient to her, treat her like this for a few $100,000? She just wanted to help her brother and mother at home. Is this too much to ask as a family? As the noise below grew louder, more and more people came to watch the show. Seeing so many people were against her, He Xiaofang said coldly, 300,000 is 300,000. I'll give you half an hour to prepare, otherwise my daughter won't be able to get married today. Zhang Mingqing also spat out the bloody saliva in his mouth. It's really bad luck. If you can't afford to get married, don't be disgusting and make my sister so embarrassed. Lin Yi glanced at the people around him, then looked at Zhang Mengyao in the car, and said helplessly, I don't want to get married. I'm not worthy of you. You should find a rich man to marry. He Xiaofang was stunned when she heard Lin Yi's words. Why did he suddenly decide not to get married when she originally wanted to force him? You have to think clearly. Your house is now in my daughter's name. If the marriage doesn't take place, we will accept it reluctantly. He Xiaofang gave a sarcastic smile. Among the bridesmaids, a stunningly beautiful woman spoke slowly. Lin Yi, are you really not going to get married? Lin Yi glanced at the woman who asked him the question. Of course he knew the person who asked him the question. She was Zhang Mengyao's best friend. She had often been with Zhang Mengyao since college. She was also the person who had been voted as the campus beauty goddess in their college for so many years, Li Shirin. Not only is she beautiful, but her family is also very wealthy. As soon as she graduated, she went to work as the president of the branch company her father founded for her. Zhang Mengyao thought she was defending herself, so she looked at Li Shirin and said calmly, Shirin, you don't have to speak for me. Since Lin Yi doesn't want to pay the bride price, then forget it. Can I still not get married? But unexpectedly, Li Shirin gave Zhang Mengyao a look of disgust, turned to look at Lin Yi and repeated, are you really not going to marry her? Lin Yi spoke every word clearly, I don't want to get married. After getting Lin Yi's confirmation, Li Shirin said excitedly, I am willing to marry you, are you willing to marry me? Both the people watching the show and the best man and bridesmaid were dumbfounded. What was going on? This Li Shirin is a wealthy woman. If she agreed, she wouldn't have to struggle anymore. Besides, she is so beautiful. But now she confesses to Lin Yi in person. Is she suddenly out of her mind? I'm serious. Li Shirin repeated it again. Ding. God level system triggered. You will get points for signing in every day in the future. You will get a chance to sign in and hit a critical hit every Sunday, which will randomly give you critical hit points or unlock new rewards. If the host accepts the proposal, he will receive the first big reward, 55% of the shares of Great White Shark Live Broadcasting Company. A Rolls-Royce Phantom. If the host refuses, the system will disappear. The task that the system just mentioned appeared in Lin Yi's mind. He also read online articles when he was bored. He knew what this system represented, but he did not expect that the rewards of this system were so generous. Now he no longer has any illusions about Zhang Mengyao's family. Human desires are greedy. How can a bottomless pit be filled? Chapter 3. I can't afford a 500,000 yuan dowry. Facing the response that Li Shireen was waiting for, Lin Yi stepped forward, held Li Shireen's slender hand and said, I will marry you. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward, 55% of the shares of Great White Shark Live Broadcasting Company, and a Rolls-Royce Phantom. The Rolls-Royce Phantom comes with a driver, whose contact information is already stored on your phone. I didn't expect that there would be a driver. This system is really user-friendly. Lin Yi thought to himself. At this time, the crowd had begun to explode with discussion. Li Shireen looked at Lin Yi and said, when are you going to divorce Zhang Mengyao? Then we can find a time to get the marriage certificate. She can't wait to get the certificate. Lin Yi said to Li Shireen gently, I haven't obtained a marriage certificate with her. We were planning to get one after the wedding on this auspicious day, but there's no need now. Zhang Mengyao, who was still in the car, was stunned and quickly said, Lin Yi, are you really going to abandon me? I don't want 300,000 yuan, just 100,000 yuan will be enough. As long as you agree to give me 100,000 yuan, we will get married now. Lin Yi looked at the unconscious Zhang Mengyao and said coldly, money. 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 You only care about money. There is no need. I can't afford to marry you. Lin Yi's parents also drove to the place where their son's wedding was held. Looking at the place where everyone was gathered, Lin Hongjun squeezed into the crowd and saw his son holding another woman's hand, so he asked coldly, what's going on? When Yi Xiufang saw Lin Yi's parents coming, she rolled on the ground. What a sin! My poor daughter met such a scumbag. My dear-in-law, please get up first. If there is anything, we can solve it together. Lin Hongjun quickly helped Yi Xiufang up, who was rolling on the ground. Lin Hongjun looked at his son and said, you explain first. I want to hear your explanation. Just as Lin Yi was about to speak, Li Shireen in front of him spoke. Bring the stuff up. After saying that, a middle-aged woman who looked honest slowly walked forward with a mobile phone in her hand. This was when the incident just happened. Li Shireen immediately ran to the side and hired someone to watch the fun and record it from beginning to end. The ant hired by Li Shireen came to Lin Hongjun and turned on her mobile phone, playing the video of the whole process of Yi Xiufang just asking for the 500,000 yuan, as well as the foul language of Zhang Mingcheng. Lin Hongjun's face became darker and darker, and his brows were wrinkled into several lines. Lin Yi's mother, Zhao Shangmei, was silent at first, but after seeing the video, she couldn't help but say, how can your family be so mean? Yi Xiufang was unhappy when she heard this. Are we a cheap family? You are so rich, what's wrong with us asking for a little more betrothal gift? Zhang Mengyao originally thought that Lin Yi's father would come and speak for her, but now it seems that their relationship is over. Lin Yi, are you really going to marry Shireen? Zhang Mengyao shed tears of unwillingness. The glimmer of hope he had was really shattered. He thought that Lin Yi was just saying it in anger, but now it seems to be true. Lin Yi looked at Zhang Mengyao shedding cold-blooded tears like a crocodile, and his heart remained calm. Yi Xiufang even added fuel to the fire and said proudly, if you don't want to get married, then don't get married. Anyway, the wedding house is in my daughter's name, and there is also a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. It won't be a loss anyway. Don't worry about it. My parents bought the house in full. Zhang Mengyao didn't pay a cent. I will find a lawyer to get back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. I will also get back the money Zhang Mingcheng borrowed from me and the money you borrowed from me for the renovation. Lin Yi said coldly. Yi Xiufang laughed after hearing this and said, the house is already in Mengyao's name, and you still want it back? What are you dreaming about? And how are you going to get back the money you've accumulated over the years? Lin Yi looked at Yi Xiufang as if she were an idiot and said indifferently, you probably don't know about the existence of transfer records, do you? Li Shireen held Lin Yi's hand and whispered, forget it, let's not waste time. Let the lawyer take care of the rest. Let's go get the certificate first. I'm sorry everyone, this wedding can't take place today. Everyone should eat and drink. I will cover all the expenses for today. Everyone looked at each other and tried to find someone they were familiar with to enter paradise on earth together. After all, everyone was an ordinary person and it was a rare opportunity to experience such a luxurious place, so it would be a waste not to try it. After Linny finished speaking generously, he opened his phone, found the contact number he had just put into the system, and dialed. Xiao Wu, drive your car to heaven on earth now. Zhang Mingcheng couldn't help but laugh when he saw Linny calling for a taxi. Xiao Wu, do you really think you are the boss? What kind of car are you driving? Linny just stood there and waited silently. Now he didn't want to have anything to do with this family anymore. Not long after, a Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped in front of everyone. Let's go. Linny took Li Shirin's slender little hand and got into the car. The car drove away slowly and steadily, leaving everyone sighing. Isn't Linny a miser who was reluctant to spend even 500,000 yuan? How can he have such an expensive car and a driver? He Xiaofang said in surprise. Zhang Mingcheng looked at the departing car and couldn't help but feel a little jealous. Humph, it must be rented. If he really has this car, why doesn't he drive it himself? The best man who had just slapped Zhang Mingcheng twice said calmly, have you ever seen anyone drive a Rolls-Royce by themselves? I won't bother with you guys anymore, just go eat my meal. After Zhang Mingcheng finished speaking, he went into heaven on earth. But before Zhang Mingcheng could take 2 steps, he was escorted out by several security guards brought by Lin Hongjun. Zhang Mingcheng and He Xiaofang were kicked out while cursing. Zhang Mengyao, on the other hand, took a taxi and left alone in her wedding dress, crying. When the driver saw Zhang Mengyao crying in her wedding dress and hailing a taxi, he asked with concern, little girl, what's wrong? Zhang Mengyao was already angry, and now she felt that the whole world was against her. She said viciously, get lost, I will definitely give you a bad review later. The driver was unhappy when he heard this and said, I was just concerned about you, but you started with a bad review. Do you know how much I will be deducted for a bad review? At most, I can apologize to you, okay? Zhang Mengyao said, it's none of my business. It's your business to deduct money from you poor bastard. Anyway, I've given this bad review. Grass. The driver cursed and found a place to stop. Zhang Mengyao was almost hit on the head by the driver's brakes. Why did you stop the car so suddenly? You have such a bad attitude. Do you believe I will post it on the Weibo? Zhang Mengyao pointed at the driver and cursed at him. The driver shouted angrily, get out of the car. Zhang Mengyao scolded again, you haven't even taken me to my destination yet. Why get off the car? The driver said while playing with his phone, go ahead and file a complaint. I won't take you anymore. You can do whatever you want. Zhang Mengyao had no choice but to get off the car, but as soon as she got off, the driver drove away. The passers-by around were looking at the woman in the wedding dress walking slowly on the street, and some were even pointing and talking behind her. Zhang Mengyao felt extremely wronged instantly, so she squatted down and burst into tears. Chapter 4, Did you trick someone's husband back? At the same time, inside a luxurious villa, a middle-aged man was pacing back and forth in the living room. The middle-aged woman next to him frowned and said, old man, can you please stop walking around? It's disturbing my watching TV. The middle-aged man in front of him was Li Shirin's father, Li Zhentian, and the middle-aged woman was her mother, Wu Ruolin. Can I not be anxious? Shirin has had a crush on that brat Linny since college. Ever since that brat got a girlfriend, Shirin has often been unhappy. I was secretly wiping away tears when I heard the news of their marriage a few days ago. I am now afraid that Shirin will kidnap Linny back. Li Zhentian clapped his hands. Wu Ruolin sighed, your daughter is not a child anymore. Don't you understand her personality? Maybe she will let it go after she comes back and find a boyfriend seriously. Li Zhentian also sat down and said slowly, to be honest, I still like Linny very much. After Shirin fell in love with that boy, I also went to learn about him. He is serious and steady in his work, and he is also very handsome, just like me back then. Wu Ruolin rolled her eyes at Li Zhentian, you are still the same as you were back then. Don't I know what you were like back then? And the other side. In a Rolls-Royce Phantom, Linny and Li Shirin were both silent. Boss. Where are you going? The driver in front broke the silence. Let us go to my house first. I have to go back and get my household registration book first, Li Shirin said with a smile. After hearing this, Linny looked at Li Shirin and asked seriously, Shirin, are you really going to marry me? I really like you, and I've liked you since college, but I could only keep it in my heart. Until today, I thought I would never have anything to do with you again in this life, but I didn't expect that her family were all such vain people. Li Shireen said word by word. Linny was stunned after hearing this. He was confused since he heard that Li Shireen had been secretly in love with him for a long time. Boss, we're here. Just when Linny was stunned, he found himself in front of a luxurious villa and the two got out of the car. After getting off the car, Linny asked the driver to drive the car back to the company. Li Shireen saw Linny's stunned look and said, "Are you going to default on your debt?" Linny looked into Li Shireen's eyes and said seriously, "Since we are married, I will not divorce you. You have to think about it. I am serious about marrying you, not just for fun." After hearing Linny's words, Li Shireen excitedly pulled him and kissed him. Linny was suddenly kissed forcefully and was a little overwhelmed. He wanted to push Li Shireen away, but he didn't expect that the seemingly weak Li Shireen was so strong and hugged him tightly, but he was afraid that using too much force would hurt her. But what the two did not expect was that their every move outside the villa was seen clearly by the young man inside. This young man is Li Shireen's brother, Li Chun. Oh no! Shireen actually tricked Linny back here. Li Chun immediately ran back home and said to Li Jintian and his wife who were watching TV in the living room. Wu Rulan rolled her eyes at Li Chun and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? How can you wrongly accuse your sister? Really? I just saw them outside." Li Chun stopped talking halfway through. Outside, Li Shireen let go of the man she had loved for a long time and felt satisfied. Li Shireen also looked at Linny seriously and said, "Me too, I'm serious. As long as we get married, I won't let go." After saying that, he led Linny into the villa. After Li Shireen entered her fingerprint to open the door, she found that her entire family was staring at her and Linny. Li Shireen, who was anxious to get the certificate, said, "Mom, help me find the household registration book at home." After listening to this, Wu Rulan led Li Shireen upstairs. "You must be Linny. Sit down." Li Chun greeted Linny warmly. Linny also greeted Li Jintian and Li Chun. Li Jintian, who had just been praising Linny, didn't know what to say now, so he just picked up his phone and scrolled through it. The three grown men were silent. Upstairs, Wu Rulan pulled Li Shireen into the room. Li Shireen looked at Wu Rulan who was pulling her into the room and asked, "Mom, why are you sneaking with me? I asked you to find the household registration book at home, why did you pull me into the room?" After hearing this, Wu Rulan said angrily, "My dear daughter, you went to attend someone else's wedding, why did you bring someone else's husband back? Where can we put our faces?" After hearing this, Li Shireen rolled her eyes at her mother. It turned out that her family thought that this was a poaching attempt. Li Shireen briefly recounted what happened today. After hearing this, Wu Rulan was shocked and said, "How is this possible? How can there be such a family? It really opens my eyes. I don't have time to talk to you now. Just give me your household registration book first. The man I've coveted for so long is finally mine." Li Shireen urged. "Wait a minute, I'll get it for you." Wu Rulan immediately went to the room to help Li Shireen find the household registration book. Taking advantage of this time, Li Shireen hurried back to her room and changed her clothes. Although the bridesmaid dress she was wearing was also very beautiful, she had to dress up after all as she was registering for a marriage certificate. After a few minutes, Wu Rulan handed the household registration booklet to Li Shireen. Li Shireen ran downstairs immediately after getting the household registration booklet, but saw three grown men chatting awkwardly. Puff! Li Shireen laughed out loud when she saw this. "Let's go." Li Shireen picked up a pair of car keys from the table and walked out with Linny. After the two of them left, Wu Rulan also slowly came down from upstairs. Li Jintian had already guessed it, but he still wanted to ask Wu Rulan, seeing Shireen go out with the household registration book in her hand, "These two people are not going to." Wu Rulan simply recounted what Li Shireen had said to her, then turned on her phone and played the video that Li Shireen had sent her. The three of them gathered together to watch the video playing on Wu Rulan's phone. How can there be such a person? It's outrageous. Li Chun pointed at Zhang Mengyao in the video angrily. Li Jintian on the side also frowned. He had never thought that there would really be such a person. This was not a marriage at all, it was simply selling his daughter, and there was also an interest of 10,000 yuan per month. As both of them are men, they understand Linny better. Chapter 5: Obtaining the Certificate. At the same time, Linny and Li Shireen came to the door, took the Maserati car keys handed to them by Li Shireen, and went to the underground garage of the villa. Linny saw a row of luxury cars. Linny just sighed and got into the Maserati. Although there are many luxury cars, with the rewards given to Linny by the system, it is more than enough for him to buy a few of them. Just as Linny was about to go out, he received calls from his best men and good friends. Brother E, don't be too sad. Although the wedding can't be held, we brothers plan to get together later, and you must be there. Lin Yi's good brother on the other end of the phone said slowly. After hearing this, Linny agreed, but he didn't say that he was about to get a marriage certificate with Li Shireen. After all, everyone thought that Li Shireen was just helping him save face, so he planned to give them a surprise. Linny took a look at Li Shireen, the perfect and impeccable woman who was about to become his wife, and he felt excited just thinking about it. She had never had a boyfriend when she was in school, and she was very low-key in her work, and there was no sign that her family was particularly wealthy. But such a perfect woman just happened to fall in love with him. Linny felt that being with Li Shireen was the best thing he had ever done. Not long after, the two of them came out with their certificates. Linny looked at the marriage certificate in his hand and said, "I must give you the most perfect wedding and make others envy us." Li Shireen looked at Linny affectionately and said, "Now that we have obtained the marriage certificate, I am satisfied with any wedding." Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the marriage mission. Get investment rewards. Your father-in-law cooperated with others to develop a short video software, but your father-in-law's partner failed an investment in other fields and wanted to terminate the cooperation. The host only needs to cooperate with your father-in-law. After completion, the system will bring the host 10 million users and 10,000 video creators. One more thing to remind the host, the rewards the host received are all legal and compliant, the host does not need to worry. Short video platform. It seems that this system is really convenient. It has paved the way for me, Linny thought to himself. Ding ding ding. Linny was just about to take Li Shireen home to meet his parents when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Linny picked up the phone and saw that it was his good brother Joe Kong calling. "Hey. Yeah, I'll be there soon, send me the location." After finishing the call, Linny put away his phone and pulled Li Shireen into the Maserati. Li Shireen looked at Linny and asked, "Who is it?" Linny smiled and said, "It was Joe Kong. He asked us to have a meal together. It's a good opportunity for them to meet my wife." Li Shireen couldn't help but blush when she heard the word wife. Not long after, Linny drove to the designated location and saw that everyone except his good brothers and bridesmaids were together, but they had all changed into their clothes. Damn it! It's that kid Linny. Joe Kong was surprised to see Linny driving a Maserati. After Linny parked the car, he and Li Shireen came in front of everyone and took out their marriage certificate and showed it in front of everyone. But unexpectedly, as soon as the marriage certificate was shown, it was snatched away by everyone. Men and women all exclaimed in amazement. "Fuck! We thought you two were just talking, but we didn't expect you to actually get married." I saw that Linny and Li Shireen had already obtained their marriage certificate. Everyone stepped forward and took turns to hit Linny, saying as they beat him, "How enviable. Congratulations, little brat." And the other women all laughed out loud. On the other hand, after being driven out by the security guards, Zhang Mingcheng did not go back with He Xiufang, but wandered around the streets aimlessly. He originally worked as a screwdriver in an electronics factory, but He Xiufang gave all of Zhang Mengyao's 500,000 yuan betrothal gift to him. Now that he has 500,000 yuan in his hands, he even quit his job. However, only 300,000 yuan was left of the 500,000 yuan that had been squandered. Whenever Zhang Mingcheng had time, he would take his few friends to the bar to dance, and he would pay for the bill every time. Now, people around him would call him Mr. Zhang when they saw him, which greatly satisfied his vanity. What he didn't expect was that he thought he could get another 500,000 yuan in betrothal gifts from Linny, but who would have thought that he actually refused it and now has a falling out with his family? Damn Linny, so stingy. Zhang Mingcheng hammered a roadside tree unwillingly. Just as Zhang Mingcheng was venting his anger on the tree, he suddenly heard Linny's voice. Zhang Mingcheng looked in the direction of the sound and found that Linny was playing with the best men and bridesmaids. Zhang Mingcheng, who was already angry, immediately found an excuse to cheat on Linny with the bridesmaid. Zhang Mingcheng, who had found a good excuse, was obviously very confident. He picked up his mobile phone, secretly started recording, and rushed forward. "Linny, you left my sister here to have a secret meeting with the bridesmaid during your wedding. Are you still a human being?" Zhang Mingcheng said angrily, describing Linny as a scumbag who abandoned his wife and children. Hearing Zhang Mingcheng's roar, everyone turned around and looked at him. After taking a look at this fool, they ignored him and turned back to talk about their own things. Being ignored, Zhang Mingcheng felt his self-esteem was hit. He looked into the crowd and found Lin Yi holding 2 marriage certificates and putting them in his pocket. As soon as Zhang Mingqing saw the marriage certificate, he knew it was Lin Yi's. He didn't expect that Lin Yi would actually get the certificate with this beautiful bridesmaid. If Lin Yi really married someone else, then he would not be able to find anyone to turn to when he was short of money in the future. Zhang Mengyao only made more than 4,000 yuan a month. He Xiuqin was at home taking care of her father, and he was the type who could not even keep his salary for a week. He secretly checked the video on his phone and saw that it was working properly, so he shouted in the street. Lin Yi, are you still a human being? You eloped with the bridesmaid at the wedding and now my sister is left alone and sad. You are worse than a beast. Zhang Mingqing's roar echoed throughout the street. After hearing what was happening, the people nearby gathered around and started watching the show. When Lin Yi's good brothers heard Zhang Mingqing shouting like that, they surrounded him and prepared to teach him a lesson. Seeing this, Zhang Mingqing couldn't help but step back a few steps and said, "Don't mess around. We live in a society ruled by law now, be careful or I'll sue you." The people surrounding Zhang Mingqing were instantly awakened by what they heard. But the onlookers on the side also started pointing fingers at Lin Yi and the others. Lin Yi also walked up to Zhang Mingqing and sneered, "You all know what your family has done. I don't want to talk to you too much. It will be useless for you to say anything at that time. I suggest you go back and prepare yourself." Zhang Mingqing laughed after hearing this. "I'm really looking forward to it. I beg you to do it to me, okay?" Lin Yi ignored the fool and went upstairs with a few of his good friends. Chapter 6. Did he really get married with Li Shirin? The group went to the restaurant upstairs and asked for a private room. Several of them were good friends in college, and both men and women knew each other, so there were no big rules and everyone was quite casual. "Who's going to treat me to dinner today?" Zhou Kong asked everyone. "Need I say more? Of course it's Lin Yi." The 1.80-meter tall northern woman laughed. Lin Yi smiled, stood up, took the menu and ordered a table full of dishes. Although some unexpected things happened today, everyone still sat together happily. While everyone was still wondering when Shirin would fall in love, Lin Yi got there first. It seems that Lin Yi won't have to work hard in his life. Zhou Kong joked. Lin Yi was a person who could joke quite a bit, so he started laughing after hearing this. But to be honest, Zhang Mengyao's family is indeed quite snobbish. "Lin Yi, you have to be careful," another girl who looked petite said. This petite girl was another good friend of Zhang Mengyao when they were in college. Lin Yi naturally knew her, but after this incident, it was estimated that the two of them would no longer have any contact with each other. "Yes. I heard that the new house you bought, Lin Yi, was written in her name. You should contact a lawyer as soon as possible to get the house back. I asked, if Zhang Mengyao didn't pay a penny, you can completely transfer the name to yours," Zhou Kong said worriedly. Although it is not a good idea to talk about Zhang Mengyao now, these people are really worried that Lin Yi will suffer. After listening to this, Lin Yi said slowly, "It's okay. I will take care of this matter. Why are you talking so much? Eat and drink. Let me make a circle first." As the protagonist of today, Lin Yi spoke up to break the dull atmosphere. On the other side, Zhang Mengyao returned home dragging her dusty wedding dress. "Mengyao, where have you been? Why are you so dirty?" He Xiufang asked as she looked at Zhang Mengyao, who was covered in dust. Zhang Mengyao didn't say anything, she just hugged He Xiufang and cried bitterly. "Woo woo woo. Mom. Lin Yi is so cruel. He actually ran away. Why? Well." Zhang Tang, who had already heard the news from He Xiufang, sighed and said, 500,000 is already too much for the bride price, and they want another 500,000. Isn't this embarrassing for Xiui? It's enough for the couple to live happily, why should we interfere? When He Xiufang heard Zhang Tang say this, she immediately became angry. "It's all because of you. If you could go out and work, would we have such a hard time?" Zhang Tang remained silent after hearing this. He no longer had any say in the family. He would be scolded by He Xiufang even for drinking water. He Xiufang continued to curse at the heir, besides, who knew that bastard Lin Yi was so stingy that he couldn't even meet this request. "Mengyao, go change into clean clothes first. Stop crying." Zhang Tang took out a piece of paper and wiped Zhang Mengyao's tears with heartache. Zhang Mengyao also got up and went back to her room to change into clean clothes. But it will be difficult if Lin Yi really marries that little girl. If the family is short of money in the future, we won't be able to find anyone, He Xiufang said deeply. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao was a little shaken and said, Mom, why don't we not ask for the betrothal gift? Linny has already given us 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift. Let's not ask for it. After this incident, Zhang Mengyao realized that Linny would really lose his temper. He used to be obedient to her and would coax her whenever she was in a bad mood, but now, after such a long time, there is still no movement. This made Zhang Mengyao feel extremely uncomfortable, and also had a hint of ominous premonition. When He Xiufang heard what Zhang Mengyao said, she immediately came up with an idea. My dear daughter, why don't we just stop asking for money? After you marry Linny, you can ask him for money little by little. He won't refuse to give it to you, right? Zhang Mengyao said calmly after hearing this, let me try. But just as he finished speaking, Zhang Mingqing rushed in with the wind. Oh no, that bastard Linny really married that beautiful bridesmaid. What? He Xiufang and Zhang Mengyao said in unison. Zhang Mengyao calmed down and said slowly, how is it possible? Linny and I have been dating for 5 years, how could he marry Li Shirin? Besides, how could a family like Li Shirin be interested in Linny? It's true, I saw them holding their marriage certificate with my own eyes, and I have the video here. Zhang Mingqing opened the video he had just recorded. Although the open marriage certificate was not seen in the video, seeing Li Shirin handing the marriage certificate to Linny confirmed that the two were serious. This is impossible. Linny can't possibly marry someone else. Zhang Mengyao collapsed on the ground and murmured. As Zhang Mengyao spoke, she opened her phone and called Linny. On the other side, Linny was feeling a little dizzy after being drunk by everyone. Linny could only hold his head and surrender. No, I can't drink anymore. Li Shirin, who was standing by, also rubbed Linny's chest, trying to make him feel more comfortable. Just as Linny was half slumped in the chair enjoying himself, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Linny, who was half drunk, picked up his phone and saw that it was Zhang Mengyao calling. Just when Linny was about to refuse and hang up, Li Shirin pressed the answer button for him. There was no choice but Linny answered the phone. The originally noisy private room also became quiet. What's the matter? Linny said coldly. When Zhang Mengyao heard Linny speaking to her in such a cold voice, her eyes began to turn red. Zhang Mengyao quickly put away her upset mood and asked, Are you really married to Li Shirin? Linny said calmly, Yes, what's the matter? If you are fine, I will hang up the phone. When Zhang Mengyao heard Linny say this, tears instantly fell and she yelled, Aren't we lovers? Why did you abandon me? Are you still a human being? Have you completely forgotten the feelings of these 5 years? After hearing Zhang Mengyao's cry, Linny just said calmly, I'm sorry, you and I are not lovers. I am the plaintiff and you are the defendant. I will take back every penny of the money I lent to your family before, and the gifts I gave you before are just like feeding the dog. Before Zhang Mengyao could react, Linny had already hung up the phone. After Zhang Mengyao saw Linny hang up the phone, she continued to call him, but was blocked. Unwilling to give up, Zhang Mengyao continued to call other people who were with Linny, but without exception, they were all blocked. Angrily, Zhang Mengyao threw her phone against the wall. The phone's screen was smashed to pieces. Chapter 7 I am the plaintiff, not your boyfriend. He Xiufang saw Zhang Mengyao so angry and asked with concern. Oh. My dear daughter, what's wrong with you? I picked up a piece of paper and wiped my wet eyes and said, Mom, he really has married that bitch. He also said that he is the plaintiff and we are the defendants. He also blocked me. Woohoo, woo-woo. After saying that, Zhang Mengyao started crying again. After hearing this, He Xiufang said nonchalantly, I thought it was something else. His house is already in your name, what are you afraid of? And we borrowed money from him before, how could he possibly get it back? Zhang Mengyao heard what He Xiufang said and cried, What's the use? The house was bought by others. We didn't pay a cent. If they sue us, they will definitely win. We will even have to pay back the betrothal money. He Xiufang panicked after hearing this and said, How is this possible? They have already given it to us, how can we take it back? Zhang Mengyao said, If you can't do it, you can go find a lawyer to ask tomorrow. Zhang Mengyao is now regretting her decision. If she had not planned to ask for the extra 500,000 yuan as a betrothal gift to her family, they would have already been married, and now she would be left with nothing, and she would have to return the money. In the past, whenever I was unhappy, Linny would try his best to comfort me, and I lived a good life every month. But now, I only earn 3 or 4,000 yuan a month, how can I support myself? No. We are going to move into your new house. I don't believe it. Can he come and kick us out if we live there? He Xiaofang quickly came up with an idea. Zhang Mengyao shook her head and said, it's useless. We will take compulsory measures when the time comes. Let's not abandon this person. After hearing this, He Xiaofang pointed at Zhang Mengyao's head and said, silly girl, we live here. He can't drive us out no matter what he says. We can just stay here. Over time, this house will be ours. He Xiaofang immediately stood up and took Zhang Mengyao to pack her things. And the other side. After Linny hung up the phone, warm applause broke out around him. I am the plaintiff and you are the defendant. This sentence is so damn refreshing. Zhou Kong smiled. Linny just smiled after hearing this. After this little incident, everyone's happy mood was broken. Not long after Linny paid the bill, everyone said congratulations and kept in touch before leaving. Linny looked at his friends who were leaving and sighed in his heart, if I didn't have a system, I would probably be the same as them, going to get off work and going home every day, but now it's different. I can live the life I like. Husband, what are you thinking about? Li Shireen looked at the dazed Linny and asked. Linny immediately came back to his senses and said, it's okay. Hubby. My dad knows a very good lawyer. I'll ask him to introduce that lawyer to you when the time comes. Li Shireen looked at Linny and said. Linny nodded and handed the car keys to Li Shireen. Wife. I can only ask you to drive back. Li Shireen took the car keys and opened the door for Linny. Sir, please get in the car. When Linny saw Li Shireen's charming side, his blood began to boil. Linny's home was far from the city, and the two drove for more than half an hour before arriving at an ordinary residential area. When the residents saw a Maserati supercar driving into their community, they all took out their mobile phones to take pictures. The car slowly stopped. Seeing Linny getting out of the car, some old men and women who were walking downstairs in the community couldn't help but praise him. Xiao Yi is great. He's a successful man now. He can drive a towed car now. After listening to them, Linny smiled at them and pulled Li Shireen into the elevator. After arriving home, the alcohol had already started to take over Linny's mind, and he took out the key but couldn't poke it in no matter how hard he tried. Zhao Shangmei, who had already arrived home, opened the door from the inside after hearing the noise at the door. The door slowly opened. Mom! As soon as Li Shireen saw her mother-in-law, she immediately changed her tone and called her mom. Zhao Shangmei was stunned for a moment, then she reacted. Hey! My dear daughter-in-law, come in quickly. Zhao Shangmei happily pulled Li Shireen in. Poor Linny fell down without Li Shireen's support. Zhao Shangmei saw her son lying on the ground, but she didn't care and shouted, Dad, hurry up and bring your son in. He's drunk. Just like that, the 1.83-meter tall Linny was dragged by Lin Hongjun into his room. Are you really married? Zhao Shangmei still couldn't believe that the two of them actually went to get their marriage certificate. After listening to this, Li Shireen went to Lin Yi's bedroom, rummaged through his trouser pockets, and took out the two marriage certificates to show Zhao Shangmei and Lin Hongjun. Li Shireen looked at her parents-in-law and said, Dad, Mom. Linny and I really got married and got the marriage certificate. Lin Hongjun and Zhao Shangmei first knew Li Shireen's name on their marriage certificate. Linny had never mentioned this person before, but the first impression Li Shireen gave them was very satisfactory. She was graceful and elegant, and she was graceful and elegant. Compared with the previous Zhang Mengyao, there is simply a world of difference. Shireen, don't stand, sit down. This is your home from now on, so just be casual. Zhao Shangmei greeted. Li Shireen looked at her parents-in-law and said with a smile, Dad, Mom, you guys sit down too. Lin Hongjun and Zhao Shangmei looked at each other and laughed. In fact, they were more nervous than Li Shireen. There was nothing I could do, it was Lin Yi's fault that he moved so fast. I thought he was just talking, but I didn't expect him to actually get the marriage certificate with his daughter-in-law. After Zhao Shangmei sat down, she asked, Shireen, where do you work now? What does your family do? Li Shireen did not hide anything and told her everything about her family. I am currently working in a subsidiary of my family, while my father and brother are in that big company, and my mother is at home. After hearing this, Zhao Shangmei was a little surprised and asked, What kind of company is yours? How big is it? Li Shireen replied, My company is relatively small, and I can make a few $100 million a year. My dad's is relatively large, and he should make quite a lot a year, but I don't know how much. Oh my goodness. Zhao Shangmei was no longer able to express her surprise in words. Although they knew that their daughter-in-law was very rich, What worried them more was whether their son could manage this beautiful and wealthy daughter-in-law. After all, the family environment is different. From Lee Shireen's conversation, you can tell that she does not come from an ordinary family. What do your parents think of your two getting married? Lin Hongjun expressed his concerns. Lee Shireen also knew what her parents-in-law were worried about, so she said slowly, my parents also like Linny very much, so there is no need to worry. After hearing what Lee Shireen said, the two felt much more relieved. Chapter 8 Showdown, I'm a Billionaire. Night. Linny woke up feeling dizzy and opened the door. Seeing Lin Hongjun watching TV in the living room, Linny asked, Dad, where's Shireen? Lin Hongjun glanced at Linny and said, he's cooking with your mother in the kitchen. After listening, Linny walked to the kitchen and saw his wife learning how to make his favorite mapo tofu with his mother. When Zhao Shangmei saw Linny coming, she pushed Lee Shireen out of the kitchen and let her do it alone. Under Zhao Shangmei's repeated emphasis, Lee Shireen had no choice but to leave the kitchen. Soon, the table was filled with dishes. Linny had just woken up and had no appetite at all. However, this was the first time his wife had eaten at home, so Linny had no choice but to accompany her and eat a bowl. After much thought, Linny decided to reveal that he had shares in the Great White Shark Live Broadcast Company. He didn't want his parents to worry about him, or to worry about the huge gap between him and Lee Shireen. Dad, Mom, there is something I want to tell you. Linny picked up a bite of food for the three of them. Lin Hongjun looked at Linny and said, just tell me what you want to say. Linny glanced at the three of them and told them that he was the largest shareholder of a company. However, he just said that he made money when he was in college and had no intention of investing. He didn't expect that he would actually become a billionaire. Zhao Shangmei touched Lin Yi's forehead and said, you didn't fall asleep, did your brain burn out? After listening to this, Linny opened his phone and said unhappily, look, I am listed as a shareholder here, and there is also my photo. After reading it, Lin Hongjun and Zhao Shangmei couldn't believe it. It wasn't strange that their daughter-in-law was rich, but it was strange that their son had become so rich and they didn't know anything about it. Zhao Shangmei rolled her eyes at Linny and said, why didn't you tell us before? Linny made up an excuse, saying that he wanted to keep a low profile, but now that he was married, he said it out loud. After hearing this, Lin Hongjun laughed and said, he is indeed worthy of being my son. Linny smiled along with the two of them. After learning that their son was so rich, the two finally felt relieved. Now the gap between their son and daughter-in-law is not that big, and they no longer have to worry about being accused of being a gigolo. The two of them have relatively traditional ideas. After all, they still find it a bit unacceptable to live off someone. Unlike the young people nowadays, who always think about living off someone. After dinner, Lee Shireen and Zhao Shangmei cleaned up the dishes together, and Lin Hongjun asked Linny, how should we calculate Zhang Mengyao's house? Can we still get it back? After listening to this, Linny patted his father on the shoulder and said, don't worry. I will do a good job on this matter, and I will get back what I deserve. After listening to this, Lin Hongjun sighed and said, your mother and I don't like Zhang Mengyao. She values money too much. We like Shireen as our daughter-in-law. You have to treat her well, otherwise we will punish you. Linny said seriously, yes, I will. When Lee Shireen heard the conversation between the father and son, the corners of her mouth slightly raised. Just as Lee Shireen was about to sit down, she saw her father calling her. Hello? I'm not going back. I'm already married. Where else can I go back to? Of course, I'm home. You want to tell my father-in-law? Yeah, okay. Lin Yi's family pricked up their ears to listen to Lee Shireen's phone call. They only heard Lee Shireen's father say girls should not be kept at home when they grow up, and didn't hear the rest. In the end, I just saw Lee Shireen handing the phone to Lin Hongjun. Father Lin was holding the phone with a slight tremor in his hand. The two had no previous interactions, and it was only today after they got their marriage certificate that they had their first impression of each other. The other party was also a man with a net worth of billions, so anyone would be excited. Hello? Brother. Wait, when you have time, our two families can get together and get to know each other better. Yeah, it's okay. Anyway, the two children have already obtained the marriage certificate, so we can talk about the wedding then. Call. Lin Hongjun let out a long sigh of relief after putting down his phone. He. Dad, you don't have to be so nervous. My dad is a very good person. Lee Shireen laughed. Lin Hongjun said helplessly, the gap is too big. Lin Hongjun glanced at Lee Shireen and said, what do your parents like? Let's meet up tomorrow and bring some things over. After hearing this, Lee Shireen said casually, I don't lack anything at home, so you don't need to bring anything. Besides, we're just having a meal outside, so it won't be too late to bring anything when you get to my house. After listening to this, Lin Hongjun slowly said, you should bring something with you. It's not good to go home empty-handed. After listening to this, Lee Shireen nodded. Oh, by the way. When Linny and I get married, I hope Dad can give us more betrothal gifts. We can give as much as we can, because my dad said that my dowry will be doubled as a return gift. Lee Shireen added. After hearing this, Lin Hongjun was so scared that he waved his hands and said, forget it. Just give me 100,000 or 80,000 as a token of appreciation. It is a great honor for Lin Yi to marry you. Besides, our family is not short of money now, and we old guys can relax a little. After saying that, Lin Hongjun went back to his room to rest. Zhao Xiangmei followed closely behind, leaving space in the house for the two of them. Hee. My parents are so nice. Before I came here, I was worried that they wouldn't like me. Lee Shireen murmured while lying in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi rubbed Lee Shireen's hair and said with a smile, how could I not like you? My parents are very nice people, but your parents are quite unexpected. I thought that if I married you, your father would give me millions to let me leave you. Lee Shireen muttered after hearing this, how is that possible? My parents have known that I have liked you since college. They like you very much. Lin Yi was very moved after listening to it. Being liked so much by the stunningly beautiful Lee Shireen was simply a blessing he had earned in his previous life. The two looked at each other affectionately, and Lin Yi slowly lowered his head. Lee Shireen also closed her eyes and waited for Lin Yi. When Lin Yi was about to kiss Lee Shireen, Zhao Xiangmei came out of the room. Oh. I forgot to take my phone. You guys continue. Zhao Xiangmei took the phone from the table and went back quickly. Lee Shireen and Lin Yi looked at each other and laughed. Let's go back to the room. Lin Yi whispered in Lee Shireen's ear. Lee Shireen responded with a blushing face. The two of them soon arrived at their room. Lin Yi hugged Lee Shireen's slender waist and kissed her. At this moment, the two of them were feeling each other's warmth. Bang, bang, bang. Just as the two were getting into the mood, there was a knock on the door. The two people who were disturbed were a little panicked. Lin Yi immediately opened the door of the room and saw his mother standing outside. Seeing Lin Yi open the door, Zhao Xiangmei put the small umbrella in her hand into Lin Yi's hand. This is quite useful. Take this and use it first. Lin Yi rolled his eyes at his mother and said, Mom, aren't you deliberately making trouble? But Zhao Xiangmei misunderstood Lin Yi's meaning, put away the small umbrella in her hand and said with a smile. Then please let me hold my grandson soon. Lin Yi sighed and said, okay, Mom, go back and rest first. After hearing her son's order to leave, Zhao Xiangmei left with a smile. Lin Yi closed the door and said slowly, go to bed. The two people who were interrupted lost all interest. Chapter 9 Zhang Mengyao regrets. Early morning. One of Lee Shireen's long legs was placed on Lin Yi's belly. Lee Shireen slowly opened her eyes, rubbed her eyes, and saw Lin Yi sleeping beside her. The corners of her mouth rose slightly. Only then did he realize that one of his legs was on Lin Yi's stomach. Lee Shireen thought to herself, when did I become so bad at sleeping? She had no choice but to slowly pull her legs up, and just as she was pulling her legs up, she accidentally kicked Lin Yi. Lee Shireen looked at Lin Yi and patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief when she found that she had not woken Lin Yi up. However, Lee Shireen blushed because she had just kicked Lin Yi. She looked at Lin Yi and then at her own arm, and buried her head in the quilt embarrassedly. Puff! The incident just now had already woken Lin Yi up. Looking at the cute Lee Shireen, Lin Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. Lee Shireen felt shy the moment she heard Lin Yi's laughter, and she stretched out her fist to Lin Yi's chest. You're still laughing. Lin Yi took Lee Shireen into his arms, tapped her forehead and got up, leaving Lee Shireen alone on the bed with a confused look on her face. When the two got up, the house was empty. Lin Yi's parents drove to their fast food restaurant early to prepare breakfast. Lin Yi looked at his 150 square meter house with 4 bedrooms and 2 living rooms. This was the result of his parents' hard work for half their lives, but they had never really enjoyed their own lives for so many years. But Lin Yi also knew his parents' personalities. If he asked them to stop working now, they would not be able to sit still, so he could only let them rest more. After they brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Lee Shireen ran into the kitchen and started preparing breakfast. Honey! Come home with me later to pack up. My things are still at home. Li Shireen shouted in the kitchen. After Linny responded, he ran to the kitchen to make breakfast with Li Shireen. After eating and drinking, the two drove the Maserati that was parked downstairs yesterday and returned to Li Shireen's home together. The two drove slowly out of the community. The old man and old lady who were walking and playing chess downstairs couldn't help but sigh when they saw them. What a beautiful toad car. So handsome. That's right. I heard from my son that this kind of car starts at around 2 million. An old lady whispered. Oh my god, this car is almost as expensive as our house. It's amazing how expensive it is for just 2 seats. An old man sighed. And the other sighed. Under the instigation of He Xiufang, Zhang Mengyao has also moved into the new house bought by Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi has already married Li Shireen, Zhang Mengyao always believes that it is only a matter of time before Lin Yi returns to her. After all, the two have been together for 5 years, and it is impossible for Lin Yi to forget every detail of these 5 years in an instant. As soon as He Xiufang got up, she saw Zhang Mengyao standing on the balcony in a daze. What are you thinking about? He Xiufang smiled and patted her daughter. He Xiufang is in a particularly good mood now. Only Lin Yi, his parents, and his daughter have been to this house before. It was not until yesterday that she realized how good this house is. It is a full 150 square meters. He Xiufang's mouth was about to split open with laughter. Lin Yi's family actually bought such a big house and gave it to her for free. She felt a chill when she thought about her family squeezing in a 90 square meter house. Ever since Zhang Tan lost his ability to work, He Xiufang felt extremely disgusted with him. At first, she had to help him carry the urine pot and wipe his butt every day. The most uncomfortable thing was that she had to sleep in the same bed with him every day. Now He Xiufang and her cash cow Zhang Mengyao have moved into this big house, leaving only Zhang Mingcheng and Zhang Teng in that small house. She can't tell you how happy she is. Zhang Mengyao looked at He Xiufang and shook her head. It's okay. He Xiufang sat on the big soft sofa, gritting her teeth and said sternly, it's a pity that Lin Yi, that bastard, is living a gigolo life. I have never seen such an irresponsible man who wasted 5 years of my daughter's youth. Otherwise, you would definitely find a richer man. Zhang Mengyao is now slowly beginning to hate her mother. Since she was a child, she has been taught to find a rich man and not to be like her mother and end up like she is now. Well. Zhang Mengyao sighed helplessly. Look, daughter. I asked your second aunt to look for a man for a long time. What do you think of this man? His family runs a small factory and can earn 1 million yuan a year. It just so happens that he is divorced from his wife now. Why don't you go and have a blind date with him? He Xiufang picked up her cell phone and handed it to Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao almost vomited her breakfast after reading the chat records between her mother and her second aunt. The man on the phone had a greasy face, looked to be about 200 pounds, and had a slicked back hair that had been sprayed with who knows how many bottles of hairspray. Zhang Mengyao rolled her eyes at He Xiufang and said, Mom, is money all you care about? He's like this and you still want me to go on a blind date with him? You might as well just kill me. He Xiufang also knew that the man was ugly, but he was rich. Anyway, once you have money, you don't have to worry about not having money. He Xiufang stepped forward, took Zhang Mengyao's hand and said, Mom also knows that although this guy is a little ugly, he can make so much money a year. Isn't this better than that bastard Lin Yi? You will know in the future that money is the only thing in this world that will not turn against you. Mom is doing this for your own good. Zhang Mengyao got angry after hearing this. How can he compare to Lin Yi? No matter what, Lin Yi is still the most handsome guy in our school. Money, 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 he only cares about money. Was I born to make money for you? He Xiufang, who had a bad temper, heard Zhang Mengyao yelling at her like that and said angrily, Remember, I'm your mother, and what I say is right. If you talk back to me now, you will regret it later. If I hadn't repeatedly asked that the house be in your name, would you have gotten this house now? Let me tell you, your mother has eaten more salt than you have eaten rice, so stop yelling at me. Look, isn't Lin Yi a gigolo now? Also, you are really useless. Why didn't you take Lin Yi's salary before? You should have taken it as soon as he paid it. Otherwise, you would have made an extra 100,000 yuan now. Every day when I check my emails, I see other people's boyfriends voluntarily handing in their salaries. Look at you. Zhang Mengyao felt extremely aggrieved instantly. It was clearly her fault, so why was she blamed? If the bride price had not been suddenly increased by 500,000 yuan, the two of them would be happily together now. Chapter 10: Li Shireen's home. On the other side, Linny arrived at the city center and slowly stopped the car. Honey, why did you stop the car? Aren't you here to accompany me home? Li Shireen asked. Linny smiled and said, I can't go to my father-in-law's house empty-handed. I'd better go buy something. Li Shireen pouted and said, we have everything we need at home, no need to buy anything. Linny ruffled Li Shireen's hair and said, although there is no shortage, as a son-in-law, I must know the etiquette. Otherwise, what if I get kicked out by my father-in-law? How could that be? My dad wouldn't dare to do that. Li Shireen muttered. Linny smiled, took Li Shireen's hand and rushed towards the mall. But Li Jintian didn't know that the little girl he had loved for so many years had changed her heart. Linny asked, wife, what does my father-in-law like? Li Shireen said slowly, my dad usually likes to drink a little, but now my mom has also put a lot of restrictions on him, so he can only get up secretly at night to drink, and I have discovered him several times. After listening to this, Linny laughed, it seems that your mother is the head of your family. Li Shireen shook her head and said, no, it's just that my mom doesn't like the smell of alcohol. She said that every time my dad drinks, he snores, which prevents her from sleeping at night. Achoo, achoo. Li Jintian, who was at home, sneezed several times in a row. Who on earth is saying bad things about me? Li Jintian rubbed his nose and said. Knowing that his father-in-law likes to drink, Linny instantly knew what his father-in-law likes. Linny took Li Shireen to a place that specialized in selling liquor and bought 2 bottles of Maotai liquor, spending a total of 3,000 yuan for the 2 bottles. After buying 2 bottles of wine, Linny came out satisfied, as long as he didn't come back empty-handed. The two soon arrived at Li Shireen's luxurious villa. After Linny parked the car in the underground garage, he went up with Li Shireen. The first time is unfamiliar, the second time is familiar. Linny is no longer as nervous as he was yesterday, and he naturally follows Li Shireen into the house. Linny sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that his life would change drastically in just one day. From starting out in the system to becoming the largest shareholder of a live broadcast company, and then marrying a stunningly beautiful wife, it all started with yesterday's incident. Li Shireen pulled out the little hand that Linny was holding and placed her hand on the fingerprint system on the door. Ding ding! The door slowly opened, and Wu Rulin and Li Jintian, who were in the living room, turned around. When Wu Rulin saw her daughter coming back, she complained to Li Shireen. Look at you, you're in such a hurry that you left without even taking anything with you. At least bring some clothes or something. As soon as Li Shireen returned home, she was scolded by her mother. Linny also handed the wine in his hand to his father-in-law. Dad, this is the wine I bought for you. Wu Rulin put away the wine while complaining to Linny, we are a family, why bring anything with us? Really, we have everything we need at home, it would be best if you could come back often. After listening to this, Linny shouted repeatedly, Mom, you are right, we will come back often. Linny cleverly changed his words to calling them Mom and Dad, which really pleased Li Jintian and Wu Rulin, and they couldn't help but like this son-in-law even more. Old lady, go and prepare some dishes. I want to have a couple of drinks with your son-in-law. Li Jintian said to Wu Rulin behind him. Relying on her son-in-law being at home, Wu Rulin couldn't refuse, so she went into the kitchen and prepared a few dishes for the two of them. The careful Linny discovered that Li Jintian swallowed his saliva after seeing Wu Rulin enter the kitchen. It seemed that he was really craving for this wine. Shireen, go help your mother. Li Jintian waved his hand and sent Li Shireen to the kitchen. Seeing Li Shireen enter the kitchen, Li Jintian stared at Linny as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. Linny felt a little numb when he saw his father-in-law staring at him. After being stared at for a while, Linny couldn't stand it anymore and asked, Dad, just tell me what you want to say. Li Jintian also scratched his head and said a little embarrassedly, Did you sleep with Shireen last night? After listening to Li Jintian's words, Linny finally understood that it was about this matter. Linny nodded. After seeing Linny nod, Li Jintian looked behind him again, and seeing no one there, he asked, Do you have any? Linny also scratched his head and said, Not yet. After confirming it, Li Jintian breathed a sigh of relief. That's good, that's good. Although you have obtained the marriage certificate, you haven't held the wedding yet. I hope you can wait until after the wedding. You don't have to rush. Shireen has liked you for several years. Let's wait for our two families to find a good day and start planning it. After listening to this, Linny agreed, Yes, I know. Even though that's what I said, if my wife asks me to do something, I can't refuse her. Lin Yi thought to himself. Not long after, all the dishes were served. Wu Rulin took off her apron, opened the 2 bottles of wine that Lin Yi brought, and poured them for the 2 of them. Seeing this, Lin Yi quickly said, "Mom, I'll do it. No need to be so troublesome." The mother-in-law liked her son-in-law more and more. She didn't expect Lin Yi to be so sensible. Wu Rulin quickly smiled and said, "It's okay, Mom will fill your cup first, and we'll talk if there's not enough food." After seeing this, Li Zhentian said helplessly, "It's all thanks to you, otherwise I wouldn't be able to drink more than 2 sips of wine in a year, I'm so greedy." After hearing this, Lin Yi whispered, "If that's the case, then I'll come and drink with you, Dad, more often." Li Zhentian laughed. Okay. Bite. Congratulations to the host for receiving the reward of drinking with the father-in-law. This time's reward, drink 1,000 cups without falling. After the host drinks, the alcohol evaporates immediately. Lin Yi didn't expect that even drinking could trigger a reward, which made him very happy. He didn't like drinking, but sometimes he had to drink, just like now when he was drinking with his father-in-law. After receiving the reward from the system, Lin Yi raised his glass and clinked glasses with his father-in-law. Chapter 11, A Little Pretense. Before long, both of them had finished a glass of wine. Li Zhentian blushed and asked, "Xiaoyi, where do you work now? Why don't you come to my company?" Although Lin Yi received the reward of drinking 1,000 cups without falling, his face still turned slightly red. Facing his father-in-law's question, Lin Yi pretended to be half drunk and said, "Dad, no need. I am a major shareholder of the Great White Shark Live Broadcasting Company, and I can get hundreds of millions of dividends every year. If I go to your place, people will say that I am a gigolo." After hearing this, Li Zhentian asked in confusion, "I remember Shireen said you worked in a company. How did you become a shareholder?" Lin Yi didn't say anything, but silently opened the website on his mobile phone, found the information of the Great White Shark Live Broadcasting Company, and handed the phone to Li Zhentian. Li Zhentian took a look and said, "Lin Yi holds 55% of the shares." After reading it, Li Zhentian laughed, "I didn't expect it. My son-in-law is so rich." Li Zhentian returned the phone to Lin Yi, raised the glass in his hand and said, "Let's have a drink." They both drank it down in one gulp. After Li Zhentian finished drinking, he said to Lin Yi, "What's wrong with being a gigolo? I was a gigolo back then, and I made all this money by working hard. There's nothing wrong with being a gigolo, but being a gigolo is not good." Lin Yi on the side could only nod. This old man. When Wu Rulin heard Li Zhentian talking louder and louder, she came up to Li Zhentian and took the thing in her hand away. Seeing this, Lin Yi had no choice but to get up and help his father-in-law back to the room to rest. Li Zhentian, who had drunk enough, didn't say anything nonsense and could only let Lin Yi help him go back. After helping his father-in-law to the room, Lin Yi went to the living room to accompany Li Shireen. Li Shireen was also considerate enough to make a bowl of sobering soup for Lin Yi. Seeing that Li Shireen was so considerate, Lin Yi drank the hangover soup in one breath. "Xiaoyi, why don't you go take a rest too? You just drank so much with this old man." Wu Rulin asked with concern. Lin Yi waved his hand to indicate no. But under the repeated requests of Li Shireen and his mother-in-law, Lin Yi obediently went to Li Shireen's room and took a nap. Lin Yi came to Li Shireen's room and found that her room was filled with a row of books, and the rest was as simple as his own room. Lin Yi saw that there were company documents on Li Shireen's desk, but he did not touch those documents. He just took the documents aside and downloaded Luelu using Li Shireen's computer. Lin Yi watched the download speed keep jumping, and couldn't help but sigh that his wife's computer and home internet speed were really fast. The download was completed in less than 10 minutes. After Lin Yi logged into his account, Li Shireen also entered the room. Lin Yi turned around and saw that it was Li Shireen, so he said, "I put the documents on your desk in the drawer for you." Li Shireen smiled softly and said, "These documents are no longer needed. I have handed the company over to my brother to manage. I will just be a good housewife. Hubby, you won't dislike me, will you?" After listening to this, Lin Yi pulled Li Shireen into his arms and said, "How could I dislike you? I wish you could be a housewife at home." After listening to this, Li Shireen smiled charmingly and said, "You're lying. I also want to make a lot of money. When we make a lot of money, we can retire early. Then we can travel around the world and buy whatever we want." Lin Yi scratched Li Shireen's nose and asked, "How much is a lot of money? How early is early retirement?" Li Shireen pondered for a moment. He said slowly, "We should have 100 billion. We will retire at 30, so we should still be young. We can travel around then." After listening to this, Lenny said seriously, "Okay. Then I will work hard to complete the tasks assigned by my wife and strive to achieve the goal." Lee Shireen was moved after hearing this, but she still hoped that the two of them could work less hard. She just wanted a stable and worry-free life, instead of working in the company all day from day to night. Lenny chose a support position right after he finished speaking, but after one game, he just kept giving away the ball, and was repeatedly questioned by his teammates. There was no way. After all, he hadn't played for several years. In the past, whenever Lenny opened the game, Zhang Mengyao would scold him for being unmotivated. But Lenny still had to write copy for others after get off work every day. If he wanted to relax and play games after finishing his work, he would be scolded for being unmotivated. And every time when the salary was paid, Zhang Mengyao kept cursing why she only got 3 or 4,000 yuan in salary, while Lenny got more than 10 or 20,000 yuan. After cursing, she opened the bubble to seek comfort from Jimei. But now, not only does Lee Shireen not talk about herself, she also looks at me like a little fangirl and says that I look so handsome when I play games seriously. Okay. Although the screen is always black. But the current Lenny no longer has the same passion for playing games as he did in the past. When he couldn't play, he always wanted to play around. But now that he can play, he finds it no longer fun. Maybe it's because he doesn't have friends to play with. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the gaming talent. Lenny was confused. How did he get the talent for gaming? The system detected that the host is too bad, so the system rewards gaming talent. The system responded. Lenny? Lenny, who had just received the reward, played another game, and this time he chose the mid laner. This time, Lenny simply beat the opponent's mid laner into AFK, and the opponent surrendered in 10 minutes because of one less player. After the call, Lenny felt that it was boring, so he turned off the computer, took Lee Shireen's hand and walked outside. Lee Shireen originally wanted to let Lenny take a rest, but she wanted Lenny to stay with her all the time. Lee Shireen pulled Lenny to the large yard outside the villa. I saw Wu Rulin arranging the flowers and plants in the yard. Lenny took out 2 tissues to wipe the sweat off Wu Rulin's forehead, and asked curiously, "Mom, why don't you hire a nanny? You have to do all these things yourself." Wu Rulin said softly, "I don't like to let outsiders take care of things at home, and I don't like to go to work. It's not bad to do housework and plant flowers at home." Chapter 12 Cooperation. While Lenny was chatting with his mother-in-law, Li Chun came back on a motorcycle. Sigh. I am so tired. Li Chun parked the motorcycle in the yard. When he saw Lenny, his eyes widened. Brother-in-law. Why are you here? Li Shireen rolled her eyes at Li Chun. Why, my husband can't go home. Li Chun also realized that what he said was a little wrong, so he scratched his head and said, "That's not what I meant." Li Chun, with sharp eyes, also noticed that Lenny was staring at his motorcycle. Brother-in-law, do you want to try it? Li Chun threw the car keys to Lenny. Lenny shook his head after receiving the key and said, "I just drank some wine. Let's try again after I sober up." After saying that, Lenny threw the car keys back. Lenny himself also likes motorcycles, but he didn't have the money to buy one before. Now that he sees one again, he plans to buy one. Li Chun smiled and parked the car in the underground garage. Afternoon. Li Jintian was awakened by a phone call. He picked up the phone and saw that it was a call from a business partner he had known for many years. Not long after, Li Jintian went downstairs with a serious expression. After seeing this, Wu Rulin asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look like someone owes you money?" After listening to this, Li Jintian said helplessly, "It's still Liao Zhirong. Last time when I had dinner with him, we agreed to work together to create a short video platform. Now he says he has no money to invest in other places. Isn't this just a trick?" After listening to this, Wu Rulin rolled her eyes at Li Jintian and said, "Do you have to be so upset about such a small matter? We do things according to the contract. Who would believe what you say now?" After listening to this, Li Jintian sighed and said, "There were no variables when we worked together before. I have been researching for 2 months, and now he has told me that he doesn't want to do it anymore. These 2 months of hard work have been wasted for nothing." When Lenny heard the conversation with his father-in-law, he knew that his chance had come. Lenny came to Li Jintian to comfort him, and started chatting with Li Jintian. The two started out chatting casually in the living room, and then met in the study, feeling that they had met too late. Until the end, Lenny proposed to cooperate with his father-in-law and planned to let him do this. Lenny now has a net worth of over 3 billion, all of which he received as dividends when he became a major shareholder 5 years ago. Of course, these are all rewards given by the system. The two hit it off and began to express their ideas. But Linny already knew the general information of this platform through the system. When the two were about to fill out the contract, Li Zhentian said solemnly, "Xiaoyi, how about this? I'll take 40% and you take 60%. Linny also knew that he had luckily found this opportunity, so it was not appropriate for him to ask for so much. No, no. You are the one who did all this, how can I take 60%? It should be you who takes 60%. Linny waved his hand. After much negotiation, the two finally agreed on a 50-50 split, but Linny insisted on investing more money. When the contract was finally signed, Linny invested 600 million and Li Zhentian invested 400 million. Wu Rulin watched the two of them chatting in the study for the whole afternoon, and then brought over a plate of fruit. Linny and Li Zhentian were busy until the evening, and only after Wu Rulin called them several times did they reluctantly go downstairs to eat. Wu Rulin said unhappily, "Look at you guys, can't you eat after you're done with your work?" Xiaochun even knows to pause when he's playing games. Li Chun was miserable. Every time he came back to play a few games, the power was turned off at mealtime, especially during the crucial time of team battles. He was exhausted after a day of hard work, and when he came back to play games, the power was turned off. Linny and Li Zhentian smiled at each other. At the dinner table, Li Shirin was always considerate and helped Linny pick up food. Li Shirin's family doesn't have so many rules and regulations. They are more like an ordinary happy family. Except for having a little more money, they are just like an ordinary family, chatting happily while eating. "Dad, don't you know that lawyer who is said to be the best in Huadu? Why don't you introduce that lawyer to Linny?" Li Shirin looked at Li Zhentian and said slowly. Li Zhentian also knew that his daughter was talking about Linny's ex-girlfriend, so he nodded and agreed, "I will say hello to lawyer Wang when the time comes, and then I will ask him to contact you." To be honest, Zhang Mengyao's family makes me angry just by looking at them. There are all kinds of people in the world. If I met a woman like that, wouldn't you want my family to give them 100 million every day? Li Chun said angrily. After hearing this, Li Shirin rolled her eyes at Li Chun and said, "If you run into him, my dad will break your legs first." After listening to this, Linny smiled and said, "Don't worry about it. They can't run away." Linny did not plan to deal with them so quickly, because Linny understood He Xiufang's sarcasm too well. Now He Xiufang should take Zhang Mengyao to live in the wedding house she bought. Zhang Mingcheng should now be working as Mr. Zhang in the bar, enjoying being called Mr. Zhang by his friends. When Zhang Mingcheng has spent most of his money, he will slowly close the net. After dinner, Linny wanted to go home, but at Wu Rulin's repeated requests, Linny stayed at Li Shirin's house. But they were not idle afterwards. Linny and Li Zhentian went back to the study to discuss their short video platform. The two discussed until late at night, until Wu Rulin pulled them out of the study, and they came out of the study reluctantly. After Li Zhentian left the study, he pulled Linny to a corner of the stairs. "Xiaoyi, do you still remember what I said today?" Li Zhentian whispered to Linny. Linny said slowly, "I know." After listening to Linny, Li Zhentian patted Linny's chest, laughed, and went back to sleep. Linny also shook his head and went back to Li Shirin's room to sleep. As soon as he opened the door, he saw Li Shirin sleeping with the light on. Linny looked at the time and realized that it was already past 1 in the morning. Linny could only not dare to make any sound and went to bed carefully. Chapter 13 Shy Li Shirin. Early morning. Linny felt something strange about himself. He vaguely remembered the dream he had last night, which made him linger and feel the spring in all its glory. He felt something strange about himself and there was a smell coming from him. He opened his eyes carefully and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Li Shirin was still sleeping soundly. But what was unexpected was that Li Shirin woke up before Linny. She had wanted to wait for Linny to go to bed last night, but she seldom stayed up late, so she fell asleep while waiting. When she woke up in the morning, she saw Linny sleeping next to her. She continued to squint her eyes contentedly, enjoying the time with Linny. Linny could only get up carefully and take out a brand new pair of underwear from the closet to change into. These clothes were specially bought for him by Li Shirin when he was talking with his father-in-law yesterday. After changing into his underwear, Linny discovered that the underwear Li Shirin bought was exactly the right size for him. He didn't expect that Li Shirin was so thoughtful and even wrote down his clothing sizes. After Linny changed into his underwear, he wanted to wash the underwear, but just as he picked up the underwear, he heard Li Shirin's laughter. "Hee hee. Hubby, what are you doing so secretly? Li Shireen, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly laughed. Linny was shocked after hearing this, and said with a blushing face, "It's okay, you can continue to sleep." But Li Shireen stood up and took away Linny's underwear, and said with a smile, "I'll help you wash it." Linny originally wanted to take it back and wash it himself, but Li Shireen insisted on helping him wash it, so Linny had no choice but to give up. After Li Shireen picked up Linny's underwear, there was still some warmth left on it, and a strong smell. This was the first time Li Shireen picked up a man's underwear, and she helped him wash it with a blushing face. After Li Shireen helped Linny wash, they left the room together and saw Wu Rulin had prepared breakfast and was waiting for them to eat together. Li Shireen only saw Wu Rulin at home and asked, "Mom, where are my dad and my brother?" Wu Rulin said calmly, "Your brother went to the company, and your father is also out busy." After listening to it, Li Shireen said, "Oh." After the two of them finished breakfast, Linny planned to go to his own Great White Shark live broadcast company to take a look. He had not been there since he got the shares. He remembered that he was a hands-off boss and would never be called on unless there was something important. Linny touched Li Shireen's hand and said, "Wife, find me a car later. I want to go to the company to check it out." Li Shireen pointed at the key holder and said, "You can take any car over there. I'll go pack my things first." After hearing this, Linny wondered, "Why are you packing up?" Li Shireen replied, "Didn't you go to the company? I just happened to be packing my things." After listening to this, Linny smiled and said, "I forgot to tell you, I plan to stay here for a while, so I can do something with my father-in-law." Hearing that Linny planned to stay here for a while, Li Shireen jumped up excitedly. Seeing Li Shireen so happy, Linny pinched her face, took a key and went out. After Linny left, Li Shireen stood at the door and shouted, "Husband, come back soon." Linny smiled, waved his hand and went to the underground garage. "Husband, come back soon." Wu Rulin imitated Li Shireen's words and repeated them behind her. Li Shireen heard her mother imitating her speech behind her back, blushing and shyly saying, "Mom." When Wu Rulin saw her daughter blushing all the way to her ears, she seemed to see herself when she was young. Linny came to the underground garage and found the Kawasaki H2 that Li Chun drove last night. He didn't expect that the motorcycle driver's license he obtained in college would finally be useful. Every man has his own motorcycle dream, and Linny is no exception. He dreams of buying a motorcycle of his own, but Zhang Mengyao used to sneer at these things, saying that they were driven by poor people. But now, Linny finally drives the motorcycle of his dreams. Linny put on his helmet, inserted the key, started the motorcycle and tried it out. The feel of the motorcycle made Linny feel the power of a beast. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining God-level driving skills. Points plus 30. After getting on the motorcycle, Linny walked towards the company. Li Shireen was outside the door looking at the handsome figure of Linny riding a motorcycle, and she came up with a plan. "Everyone has gone far away, what are you looking at?" Wu Rulin patted her love-crazy daughter on the back. Li Shireen came back to her senses and said to Wu Rulin, "Mom, I want to buy one of these for my husband as well." Wu Rulin refused after hearing this, "You can buy any car. This car is too dangerous. We have so many cars in the garage. You can just let Linny drive whatever he wants. Or you can buy him a Lamborghini. Motorcycles are too dangerous because they are made of iron." Li Shireen also knew what Wu Rulin said, but she knew even more that when Linny was in college, he took a special test for a motorcycle driver's license and often watched other people's handsome motorcycle videos on the internet. However, Zhang Mengyao always scolded Linny for being useless and only looking at this kind of motorcycle when she was around her. Li Shireen said to Wu Rulin, "He also has a Rolls-Royce Phantom and a driver, but he likes this more. I want to buy him one, and then I will supervise him." Wu Rulin shook her head, she realized that her daughter was beyond saving. Li Shireen also called her brother. "Brother, where did you buy the car you bought last time? I want to buy one for Linny." Li Chun on the other side of the phone was puzzled. Why did they give this car as a gift? There were more than 10 luxury cars in the garage at home, and they also gave a motorcycle as a gift. Li Chun said to Li Shireen on the other end of the phone, "This car is reserved, how about I give mine to my dear brother-in-law?" Li Shireen blushed after hearing this, "Can you not be so disgusting? My dear brother-in-law, please help me find him. As soon as possible, I want Linny to come back and see him." Li Chun was a little embarrassed, "It's hard to get it in such a hurry. I'll try my best to help you." After saying that, Li Shi hung up the phone. Li Chun also started contacting his friends who were into cars and asked where there were more cars. Hard work pays off. I didn't expect that there really was one. Li Chun hurried over to take a look, and after finding no problems, he asked Li Shireen to transfer the money and have it delivered to his home. Chapter 14 Great White Shark Live. After parking the car, Lin Yi entered the company building. "Hello, Mr. Lin." Lin Yi nodded. Along the way, employees who had just started work greeted Lin Yi, and it was also the first time for Lin Yi to experience this feeling of being greeted at work. Bang! Lin Yi came to an office and knocked on the door. "Come in." There was a voice coming from the office. Lin Yi opened the door, walked into the office, and saw the man in front of him looking at a pile of documents in front of the computer. This person is none other than Qin Jiqiang, another shareholder of the company and also the president of the company. Everything here is done by this person. Although Lin Yi is also a member, he has always been a hands-off boss and has only come to the company a few times a year. Qin Jiqiang is in his 30s. He is a workaholic and a conscientious person. Although his net worth has reached hundreds of millions, his cars are only worth hundreds of thousands. He does not care about luxury cars, but lives in a high-end residential area. These are all memories transferred by the system. When Qin Jiqiang saw that it was Lin Yi, he stood up, took Lin Yi's hand and pulled him to the sofa in the office. "Oh, brother. You've kept me busy." Lin Yi also apologized a little. "Brother Chang, you have worked hard. It's you who has to do this. If I were to manage it, we would all be begging on the street in less than 2 months." Qin Jiqiang was very pleased after hearing this, so he said modestly, "Look at what you are saying, I just watched it, you came to Kendong to do better than me." Lin Yi waved his hands and said, "I really can't do this. I can be a hands-off boss, but I definitely can't do these things. Look, I came here today to treat you to a meal." After listening to this, Qin Jiqiang agreed and said, "Okay. You've never treated me to a meal before, so today I'll pick a more expensive place and make you bleed." Lin Yi patted Qin Jiqiang and said with a smile, "I was afraid that you would be embarrassed, so you try your best to make me poor." Although the two didn't meet often, there was no sense of strangeness between them. Before they knew it, the two had been chatting for almost an hour, and Lin Yi went out under the pretext of seeing the employees' working conditions. Although Qin Jiqiang kept asking him to go with him, Lin Yi still declined, because this was the only way he could see the employees' working conditions. Lin Yi casually walked around every department. Although he didn't come here often, the old employees basically knew him, but the new employees didn't even know he existed. Lin Yi came to the commerce department and saw that some employees were working diligently, while some were playing mobile games and some were even taking a nap with their eyes squinted. When the old employees were about to call the employees who were slacking off to the side to get up, they were given a look by Lin Yi. Lin Yi was just finishing his walk when some bolder girls came up to him and asked for his gray letter. Lin Yi declined the invitation by explaining that he was already married. The rejected girl even said vaguely, "It's a pity to get married so early." Lin Yi came to an employee who was playing games, took a chair and sat down, then asked with a smile, "What if the department manager comes to play games at work?" The man playing the game said calmly, "No hurry, let's finish this game before working." Lin Yi patted his shoulder and said, "Then remember to work after this fight." The man playing games glanced at Lin Yi and cursed, "Psycho." Coming to the middle-aged man who was sleeping on the table, Lin Yi patted him gently. The sleeping middle-aged man was startled. When he saw the young man he had never seen before, he cursed, "What a psycho. Go back to your job." After saying that, the middle-aged man lay down on the table and fell asleep again. After being scolded, Lin Yi did not get angry, but called the girl next to him and asked her to call the department manager. The girl thought Lin Yi was trying to flirt with her, so she didn't pay much attention to what he said and continued to work at her workstation. Lin Yi smiled bitterly, and then pointed to an old employee who knew him and asked him to go. He also found a workstation and sat down to wait for the department manager to arrive. Not long after, a middle-aged woman came running over in a hurry. Lin Yi found the information of this middle-aged woman in his memory. Her name was Lu Yingying. She had come to the company shortly after it was founded, and now she has lived up to expectations and has been promoted to department manager. "Mr. Lin!" Lu Yingying shouted in panic. Lin Yi nodded and pulled up a chair next to him and gave it to Lu Yingying. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Don't be so nervous, sit down." Lu Yingying sat down on the chair in fear. The employees who were slacking off just now also heard the sound of Lu Yingying's high heels hitting the ground, and they all started pretending to work. Lu Yingying, who usually keeps her word, didn't dare to speak loudly in front of Lin Yi. Everyone began to speculate about Lin Yi's identity, and the two employees who had just called Lin Yi a psychopath were also worried that they would be fired. In this company, they can get off work on time every day. The work is easy and they can slack off. They have finally found this job. Now they feel so sad that they can't even cry. They just hope that Linny can be magnanimous and forgive their mistakes. The beads of sweat on Lu Yingying's forehead had already formed small sweat drops, and her two hands were grasping the hem of the skirt of her professional OL suit. Linny took out a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to Lu Yingying, saying, "Sister Lu, don't be so nervous. I only come to the company a few times a year. If I looked so scary, I wouldn't dare to come next time." Lu Yingying took the tissue handed over by Linny, wiped the sweat from her forehead and said, "Boss Lin, you are joking. You are so handsome. We can't wait to see you every day." Linny said slowly, "You don't have to flatter me. If I come here every day, you will be annoyed. Call everyone over. I want to chat with everyone." After listening, Lu Yingying stood up and said loudly, "Come here, Mr. Lin has something to say." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone stood up from their workstations and rushed over here. Lu Yingying also demonstrated her decisiveness at this time. When everyone came to Linny, the two employees who had just scolded Linny came to Linny and whispered, "Boss Lin, I'm sorry, we were blind just now. Please forgive us for our mistakes." After listening to this, Linny waved his hand and said, "You are not sorry to me, but to yourselves. I remember that our company's salary is not low. The company does not work overtime for more than 3 days a month. Those of you who have girlfriends, boyfriends can go home early to be with him, and those who have wives and children can go home early to be with their wives and children. There's nothing wrong with slacking off during work. Everyone wants to carve out a little time for themselves during work hours. I understand that. You can slack off secretly in the future, but don't let it affect your work." Linny continued to look at the crowd, and seeing that they all lowered their heads and remained silent, he waved his hand and said, "If you have nothing else, get back to work." Chapter 15 Zhang Mingqing Squats. As soon as Linny left, everyone came to Lu Yingying and asked, "Sister Lu, who was that just now? Why did you act like the boss?" Lu Yingying said slowly, "I am the big boss here, you guys should get to work quickly." After listening to this, everyone returned to their workstations to work. Lu Yingying also breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Mr. Lin was easy to talk to, otherwise her KPI for this month would have been deducted. After visiting a department, Linny returned to his office. Although he did not come to the company often, he still had an office. Bang, bang, bang. As soon as Linny arrived at the office, there were several slow knocks on the door. "Come in," Linny said slowly. "I heard that you just visited the Ministry of Commerce?" Qin Jiqiang asked as soon as he entered the door. Lin Yi nodded. Qin Jiqiang sat down on the sofa and said, "These are old problems. Usually when I go there, everyone works honestly. You don't come often, and many people don't know you. Now when I go there, I find that you sleep and play games at work." There was a hint of helplessness in Qin Jiqiang's words. Linny smiled and said, "In fact, if there is nothing to do, it is understandable to take a break. After all, everyone likes to take a break from their busy schedule. If the management is too strict, it may backfire." After listening to Linny, Qin Jiqiang also agreed with what Linny said. The age difference between the two was not particularly large, so it was easier to communicate with them. "So, have you found a place to rip me off?" Linny asked. Qin Jiqiang shook his head and said, "You are making things difficult for me. I go home every day to eat the meals my wife cooks, and my social events are usually in business places. How can I know where the food is expensive? Usually, I go to a farmhouse with a few friends at most." Linny laughed after hearing this. "I don't know where things are expensive either. Let's go. Go down and ask the driver. Maybe he knows more than us." After saying that, Linny pulled Qin Jiqiang downstairs. Linny had already informed the driver in advance and asked him to wait downstairs. As soon as Linny and Qin Jiqiang arrived downstairs, the driver helped them open the car door. After getting in the car, Linny said slowly, "Go and help me find the most expensive place to eat." The driver thought for a moment and said, "Boss, how about the Golden Zune? I heard the things there are quite expensive." When Linny heard this, he asked Qin Jiqiang, who was standing beside him, "Brother Chang, what do you think?" Qin Jiqiang waved his hand, "You can arrange it." "Well, let's go with the Golden Zune." After Linny finished speaking, the driver took them to Jinzuan. The other side. Zhang Mingqing danced with a few so-called good brothers until midnight last night, and everyone was drunk. Those good brothers who were drunk kept urging Zhang Mingqing to book a presidential suite. Zhang Mingqing looked at his balance and planned to book them a room for a few $100s, but those good brothers refused to agree. Under the instigation and boasting of several good brothers, Zhang Mingqing's vanity was greatly satisfied and he checked into a presidential suite for 28,800 yuan. One morning, Zhang Mingqing opened his eyes and found that all his good brothers had left, leaving him alone in the hotel. After having breakfast at the hotel and checking out, I wandered aimlessly on the street. Looking at those luxury cars and tall buildings, Zhang Mingqing looked at his remaining balance. He spent nearly 50,000 yuan in that high-end bar last night. The money went by so damn fast. Thinking of this, Zhang Mingqing thought of Lin Yi again. How great it would be if Lin Yi became his brother-in-law. He had money to spend every day, and if he ran out of money, he could ask Lin Yi for money. Now he could only wait for his sister to reconcile with Lin Yi. While Zhang Mingqiang was walking and complaining about Lin Yi being a miser, he saw Lin Yi getting out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Zhang Mingqiang felt that he was not awake yet, but he wiped his eyes and saw that it was indeed Lin Yi. After learning that the man was indeed Lin Yi, Zhang Mingqiang thought to himself, last time, that guy called this car over, and this time he got in this car again. Could this car really be his? Otherwise, how could he get into such a high-end place? No, if this little bastard can drive a car like this, then he can't be too poor to marry his sister. Within 2 minutes, Lin Yi entered the Golden Vase. When the driver was about to park the car, Zhang Mingqiang came up to the driver and asked, "Brother, isn't your boss the man who looks younger?" The driver sat in the driving seat and looked at Zhang Mingqiang coldly, ignoring him. Zhang Mingqiang could only open the gray message in his mobile phone, find Lin Yi as friend, and then open the chat history from a long time ago to show the driver. The driver ignored Zhang Mingqiang and drove the car away and stopped. "Why are you so arrogant? When I have money, you will be the first one I get." While cursing the driver, Zhang Mingqiang shouted to the next online car-hailing driver and gave him 200 yuan for the whole day. But online taxi drivers want 300 yuan, otherwise they won't do the job. Anxious Zhang Mingqiang could only give 200 first and give the rest when he got there. Over here. Lin Yi and Qin Jiqiang came to the Golden Zone. The waiter outside also saw the two people driving over in a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and knew that they must be of noble status, so he stepped forward enthusiastically and took the two people to a private room. Lin Yi picked up his phone and scanned it. Wow, the food here is really expensive. Any random dish costs thousands. Brother Chang, please don't be polite to me. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Qin Jiqiang picked up his mobile phone and was also surprised. Brother Lin, if you hadn't brought me here, I wouldn't have thought I could eat something so expensive. Qin Jiqiang stopped after spending more than 20,000 yuan on just a few dishes. He is not a person who likes to waste, so he is satisfied with just about everything. Lin Yi saw it and smiled, "Order whatever you want, but don't drink. I have to drive back later." Qin Jiqiang also smiled and said, "I still have to work later, and I can't drink, but your car is really comfortable, and you know how to enjoy it. I want to get one someday." The two chatted for a while, and after waiting for 20 minutes, the dishes were served. After seeing all the dishes were served, Qin Jiqiang raised the cup on the table. "No more words, let's drink tea instead of wine." Lin Yi also picked up the cup in his hand and clinked it with it. An hour later, the two people, who had eaten their fill, slowly walked out. Zhang Mingqiang, who had been waiting outside for nearly 2 hours, finally saw Lin Yi come out. Damn it, this Lin Yi really knows how to enjoy himself. He eats in a place like this. I've never been to such a place before, but this little jerk got there first. Zhang Mingqiang cursed in a low voice. The driver beside him thought to himself, why don't you look at yourself and scold others? After seeing Lin Yi get into the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Zhang Mingqiang asked the online taxi he had booked for the day to follow closely behind. Chapter 16 New Car. Lin Yi and Qin Jiqiang came to the company together. Hello, Mr. Lin. Hello, Mr. Qin. The front desk clerk saw the two CEOs and shouted. Qin Jiqiang and Lin Yi nodded and went upstairs. After the two men went in, Zhang Mingqiang poked his head out and vaguely heard the front desk clerk calling Mr. Lin. Mr. Lin? This kid is so quick to eat free food? Zhang Mingqiang wondered. Hey! Give me the money. The online taxi driver nearby shouted at Zhang Mingqiang. Zhang Mingqiang glanced at the online car-hailing driver and said, Didn't I just give you 200 yuan? It's not certain whether you can earn 200 yuan a day. Now you actually want me to pay you. Do you think I'm a sucker? The online taxi driver rubbed his hands and said, You just promised to pay 300, you are not going to default on it, are you? Seeing that the online car-hailing driver was a whole head taller than him, Zhang Mingcheng had no choice but to take out another 100 yuan and give it to the driver, otherwise he would be physically beaten. Damn it, last night I saw you riding in my car to the presidential suite. You didn't feel bad about spending tens of thousands of dollars, but now a few $100s is like it's killing you. After getting the money, the online car-hailing driver walked away cursing. Damn it, I blackmailed me last night, and you blackmailed me again today. It's so unlucky. After seeing the driver walking away, Zhang Mingcheng started cursing. After recovering, Zhang Mingcheng opened his phone to see if this was from the company and whether it was given to her by the rich woman Li Shirin. The shareholder is Lin Yi, who holds 55% of the shares. The holding period is. Zhang Mingcheng counted the time by counting on his fingers. 5 years? Damn it, Lin Yi is so rich, why is he pretending to be poor? He has at least hundreds of millions on hand, but he is not willing to take out even a mere 500,000. What a stingy guy. Zhang Mingcheng kicked the stairs while looking at the message on his mobile phone. Lin Yi, you bastard, I must take 10 or 20 million from you to spend. Lin Yi, who was in the company, was drinking tea made by Qin Jichang in his office. Lin Yi looked at the time, stood up and said, Brother Chang, everything here depends on you. Call me if you have any problem. Qin Jichang smiled and said, Brother Lin, what are you talking about? I'm fine here, and you can come and see me occasionally. After saying that, Lin Yi went out and prepared to go home. When the driver saw Lin Yi coming down, he was about to get up to get the car, but Lin Yi waved him off and said, No, I'll drive myself. The driver continued to sit there after hearing this. After Lin Yi took out Li Chun's Kawasaki H2, he sped back. After Lin Yi disappeared from view, Zhang Mingcheng came out from a corner. Damn it, Kawasaki H2, you're willing to buy a car worth hundreds of thousands, one luxury car after another. If I had known it was your car, I would have deflated it first. Zhang Mingcheng said through gritted teeth. Now he has long been out of his mind, and all he thinks about all day is how to get the money from Lin Yi. After tasting the sweetness of 500,000, his mind is now full of 500,000, or even 5 million or 50 million. After complaining about the injustice of God, Zhang Mingcheng returned in shame. After a while, Lin Yi arrived at his father-in-law's house. When Lin Yi was parking his car in the underground garage, he saw a brand new Kawasaki H2 parked in the small yard. When Li Shirin heard the sound of the motorcycle, she jumped out and ran. Honey! Look at the car I bought for you. Isn't it nice? All the paperwork has been completed. Li Shirin said while holding Lin Yi's arm. Lin Yi was also fascinated by the brand new Kawasaki H2. Lin Yi hugged Li Shirin and turned her around twice and asked, How do you know I like this? Li Shirin smiled and said, Yesterday when you saw my brother's car, your eyes widened. You see, I have never been like that before. Lin Yi hugged Li Shirin's slender waist and said, How could that be? How can a car compare to yours? Go change your clothes and I'll take you for a spin. After listening to this, Li Shirin returned to the house, changed into a newly bought racing suit, and was fully armed. After Li Shirin came out, he saw that Li Shirin was wrapped tightly in a racing suit, and he gave Li Shirin a thumbs up and praised her. Lin Yi handed a helmet to Li Shirin and got on the motorcycle he had just bought. Li Shirin also sat on the back seat, holding Lin Yi tightly with both hands. After Lin Yi drove Li Shirin around twice, he returned to the villa. After turning around twice, Li Shirin got out of the car with a feeling of being unsatisfied. Lin Yi also saw that Li Shirin was still not satisfied, so he knocked on her helmet and said, It's too dangerous. Li Shirin whispered, Well, next time we'll buy a factory and start it slowly. When Lin Yi drove the car to the underground garage, his father-in-law Li Jintian also came back with a tired look on his face. As soon as Li Jintian returned home, he pulled Lin Yi into the study. After arriving at the study, Lin Yi looked at Li Jintian and asked, What's going on? Li Jintian sighed and said, It's not difficult. I had already recruited people when I had this idea. The problem now is that I'm not very satisfied with the software design. I took a look at the page and didn't even want to download it, but I couldn't tell what was wrong. After hearing what his father-in-law said, Lin Yi finally understood. No wonder his father-in-law was so angry when his partner said he would not cooperate last time. It turns out that he had already started doing this. Lin Yi picked up the information brought back by Li Jintian, opened it and looked at it. Lin Yi himself couldn't hold it in anymore. No wonder his father-in-law looked so sad. This interface was just for coping. The complexity of this interface is simply beyond words. Short video software should be as simple as possible, and all functions should be within reach. After reading it, Lin Yi slowly said to his father-in-law, "Dad, you should take a rest first and relax. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry." Li Zhentian continued to ask, "What should our app be called? We are still using a code name. We still need to come up with a name." Lin Yi patted his father-in-law and said slowly, "Leave this matter to me. I will give you a satisfactory name when the time comes." Li Zhentian nodded after listening. When his father-in-law left the room, Lin Yi was left alone in the study. After Lin Yi locked the door, he found the interface of this software from the system mall in his mind. Chapter 17 Drunk Zhang Mingcheng. The system detects that the host wants to try out something in this mall. The price is 30 points. This trial only lasts 3 minutes. Does the host want to try it? When he heard the system coming from his mind, Lin Yi clicked on the trial without hesitation. The system detects that the host is trying it out. Please cherish the trial time and purchase rationally. After clicking on the trial, Lin Yi clicked through all the interfaces of the software. 3 minutes passed quickly, and the system's voice continued to come into Lin Yi's mind. The 3-minute trial period has expired. Do you want to purchase this product? After purchasing this product, the host can find it in his mind at any time. The host can also. Before the system finished speaking, Lin Yi couldn't wait to use 30 points to purchase the information of this software. After getting the information, Lin Yi went to Li Shirin's room, turned on the computer, drew every page of the software, and marked the functions. Seeing the busy Lin Yi, Li Shirin quietly watched the serious Lin Yi from the side. Sure enough, serious men are the most handsome. Li Shirin looked at Lin Yi like a little fangirl. Since Li Shirin was beside him, Lin Yi's mind was full of Li Shirin's appearance, and the thought could not be dispelled for a long time. Lin Yi hugged Li Shirin into his arms and said slowly, "My dear wife, why don't you go out first? You are all on my mind when you are here." After listening to this, Li Shirin smiled charmingly, kissed Lin Yi on the face and went out. After Li Shirin left, Lin Yi also started to work seriously. Before he knew it, Lin Yi had been in the room for a whole day. It was not until Li Shirin called him to eat in the evening that he reluctantly left the computer. As soon as he sat down at the table, Li Zhentian asked Lin Yi, "I heard from Shirin that you have a new idea?" Lin Yi nodded after listening. But when Li Zhentian wanted to continue asking, Wu Ruolin said sternly, "Let's eat, why are you talking about work? Xiaoyi is tired after a day, can't you wait until after dinner?" After hearing Wu Ruolin's scolding, Li Zhentian obediently shut up and started eating. The other side. In a certain neighborhood, Zhang Mingcheng returned home and drank in a depressed mood. Zhang Tong, who was standing by, sighed as he looked at the messy house. "My wife and daughter haven't come back since they moved out. I don't know what they are doing now. They don't even call me." Seeing Zhang Mingcheng lying on the ground drinking with a bottle of wine, Zhang Tong went back to his room without saying anything. When Xiaolan disliked him, he practiced doing things alone and didn't need anyone to help him with anything except cooking. "Damn Lin Yi, he's so rich but he's so stingy that he doesn't even give me hundreds of thousands. If he marries my sister now, I can become a company executive, don't you think I'm right, Dad?" Zhang Mingcheng said to his father drunkenly. Seeing the drunk Zhang Mingcheng, Zhang Tang just nodded slightly and didn't hear what he said. Hiccup. "Dad, you said I called you Dad for so many years, can you please call me Dad now?" Zhang Mingcheng burped and said. Zhang Tang, who was standing by, said with a sullen face, "Can't you just stop worrying about drinking all day? Can't you just find a good class to attend? You're always thinking about other people's money. You have your own hands and feet." After hearing his father's lecture, the drunk Zhang Mingcheng shouted angrily, "Who do you think you are? You actually lecture me. If you had more money, would I be like this? If you were as good at making money as Lin Yi's parents, would I be drinking here? Alas! How could I have given birth to such a son?" Feeling disheartened, Zhang Tang returned to his room and slammed the door shut. "No, I still have to go to Lin Yi in a few days to ask for a few $100,000, otherwise I will send out the video I recorded last time." Zhang Mingcheng took a sip of wine and said. In the luxurious villa, after Lin Yi and his friends finished their meal, they sent the picture they had drawn to Li Zhentian. Li Zhentian's eyes widened after seeing the picture. Just based on the simple interface and the eye-catching pink icon, he couldn't wait to download it. How is it? It's not bad, right? Linny asked slowly. Yes, this is really good. Just based on this pink icon, I want to download it now. Li Jintian said excitedly. Although I have been dealing with cosmetics for many years, this is the first time I have stepped into an unfamiliar field. If you have nothing else to do, I'll go draw the rest first. After saying that, Linny waved his hand and went upstairs. After seeing Linny going upstairs, Li Jintian muttered, my daughter really has good taste. After Linny went upstairs, he moved Li Shirin's computer to the study. Although Li Shirin said no, Linny didn't want to affect his wife's rest time. After all, women still need enough sleep. It was 3 o'clock in the morning. Linny stretched himself and finally finished drawing the whole picture. When Linny returned to Li Shirin's room, he saw that Li Shirin had fallen asleep. He had to carefully change into pajamas using the brightness of his mobile phone screen. After getting on the bed, Linny kissed Li Shirin on the face and fell asleep. Noon. Linny slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Shirin staring at him. How long did you stay up last night? Li Shirin whispered in Linny's ear with her seductive little mouth. Linny stood up and said slowly, about 3 or 4 o'clock. Just when Li Shirin was about to speak, Linny pulled Li Shirin to himself. Li Shirin was frightened by Linny's action, and her body began to feel numb. The two were very affectionate, and when Li Shirin was about to lower her head, there was a knock on the door. The two smiled awkwardly, tidied up their messy clothes, then slowly stood up and opened the door. Mom! Could you please not knock on the door when you have nothing to do? Li Shirin pouted and complained to Wu Rulan outside the door. Wu Rulan also said with a helpless look, your father asked me to come and ask if the picture is ready. He has been waiting until noon this morning and now he can't wait to see it. After hearing Wu Rulan's intention, Linny took out a USB drive and handed it to Wu Rulan. Everything is in here, just follow the instructions. After Wu Rulan got the USB drive, she smiled and said, then you guys continue. I'll go down first. Li Shirin became depressed after closing the door. Seeing Li Shirin pouting, Linny thought that Li Shirin was also cute when she was angry, so he stepped forward and pinched Li Shirin's face. My wife looks this good even when she's angry. Who knew that Li Shirin would just humph? Anyway, I'm not the one who's feeling uncomfortable. Chapter 18 Zhang Mengyao wants to get back together. After playing around in the room for a while, the two felt a little hungry, so they got up and prepared to go downstairs to eat. As soon as they got downstairs, they saw Wu Rulan had just prepared lunch and was waiting for them. Eat quickly, or you'll catch a cold. Wu Rulan urged the two of them. Where's my dad? Li Shirin asked Wu Rulan. Wu Rulan said calmly, after your father got the USB drive, he rushed to the company in a hurry. After the two of them had eaten, Linny's cell phone rang. Linny picked up the phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Linny pressed the answer button and was about to say hello when the other party spoke first. Linny, I'm out of money. Please give me 300,000 yuan to spend first. Linny recognized the voice on the other end. It was Zhang Mingcheng calling. He had already blocked all his family's phone numbers and contact information. But now he was calling from another phone number and asking for 300,000 yuan, as if he was being taken advantage of. After listening to it, Linny turned on the speaker and asked, have you spent the 500,000 yuan? When Zhang Mingcheng heard Linny ask this, he felt that there was something going on, so he smiled and said, your 500,000 is really not enough. The last time I booked a presidential suite, it was tens of thousands of dollars. Now I only have tens of thousands left. You can give me 300,000 first. After hearing this, Linny laughed even more happily. How dare you ask me for money? I haven't even asked you for money yet. You actually come to ask me for money first? After hearing this, Zhang Mingcheng said angrily, Linny, you bastard, you are pretending to be a big shot. I already knew that you have a company and your net worth is at least several hundred million. I didn't even ask you for some shares. I know you are still thinking about my sister. Give me some money first and I will say something good for you. Linny wondered, how do you know my company? After listening to this, Zhang Mingcheng said with a smug look on his face, don't worry about this. All you need to know is that if you still want to get my sister back, just give me money and don't make things difficult for me. Okay. Just spend the money now. Linny hung up the phone after he finished speaking. Hello? Linny? Hang up on me, you f-king bastard. Seeing that the other party had hung up, Zhang Mingcheng was so angry that he threw the phone in his hand against the wall, breaking it into pieces. After hanging up the phone, Linny sat on the sofa and browsed his phone leisurely. Husband. Why don't you go and pay back Zhang Mengyao's family? Now Zhang Mingcheng is asking you for money. Li Shirin heard everything clearly. After hearing Zhang Mingcheng's words, her blood pressure rose instantly. Wu Rulin was also puzzled. Yes. Xiaoyi, why did you wait so long? You should go to that lawyer now to collect evidence and then ask them to pay you back. But Linny waved his hand and said, don't worry, wait until they spend the money first. I have my own plans. After being humiliated by Linny, Zhang Mingcheng angrily smashed everything in the house. However, Zhang Tang just shook his head and looked at his son, who was like a mad dog. Mingcheng, you should find a job first. This is not a solution. After hearing this, Zhang Mingcheng immediately rushed to his paralyzed father. I'm looking for a job? Linny is so damn rich, and he still wants me to find a job? This guy just cheated our family. He is so rich, but he still pretends to be poor. He owes our whole family. Just wait. After a while, when Li Shirin gets tired of Linny, he will probably come back to look for my sister. I don't believe that a beautiful and rich woman would fall for Linny. I can't accept it. When Zhang Tang saw that his son actually thought like this, despair appeared in his eyes and he pushed the wheelchair back to his room. If you don't pay, then just wait. Tomorrow I will break the little golden man from your Rolls-Royce Phantom and burn your Kawasaki H2. Let's see if you pay or not. Unlike Zhang Mingcheng, Zhang Mengyao is still living in the wedding house that Linny bought. After Zhang Mengyao got home from get off work, she saw He Xiufang sitting on the sofa, eating melon seeds and vomiting all over the floor. Mom, I don't ask you to go to work now, but you can't make a mess at home. I'm tired after get off work, and now I see such a mess when I come home. It really annoys me. Zhang Mengyao complained to He Xiufang. When He Xiufang saw her daughter scolding her, she spat out the melon seed shells in her mouth and said fiercely, "Oh, you despise me now? I raised you with all my heart and effort, why didn't you say anything? Now you despise me. I really raised you in vain." Zhang Mengyao was speechless and could only whisper, "Mom, I'm sorry, that's not what I meant." Okay, that's not what Mom meant. After saying that, He Xiufang extended a hand towards Zhang Mengyao. Mom, what are you doing? Zhang Mengyao didn't understand why He Xiufang stretched out her hand. You're still pretending. Didn't you change jobs in the past 2 days? Your monthly salary is 8,000 yuan. Where's the money now? He Xiufang stretched out her thick and fat palm and asked. Hearing this, Zhang Mengyao collapsed and yelled, "We've only been here for 2 days, and you've already spent so much of my money. Now I just changed jobs, where does my salary come from? You lose money playing mahjong every day, and you still ask me?" When He Xiufang heard her daughter say this, she also panicked. She was afraid that her daughter would not give her money in the future and she would have no money to play mahjong. Okay, it's Mom's fault. I'm sorry. Where are you working now? How can you suddenly increase your salary from over 3,000 to 8,000? He Xiufang hugged Zhang Mengyao and comforted her. Zhang Mengyao said slowly, "Last time I was free, so I searched for a job online and found that this company was recruiting a large number of people to make a short video software. I submitted my resume and was accepted." After listening to this, He Xiufang pondered for a moment and said, 8,000. It still doesn't seem to be enough. I don't know when Linny will get back together with you. He hasn't come to talk about the house yet. I guess he's just waiting for you to calm down. You have to be tough when he comes. As He Xiufang was talking, she already thought of asking Linny for money. No matter what she said, she would not let this kid live so comfortably this time. Zhang Mengyao nodded and said, "It's impossible to just forget about it in 5 years. That bitch Li Shirin can't possibly have anything to do with us. Linny is probably waiting for me to forgive him, but when he comes, you can't treat him like that again." He Xiufang nodded. Chapter 19 Company Meeting. Within a week, Linny and Li Jintian almost lived in the company. They were busy supervising the company every day. Finally it was done. Linny and Li Jintian high-fived each other. In just 1 week, the company worked very hard overtime to develop this software, and the server is now ready. Xiaoyi, you said last time that you would give me a satisfactory name for this app. How is it going now? If the name is not nice, then my expectations will be in vain. Li Jintian smiled at Linny. Yes. The name of this app is World TV. Linny said word by word. Li Jintian murmured, World TV? Seeing that Li Jintian didn't quite understand, Linny explained, "We want to build a world-class app. In the future, we will also launch this app overseas. People all over the world want to know about our app." Li Jintian suddenly realized, "I didn't expect you to think of this. I never thought of launching overseas. It seems that I am getting old and dare not think too much. We can start releasing the software now and see how many downloads we get today. We can also have the marketing department find some influential bloggers and anchors to promote our software. Don't forget to put ads in major app stores." Linny said lightly. Li Jintian laughed and said, "Ha, I've already asked someone to arrange it. Now just wait and see." As soon as the software was released, Linny and Li Jintian were watching the data changes with the company's executives. 1 registration. 2 registrations. The values are getting bigger and bigger. By the evening, the number of registered users had reached 10 million, and the video creator had 10,000 users. After seeing the data stabilize, Li Jintian also showed a satisfied smile. Ding! The system has rewarded all users and creators. After the system prompt sounded, Linny knew that now it was just a matter of making the data look better, but he believed that it would not take long before this software would become popular. Notice to everyone, let's go to the party together after get off work tonight. If you are in a special position and can't go, you will receive a subsidy of 300 yuan. Not long after Li Jintian passed on his message, the entire company was in an uproar. Li Jintian also generously found a restaurant specifically for the party. In the evening, Linny also got into Li Jintian's Rolls-Royce, and the two went to the restaurant for the party together. By the time we arrived at the restaurant, some employees had already arrived one after another, and everyone started to find their familiar colleagues and sit down together. "Meng Yao, can we go out and watch a movie together tomorrow weekend?" The man with gold-framed glasses in front of Zhang Mengyao asked respectfully. "I've already told you that I have a boyfriend, so stop talking about it," Zhang Mengyao said coldly. After hearing what Zhang Mengyao said, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said dissatisfiedly, "You have been here for more than a week, and you have been saying that you have a boyfriend. I have never seen him pick you up from get off work. What's the point of having such a boyfriend? I promise you, as long as you date me, I can give you my monthly salary." Zhang Mengyao saw that the man with gold-rimmed glasses in front of her not only did not give up after hearing this, but also became even more persistent, so she said dissatisfiedly, "I'm asking you if you're annoying or not. I've already told you I don't like you anymore, why are you being so mean?" Zhang Mengyao became more and more excited as she spoke. People nearby looked over and glared at the man with disdain. "A man is so humble, is he still a man? He has to cling to her." Some people around were muttering. After hearing this, the man in the gold-framed glasses lowered his head and dared not say anything. In fact, he himself knew that Zhang Mengyao looked down on him, but when he saw her for the first time, he was deeply attracted by her appearance. Just as the employees below were chatting with each other, a sweet voice came from the podium in the party restaurant. "This time our company worked on it for more than a week and finally got the product done. This time our CEO Li and CEO Lin specially invited everyone to have a meal and a gathering together. Of course, the dishes on this table are quite rich, and you can eat as much lobster as you want. I hope everyone can eat to their heart's content. Now let's invite our CEO Li to say a few words." After he finished speaking, there was a burst of applause from the audience. Li Jintian came on stage and patted the microphone with his hand. After confirming that the microphone could produce sound, Li Jintian laughed and said, "Ha! I don't really know how to say anything, so let Mr. Lin do the talking." After saying that, Linny in the audience slowly walked up to the stage and took the microphone. Zhang Mengyao was surprised to see that it was Linny who came up to the stage. How is it possible? How could Linny be here? Zhang Mengyao couldn't believe it. How could he be a senior executive of her company? But Zhang Mengyao was surprised for a moment, and then she understood that Linny and Li Shirin had already obtained the marriage certificate. The man's surname was Li, so he was probably Li Shirin's father. Zhang Mengyao came back to her senses with a slight smile on her face. Now Linny is one of the bosses of this company. After she gets Linny back, everything that belongs to Linny will become hers. On the stage, Linny glanced at the people below and said slowly, "The efforts of these days are inseparable from everyone's efforts. I just want to say that as long as everyone works hard and thinks about the company, our company will not treat any employee unfairly. That's all I have to say. I wish you all a happy meal." After he finished a brief speech, there was a burst of warm applause from the audience. Linny also stepped down and gathered at a table with many executives to have dinner. Boss Lin is indeed a young and promising man. What he said makes my blood boil. Linny had just sat down when a bald executive said respectfully. After listening to this, Linny waved his hands and said, "What do you mean by young and promising? It still depends on everyone's efforts. How can I succeed alone? In the future, I will have to rely on you to safeguard the interests of the company." Hearing what Linny said, all the executives couldn't help but laugh out loud. Come on, drink." Li Zhentian raised his glass and said loudly. Many executives drank it all in one gulp. After drinking, Li Zhentian said to Linny, "Shall we get up and have a drink with everyone?" Linny knew that Li Zhentian wanted him to be familiar to the company. Although it was unnecessary, he still filled his glass with white wine, stood up and said to the many employees below, "Come on, let's have a drink." When everyone saw the young boss toasting them, they all stood up. Linny drank the wine in his glass in one breath, turned the glass downwards, and said to everyone, "I finished it, you guys can do whatever you want." Seeing that this young boss was not at all arrogant, everyone stood up and drank the wine in their glasses. Many women even murmured in the comments, "What a handsome boss. I wonder if he doesn't have a girlfriend yet. It would be nice if he didn't." After hearing this, the people nearby poured cold water on him and said, "If he didn't have a girlfriend, it wouldn't be your turn. No one would be blind enough to break up with such an outstanding person." Chapter 20 Meeting Zhang Mengyao again. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao felt as uncomfortable as if she had eaten a fly. But it's just uncomfortable. He was just relying on Li Shirin. Without Li Shirin, how could he become a senior executive of a company? Now he is just an ordinary employee with a monthly salary of more than 10,000 yuan. After calming down, Zhang Mengyao felt much better when she thought that Linny would eventually come back to her. But Zhang Mengyao still looked at the table where Linny was from time to time. After eating for more than an hour, everyone started to go home to be with their families. Li Zhentian also gradually fell down after drinking with many executives. Those senior executives are all old hands, so naturally they would not miss the opportunity to have dinner with the boss. They all want to be recognized by the boss so that they can be promoted next time based on their familiarity. Boss Lin has a good alcohol tolerance. He drank several large glasses of white wine in a row and nothing happened. Now his face is not red and he is not out of breath. A middle-aged man with a fat head and greasy face said respectfully, "Hey! Our general manager Lin is so young, not like us old guys." The bald man on the other side joked. Linny smiled after hearing this, raised the wine glass in his hand and said to the two of them, "What are you two uncles saying? We still have to rely on everyone. From now on, we all have to work together." The two were so happy to hear Linny say this. They were almost moved to tears that a young company boss could speak like this. Moved, the two filled their glasses and drank them all. After a while, Li Zhentian looked at the time. It had been 2 hours. He was already unable to walk, so he said to Linny, "Shall we? It's getting late, let's change it back." Linny took a look and found that most people had left, so he nodded to Li Zhentian. "Everyone, eat slowly. I'm old, and I don't have the energy like you young people." Li Zhentian spoke to several senior executives sitting at the table. After hearing this, the executives stood up one after another and said, "It's getting late. We have to go back to be with our wives and children." The reason these executives are here is for the two bosses. Now that the bosses are gone, there is naturally no need for them to stay here. After listening to them, Linny put Li Zhentian's arm on his shoulder and slowly took him out. Zhang Mengyao had been watching Ling Yi's every move. After seeing Linny getting ready to get up and come out, Zhang Mengyao also started to go outside and wait. "Mengyao, are you going back home? Let me see you off." The man with gold-framed glasses standing by had been watching Zhang Mengyao. When he saw Zhang Mengyao stand up, he stood up and flattered Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao looked at the man in front of her, who was like a fly, lingering around, and said to him coldly, "I really don't like you, why don't you let me go?" After listening to her, the man with gold-rimmed glasses said affectionately, "Mengyao, I know you don't like me now, but I believe that one day you will be moved by me." After saying this, Zhang Mengyao was speechless. She didn't expect that someone could move her so much. It was rare for someone to be a bootlicker to this extent. If it were someone else, they would probably be moved. But she is Zhang Mengyao, and not everyone can be worthy of her. The other side. Linny helped his father-in-law into the Rolls-Royce Phantom. When he was about to get in the car, Zhang Mengyao was following closely behind Linny. "Linny," Zhang Mengyao said slowly. Linny also recognized Zhang Mengyao's voice, but he ignored her and continued to get in the car. Is our 5-year relationship going to end just like that? You don't even want to say a word to me? Zhang Mengyao sobbed. Linny didn't want to see the snobbish Zhang Mengyao, so he asked the driver to drive. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao clung to the car door and asked, "Are you so cruel? You won't even say a word to me? Stop the car. Shall we, go talk to her. Otherwise, it will have a bad impact on other employees if they see it." Li Zhentian waved his hand. After Linny got off the car, he said to Zhang Mengyao calmly, "If you have anything to say, just tell me. I want to go home." After Zhang Mengyao saw Linny get off the car, she felt that Linny still cared about her, so she cried hard, "Why don't you even say a word to me? I was wrong, I was really wrong, can we go back together?" After saying that, Zhang Mengyao threw herself on Linny. Linny dodged and Zhang Mengyao fell to the ground, her face covered in dust, and she started crying. Seeing this, the man with gold-framed glasses in the distance rushed over and wanted to punch Linny, but was stopped by Li Zhentian's driver and bodyguard. The man with gold-rimmed glasses struggled and said, "What's your ability to bully a woman? If you have the guts, come at me. Just because you have money, you can cheat a girl's feelings?" After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao cried and said to the man with gold-framed glasses fiercely, "This is our business, can you please get out of here?" The man with gold-framed glasses was completely hurt this time. He didn't understand why Zhang Mengyao was so cold to him even in this situation. Was it wrong for him to care about her? The disheartened man in the gold-framed glasses slowly disappeared into the night, laughing as he walked. "Linny, you've changed. You've become cold. In the past, you would try to comfort me whenever I was a little unhappy. Now you don't even want to look at me. Do you think I'm so disgusted by you?" Zhang Mengyao cried while brushing the dust off her face. "Is that enough? I'm leaving now. Oh. By the way, I plan to start looking for a lawyer. Your brother has almost used up the betrothal money, and I plan to collect evidence. Remember to prepare the money. This amount constitutes fraud. If you can't pay it back, you may be held criminally liable." Linny got into the car after he finished speaking. Zhang Mengyao understood instantly that he had been waiting for her brother to spend all the betrothal money before suing him. This amount constituted fraud. If he could not pay it back, her brother would have to work on a sewing machine. Zhang Mengyao collapsed to the ground after she reacted. "Linny, you are so cruel. Why is there such a cruel person like you? Have you forgotten our 5 years of relationship?" Zhang Mengyao collapsed on the ground and cried. Zhang Mengyao's crying was useless, but she had subconsciously regarded Linny as the same person he used to be. Crying used to work, but now she got a cold look in return. Chapter 21: He Xiufan's Dirty Tricks. The car slowly stopped at Li Zhentian's villa. As soon as Linny helped Li Zhentian down, Li Zhentian started vomiting in the yard. Wu Ruolai, who had heard the noise, also came out. Seeing Li Zhentian squatting on the ground and vomiting, she frowned and scolded, "Why did you drink so much? Look at what you've become after vomiting." Despite her complaints, Wu Ruolin still patted Li Zhentian's back gently to make him feel better. After vomiting, Linny helped Li Zhentian to his room. After cleaning up the vomit of Li Zhentian, Wu Ruolin went to the kitchen to make 2 bowls of sobering soup for the father and son. "Shall we, you should also get some rest soon. You've been leaving early and coming back late this week, so you should spend more time with Shireen when you have time." Wu Ruolin handed the sobering soup to Linny and said slowly. Linny nodded and drank the hangover soup in one gulp. After drinking the sobering soup, Linny walked back to the room with light steps. Linny returned to the room and saw Li Shireen lying on the bed with a pale face, holding her stomach and sweating. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Anxious Linny stepped forward and asked. Li Shireen said in a hoarse voice, "My period came early and it hurts so much now." Seeing Li Shireen in such pain, Linny stepped forward and slowly helped her into his arms, rubbing Li Shireen's lower abdomen slowly with his hands. After rubbing it for a while, Li Shireen's complexion began to slowly relax. "How's it going?" Linny asked with some concern. "It feels much better, honey, you are so good." Li Shireen joked. "I'm glad you're okay. I was so scared. Why didn't you call me?" Linny scratched Li Shireen's nose and said, "I don't want to disturb you, sir." Li Shireen spoke coquettishly with a pale face. "Stop talking and rest in peace." Linny slowly put Li Shireen down, stood up and got a hot towel to apply to Li Shireen's lower abdomen. After Li Shireen applied the hot towel, her complexion immediately improved. Linny rubbed Li Shireen's lower abdomen through a hot towel and said, "Go to sleep. You'll be fine once you fall asleep. Then don't leave me, stay by my side until I fall asleep," Li Shireen said weakly. Linny nodded and said, "I've always been by your side." Not long after, Li Shireen fell asleep in Linny's arms. Looking at Li Shireen sleeping soundly, Linny walked up to her, kissed her forehead, then got up to take a shower. Linny smelled the smell on himself, which was a whiff of alcohol. He didn't expect that Li Shireen could actually tolerate the smell on him. After taking a shower, Linny got into bed carefully, trying not to make any noise. Although the noise was slight, Li Shireen, who was suffering from menstrual cramps, still woke up. "Honey, next time I have menstrual cramps, can I call you? Come back and massage them for me." Li Shireen slowly crawled into Linny's arms and whispered. Linny continued to rub Li Shireen's belly and said, "Don't ask if it's okay between us. Don't do this again next time. If there is anything, just call me." After hearing this, Li Shireen was very happy. She kissed Linny's chest and said, "Well, next time my period comes, I'll call you and ask you to rub it for me all day long." Linny rubbed it and then told Li Shireen what happened to Zhang Mengyao today. "Why is Zhang Mengyao in your company?" Li Shireen wondered. Linny confessed, "I don't know either. I only found out when she came to see me tonight." Li Shireen smiled while trying to suppress her menstrual cramps. "Then she doesn't want to rekindle her relationship with you? Now you are worth over 100 million yuan, I guess she should be thinking about rekindling her relationship with you." After hearing about Zhang Mengyao, Lin Yi's eyes instantly turned cold. "She has nothing to do with me now. I am just the plaintiff now. I will talk about it after Zhang Mingcheng has used up the 500,000 yuan. If the amount is too large to pay back, then go and use the sewing machine in a certain neighborhood." After Zhang Mengyao returned, the dust on her body was particularly conspicuous on her white dress. Seeing Zhang Mengyao coming home dirty, He Xiufang, who was lying on the sofa eating melon seeds, immediately stood up and asked, "My dear daughter, did you go to a fight? How did you end up like this?" However, Zhang Mengyao, with dull eyes, threw the bag in her hand onto the sofa and sat quietly, ignoring what He Xiufang said. "What's up? You're so gloomy as soon as you get back. Do you dislike Mom?" He Xiufang asked. "Mom, Linny is now the president of our company. I went to see him today, but he doesn't recognize me now." Zhang Mengyao covered her face with her hands and cried. "What? You said Linny is now the president of your company? How much does he earn in a month?" When He Xiufang heard that Linny was the president, she immediately thought about how much he could earn in a month instead of asking what injustice her daughter had suffered. Zhang Mengyao sobbed and said, "The money earned by the company belongs to them. Why should he use a salary? Their dividends are calculated in billions." After listening to this, He Xiufang counted on her fingers and said, "Oh my God. 100 million, 100 million, I have never seen so much money in my life, and it is more than 100 million, and there will be more and more in the future. You know he's the boss of your company, why don't you go get back together with him? Then we'll ask him to give us tens of millions every year. Are you stupid to let Linny run away?" Zhang Mengyao had almost calmed down, but after hearing what He Xiufang said, she began to think about Lin Yi's ruthlessness just now. "I want to get back together with Linny? What can I do? It was you and your brother who forced Linny away in the first place, and now you want me to get back together with Linny. Did you know that Linny didn't even want to say a word to me just now?" Zhang Mengyao roared. After listening to Zhang Mengyao's words, He Xiufang gradually calmed down, but she did not intend to give up this rich son-in-law. After all, her daughter and him had 5 years to slowly reminisce about their past, and now she only had these 5 years to spare. "Got it. When the time comes, we'll go find Lingy's parents. You should speak nicely and call them Mom and Dad when you meet them. As long as you can soften their ears, I don't believe that idiot won't be soft-hearted." He Xiufang came up with an idea. After listening to this, Zhang Mengyao's eyes lit up for a moment, but then she remembered how unpleasant things she had said that day, and she cancelled this plan. "Forget it. We spoke so harshly last time, and now I'm going to go find him again. I don't want to embarrass myself again." "What are you talking about? Now Linny can easily make 100 million, where can you find such a good boyfriend? Besides, he is rich now. If you don't get back together, at least you have to ask him to compensate you for your youth for tens of millions. If that doesn't work, we can find a way later." He Xiufang has now thought about what kind of life she will live when she has money. Chapter 22 House Purchasing Plan. Li Shireen slept on Lin Yi's chest all night. They both opened their eyes at the same time and looked at each other. Hubby. Let's go buy a sweet later. Li Shireen drew circles on Lin Yi's chest. Linny asked, why do you suddenly want to buy a house? Oh. After we buy a house, there will be only two of us at home. No one will come to disturb us. When we are at home, there are always people disturbing us. Then we will buy a big villa with an indoor swimming pool. Then we can be in the kitchen, in the swimming pool, in the room, in the living room. After saying this, Li Shireen slowly lowered her head. Linny also thought of his father-in-law's words, asking him to wait until the wedding, but when he heard Li Shireen say this, Lin Yi's blood boiled instantly, and now he couldn't wait to buy a house, so that the two of them could live a shameless life at home every day. Okay, we'll buy a house when we're done with this busy period, and then we'll be home all the time. Linny touched Li Shireen's head and said. Li Shireen whispered, well, 5 times a day then, don't say no. Linny immediately perked up, why don't we go buy a house now? Li Shireen patted Linny and said, I'm still not feeling well. Besides, this period of time is when you are busy. I don't want to get a call when I'm with you. What if you get scared and fall ill? When you are done with your work and no one disturbs you, we can play together in the dark. Speaking of this, I became excited, and Linny kissed Li Shireen fiercely. Half an hour later, Li Shireen pushed Linny away with a sweet smile. It's been so long, I'm dying of suffocation. The two of them calmed down and got up to wash. When they got downstairs, they saw that Wu Rulan had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for them to eat together, and Li Jintian was also waiting for Lin Yi to come downstairs as usual. After breakfast, Lin Yi and Li Jintian went to the company together. I guess Zhang Mengyao will keep pestering you. Should we fire her? Your ex-girlfriend knows that you are rich now, and she may be planning how to get money from you. Li Jintian joked while sitting in the car. Lin Yi smiled and said, I haven't asked her for money yet, how could she dare to ask me for money? Li Jintian laughed when he heard Lin Yi's words, not necessarily. The temptation of money is not small. You will see when the time comes. I am an experienced person. Lin Yi smiled and didn't respond to his father-in-law's words. After chatting for a while, their Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived downstairs of the company. After being instigated by He Xiaofan last night, Zhang Mengyao deliberately waited downstairs for Lin Yi's car to arrive and pass by him. But Lin Yi walked past her without even looking at her. Although Lin Yi doesn't like Zhang Mengyao's family now, he still can't do such a mean thing as firing them. Boss Lin. Zhang Mengyao watched Lin Yi pass by her, but he didn't even look at her. This made her self-confidence a little frustrated. She couldn't help but scream, but didn't know what to say. After hearing this, Lin Yi slowly turned around and asked coldly, what do you want? Zhang Mengyao whispered, it's okay. When he heard that everything was fine, Lin Yi walked towards the meeting room. Zhang Mengyao felt her heart twisted suddenly. He looked so cold now. Why didn't he even give her a chance to talk to him? Why? Why could he be so heartless? After arriving at the conference room, Lin Yi found that all the executives were already staring at the data on the board in the conference room. The data increased by tens of thousands overnight. What do you think? Li Jintian seemed like a different person compared to last night, his eyes became sharper. Mr. Li, our department has already gone to various bloggers and app stores to discuss advertising. It will probably be ready in 2 days. One of the bald middle-aged men stood up and said. Is that it? Do you have any other ideas? Li Jintian continued to ask. However, this time, no one spoke and everyone kept their heads down. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and asked, have you asked the anchors of those live streaming platforms for recommendations? The bald middle-aged man responded, come up when we just want to contact each other, and I will contact those anchors immediately when I go down. Lin Yi immediately refused after hearing this, no need, I'll do this, you just need to do these things well, if there's nothing else, go down. After Lin Yi finished speaking, everyone left the meeting room one after another. Xiaoyi, why don't you use those anchors to make recommendations? These anchors can attract a lot of users. Do you have any other killer tricks? Li Jintian asked doubtfully. Dad, you'll know in the evening. The anchors are probably sleeping during the day, so I can make something during this time. Just wait for my good news then. After saying that, Lin Yi called Qin Jichang. Hey! Brother Chang. Lin Yi told Qin Jichang about the matter, and those big anchors were also contacted in the name of the company. As for the advertising fees, it would be done as it should be, and no backdoor could be used because of him. After receiving the news, Qin Jiqiang immediately contacted his subordinates to take care of this matter. Li Zhentian heard the entire conversation between Lin Yi and Qin Jiqiang, but he was still confused. Could this make their software a hit? Dad, you are the one who will take charge here. I have to go to my company. Just wait for my good news. Li Zhentian smiled and said, leave this to me. I'll be waiting for your good news here. After Lin Yi came downstairs, he called his driver and asked him to pick him up at World TV immediately. The car that came in the morning belonged to his father-in-law, so he decided not to take his car in case he needed it. Look at Mr. Lin, he's so handsome. He's already the CEO of the company at such a young age. I wonder if he has a girlfriend now. A girl passing by whispered. Lin Yi, who was waiting for the bus, became a scenic spot in the company. Not long after, Lin Yi's driver arrived downstairs of the company. When Lin Yi walked over, the driver opened the door for him. When Lin Yi sat firmly in the back seat, the driver drove towards the company. After Lin Yi walked away completely, Zhang Mengyao slowly came out from the corner of the company. When she saw Lin Yi getting in the car, she felt uncomfortable. She could have sat in the back of the car, but now it had become like this. This made her even more determined to find Lin Yi's parents. Chapter 23 Program Effect. When Lin Yi arrived at the company, he immediately found Qin Jiqiang. Qin Jiqiang saw Lin Yi and said confidently, Brother Lin, you can just send it to me directly. You don't even need to make a trip yourself. As for the promotion fee, just give me the lowest price. Lin Yi cupped his hands and said, no, let's do what needs to be done. Although I have a part in this, we should still handle it impartially. After all, I don't need this little money. After listening to this, Qin Jiqiang smiled and said, that's right. Since you are here, you can arrange it. If you have any problems, just come to me directly. Lin Yi smiled, nodded, and walked towards his office. After arriving at the office, Lin Yi thought for a moment, then opened the document and came up with a script. If this kind of advertisement is placed directly in the corner, it will definitely be different from a specially thought-out script. Having a more realistic script may achieve twice the result with half the effort. Since it is a mobile phone software, the people watching the live broadcast must be game anchors. The most popular mobile game today is naturally the False Glory. Now it seems like we are trying to figure out how to write this script. Lin Yi, who was racking his brains, suddenly had an idea and his hands immediately began to type on the keyboard. After working hard for a whole day and revising it several times, Lin Yi finally wrote the script. All that was left was to contact those anchors. Naturally, the anchor had to be the most popular one so that he could get traffic. Lin Yi came to Qin Jiqiang's office and handed a dozen documents to Qin Jiqiang, explaining how the script should be arranged and what they should do in the next few days. After getting the script, Qin Jiqiang immediately called his secretary in. A secretary wearing a business suit and high heels walked in. After Qin Jiqiang handed the script to the secretary and gave some instructions, the secretary nodded and walked out. This matter has been completed. Brother Lin, how about you come to my place for dinner tonight? Your sister-in-law is an excellent cook. Qin Jiqiang invited Lin Yi. But Lin Yi, who had to go back to the company to check the data in the evening, said helplessly, wait for the next chance. I have something else tonight, next time I will definitely try my sister-in-law's cooking. Qin Jiqiang laughed after hearing this, haha, it's okay, remember to do it next time. Lin Yi thanked him and said, okay, thank you Brother Chang for what happened today. If you say thank you again, I'll turn my back on you. We're still so polite to each other. Qin Jiqiang pretended to be dissatisfied. Lin Yi had no choice but to smile, okay, then I'll leave first, and Brother Chang will be in charge here. Qin Jiqiang waved his hand and said, go ahead. Remember to come to my house for dinner when you have time. Lin Yi nodded and walked downstairs. As soon as he arrived at the building of World TV, Lin Yi went directly to the conference room. At this time, Li Zhentian was still looking at the data on the projector in the conference room. After one day, although the data on the board had increased by more than 100,000, they still felt it was not enough. What they want is a momentum that will soar into the sky. If they continue to grow at this rate, they will only be cannibalized. Besides, there are other short video platforms now. If there is no momentum, they will probably be declared bankrupt in 1 or 2 years. Li Zhentian glanced at Lin Yi and asked, Xiaoyi, what are you keeping secret? Why is there no movement yet? Lin Yi said slowly, don't worry, you will know later. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Li Jintian didn't say anything and continued to look at the data on the projector. Ask the employees to work overtime these few days. All managers, please come to the meeting room immediately. Lin Yi turned on his phone and sent a message to the management group. Receive. Receive. A row of messages received in the group were sent out one after another. Soon, it was 8 o'clock in the evening. That is to say, the live broadcast time of the big anchor who plays mobile games usually has a popularity of about 10 million, and it can reach more than 10 million during holidays and weekends. Lin Yi stood up and turned off the data on the projector, then switched to the host's live broadcast room. Although the host had not started broadcasting yet, some viewers still entered the room on time. Everyone was stunned when they saw Lin Yi open a live broadcast room. Even Li Jintian was stunned and asked, "Why are we watching these game live broadcasts?" Lin Yi slowly said to everyone, "You will know in a moment." What the hell is going on? Everyone looked at the projection with suspicion. Not long after, the anchor in the live broadcast room started broadcasting. "Hello everyone, I'm Dubai. Thank you all for continuing to watch my live broadcast tonight." The host blew some water on it first. "Stop talking, anchor. We want to see you get abused in a crazy match." The barrage of comments below filled the screen and prompted him to start playing games. "Family, I want to play the game quickly too. Can you wait for me to go to the bathroom and adjust my state?" After saying that, the anchor went out the door. "You have kidney deficiency, right? Every time you start broadcasting, you have to go to the bathroom. Hurry up, I want to wait for you to be killed by the opponent." The barrage couldn't wait to send out a series of barrages. After waiting for more than 20 minutes, the Dubai anchor still saw no movement. And a lot of question marks have been raised in the live broadcast room. After waiting for a few more minutes, the host came over with a wet cell phone. The anchor said to the screen with a sad face, "Family, I said my phone fell into the toilet, do you believe it?" Barrage? After seeing a series of question marks, the anchor continued to take out his mobile phone. "Brothers, I still have a mobile phone, I'm very fast, wait for me to download the game." The anchor immediately clicked into the App Store to download it, but ended up clicking on an ad page and downloaded World TV. However, he pretended not to know and still clicked in to download the Wangsh Nongyao. "Host, you downloaded too much and clicked on an ad." A group of barrages went crazy. The anchor laughed and said, "I did it on purpose to see if you guys are watching my live broadcast seriously. This is for the show effect." However, the comments were not appreciative. "It's obviously your pig nose, and it's for show. We didn't even eat today, just waiting for you, the gold medal chef, to come and cook." The anchor immediately explained, "No matter what I say, you guys can't do it. It makes me so sad." Chapter 24, The Dog Comes to the Fore. "Okay, folks, I'm done." After saying that, the anchor turned on World TV. Barrage? The anchor glanced at the comments on his computer and said, "I've already downloaded it, I can't just delete it like this. World TV sends money." A bunch of barrages floated over. As soon as the anchor opened World TV, he saw the long-legged lady in Cheongsam, but he closed the video immediately after watching it for 2 seconds. "Brothers, this is really not what I wanted to watch." He pushed it to me. After the anchor finished speaking, he closed the software and opened Wangzhe Nongyao. Barrage, eating alone? Brothers, I'm not here to eat alone. I'm going to be the first today. Comment, if you don't show it to us, we will report you. The anchor pretended to be unable to resist and turned on World TV. "Okay guys, let's just watch for an hour." However, an hour passed and the anchor was immersed in a bunch of dazzling videos, from the initial dance tutorial to the fishing video. As the live broadcast room became more and more popular, other anchors also came to check it out. The live broadcast rooms of other anchors were also clamoring for the anchor to download World TV. Of course, these are all scripts arranged by Lin Yi. Now that the goal has been achieved, we are just waiting for further promotion tomorrow. As more and more anchors download the app, it drives the audience in front of the screen, and the audience in turn drives their friends around them. While many executives were watching the projector playing the anchor's live broadcast room, Lin Yi stood up and changed the live broadcast room to the data background of World TV. Seeing the number of registered people increasing rapidly, several executives were stunned. "This is amazing. A host can actually have this kind of motivational ability," one of the executives exclaimed. Before they could recover from the shock, the data in the background started to rise wildly again. No one said anything. After watching quietly for more than an hour, the data finally slowed down. Pa 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 pa. Several executives stood up and applauded. Linny looked at the data above and said slowly, "This data is still within expectations. In the next few days, the data will continue to rise. When it stabilizes, we can wait and see." Okay, the data is about the same, I can notify everyone to go home. Linny looked at the time and found that it was already past 10 o'clock. After being notified to leave work, everyone left the meeting room one after another. "You really have a knack for this." Li Jintian stepped forward and patted Linny on the shoulder. Linny smiled and said, "It's nothing. The number of users will probably increase dramatically in the next 2 days. It won't be too late to be happy then." The two turned off the projection in the conference room and went back together. But as soon as he got downstairs, Linny saw the man with gold-framed glasses from last night blocking him outside the door with a baton in his hand. Linny frowned and asked, "What are you going to do?" The man with gold-rimmed glasses said in a trembling voice, "My name is Jin Gaoyuan and I'm an employee of your company. I know you're rich, but I really like Meng Yao." After listening to this, Linny asked in confusion, "Why do you like her and what does it have to do with me? If you like her, just go after her. Why are you looking for me? My name is not Zhang Mengyao." Li Jintian on the side was about to step forward to speak, but Linny pushed his father-in-law aside. The man in front of him was obviously Zhang Mengyao's bootlicker, and since he couldn't catch her, he wanted to vent his anger on him. "He looks a little unconscious now, and it would be difficult if my father-in-law got hurt." After hearing this, Jin Gaoyuan said angrily, "I'm pursuing her? I bring her breakfast every day, but she throws it into the trash can in the blink of an eye. It doesn't matter. I won't force it. But she has been crying secretly since she saw you today, and you didn't even look at her. You must have abandoned her after having an affair with her. Do you think you are great just because you are rich? Grass." Jin Gaoyuan cursed and picked up the baton in his hand and swung it at Lingy's head. Ding! The system detects that the host is in danger, triggering a hidden reward. The host will be proficient in all martial arts. The moment Linny acquired martial arts skills, he stretched out his hand to catch the baton that was thrown at him, and with a grappling move he knocked Jin Gaoyuan to the ground. The driver and bodyguard who was protecting Li Jintian stepped forward and pinned Jin Gaoyuan to the ground. "Linny, let me go quickly." Jin Gaoyuan, who fell face first onto the ground, gasped. "Linny? What are you doing?" Zhang Mengyao, who was about to go home, saw Jin Gaoyuan being pinned to the ground. Jin Gaoyuan gritted his teeth and said fiercely, "Mengyao, don't worry about me. I know that Linny, a beast in human form, deceived you. You can only blame me for being useless and not being able to teach him a lesson." After hearing what Jin Gaoyuan said, Zhang Mengyao vaguely understood what was going on. It turned out that he was being smart and standing up for himself. Zhang Mengyao was thinking about how to get back together with Linny, but after this incident, all her plans were disrupted. "Jin Gaoyuan, can you please stop being so smart? I've already made it clear that I don't like you, so why do you keep haunting me?" Zhang Mengyao said coldly to Jin Gaoyuan. Then Zhang Mengyao turned around and said to Linny with some apology, "I'm sorry, Linny, I didn't know about this. If I knew, I would definitely stop him." However, Linny ignored Zhang Mengyao and said to the driver calmly, "Send him to the police station later and do whatever needs to be done." After explaining everything, Linny came to the driver's seat of the Rolls-Royce Phantom and went back with Li Jintian. At night, only some onlookers from the company and Zhang Mengyao, who was disheveled in the wind, were left. Seeing that Linny didn't say a word to her from beginning to end, Zhang Mengyao felt extremely aggrieved. She originally wanted to call him Mr. Lin, but then she called him Linny so that people around her would misunderstand that she and Linny had a close relationship. This was the idea she had just thought of, but Linny not only ignored her, but also didn't even look at her. Before the tears flowed from her eyes, Zhang Mengyao quickly fled the scene. She didn't want to become the target of public criticism in the company. However, Jin Gaoyuan, who had just wanted to attack Linny, was not so lucky. Not long after he called the police, a police car came and took him back to the police station. "I wonder if Jin Gaoyuan needs to be locked up for 15 days. The onlookers nearby asked. "Are you kidding me? He is intentionally hurting people. If Mr. Li wasn't so skilled, his head would have exploded. He would have needed at least 3 years of sewing machine training." Another bystander gave some scientific advice. After the police car drove away, the crowd gradually left. And there should be something worth gossiping about recently. Chapter 25, Working on a Sewing Machine for a Few Years. This is my first time driving this car. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the driver's seat, smiled. Ha ha ha. What you said reminds me of myself more than 10 years ago. After I made money, I went crazy buying supercars. I even drove a Rolls-Royce myself. Later, when I went to the imperial capital, I met those real business tycoons. When they saw me driving a Rolls-Royce, they looked at me with the eyes of a nouveau riche. Li Zhentian looked at the scenery outside the window and recalled the past. After thinking for a while, Li Zhentian added, I seem to have been a nouveau riche before. Maybe it's popular in our Huadu to drive a Rolls-Royce. Lin Yi told a not-so-funny joke. Li Zhentian instantly understood what Lin Yi said and laughed out loud with his head raised. Xiaoyi, do we really not need to fire Zhang Mengyao? Li Zhentian asked. Lin Yi pondered and said, forget it. If I fire them now, they will say that I, Lin Yi, am petty-minded. When the company stabilizes, I will contact a lawyer and get back what they owe me. Li Zhentian pondered for a moment and said slowly, but people like them will basically do something weird, so you have to be careful when the time comes. You are not afraid of being stabbed in the face, but you are afraid of being stabbed in the back. People with bare feet are not afraid of people with shoes. Well, I'll be careful. Lin Yi nodded. The car drove slowly towards the underground garage. It was already 11 o'clock in the evening when the two returned home. Lin Yi and Li Zhentian didn't communicate much and went back to their rooms. Lin Yi slowly opened the door and found that there was still a glimmer of light in the room. Li Shirin was checking some files in front of the computer. When she saw Lin Yi coming back, she put down the files in her hand and said slowly, Honey, why are you back so late tonight? Lin Yi also downplayed what happened tonight. Li Shirin was shocked after hearing this. She knew that Lin Yi said this because he didn't want her to worry about him. Why would he cause trouble for you if he likes Zhang Mengyao? Li Shirin was puzzled. When Zhang Mengyao knew I was the CEO of the company, she wanted to get back together with me, but I ignored her. I guess that licker saw it and thought I had abandoned Zhang Mengyao. Lin Yi analyzed. Li Shirin nodded and asked, so what happened to the employee who attacked you? Lin Yi said calmly, I don't know. The surveillance is there, and there are witnesses around. Now he has committed intentional injury. I guess he will have to stand on the sewing machine for a few years. Li Shirin heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this, and said fiercely, it would be great if I could step on a sewing machine for 10 years. He dared to do this to my husband, and I can't just let him go so easily. Lin Yi was very moved after hearing this. He slowly embraced Li Shirin in his arms and kissed her slowly. Li Shirin blushed from the kiss. After a few minutes, the two gradually separated. I'm sorry, my period hasn't gone away yet. Li Shirin lowered her head and said apologetically. Lin Yi stroked Li Shirin's hair and said, it's okay. After we settle the issues in the company and with Zhang Mengyao's family, we will go buy a house. Then we can live in our own world of two, from morning to night, without anyone disturbing us. Li Shirin lowered her head slowly. I have to go back to the company in the next 2 days. My brother is the only one running the company right now. He is already too busy to handle everything, so I have to take a look at the company's situation in the next few days before going back. Li Shirin suddenly realized for a moment and said slowly. Lin Yi nodded and said, well, that's good too. Ding. The host triggers the reward. Obtain a set of whitening cosmetic formulas. After the system's voice prompt finished, a USB flash drive appeared in Lin Yi's pocket, which contained the formula of cosmetics. Can this also trigger a reward? Lin Yi thought to himself. However, Lin Yi still calmly took out the USB drive and put it in the drawer beside the bed. His wife was in the cosmetics business, so he would take this out after some time. Hubby. What are you daydreaming about? Li Shirin waved her hands in front of Lin Yi. Lin Yi came back to his senses and smiled awkwardly, nothing. It's getting late, let's rest. After Lin Yi finished taking a shower, the two of them lay on the bed. Li Shirin snuggled up to Lin Yi's chest, touched his abdominal muscles and said, I want to go to the company with you tomorrow. I want to see what you look like when you work. Lin Yi nodded. Morning. After the two of them had breakfast, Lin Yi took Li Shirin out. When the two of them went out, Li Zhentian was in the car looking at his phone and waiting for Lin Yi. Dad, you go first. Lin Yi and I can go together. Li Zhentian nodded and asked the driver to drive. I'll go down and get the car. You just wait for me upstairs. Lee Shireen was seen walking towards the underground garage with the key to a Ferrari SF90 in her hand. Not long after, a fiery red Ferrari slowly drove out from the underground garage. Handsome guy, get in the car. Linny smiled, opened the car door and got in. Tell me, will others think you are a gigolo? If you buy a rich woman's Ferrari, you won't have to struggle in your life. Lee Shireen joked. Linny sneered and said, I guess so. But being able to eat free food is my ability, and others can only feel jealous if they can't. Lee Shireen smiled sweetly, handsome boy, don't go out and seduce others in the future. Just stay at home and wait for me to feed you. Okay, rich woman, I won't go out from now on and will wait for you to come home. After hearing Ling Yi's words, Lee Shireen stepped on the accelerator and drove towards the company. With the sound of Ferrari, the two men quickly arrived downstairs of the company. However, when they arrived at the company, the employees had already arrived and started working. When some employees see their president sitting in their passenger seat, their minds are already filled with fantasies. It probably won't be long before some new gossip comes out about the company. The two walked out of the garage side by side, and as they walked, Lee Shireen put her arm around Ling Yi's. Linny glanced at Lee Shireen and walked towards the company. Chapter 26. Two women meet. Boss Lin's girlfriend is so beautiful. Those male celebrities who rely on their looks to make a living would not be good enough in front of Boss Lin. When they walked into the company, some women saw Lee Shireen and expressed envy. As soon as the two entered the company, they saw Zhang Mengyao in front of the company. When Zhang Mengyao saw Lee Shireen, she gradually lowered her head. Lee Shireen glanced at Zhang Mengyao, smiled sweetly, and walked towards the office with Linny. Linny then understood that his wife was here to assert her sovereignty and wanted to take this opportunity to suppress Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao is also good-looking and can walk with her head held high in the company. But after meeting Lee Shireen, Zhang Mengyao was obviously the difference between the ugly duckling and the white swan. When seeing Lee Shireen, Zhang Mengyao herself also felt insecure. When she saw Lee Shireen entering the company with Lin Yi's arm around her, Zhang Mengyao clenched her fists and gritted her teeth. Lee Shireen, you bitch, not only did you steal my boyfriend, but now you're pretending to be good in front of me. I was so blind to be friends with you. After the two arrived at Lin Yi's office, Lin Shireen looked around Lin Yi's office. Honey, your office is so big. Lee Shireen turned around and said. Linny smiled faintly and said, it's okay. It's just a little bit bigger. You came here today not just to visit the company, right? Linny touched Lee Shireen's head. He. You found me out. I came here today just to teach Zhang Mengyao a lesson. Who told her to be a licker to cause trouble for you? If it weren't for Zhang Mengyao, how could you have been in danger? Lee Shireen whispered. Linny replied, why don't I fire Zhang Mengyao? I have no idea she joined the company. After listening to this, Lee Shireen waved her hand and said, no, if we fire her, we will have to pay compensation. I don't want Zhang Mengyao to get the compensation. As long as she behaves herself, it's fine. I'll go talk to her later. After hearing this, Linny dispelled Lee Shireen's idea, why don't you just not go? What if she gets angry and does something to hurt you? It's okay. We were just talking. Could she possibly eat me? Lee Shireen said as she walked out the door. After Lee Shireen left, Linny turned on the computer in his office and checked the background registration status of the app. It is found that the number of registered users of the app has now grown to 20 million, and is still growing rapidly. According to Lin Yi's prediction, the number of registrations for the app should reach about 60 million, and will continue to grow slowly in the future. Lin Yi opened other video platforms and watched some bloggers who recorded interesting stories of anchors. The anchor Dubai's phone fell into the toilet, and the game downloaded became a short video app. The angry Dubai watched short videos all night, and other anchors also rushed over to watch short videos. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? As soon as Linny clicked in, he heard this exaggerated text, and the cover was matched with an exaggerated picture. Linny used to write copy for others when he was in college. He knew that this kind of exaggerated behavior was the password to traffic. As long as an anchor of this level leads the way and cooperates with other anchors, then this will be a success, and there is even hope that it will become popular in other circles. I watched several videos in succession, and they all contained some rather exaggerated texts, coupled with exaggerated covers. I then looked through the comments, and saw some haters criticizing the videos below. Linny still saw an eye-catching comment that was pinned to the top. They've already been paid, do you really think the anchor is so stupid? And you're still making videos to help them promote for free. Comments below from the original poster. Do you really think you're the only one who understands this? You're offered this kind of traffic, but you don't accept it? It's so funny, it's really been pinned to the top. You should just delete the comment yourself. You think they are clowns, but in fact you are the real clown. The uploader gets the traffic, but you, like a clown, think you are the sober one in the world. You should delete it. I feel a little sorry for you. After reading the comments for a while, Linny turned off the phone screen with satisfaction. As long as the traffic is reached, everything else is not important at all. A big Anchoress promotion and a bunch of underground video recorders can become free promotion, and you don't need to spend money on it at all. Li Shireen came to the first floor and saw Zhang Mengyao handing a pile of documents to a middle-aged man, who seemed to be her leader. Li Shireen came up to the leader and pointed at Zhang Mengyao and said slowly, "Excuse me, Mr. Lin asked your employee to come out with me." The middle-aged man also knew that the woman in front of him was the one who came with Lin Yi in the morning. He knew that he could not offend this stunningly beautiful woman, so he nodded and agreed. Li Shireen glanced at Zhang Mengyao and said, "Let's go." Zhang Mengyao herself didn't want to go out with Li Shireen, but she had to. If she offended Li Shireen now, she would be expelled in just one word. Li Shireen was in front and Zhang Mengyao was behind. They walked for about 10 minutes and then found a coffee shop and went in. Zhang Mengyao glanced at Li Shireen and said fiercely, "How dare you, a mistress, come to me. Give me back my Lin Yi." Li Shireen took a sip of coffee and said calmly, "Why are you so excited? There is nothing good for me and you to meet. I just treated it as a joke, but you asked someone to cause trouble for my husband. I can't stand it. I just thought of it as a joke, my husband." Zhang Mengyao's mentality collapsed after hearing these two sentences. This sentence originally belonged to her, but now it became Li Shireen's. "So what if you guys got married? Lin Yi and I have been dating for 5 years. It's impossible for him to forget me. He's just angry now. He will come to me when he calms down." Zhang Mengyao's greatest confidence comes from the fact that she and Lin Yi have been in a relationship for 5 years, and this is the only thing she can say now. Puff. 5 years of relationship, indeed, 100,000 a year. Oh, no. It should be 200,000 a year, plus another 500,000 for the bride price. To be honest, I don't even dare to think about it. Li Shireen laughed. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao's face turned pale. She broke up with Lin Yi because of this. At that time, she thought that they were just talking and that Lin Yi would come to marry her with 500,000 yuan in a few days. Who knew that they were really together? Okay, I won't say any more. I hope you can stay away from Lin Yi in the future, or leave here completely. You can take care of yourself. After saying that, Li Shireen left the coffee shop. Only Zhang Mengyao was left standing there in a daze. Chapter 27 Secretary. Why can a mistress talk to me like this? I should have been the passenger seat in that Ferrari. How come he could drive a luxury car every day? Zhang Mengyao was roaring in her heart at this moment. She was unwilling to live a mediocre life, while Lin Yi had become rich now. Even her best friend had deleted her gray messages. Since the wedding, all the friends Zhang Mengyao knew have cut off contact with her. Even those who were not attending the wedding deleted her gray messages. Now she can't find anyone to go shopping with when she has free time. All of this is caused by Li Shireen. If it weren't for Li Shireen, Lin Yi would have added another 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift. Now he can live the same life as before, with someone to care for him when he is sick and someone to cook for him when he gets home from work, instead of being angry with his mother all night long. Li Shireen came out of the coffee shop and went straight to Lin Yi's office. Li Shireen didn't knock on the door, but pushed it open and went in. I saw Lin Yi sitting at his desk, staring at the computer screen in a daze. "I'm back." Lin Yi glanced at Li Shireen. "Boss Lin, am I disturbing you?" Li Shireen smiled faintly. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then reacted. "Ahem. You, as a secretary, are not in the office every day. I don't know where you go. You deserve to be punished." After saying that, Lin Yi hugged Li Shireen into his arms and spanked her twice. Li Shireen said in a tender voice, "Boss Lin, I was wrong. I will definitely work hard in the future and stop slacking off." Lin Yi slowly put Li Shireen down, let her sit on his lap and asked, "What did you say to Zhang Mengyao just now?" "What else can I say? She can even send someone to cause trouble for you. I don't find it strange that he can do anything. I just went to have a cup of coffee with her. Li Shireen whispered. So that's how it is. I thought you just slapped him twice. Linny said slowly. Li Shireen patted Linny. I'm not that rude. Okay. My gentle wife cares about me the most. Linny pinched Li Shireen's face. Just when the two were being affectionate with each other, Linny received a call to go to the conference room for a meeting. Honey, I'm going to a meeting, do you want to come with me? Li Shireen waved her hand and said, forget it, I'm not going. You go. After saying that, Linny went to the meeting room. As soon as he entered the conference room, everyone was already waiting for Linny. Linny smiled and went to sit down at his seat. Seeing that everyone had arrived, Li Jintian said, based on the situation over the past 2 days, it seems that Linny's promotion has been very successful. Now our registered users have risen to 20 million. In the next few days, I hope everyone will not relax and continue to promote. Let Linny tell the rest. Li Jintian gave the opportunity to speak to Linny. Actually, there is not much to say, let me put it simply. I expect our registration volume to reach 60 to 70 million users. After that, we will stabilize our work and update more high-quality versions. There are also some creators' creative rewards, which we need to pay special attention to. As long as they are higher than other short video platforms, those new creators will consider ours first. We certainly can't neglect the welfare of our employees. As long as we do these basic things well, we will definitely prosper. Does anyone else have any suggestions? Linny looked at everyone. Seeing that no one said anything, Linny adjourned the meeting. After everyone had left, Li Jintian asked, where's Shireen? Linny would say, it's still in my office. After listening to this, Li Jintian nodded and left. When Linny returned, he saw Li Shireen playing a card game on her computer. A meeting so soon? Li Shireen asked. Linny nodded and said, there is nothing to say. It's nothing more than asking them to do their duty well. Oh. I was so bored when you were not here just now. I wish my husband could go shopping with me. Li Shireen was lying on the leather sofa in the office, stretching lazily. Linny looked at Li Shireen's 2 perfectly proportioned legs, and the black stockings wrapped around them, with her feet facing him. Linny picked up Li Shireen's legs and placed them on himself, tickling the soles of Li Shireen's feet with 2 fingers. Ah! Hubby, what are you doing? Ha 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 ha. Stop scratching. Ha 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 ha. Li Shireen laughed so hard that her face turned red. After tickling her for a while, Linny stood up and helped Li Shireen put on her shoes. Let's go. Linny took Li Shireen's little hand and said. Li Shireen blinked and said, where are you going? Go on a date. Don't you want to go out? Or do you not want to go? After saying this, Linny turned around and returned to his computer desk. After hearing this, Li Shireen hurriedly said, I'll go. I'll go. After shouting twice in a hurry, Li Shireen took off her shoes, stood on the sofa, and jumped onto Linny. Hubby, catch me. Linny Zhen was sweating profusely and quickly caught Li Shireen. Li Shireen put her legs on Linny's waist and held Linny's head with both hands. Linny patted Li Shireen's buttocks twice and said, it's very dangerous, you know? What if you get hurt? Don't do this again in the future. Bing. Li Shireen jumped down and covered her butt. Hee. I was wrong. I will dare to do it again next time. Li Shireen laughed. You still dare? Linny stepped forward again and held Li Shireen down, continuing to tickle her feet. Li Shireen, who was tickled, laughed so hard that she couldn't breathe. I was really wrong. I won't dare to do it next time. Don't tickle me anymore. I'm going to die. Hearing Li Shireen's breathless laughter, Linny slowly let Li Shireen go. But speaking of which, your waist is in good condition, husband. You didn't move at all even when I jumped like that. When we buy a house, I'll check your waist every day to see if it's okay. Li Shireen said with a blushing face. Be good, you'll have a chance to test yourself later, but don't just jump over like that. What if I don't catch you? You'll fall flat on your face, won't you? Linny scratched Li Shireen's nose and said. Li Shireen hit Linny on the chest and said, what a rude thing to say. How can you talk to your wife like that? Linny smiled and walked out the door. Are you going or not? If not, I will go alone. After hearing this, Li Shireen quickly put on her shoes. Wait for me, husband. Chapter 28 Secret Meeting. I'm going to get the car. I'll pay for today's consumption. You just wait here for me. Lee Shireen stood on tiptoe and tapped Linny on the forehead, then skipped towards the garage. Ah! Look how gentle Mr. Lin is. Look how lovingly he looks at his girlfriend. If I had a boyfriend like Mr. Lin, I would never break up with him even if the sky fell. A female employee outside the door saw this and looked at Linny with envy. Forget it. How could anyone like you? If we met a man like this, even if he was handsome, he would only be able to eat. Another female employee at the side said slowly. At this time, Zhang Mengyao passed by. She heard the conversation between the two people completely. She clenched her fists tightly, and her nails were deeply embedded in her palms, leaving deep nail marks. After Linny had been there for a few minutes, Lee Shireen slowly drove over in a Ferrari convertible. Handsome guy, get in the car. Lee Shireen greeted Linny. Linny smiled and got into the car. Wow! So cool. Mr. Lin's girlfriend looks so handsome driving a sports car. Now I don't have a crush on Mr. Lin anymore. I also have a crush on his girlfriend. The two people just now looked like infatuated people. Honey, where are we going on a date? Lee Shireen asked while driving the Ferrari slowly. Where to go? Let me think. Let's go back to Huadu University. We haven't been there for a long time, let's go back and take a look. Linny pondered for a moment and said slowly. Lee Shireen was a little excited after hearing this and said, Great. Before, I could only secretly love you in school, but now I can walk with you openly on campus. After listening to this, Linny said gently, If you want to go in the future, we can go every day. Then we can buy a house next to the school, and then we can go and play when we are free. Lee Shireen shook her head and said, We can just drive there. It's not a good idea to buy a house there. There are too many people there and we will be disturbed when we are inside. After listening to this, Linny touched his waist and thought to himself, It seems that I need to buy more tonic food in the future. If I have to eat rice soaked with wolfberries in a few years, I will be finished. After driving for more than an hour, they finally arrived at Huadu University. When the two drove to the school gate, the security guard recognized them and came to help them open the door with a smile. Uncle is here. Linny took a pack of 50 yuan cigarettes and went over. When the security guard saw that Linny had given him such expensive cigarettes, his smile became even brighter. When he was in school, Linny often used cigarettes as bribes. Although Linny doesn't smoke, he always carries a pack of cigarettes with him when he goes out so that he can share them with people he meets. Good boy, now you can drive a car like this, you must be doing well after graduation. The security guard took out his own cigarette and handed one to Linny. After seeing Linny waving his hand to refuse, the security guard lit the fire himself and flew into the sky. Call. The security guard took a deep breath and then sent Linny away. After all, it's at the school gate, otherwise it would have a bad impact if others saw us. After entering the school, Lee Shireen parked the car in the parking area of the student dormitory. Why does this car look so familiar? Linny glanced at the car next to him and muttered. What are you mumbling about, husband? Lee Shireen looked at Linny puzzledly. Linny shook his head, Let's go. I'll follow your arrangements today. Then let's go to Clear Lake. That's where couples from school go on dates, and I want to make up for it today. Lee Shireen pulled Linny forward and trotted forward. Linny's hand was pulled tightly and he ran forward. The two ran for a while, and Lee Shireen panted and said, Finally here, I'm so tired. Lee Shireen was breathing heavily, but Linny, who exercised regularly, didn't feel anything. Let's find a place to sit. Linny held Lee Shireen's little hand and walked forward. I can't do it anymore. Husband, please carry me. I really can't walk anymore. Lee Shireen put her hands behind Linny's back. Linny looked at Lee Shireen, shook his head and refused. You came out wearing a skirt today, what if you are exposed? Lee Shireen looked at the bright red long skirt and high-top canvas shoes she was wearing, and said with disappointment in her eyes, If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have worn a skirt today. However, Linny also took a careful look at her and found that his wife looked good in anything she wore, even a bright color like red. Li Shi saw Linny staring at her in a daze, and said shyly, Husband, what are you looking at me for? Linny looked at her and said seriously, My wife looks good in anything she wears. Lee Shireen felt a little shy after hearing this. We've rested for so long, let's find a bench to sit on. Linny held Lee Shireen's hand and walked forward. The two of them walked a short distance before they found a bench. Just as Linny was pulling Li Shireen over, he suddenly stopped. "Husband, what are you doing?" Li Shireen was pulled aside by Linny and asked. "Shoo. Look who's over there," Linny said, pointing ahead. Li Shireen looked in the direction where Lin Yi's finger was pointing. "Ah. Aren't those Joe Kong and Tan Yusen? How did they get here?" Li Shireen exclaimed. "Joe Kong is Lin Yi's good brother, and Tan Yusen was the bridesmaid when Linny and Zhang Mengyao got married, the 1.8-meter tall girl from the north. This is not the main point. The most important thing is the cutest height difference. Joe Kong is 173 centimeters tall, while Tan Yusen is 185 centimeters tall." The two men were talking and laughing on the bench. Li Shireen and Linny hid aside and asked in a low voice, "When do you think they got better?" Linny shook his head, "I don't know either. If I hadn't seen it today, I wouldn't know either. Yusen is so much taller than your good brother Joe Kong. We have the cutest height difference when we go out. It would be great if I were taller than you, so I can hold you in my arms while sleeping in the future." Li Shireen muttered. Linny patted Li Shireen's head and said, "If you are taller than me, then if you are bullied in the future, you have to come out to protect me, and I will hide behind you." Li Shireen patted her bulging chest and said, "Okay. If I can be taller than you, I will protect you when you go out. When you are in danger, you will hide behind me, and you will warm my bed at night." Li Shireen used the non-existent biceps on her arms. "Honey, what do you think those two people are doing?" Li Shireen shook Linny and pointed at the two of them. "Don't make any noise, I'm watching." Linny picked up Li Shireen and shook his arm. Joe Kong and Tan Yusen looked at each other with sparks in their eyes. It was class time and the place was quite remote, so the two of them. That's why it is called a dating paradise by the students of Huadu University. "Hubby. Look, they are about to kiss. It's not good for us to peek here." Linny patted Li Shireen's head and said, "Shoo. Don't disturb them. It will be terrible if they are discovered." Chapter 29, Inviting Joe Kong. Just when the two were about to kiss, Linny immediately stood up and shouted, "What are you two doing? It's class time now, why are you here on a date instead of going to class?" When Joe Kong and Tan Yusen were about to kiss, they were frightened by Linny and they immediately straightened their sitting posture. "No. How could a teacher come here? How could a teacher catch a class at a university?" Joe Kong murmured, then turned his head and looked behind him. After seeing that it was Linny, Joe Kong rushed over angrily and punched Linny lightly on the arm. Joe Kong laughed and said, "Why are you here?" Linny smiled and said, "I was just about to ask you, today is not your rest time, why did you two come back here, and when did you two get together?" "What do you mean by in love?" "We are in love." "Why are you talking so harshly? Didn't you come here too?" Joe Kong asked in confusion. When Tan Yusen saw Li Shireen, she picked up Li Shireen with both hands and turned her around twice. Tan Yusen pinched Li Shireen's cheek and said, "Why did you come here and ruin our good thing?" After hearing this, Li Shireen said a little embarrassedly, "I didn't want to do that either, but when my husband yelled, I didn't react, and then it turned out like this." Tan Yusen burst into laughter after hearing this. "Linny is really full of tricks, always thinking of ruining our plans." Linny scratched his head and said, "How about you guys continue?" "Roll." Joe Kong cursed. "You haven't told me yet. How did you two get together?" Linny asked doubtfully. "Last time after we had dinner together, I went to add Joe Kong on Facebook, and then we chatted and sparks of love flew. This guy was reserved at first, but I won him over in the end." Tan Yusen explained it openly. Joe Kong on the side smiled awkwardly. "Good boy, you haven't told me yet. Why don't you have to go to work today?" Linny pushed Joe Kong. Joe Kong glanced at Linny and said slowly, "Don't mention it. The company I worked for before had to work overtime every day. I had to work overtime even after I had finished my work. I couldn't stand it anymore, so I fired my boss. Although the project I took over has been handed over, it has been replaced by another person. That leader calls me every day to beg me to go back. Damn it, it really makes me feel better." Joe Kong laughed. Linny continued to ask, "Have you found a job now?" Joe Kong sighed, "It won't happen that fast. I did submit some resumes, but they either required a 9 to 6 job or I didn't like them very much. Now I can only take a look. If nothing works out, I'll just find a job and muddle through." "Yusen, are you the same?" Li Shireen asked from the side. Tan Yusin glanced at Zhou Kong and said slowly, we are all similar. Nowadays, all jobs are 996, and we don't even have much time for ourselves. We have thought about it. Even if we earn less money, we must have our own time. After listening to Tan Yusin's words, everyone fell silent. This is the life of ordinary people. They go to work and then go home. Even on holidays, they still have to work overtime. Linny pondered for a while and said, why don't you two come work for me? My company is just starting to pick up, and you two can take advantage of yourselves. What advantages do we have? Zhou Kong was puzzled. My company is a short video platform called World TV, and its advantage is that it takes advantage of your cutest height difference. As for traffic, I can give you some recommendations. Besides, you've studied photography before, so you can give it a try. Linny also saw the advantages of the two from the beginning. After the video was almost done, he asked them to start a live broadcast. As long as the quality was not too bad, they could basically be packaged into internet celebrities with millions of fans. With this said, Zhou Kong might refuse. After all, his girlfriend is half a head taller than him, and men are very sensitive about height. Linny was reluctant to say it at first, but this is her only advantage after all. So the World TV is yours now. It's a very popular thing now, but I don't know if we can make it. Zhou Kong expressed his concerns. After listening to this, Linny waved his hand and said, what are you afraid of? Everyone started from the beginning. When the time comes, you too can make videos at home. You can first see how others do it, and then learn from them. The update requirement is at least one video a week. After listening, Zhou Kong nodded and agreed. After the two discussed it, they finalized the matter. Thank you, Brother E. Zhou Kong expressed his sincere gratitude. Lin Yi disagreed and said, why are you still telling me this? Remember to improve the quality of your videos and be more interactive with the audience. If you have more fans, you can read the comments regularly. Also, don't laugh at the challenge, and don't let the audience think that you only know how to post videos. Okay, let's stop talking so much, let's go to the snack street at the school and have a meal. Linny glanced at the time displayed on his phone. After Zhou Kong nodded, the four of them went to the parking lot together. Ferrari, I thought you drove a lorry. Zhou Kong glanced at Lin Yi's Ferrari and said. Linny smiled faintly and said, who drives their own car? I can't bring a driver with me when I go out for a date. But you, kid, no wonder I was thinking about why this car looked so familiar when I came here, it turned out to be yours. Let's go to the spicy hot pot restaurant in the snack street. Yusin said she hasn't eaten it in a long time. Zhou Kong said this and got into the car with Tan Yusin and left. Get in the car. Li Shirin was already waiting for Linny in the driver's seat. After the two cars parked one after the other, they headed to the Malatang restaurant that was popular among students. This spicy hot pot restaurant has been open for more than 10 years. The food is large in quantity and cheap, so many students like to eat here. Not long after the four of them had finished their meals, the students in the school finished their classes one after another. However, most of the people who came over were couples, who were showing each other affection and taking turns to eat. Hey, senior, why are you here? Isn't Senior Meng Yao coming with you? A man wearing glasses came in, holding a book in his hand and asked. The man with glasses in front of him was the junior schoolmate that Linny had met before. When Linny was still in school, he played basketball with him a lot. Maybe he asked out of politeness and didn't know that Linny had broken up with Zhang Mengyao. We have broken up, and now she is my wife. Linny pointed at Li Shirin. After listening to this, the junior student said apologetically, I'm sorry, senior, I don't know about your affairs, but you actually got married to senior sister Shirin, so congratulations. Linny waved his hand and said, it's okay. Sit down and eat together. After hearing this, the junior laughed and said, I won't bother you guys anymore, you guys can enjoy your meal. After saying that, the younger brother walked inside. Chapter 31st Date. Brother E, let's go back first. We won't be with you anymore. After the four of them came out of the Malatang restaurant, Zhou Kong smiled faintly at Lin Yi. I wish you success, and don't forget to treat us to a meal when the time comes. Lin Yi smiled. After saying that, Zhou Kong and Tan Yusin drove away. The remaining Lin Yi and Li Shirin held hands and walked forward aimlessly. I wish I could walk like this with you when I was in school. Li Shirin said softly. Lin Yi held Li Shirin's hand tightly and whispered, I will always hold your hand tightly from now on. Li Shireen gave a slight smile. I just remembered after coming to school that the days when I secretly watched you were really painful. If it weren't for you, I really didn't want to make friends with Zhang Mengyao. She often said bad things about you to me. I actually envied her, but when she said bad things about you, I felt very sad. I didn't expect that you would become my husband now. I am really happy. Li Shireen spoke out the words that she had kept in her heart for many years. There was no sadness in her eyes, but instead she was filled with happiness. Linny held Li Shireen in his arms and whispered, "We are together now, right? We have plenty of time in the future, and I can be with you every day." Well, I just want to vent my excitement. Li Shireen said slowly in Linny's arms. Wow, look at the two of them, showing off their affection in public. I'm so hard, my fists are so hard. When Linny and Li Shireen were showing their affection in the street, people passing by looked at them. Okay, let's go. If we keep going like this, we might get beaten up in the street. Linny held Li Shireen's little hand and walked forward. Before long, Li Shireen's hands were filled with a pile of snacks. Husband. Ah. Li Shireen took a bamboo skewer and inserted 2 octopus balls into Linny's mouth. Hubby. I can't eat anymore, please help me eat. Li Shireen handed the half-eaten pancake to Linny. Hey honey, can you please stop for a moment? You feed me 2 bites of everything. Now I'm full. Let's not waste it, okay? Linny said helplessly. Now Linny was completely full of food from Li Shireen. Li Shireen only took 2 bites of each thing and then fed it to Linny. Now Li Shireen still had a pile of food in her hands. Hey, I can't help it. I just want to buy these things. Li Shireen smiled as she touched her belly, which was a little full from eating. Honey. I want to go ride the roller coaster. Li Shireen pulled Linny and said. Wait for it to digest a little. I just ate so much. Linny pulled Li Shireen back. It's okay. Let's drive to the largest amusement park in Huadu. It takes half an hour to drive here. By that time, it will have been completely digested. That's it. I'll go get the car, and you wait here for me. Li Shireen dumped the snacks in her hand on Linny and went to the parking lot to get the car. Linny smiled helplessly and could only wait for Li Shireen with the pile of snacks. Handsome guy, add a gray letter. When Linny was waiting for Li Shireen on the roadside, a woman with a strong scent of perfume boldly came forward to ask for Hui Xan, and 2 women followed her. Linny smiled and said, "Sorry, I'm already married." But the woman didn't give up and insisted, "How could you be married when you are so handsome? Let's just add each other on Facebook and chat." That's right. We can hang out when we have time and be friends. The 2 women on the other side also echoed. As soon as the 2 finished talking, a loud sound of a supercar came from a big red Ferrari. Li Shireen drove the car in front of the 2 of them. What are you doing, husband? Get in the car. After seeing Li Shireen, Linny sat directly in the passenger seat of the supercar. Li Shireen made a sound and slowly moved forward. The remaining 3 people stood there in a daze. I thought it was something else. It turns out to be a gigolo. The 3 of them cursed Linny for being a gigolo and walked away cursing. You hooked up with women while I was gone. Li Shireen glanced at Linny and smiled. I told him I had a wife, but he didn't believe me and insisted on asking me for a letter of resignation. Linny said helplessly. Then did you give it to me? You wouldn't secretly chat with her behind my back at night, would you? Li Shireen said in a tender voice. Linny laughed and said, My wife is so beautiful, why should I go and chat with her at night? When Li Shireen heard Linny praising her like that, she couldn't stop smiling. More than an hour later, the 2 arrived at the largest amusement park in Huadu. Flower City Amusement Park. The above 5 big characters are hung high above the gate. These 5 characters alone can reflect the scale of this amusement park. After Linny bought the tickets, Li Shireen took his arm and went in together. What are you playing? Li Shireen muttered as she looked at the rides on the flyer. How about we go ride the roller coaster? I've never been on one before. Li Shireen excitedly pulled Linny to the roller coaster. Linny also accompanied Li Shireen to the roller coaster. How exciting! Li Shireen looked at the people who were wailing while riding the roller coaster. After the people upstairs came down, Li Shireen pulled Linny over. Take out all your stuff and put it away. The security guard on the side was reminding them to take out their personal belongings. After everything is ready. The roller coaster moved forward slowly, rushed to the small slope and slowly stopped, but suddenly, the roller coaster rushed down suddenly. Alas! Lee Shireen wailed along with everyone else. After the roller coaster spun several times in the air, their screams became louder and louder. But Linny didn't feel any discomfort. At the end of the roller coaster, Lee Shireen fell on Linny. "Honey, I feel so bad." Lee Shireen now felt that there were stars in her eyes and she could no longer tell the directions. Linny gently rubbed Lee Shireen's back and said slowly, "Let's find a place to rest for a while." Lee Shireen walked leaning on Linny. Not long after, Lee Shireen was revived to full health. Jumping and dancing in front of Linny. Linny smiled and looked at Lee Shireen, who was jumping around. Chapter 31. Lee Shireen is scared. Still playing? Linny looked at Lee Shireen and asked. "Play, of course. But let's not play those scary things, let's go to the haunted house." Lee Shireen's voice suddenly became louder. "Haunted house? Do you really want to go? It's very scary in there." Linny made a face at Lee Shireen. "These are all fake. How could I be afraid of such things?" Lee Shireen spoke in a heavier tone to give herself courage. The two soon arrived in front of the haunted house. "Everything inside is electrically powered, please feel free to play." Outside the haunted house, a young woman was introducing the things inside. "Let's go." Linny pulled Lee Shireen and walked in slowly. "Hubby, why don't you wait for me to get some fresh air outside? I'm afraid it's too stuffy inside." Lee Shireen's words became a little incoherent. "It's okay. If you're scared, we can stay inside." Linny smiled. Seeing Lee Shireen's frightened look, Linny couldn't help but teasing her. "Who said I was scared? I just wanted to breathe some fresh air. If you're scared, we can stay in. I won't force you," Lee Shireen said in a trembling voice. "Ha ha ha. No need, I'm not afraid." Linny couldn't help but laugh as he watched Lee Shireen speak loudly to give himself courage. Just like that, Lee Shireen gritted her teeth and went in with Linny. As soon as she entered, Lee Shireen felt a gloomy breath coming. Linny comforted Lee Shireen and said, "They deliberately lowered the temperature of the air conditioner to create an atmosphere." Lee Shireen trembled and said, I of course I know. The further you go inside, the darker it gets, leaving only the lights that create a terrifying atmosphere." As the two were walking, a mask suddenly popped up. "Wow!" The mask jumped out with a wow. "Ah!" Lee Shireen subconsciously held Linny tightly with both hands and screamed. "Hiss! Honey, you're holding the wrong place." Linny took a breath of cold air. Lee Shireen reacted immediately and let go of her hands, and asked with concern, "Husband, are you okay? I'll go out and help you check." Linny breathed a sigh of relief and said, "It's okay. It's fine now, let's go out." Lee Shireen nodded in the dark haunted house. When the two came out, the sun had slowly set. They looked at the orange sunset and felt warm in their hearts. "I'll take you to a place." Linny pulled Lee Shireen into the Ferris wheel. The Ferris wheel slowly rose, and the two saw a panoramic view of the entire amusement park. "It's so pretty." Lee Shireen snuggled in Linny's arms. "We will also open an amusement park in the future. When the time comes, we will close it when we want to play, and open it when we don't want to play. We can play whenever we want." Linny looked at Lee Shireen and said slowly. Lee Shireen said slowly in Linny's arms, "Well, we can play whenever we want." The two of them snuggled up to each other and even forgot the time. When the Ferris wheel came down, they would not have known it had come down if the staff had not reminded them. "Let's go back." Lee Shireen looked at Linny and said. Linny nodded and went out with Lee Shireen. When going to the garage to get the car, Lee Shireen handed the keys to Linny. Just as the two were heading to the parking lot to get the car, Linny's cell phone rang. Linny picked it up and saw that it was his mother calling. "Hello?" Linny's mother Zhao Shangmei said on the other end of the phone, "Xiaoyi, your aunt said that she and our two families will have a meal at Jinzuan today, so remember to come over later." Linny asked, "Why did aunt invite us to dinner? We don't usually keep in touch." Zhao Shangmei sighed and said, "Your aunt's family opened a farmhouse in Huadu some time ago. Business is booming now, and they want to treat us to a meal. She just told me that the location has been set, and they're waiting for us to go over." Linny said helplessly, "Okay, Mom, I'll go over now." Just as Linny hung up the phone, Zhao Shangmei immediately said hurriedly on the other side of the phone, "Remember to call me daughter-in-law." "I know, Mom. I can't forget my wife myself." After saying that, Lin Yi hung up the phone. "What's wrong? Your aunt invited you to dinner but you looked reluctant." Li Shirin asked doubtfully. "My eldest aunt has looked down on my family since I was a child. They make millions a year, but when they come to our house, they complain about it, saying that our house is too small and too remote. If he makes money, he will treat our family to a meal to save face. The same goes for my uncle. My dad once gave him some cigarettes, but he waved his hands and said the cigarettes were too cheap. But my dad usually smokes 30 yuan a pack of cigarettes, and my uncle only smokes 50 yuan a pack." Lin Yi said helplessly. "Now I don't know what to do. My mother values my sister very much, and I'm in a difficult position to be in the middle. Now I can only take one step at a time. Let's go." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he and Li Shirin went to the Golden Zune together. In a private room of Jinzuan. "Little sister, why hasn't Lin Yi arrived yet? He has made us elders wait for so long. You should go back and talk to him more." Zhao Shangmei's elder sister, Zhao Meiqiu, was complaining about Lin Yi in front of her younger sister. Zhao Shangmei smiled and said, "We just got here. I've already called Xiaoyi, and he should be here in a few minutes. Little sister, I'm not saying anything bad about you. Your Lin Yi is already so old, but he doesn't even have the slightest sense of time. Look, he's a college student at a prestigious university in Huadu. Our Dolly is different. He is now managing our newly opened farmstay on a daily basis." Zhao Meiqiu kept muttering to herself. "Didn't you just tell us that? How can you blame Xiaoyi? If you had told us yesterday or today at noon, we would have come a long time ago. Besides, we can afford these," Lin Hongjun said with a dark face. Since she arrived, Zhao Meiqiu has been chattering non-stop and slandering her family. Lin Hongjun finally couldn't stand it anymore. Zhao Meiqiu got angry after hearing this and said to Lin Hongjun, "Hongjun, what you said is wrong. I know your family can earn hundreds of thousands a year, but can you afford to come here and eat such an expensive meal? You even complained that we didn't notify you enough." Zhao Meiqiu's husband Wang Dihai laughed after hearing this and said, all right, Xiaoyi probably just told her boss that she wants to leave work early. She's busy at the company, so it's not easy. Besides, the food hasn't been served yet, so let's just wait a while." After hearing Wang Dihai's sarcastic tone, Lin Hongjun felt even more uncomfortable. He also wanted to tell his son that he was a major shareholder of the company and that the annual dividends could reach several hundred million, but he swallowed the words back. "If I said this, then what would be the difference between me and Zhao Meiqiu in front of me? Chapter 32 I'll give you a salary of 10,000. At the gate of the Golden Zune. Lin Yi and Li Shirin slowly parked the car in front of the door. When the waiter at Jinzuan saw a big red Ferrari parked at the door, he immediately stepped forward and asked, "Sir, have you booked a table?" When Lin Yi got out of the car and was about to speak, the waiter immediately recognized Lin Yi. "It's Mr. Lin. May I ask if you have reserved a table? If not, I can arrange one for you right away," the waiter said respectfully. Lin Yi asked, "How do you know me?" The waiter smiled and said, "Mr. Lin, when you came to eat last time, we already included you in our VIP membership. From now on, whenever you come to Jinzuan, you can get a 20% discount. All you need is Mr. Lin to be here." After hearing what the waiter said, Lin Yi understood instantly. It turned out that the last time Qin Jiqiang came, he drove a Rolls-Royce Phantom. People who can drive a Rolls-Royce are all rich people. As long as you please these people, as long as it's not too outrageous, business will not be too bad. We have already booked a private room at Wisteria House, Lin Yi said slowly. After hearing this, the waiter immediately smiled and said, "Boss Lin, I'll go park your car now. Once you get in, someone will take you there." After the waiter finished speaking, Lin Yi handed the Ferrari keys to the waiter, and he and Li Shirin slowly walked in. As soon as he entered, Lin Yi didn't even need to say anything, a woman would lead him to the door of the private room. The food here is expensive for a reason. The service alone reflects it vividly. The rest is so important. If you are in a good mood, the food will taste good. Lin Yi thought to himself. "Please come in, Mr. Lin." After the waiter opened the door, he bowed deeply, closed the door quietly and went out. Everyone in the private room looked at Lin Yi and Li Shirin. "Hey Xiaoyi. Not bad." She even called him President Lin. She didn't even call him that when we came, and she brought such a beautiful girlfriend with her. Zhao Meiqiu squinted at Lin Yidao. Maybe people see me as the boss. Lin Yi smiled. After Lin Yi said this, Zhao Meiqiu's expression changed immediately. Xiaoyi, what do you mean by this? Do you mean that we are not worthy of being bosses? Zhao Meiqiu questioned. Sister, Xiaoyi didn't mean that. Zhao Qiumei immediately stood up and tried to ease the atmosphere. Little sister. I'm not saying anything bad about you, but Xiaoyi is not a child anymore. He should be more careful with his words. It's us who have to dote on him. Otherwise, if he gets out and says something like that, who will tolerate him? Zhao Meiqiu immediately took advantage of the situation. Alright, the food is all here, let's eat first. Wang Dihai stood up and greeted him. When everyone sat down to eat, Zhao Meiqiu had a gloomy face. Lin Yi's words just now made her feel as if she had eaten a fly. Her family had never spoken to her like this before. Mom, eat more. I haven't seen you for a few days, I miss you so much. Li Shirin kept putting food into Zhao Xiangmei's bowl. Zhao Xiangmei couldn't stop laughing. You didn't come back to see me when you missed me, really? Little sister, how come you, as a daughter-in-law, have been here for so long without even calling the elders? You elders should talk to the younger ones. Zhao Meiqiu was talking to her sister, but she was looking at Li Shirin. Hey, you're not the bridesmaid from last time. Are you really getting married to Xiaoyi? Zhao Meiqiu recognized Li Shirin. Aunt, who my wife is has nothing to do with you. Lin Yi said coldly to Zhao Meiqiu. How can you talk to your elders like that? I'm just asking a question, right? Can't I ask your aunt? What did your father teach you at home? Zhao Meiqiu became angry after hearing this. After listening to this, Lin Hongjun said slowly, I have taught my son very well since he was a child, and I think there is nothing wrong with him. After hearing this, Zhao Meiqiu's face turned blue with anger and she couldn't utter a word for a long time. Okay, stop talking so much. If a family eats like this, people will laugh to death if we tell others about it. Wang Dihai said lightly. Everyone continued to eat in silence, and everyone wanted to leave this place quickly. When everyone was almost full, Zhao Meiqiu said to Lin Yi. Xiaoyi. Where do you work now? Lin Yi said calmly, I opened a small company and I'm not working anymore. After hearing this, Zhao Meiqiu laughed and said, what kind of company can you open? You can only make a few dollars a year. Don't squander all the money your parents have worked so hard to save for so many years. Aunt, I've opened a new farm stay here, and we're short of staff. You should close that company and come work for me. We can pay you more than 10,000 yuan a month. Although Zhao Meiqiu spoke to Lin Yi very seriously, Lin Yi could also see that this aunt was trying every means to target him. My father once told me that when my mother got married, this aunt was determined to oppose it, but my mother still wanted to marry him. From then on, Zhao Meiqiu looked down on her family, and her farm stay became better and better, until now it can make a profit of 2 to 3 million yuan a year. But my own home isn't much worse, so why does my aunt keep nagging? No need, auntie. I can earn some money now. Now that the company is stable, I am not too tired. I only go to the company when there is something going on. Lin Yi took a sip of soup and said slowly. Now Lin Yi just wanted to go home quickly and didn't want to waste his saliva on Zhao Meiqiu's family. As for those who were showing off, Lin Yi didn't take it seriously as long as they were not too excessive. After all, Lin Yi's mother thinks the sister is more important, and she doesn't want to fall out with the sister she grew up with. If Lin Yi also put the company on display to talk to Zhao Meiqiu, wouldn't Lin Yi be the same as Zhao Meiqiu? After everyone chatted for a while, Wang Dihai stood up and said, it's getting late, let's get together again when we have time. Then let's get together again sometime. Lin Hongjun also stood up and said. Xiaoyi, Dolly also bought a BMW X4 some time ago. You can ask Dolly to take you home later and let him take you to experience this car that costs hundreds of thousands of dollars. It's time for you to buy a car at your age. Zhao Meiqiu still showed off to Lin Yi without giving up. Tonight she has been constantly bullied by the young man Lin Yi, and she is still angry. A family like Zhao Meiqiu, who earns around 2 million yuan a year, would generally buy a car worth several 100,000 yuan. After all, business matters can occasionally be unpredictable, so they wouldn't buy a car that's too expensive. But she felt that although Lin Yi's family could afford a car worth hundreds of thousands of dollars, they would not buy one so expensively. Chapter 33. Is the Ferrari really yours? Well, this dinner tonight cost more than 30,000 yuan. We earn money to enjoy it, don't be reluctant to spend it. Little sister, you should take good care of yourself. Zhao Meiqiu smiled at her sister who was covering her mouth. Zhao Shangmei was surprised and asked, why is this meal so expensive? Zhao Meiqiu smiled and said, this is a place where rich people eat. Of course it's expensive, but it's okay. I'll bring you here more often when I have time. How could Zhao Shangmei, who had been busy all her life, dare to eat in such a place? 30,000 was almost all she earned in a month, but she was very generous to her son. She bought a wedding house worth millions without any hesitation. She had no pursuit for these things at all. The two families talked as they walked, and soon arrived at the door of the first floor. Linny, you can take a look at Dolly's car later. It will give you some motivation to work harder in the future. Auntie knows that you were just joking when you talked about starting a company. Everyone has vanity. People should be honest. Zhao Meiqiu lectured Linny. Before Linny could answer his aunt's question, the waiter came forward and asked, Mr. Lin, do you want to pick up the car now? Lin Yi nodded. After seeing Lin Yi's statement, the waiter immediately walked outside. Lin Yi looked at his parents and asked, Dad, Mom, did you drive here? Lin Hongjun and Zhao Shangmei both nodded. That's good, otherwise I would have thought you came here in Auntie's car. Shireen and I's car can only seat 2 people. Lin Yi smiled. The car can only seat 2 people? Xiaoyi, you came here on a motorcycle? Zhao Meiqiu asked with a smile. Lin Yi smiled and ignored the chattering aunt in front of him. Zhao Meiqiu wanted to say a few more words, but a fiery red Ferrari slowly drove in outside. What a cool car! I wonder who it belongs to, but this car starts at several million. Look, Xiaoyi, this is where the rich eat, and you can easily get a supercar. Zhao Meiqiu pointed at Ferrari and lectured Lin Yi. Lin Yi said casually, yes, what Auntie said is right. Seeing that Lin Yi finally responded positively to her preaching, Zhao Meiqiu's vanity was greatly satisfied. Over the years, when she spoke to her sister's family, they would never speak to her like they did today, making her feel uncomfortable all night. On the other side, the Ferrari's door slowly opened. The waiter got out of the car and handed the key to Lin Yi. Boss Lin. Is there anything else you need? The waiter looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi said slowly, no thanks. Okay Mr. Lin, I hope to serve you again next time. The waiter said and walked inside. Zhao Meiqiu couldn't believe that this car worth millions belonged to Lin Yi. If it was his car, he would have shown it off long ago. Yes, this must be rented. He must have rented it on the spur of the moment when he knew we were coming to have dinner together, otherwise he would not have said that he had this kind of sports car. Xiaoyi, I know you are usually very sensible, but you rent a car like this just to have a meal with your family. This is a bad habit and you are too vain. Zhao Meiqiu taught Lin Yi as an elder. Lin Yi. Yes, Auntie, you are right. Turning around, Lin Yi didn't want to say anything to this aunt anymore, so he pulled Li Shireen towards the car. Brother Lin? Lin Yi turned around and saw that it was Qin Jiqiang who was calling him, and behind him there was a virtuous-looking woman and a little lowly. Hey! Mr. Qin, you are here too. When Wang Dihai saw Qin Jiqiang, he stepped forward and asked. Who are you? Qin Jiqiang looked at Wang Dihai questioningly. Mr. Qin, you are a forgetful person. I am the owner of the happy farmhouse you often go to. You also often come to our place for dinner. After hearing Wang Dihai's explanation, Qin Jiqiang nodded. Qin Jiqiang frowned. He was originally going to talk to Lin Yi, but now he was interrupted. He had to respond. It was a lack of manners at all. Qin Jiqiang felt very uncomfortable. Tan. When Wang Dihai was about to speak, he was interrupted by Qin Ji and Qin Chang. Brother Chang, don't you usually say you eat at home? Why are you here today? Lin Yi smiled faintly. Isn't this the last time I came here to eat with you? Since then, I've come here often. The food is good and the service is great. Now our family comes here to eat often. Qin Jiqiang said slowly. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce them. This is my wife, and this is my daughter. Qin Jiqiang pointed at the woman and little Lolita beside him. Lin Yi smiled and pointed at Li Shireen and said, This is my wife. Brother Lin, your wife is so beautiful. You two really look like a perfect couple. One is so handsome, and the other is so beautiful. Qin Jiqiang praised. Let's not talk too much. Brother Lin, you have to have dinner with us later. I have already reserved a table. This time it's my treat. Qin Jicheng pulled Linny enthusiastically. Hey, no, I've already eaten with my family, so I won't disturb your family's meal. Linny waved his hand to reject Qin Jicheng. Speaking of having dinner with his family, Qin Jicheng reacted and looked at the people behind him. I'm so sorry, I didn't notice it just now, I was busy talking to Brother Lin. What are you talking about, Mr. Qin? You and Xiaoyi are so close, have you known each other for a long time? Wang Dihai asked. Qin Jicheng looked at Wang Dihai and said, Brother Lin is the largest shareholder of our company. How do you think I know him? Company shareholders? Is that your Great White Shark Company, Mr. Qin? Although Wang Dihai guessed it instantly, he still asked without giving up. Which other company could there be? Tan Jicheng said calmly. So, what Xiaoyi said about opening his own company is true. And this car is also his own. Zhao Meiqiu obviously didn't dare to believe this fact, but she had heard of the Great White Shark after all. Her husband liked to make friends with rich people. Although those rich people didn't want to make friends with her, they still knew something about her. This Linny is a very secretive person, which is something Zhao Meiqiu did not expect. It turns out that the family she looked down upon can be so low-key. Let's not talk about it for now. Let's have dinner together next time when we are free. Qin Jicheng said slowly. Linny replied, okay, you have to treat me to a meal when the time comes. Okay, don't be polite to me then. Qin Jicheng waved to Linny as he walked. Dad, Mom, I may have to stay at Shireen's house for the next few days. The company is just starting out, so I'd better stay there for a while. Linny looked at his parents. Zhao Shangmei smiled faintly and said, it's okay, you should stabilize the company first. Okay, let's go first. After saying that, Linny and Li Shireen got into the Ferrari and drove out slowly. From beginning to end, Linny didn't even look at Zhao Meiqiu. Chapter 34 He Xiufeng plays pitiable. Little sister, what about the company Xiaoyi just mentioned? Isn't he a shareholder of the Great White Shark Company? Zhao Meiqiu asked in confusion. Zhao Shangmei smiled after hearing this and said, he has now started a company with his father-in-law. What's the name of it? And, I remember it now, it's called World TV. What? Are you talking about the very popular World TV that belongs to Xiaoyi? Zhao Shangmei nodded. Zhao Meiqiu's brain capacity is no longer enough now. The Linny family, whom Zhao Meiqiu had always looked upon with indifference, had unexpectedly become so rich. The 2 or 3 million she earned that year was not even a fraction of theirs. Her farm stay was obviously like an ant compared to their company. After her son Wang Dali bought a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan, Zhao Meiqiu kept thinking about showing off, so she specially invited her sister's family to dinner, just to mock them. The purpose of the ridicule was achieved, but the younger sister's family didn't take it to heart. Zhao Meiqiu thought that it was just the envy that the younger sister's family kept in their hearts. But now that I think about it, my family is no longer in the same class as them, so I don't take my words to heart. It's getting late, let's go back and rest first. Our fast food restaurant still has to serve breakfast tomorrow. Zhao Shangmei waved to her sister and left. Only Zhao Meiqiu and her family were left standing at the door in a daze. Go back. Wang Dihai said coldly. You said Linny is so rich but he didn't tell me about it. Is he trying to piss me off on purpose? On the way back, Zhao Meiqiu asked Wang Dihai who was driving nearby. I'm talking to you. Your name is Zhao Meiqiu, and your sister's name is Zhao Shangmei. You're already quite old, but you still like to compare yourself with others. We're all relatives, can't you be more restrained? They easily get hundreds of millions in dividends a year, what can you compare with? Wang Dihai said coldly from the driver's seat. Besides, Xiaoyi's father-in-law can start a company with Xiaoyi, so he is not an ordinary person. You have to be more restrained in the future. Wang Dihai added. So you mean to blame me? Don't you have any vanity? You only blame me. I didn't see you saying this before, but now that you know Linny is rich, you say this to me. Zhao Meiqiu screamed as if her hair had exploded. Wang Dihai shook his head, I won't tell you so much. When Linny and Li Shireen returned home, they saw Wu Rulin lying on Li Zhentian's thighs, and Li Zhentian was helping Wu Rulin massage her back. When Li Zhentian saw Li Shireen and Linny coming back, he immediately helped Wu Rulin up. Ahem. Where did you go today? Li Zhentian asked, pretending to be calm. I'm going on a date. It's not shameful for you to give mom a back massage. There's no need to hide it. Li Shireen said it openly and went upstairs with Lin Yi. Look at you, you insisted on asking me to massage your back, now Shireen has seen you. Li Jintian complained with a red face. Wu Rulin rolled her eyes at Li Jintian and said, "Oh. Massaging my back is something shameful." After listening to Wu Rulin's words, Li Jintian whispered, "That's not what I meant. We are already an old couple, we can't let the children see it." Poof. Wu Rulin got up and went into the room. "I'm so tired." After Li Shireen returned to the room, she took off her shoes and sat on her rocking chair wearing a pair of white socks. Brothery, we posted the video, and it has already received 100,000 views in just a few hours. Zhou Kong sent a message to Lin Yi on Grey Message. Lin Yi found the video according to the ID sent by Zhou Kong. How terrifying is a tiger girlfriend? The title printed in front of us uses the impactful color of red, and the cover shows Tan Yusin holding Zhou Kong in a princess hug. Lin Yi took a look at the video and found that although it was quite exaggerated, the comments below were all full of envy. When Li Shireen saw Lin Yi watching the video, she also leaned over. "Yusin is so handsome. I envy her for being this tall. I wish I were that tall too, so I could hug my husband like this." Li Shireen looked at Tan Yusin in the video with envy on her face. "Don't run around in socks, or you'll catch a cold," Lin Yi warned. By the way, I also saw the video posted by Zhang Mengyao's mother. Zhou Kong shared a video with Lin Yi. After seeing it, Lin Yi immediately clicked in to take a look. "It's just the two of us, mother and daughter. Life must go on." When you click on it, you will see some light music that is easier to empathize with. There are subtitles throughout the video and no human voice. It is just a video of He Xiufang cooking. The subtitles say that He Xiufang lives alone with Zhang Mengyao, and her husband died in an accident at the construction site after they bought the house. Now the mother and daughter have to pay off the mortgage and make a living. The funniest thing is that the video was shot in the wedding house that Lin Yi bought before. Zhang Mengyao did not appear from beginning to end. He Xiufang was the one cooking and eating the whole time. She also said in an electronic voice that her daughter worked overtime until late at night every day. The comments below are all encouragement. Come on. Don't let life defeat you. Support your aunt. Lin Yi took a look at the comments and started laughing. If I didn't know who He Xiufang was, I would have almost believed it. Lin Yi turned off the video and went to take a shower. "Hubby, give me a back massage," Li Shireen said to Lin Yi, who had just come out of the shower. Lin Yi nodded and asked Li Shireen to lie down. "Ha! Husband, I think you can go to the massage parlor and give people massages," Li Shireen praised. "If I go to a massage parlor to give people massages, it will probably be women who come to me for massages. Would you be willing to do that?" Lin Yi smiled. Li Shireen pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Forget it. My husband can only give me a massage." After massaging for a while, Li Shireen, who had been walking all day, gradually fell asleep. Lin Yi gently turned Li Shireen over and tapped her little mouth. "Good night." Lin Yi touched Li Shireen's face and fell asleep together. Chapter 35. Zhang Mengyao resigned. Daughter, look, the video I posted has received a lot of likes, and the number of views has reached over 100,000. When Zhang Mengyao returned home in the evening, He Xiufang opened the background of her video to show her. Zhang Mengyao looked at the incentive amount on the video that He Xiufang opened, and it was already more than 600 yuan. How about this? This is a video I posted on the recently popular World TV. The number of likes and views is still increasing. If it keeps going like this, I estimate that I can get 20,000 or 30,000 next month. Why are you still going to work? Just come back and shoot videos with me. He Xiufang proudly showed her achievements to Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao picked up He Xiufang's phone and opened the video. After watching for a while, Zhang Mengyao frowned and asked, "Mom, how can you post a video like this? My dad and brother are alive and well, how can you say that?" Seeing Zhang Mengyao questioning her angrily, He Xiufang shouted, "What's wrong? Is there anything wrong with me making money? As long as I can make money, I don't care about conscience. You can do whatever you want. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed." Zhang Mengyao walked into the house with her bag. As soon as she entered the room, Zhang Mengyao hung her bag on the coat rack and saw a scratch on it. Zhang Mengyao picked it up and saw a scratch about 3 centimeters long, very noticeable on the bag. "This bag was given to me by Lin Yi before. It cost me more than 30,000 yuan. People around me envied me for a while. But when I saw that the bag Li Shireen was holding cost more than 100,000 yuan, I asked Linny to buy me one. At that time, Linny refused, and I was in a cold war with him for a while. It's impossible to go back to that time now. Not only can I buy bags worth tens of thousands, but now I can't even afford bags worth a few thousand. When Li Shireen found her in the morning, Zhang Mengyao had already submitted her resignation in the afternoon. She didn't want to see Li Shireen's smug look again. And he also understood that if he was in the same company with Lin Yi, he would never be able to win Lin Yi back. When Zhang Mengyao saw Lin Yi driving the Ferrari, she longed to sit in the passenger seat and experience the feeling of driving a supercar. No, I haven't lost yet, Zhang Mengyao said in her heart. Early morning. Li Shireen has also changed into her own work suit. Her closet is full of identical clothes. Sometimes Wu Rulin even complains about why Li Shireen wears the same clothes every day. Li Shireen always said that she was just going to the company and it was fine as long as it was formal. When Li Shi went out, Linny was still sleeping. Hubby, I'm going to the company first, remember to think of me. Li Shireen kissed Linny and went out. I'll pick you up tonight. Linny smiled. Li Shireen nodded and went out. After Li Shireen went out, Linny also got up. When going downstairs, Linny saw Li Jintian and Li Chun were both downstairs. Brother Chun, why did you go out so late today? Linny looked at Li Chun and asked. Oh, Shireen just went to the company to take over. I'm not that tired now. I only go to the company when there is something going on. In fact, it's easier when the company is stable. Usually there are people there to handle things. Making money is for comfort. If it's so tiring, it's better to sell the company. Li Chun smiled. Li Jintian cursed, you prodigal son, you've been thinking about selling the company all day. If you didn't have these companies, where would you get the money to buy those cars? Li Chun smiled and pulled Linny out. Brother-in-law, I have a few friends who like cars and have booked a racetrack tonight. Do you want to go racing tonight? Li Chun looked at Linny and asked. Linny asked in confusion, racing, what kind of car? We brothers pooled some money together and bought a Lamborghini Aventador as the prize for this championship. We will use the cars in the racing field. The cars there are well protected, just like those in professional racing fields. This will also test our adaptability to the cars. Li Chun looked at Linny and said slowly. Linny pondered for a while and said, send me the location tonight. Okay. Li Chun patted Linny on the shoulder. The two walked to the underground garage together, and Li Chun drove away the Maserati. Linny put on his helmet and started his Kawasaki H2. During this period, Linny has been riding in his father-in-law's Rolls-Royce to the company, and the Kawasaki H2 he bought has been left here and has only been driven a few times. Linny drove his motorcycle to the company, parked the car, and slowly walked towards the company. Morning, Mr. Lin. As soon as I entered the company, the employees at work greeted me one after another. Linny also responded enthusiastically. Boss Lin, wait. A middle-aged man stepped forward and stopped Linny. Linny glanced at the middle-aged man and asked, what's the matter? The middle-aged man picked up a resignation letter and asked, yesterday, my employee Zhang Mengyao submitted her resignation to me. Look at this. The middle-aged man pretended to hesitate. He knew that the relationship between Zhang Mengyao and Linny was not simple. Now that she wanted to resign, it would be better for him to ask the young president. I will do what I am supposed to do with my employee's resignation. Don't ask me about this kind of thing. Just remember to pay them their salary after you approve it. Linny said lightly. Okay, Mr. Lin. The middle-aged man left after getting confirmation. Linny also came to his office and looked at the background data. The number of registered users has now reached 30 million. This result is in line with Lin Yi's expectations. Now that the company has started to stabilize, my father-in-law no longer comes to the company today. In the next few days, I will just come to see him every day. After Linny turned off the background data on his computer, his phone began to vibrate. Hubby, do you miss me? Li Shireen sent a video of her office. How could I not miss my beautiful wife? Linny responded. Why don't you come over and accompany me later, and I'll show you around our company. Li Shireen sent a text message. Wait a minute. I'll come find you later. Linny smiled faintly at the phone screen. Chapter 36 Cosmetic Formulations. After sitting in World TV for the whole morning, Linny came to Lee Shireen's company. Elegant. These two big words are hung high on this office building. Linny came to the front desk and asked, "Excuse me, which floor is your president's office on?" The girl at the front desk glanced at Linny and said calmly, "Excuse me, do you have an appointment?" Hearing what the girl at the front desk said, Linny smiled and said, "No, but your president is my wife." The receptionist rolled her eyes at Linny and said, "Stop making trouble and get out now." The receptionist thought Linny was here to strike up a conversation, so she asked him to leave. Although Linny was very handsome, it was still working hours, and if he was seen by his supervisor, his performance bonus for this month would be reduced. Linny didn't make things difficult for the receptionist. He went outside and called Lee Shireen. "When will you come, husband?" Lee Shireen said with a smile. "I'm downstairs in your company now, and the front desk won't let me in. Please talk to the front desk." Bang! Ah! As soon as Linny finished speaking, he heard the sound of Lee Shireen's cup falling. "Honey, what's wrong with you?" Linny said worriedly. "It's okay. Honey, wait for me downstairs. I'll be down right away." Before Linny could say anything, Lee Shireen hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Linny put the phone in his pocket and waited quietly for Lee Shireen. "Look at that handsome guy, he's still waiting downstairs. I guess he's Mr. Lee's suitor. He just told me he's Mr. Lee." The total husband. The receptionist who had just refused Linny from entering the company laughed. "He looks so handsome though. It would be great if he was my boyfriend." The other receptionist looked at Linny infatuatedly. Day. There was a sound of high heels hitting the ground. "Mr. Lee." The two receptionists saw Lee Shireen and said respectfully. Lee Shireen nodded and walked out of the company. "Hey! My dear husband. Why are you standing downstairs of the company?" Lee Shireen looked at Linny, who was standing beside the company, and smiled. Linny pinched Lee Shireen's nose and said, "You didn't even tell the front desk that I was coming, and they thought I was your suitor and wouldn't let me in. You didn't even tell me you were coming. How would I know when you were coming?" Lee Shireen took away Linny's hand that was pinching her nose. While the two were flirting outside the door, the receptionist inside was dumbfounded. "Is this really Mr. Lee's husband?" The receptionist who had just stopped Linny outside the door whispered. "It's probably true. When have you ever seen Mr. Lee meet a man?" In the past, Mr. Lee would not even look at other men. "Look at Mr. Lee now." Another receptionist whispered. "I'll show you around my company." Lee Shireen pulled Linny into the company. The two of them held hands and walked towards the president's office. Along the way, some employees were dumbfounded when they saw Lee Shireen holding a man. When had Mr. Lee ever treated a man like this? Normally in the company, Lee Shireen never lacks suitors, but no matter what kind of car they drive or how much they are worth, Lee Shireen rejects them all. They all privately think that Lee Shireen is a lesbian. But now seeing Lee Shireen holding a man, they all understood that it was not that Lee Shireen disliked men. The president's office. Lee Shireen took Linny into her office. When he arrived at the office, Linny saw broken glass all over the floor. "When I heard you were coming just now, I got a little excited and accidentally dropped the cup," Lee Shireen explained to Linny. Linny looked around Lee Shireen and breathed a sigh of relief when he found that Lee Shireen was not injured. "Be more careful next time. Don't be so impatient." Linny tapped Lee Shireen's forehead. Lee Shireen nodded like a child who had done something wrong. "I almost forgot." Lee Shireen picked up the phone and made a call. "Hey! Xiaoqiu, ask someone to help me sweep up the broken glass in the office," Li Shi said to the person on the other end of the phone. 2 minutes later, a short-haired girl came in with a broom and swept away the broken glass on the ground. "Mr. Lee, is there anything else?" After cleaning up the broken glass, the short-haired girl turned to Lee Shireen and asked. "It's okay. You can go out first." The short-haired girl nodded and went out. "How about it? My office is pretty good, isn't it? There's a small room inside where I can sleep when I'm tired. And this furry sofa, I like it too." Lee Shireen proudly introduced her office to Linny. After watching it, Linny said without hesitation, "My wife is the one who enjoys it." After receiving Linny's praise, Lee Shireen sat on her furry sofa, patted her thigh, and motioned Linny to lie on her thigh. Linny smiled, then lay down on the sofa, resting his head on Lee Shireen's thighs. What if someone comes? Linny closed his eyes and smiled. Honey, Sean and I are going out to play some racing tonight. Linny enjoyed the pleasure of Lee Shireen pinching his arm. My brother asked you to go racing? Lee Shireen asked doubtfully. Well, he said that several of his friends pooled their money to prepare a Lamborghini as a prize. It seemed to be worth about 10 million. After hearing what Linny said, Lee Shireen pondered for a moment. You can go with my brother tonight. I won't go if you men go, but remember to be safe. Just have fun, don't force yourself. Lee Shireen warned. Lee Shireen also knew her brother's friends. They were all well-educated rich second generations. Although they liked to play, they never had any bad habits. Linny opened his eyes and turned around. Seeing the cosmetics on the table, he almost forgot the reward the system gave him last time. Wife, I have a cosmetic formula. Would you like to give it to your company for a try? Linny looked at Lee Shireen and asked. You actually have the cosmetics formula in your hand? Lee Shireen couldn't believe it. Well, this was something a high school classmate of mine tried to make. He gave it to me after he went abroad. There is absolutely no problem with this. Linny made up a lie. Anyway, when Lee Shireen takes it to the company, she can check whether this type of cosmetics is available on the market, and then check whether there is such a patent. Husband, have you been cheated? People don't sell this kind of thing, they give it to you? Lee Shireen didn't quite believe what Linny said. Linny smiled and said, I will give it to you when I get back tonight. You can then take it to your company's laboratory for a look and check if there are any patents on the market. It won't hurt to give it a try anyway. Okay, give it to me tonight and I'll take it to the lab tomorrow. Lee Shireen nodded. Chapter 37 Overtaking on a Curve. Night. After Linny sent Lee Shireen home, he received a message from Lee Chun on his mobile phone. Now that we are here, you can just come to the address I sent you later. Linny took a look and stood up to go to the address sent by Lee Chun. The sky was pitch black, and what came into view was a huge racing track. A Kawasaki was slowly driving towards the track. It took Linny 2 full hours to drive to the racetrack. When he was about to drive in, he was stopped by a security guard outside the door. Sorry, this place is reserved today. He made a gesture behind him, indicating Linny to go back. My name is Linny. Said lightly. When the security guard learned that it was Linny, he apologized. Excuse me, Mr. Lin, please come in. We are trying to prevent strangers from entering. I hope you can forgive me. Linny nodded and drove the car inside. As soon as he entered the racetrack, Linny saw Lee Chun and 4 other people choosing the cars they would use tonight. And several people also noticed the lights of Linny's motorcycle. After seeing Linny, several people came to him. How about this racetrack? It's big enough. This is the largest racetrack in our Huadu. Lee Chun pointed to the runway behind him. I forgot to introduce myself. This is Huang Rui, this is Pan Sheng, this is Su Zhangping, and this is Xiang Kailiang. Lee Chun introduced from left to right. Lee Chun pointed at Linny and said, This is Linny, my brother-in-law. Several people nodded. After a brief acquaintance, he took Linny to pick a car. The cars here are actually all the same, but they are definitely powerful enough, and more importantly, they have improved safety, so they are basically the same. Shall we, just pick the one that feels more suitable? Lee Chun introduced the cars inside to Linny. Linny took a look at the cars. Apart from the color and some of them had added spoilers, everything else was the same. After walking around twice, Linny chose one of the red cars. Once you've made your choice, go try a couple of laps. You should get familiar with this track. Huang Rui, who looked rather muscular, signaled Linny to run 2 laps. Linny nodded and got into the car he chose, driving slowly on the track. Suddenly, Linny's car was seen speeding like a wild horse. You're a good brother-in-law. He's neither arrogant nor impatient, and he's handsome. No wonder Shireen likes him. Pan Sheng said slowly as he looked at the car that had disappeared. That's for sure. I'm so smart, how could my sister have bad taste? Lee Chun said confidently in a loud voice. Come on. You're the only one who's smart. Pan Sheng patted Lee Chun's chest. Linny, who was on the track, had already run half the distance. He had already memorized where he had run on the track, where the sharp turns were, and where the straight lines were. All of these were completely memorized in his mind. However, Linny was also looking at those people. After getting to know them for a very short time, Linny found that although those people were all rich second generations, they were all approachable. This was the rich second generation that Linny actually came into contact with, and he was not as dissolute as those described in novels. After running for a while, Linny finally finished the entire track. How is it? Are you familiar with it? Looking at the literary Su Zhangping, he walked up and asked. It's okay. I think I've remembered it. Linny smiled faintly. Since everything is clear, let's get started. As soon as Li Chuanyi finished speaking, all 6 people got into the car. What was different from what happened just now was that the others, who were originally quite easygoing, immediately became serious once they got on the bus. 6 cars arrived at the starting line together. Li Chun made a phone call, and a large LED light above their heads not far away began to light up. Friendship comes first, competition comes second. Don't force it, just run a lap. Huang Rui, who was in the middle, shouted. 10. 9. 1. 0. When the LED light showed 0, 6 cars sped out together. Because the runway was straight at the beginning, several people stepped on the accelerator and drove side by side. But it was still a straight line, and several cars were keeping their distance, but there was a small bend not far ahead, so everyone started to slow down. Just when Linny wanted to seize the inner curve, Li Chun's car took the lead. Next came Pan Qing's car. Linny and the rest were left behind. What Linny didn't expect was that Li Chun, who usually kept a low profile, turned out to be so good at driving a car, and the same went for Pan Chang. The remaining few people were obviously just lucky draws. The best opportunity to overtake is obviously on the curve, and Linny followed closely behind without any hurry. Although Linny clearly had a chance to overtake just now, when he saw that Li Chun and Pan Cheng's cars were about to collide with each other, Linny gave up the idea. It would be bad if a collision happened. Although the 6 cars were now in the front and the back, they were still not very far away. After several consecutive bends, the cars of Li Chun, Pan Cheng, and Linny had left the other 3 behind by the bend. Didn't Li Chun say that his brother-in-law had never driven a car like this before? How come he is so amazing? Pan Cheng looked at the other 2 cars following closely behind and thought to himself. But Pan Cheng was not the only one who thought so. Li Chun also felt the same way. Seeing Lin Yi's car following closely behind them, he was no less surprised than Pan Cheng. But this is also a good thing. In the previous car race, these 2 were competing for the first place. Now with the addition of Lin Yi, their blood is starting to boil. There was a sharp bend ahead. Li Chun raised the corners of his mouth slightly, intending to get rid of the 2 men on this bend. But Li Chun is not the only one who thinks so. Finally, Lin Yi found the right opportunity. Not far from the bend, the 2 people in front began to slow down, hoping to overtake the other 2 at the bend. But Lin Yi behind him not only did not slow down, but continued to maintain his full speed. Is this kid crazy? This is not the way to win. The curve ahead is a sharp curve of nearly 30 degrees. Li Chun and Pan Qing thought to themselves. They had even thought about calling a rescue team. It's a pity that Linny only got familiar with 1 lap of the track. If he had run 2 more laps, Linny would probably do better now. At least he wouldn't be rushing forward like a fool like he is now. Although Li Chun was concentrating on driving his car, he was already imagining Linny hitting the track guardrail in his mind. Now Li Chun began to regret asking Lin Yi to come over. If anything happened, he would be torn into pieces by his sister when he returned. Chapter 38: A Perfect Race. Just when a few people thought that Lin Yi was about to hit the guardrail beside the track, Lin Yi in the car was unusually calm. At this time, Lin Yi in the car was the same as usual. He adjusted the car to the edge of the track, turned slightly, and used the inertia of the car to do a big drift. The fiery red car drifted perfectly through the outrageous sharp curve in front of it. The car was sticking to the edge of the track, but no sparks were seen. If the car had hit the wall, it would have been out of control due to the collision. But now the car has passed intact. This? How is this possible? Li Chun and Pan Qing felt that their eyes were blurry at this moment and they couldn't believe what they saw. The 2 men's surprised mouths were now big enough to fit an egg. They were only surprised for a moment, and with their previous experience, they both safely passed the bend. After turning the corner, the 2 could only look at the taillights of Lin Yi's car. Lin Yi looked at the 2 cars behind him through the rearview mirror and found that they had been left some distance behind him. Now, as long as Lin Yi maintains this speed, he can basically be sure of victory. But the 2 people behind him would not give up so easily. The bends ahead were one after another. If they wanted to overtake Lin Yi, they could only overtake him in the series of bends behind. Seeing hope, Li Chun stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. Pan Chang was not willing to be left behind and followed Li Chun closely. However, no matter how hard the two of them chased, they were still left far behind by Lin Yi. If Lin Yi just had luck, then now Lin Yi is demonstrating his strength. The corners of Lin Yi's mouth slightly raised. On this track with a series of turns, the car he controlled was moving on the track like a snake. Seeing Lin Yi driving the car like this, Li Chun and Pan Chang were completely convinced. They have been playing on this track for so many years and have never seen Lin Yi's driving skills so smooth. There is even no shortage of professional racing drivers who come here to play, but none of them can be as smooth as Lin Yi. It's like the wheels are greased. After passing the series of turns, the lap was over quickly. There is no doubt that Lin Yi won the championship. Shortly after Lin Yi parked the car at the designated place, Li Chun and Pan Chang also finished a lap. Someone has already won the championship, so the remaining rankings are meaningless. If we have to compete, there can only be a champion. Not long after, the three people who were far behind also arrived at their original place safely. Brother Chun, you are the champion again this time. Huang Rui held Li Chun's hand after getting out of the car. Let the champion speak. Mr. Li Chun, what do you think about winning the championship? Su Zhangping also used the car keys as a microphone and interviewed Li Chun in a serious manner. But Li Chun smiled awkwardly, pointed at Lin Yi and said, "My brother-in-law is the champion." Except for Pan Chang, who was following Li Chun closely, the other three were all shocked. They usually know that they can't beat Li Chun and Pan Chang, but they just enjoy it. Li Chun usually wins when playing, and they all assume that Li Chun wins. But now they said that Lin Yi won. If Li Chun hadn't said it himself, they would never believe that Lin Yi could win. Several people came to Lin Yi, lifted him up and threw him into the air. Let us welcome the new king to the throne. Everyone cheered. Pan Chang also took out the key to the Lamborghini prize and gave it to Lin Yi. Li Chun took out a camera and placed it on the ground. Several people came to Lin Yi and took a photo together. Just after they finished taking the photos, a middle-aged man came up to Lin Yi. Brother Lin. I'm the boss here, Ma Shang. We want to put your perfect drift on the corner on the big screen at the racetrack. What do you think, Brother Lin? Of course, this is paid. Brother Lin, you name a price and we will try our best to meet it. The racetrack owner asked sincerely. Lin Yi smiled and said, talking about money makes me sad. Just use it. We won't talk about money. The people around Lin Yi all know the boss. Since the owner of the racetrack wants to post his racing video, it would be better to let the boss use it generously, which can also be a favor. Okay. Brother Lin is really my type. Whenever you have time, just come over to play with me. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Xiao Ma. The owner of the racing track, Ma Shang, patted Lin Yi on the shoulder. The turn that Lin Yi just passed was something that no one had been able to do in all the years since the racetrack was opened. People who come here to play with cars are generally those who love racing. As long as I put this video up, it will definitely attract some people who think they have good driving skills to challenge me. It's all thanks to Lin Yi. Usually when we come here to play, the boss is very stingy and the price gets higher and higher. Now we can finally build the boss's track. Pan Chang joked on the side. You guys, I usually just charge a little for the drinks, and now you're complaining that I charge too much. The boss smiled at Li Chun and the others. It's still early, why don't we go have a couple of drinks? Li Chun said to several people. The owner of the racetrack waved his hand and said, you young people can go ahead. I'd better go back to sleep. I can't go either. I have a project to discuss tomorrow. Pan Chang also refused. The remaining few people said they would get together again next time and then left. They were either already managing their family companies or were married with children, so they could no longer spend their time freely as before, so Li Chun naturally did not force them. After the few people left, Lin Yi and Li Chun also left. As for the car that Lin Yi just won, the owner of the racing track also promised to deliver it to his home tomorrow. When Lin Yi returned home, it was already 11 o'clock in the evening, and Li Shireen had gone to bed early. After seeing Li Shireen fall asleep, Lin Yi took a shower and went to bed carefully. Good night. Lin Yi kissed Li Shireen on the forehead and fell asleep. Chapter 39. He Xiufang owes money. Morning. Lin Yi took the USB flash drive from the drawer and handed it to Li Shireen. Li Shireen put the USB drive into her bag. Hubby, wait for my good news. After saying this, Li Shireen was about to turn around and leave. Etc. Linny stopped Li Shireen, who was about to go out. Oh. I almost forgot. Li Shi smiled, turned around and kissed Linny. Is this all right now? Li Shireen said coquettishly. But Linny handed a car key to Li Shireen and said slowly, I won this from racing last night. Li Shireen glanced at the car keys and said excitedly, as expected of my husband, you are so awesome. This car is worth over 10 million yuan, and you were able to win it back. After hearing this, Linny said proudly, your husband is so amazing in many other ways. Okay, let me see it later. Lin Shireen smiled charmingly. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to the company. Bye, husband. Li Shireen glanced at the time and walked out. I'll take you there. Linny followed Li Shireen and planned to send Li Shireen to the company. And the other side. In a certain neighborhood. Wake up, daughter. He Xiaofang shook Zhang Mengyao, who was sleeping soundly. Zhang Mengyao slowly opened her eyes and saw He Xiaofang shaking her in panic. After leaving the company, Zhang Mengyao did not start looking for a job, but instead made videos with He Xiaofang. After He Xiaofang finished filming the video, Zhang Mengyao helped with editing it in the evening. After leaving her job, Zhang Mengyao has figured it out. Making money is not bad. With the efforts of the two, their number of fans has reached 150,000. Although it is a video that sells misery, the monetization ability of these 150,000 fans cannot be underestimated. In a short period of time, the creative incentives have reached more than 6,000 yuan, and they are waiting to be withdrawn next month. Mom, what are you doing? Can you please let me get some sleep so early in the morning? Zhang Mengyao complained. My dear daughter, can you transfer 10,000 to me now? Cold sweat gradually appeared on He Xiaofang's anxious forehead. You've already used all my money to play mahjong. Where do I get so much money now? Zhang Mengyao said dissatisfiedly. What should I do? I owe 10,000 yuan now. If I can't pay it back, I'll be a deadbeat. Zhang Mengyao was shocked after hearing this. How could you owe so much money? Did you borrow money from a loan shark? How is that possible? After I lost money playing mahjong last time, I thought about applying for a few credit cards. Now I can't pay off the money I owe. He Xiaofang was now like an ant on hot pan, pacing around the room anxiously. Zhang Mengyao heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, isn't it just 10% for a credit card? I still have 1,000 or 2,000 yuan left. You can pay the minimum first. But He Xiaofang said with a pale face, I have 5 credit cards in my hand now, and I have borrowed more than 20,000 yuan on each of them. Paying back 10,000 yuan is the minimum. Why did you borrow so much money? I told you not to play mahjong, but you insisted on going out to play every day. Zhang Mengyao said angrily. I was thinking I could win it back, but who knew I would always be so unlucky? Let's not worry about that for now. Let's think about how to pay back the money. He Xiaofang shook Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and said slowly, didn't you give all the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift from Linny to my brother last time? Now you can only ask him for it. Yes, I'll call Mingqing now. In a panic, He Xiaofang dialed Zhang Mingqing's phone number. Hello? On the other side, Zhang Mingqing's voice sounded a little lazy. Mingqing, transfer 20,000 yuan of Mengyao's 500,000 yuan betrothal gift to Mom. Mom owes 10,000 yuan now. After hearing this, Zhang Mingqing said awkwardly, Mom, I have already used up all the 500,000. What? You've already used up all the 500,000? You loser, how do you survive? 500,000. How did you use it up so quickly? He Xiaofang hung up the phone in frustration. Now her only hope was shattered. The other side. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Mingqing opened the bank app, took a look at his balance, which was still 20,000 yuan, and then he lay down contentedly. He didn't want to give the money to He Xiaofang. If he did, he would not be able to go to the bar at night. He Xiaofang, who had lost all hope, immediately thought of Linny. Daughter, why don't you go ask Linny for some money? Didn't you say that he is worth at least several 100 million now? Why don't you ask for a few 100,000 first? In the past, whenever she lost money playing mahjong, she would cheat Linny for money, and Linny would give it to her generously. Now that she was broke, she naturally thought of Linny first, so she would give as much as she could. After hearing what He Xiufang said, Zhang Mengyao rolled her eyes at her. They have nothing to do with us now. What's the point of asking them for money? No, Linny wants to abandon you now that he has money. How can such a good thing happen? Let's go find their parents now. I don't believe it. At least we can get back the money you spent on your youth for the past few years. After hearing this, Zhang Mengyao was also shaken. Although Linny had only obtained the marriage certificate and had not held the wedding yet, as long as there was no wedding, everything was possible. Ever since Linny left Zhang Mengyao, she has been unhappy every day, while Linny's life has been getting better and better, with one luxury car after another. This makes Zhang Mengyao feel very unbalanced. Why can Linny live a good life while she has to worry about 10,000 yuan? Will this work? Will Linny's parents just kick us out? Zhang Mengyao said worriedly. Why not? Linny's parents are both idiots. Just act pitiful when you get there. They will surely relent and let Linny go with you. Zhang Mengyao also nodded and agreed. After the two made the decision, Zhang Mengyao got up, washed, put on some delicate makeup, and went out with He Xiufang. Mom, let's buy something. It's not good to go empty-handed. Zhang Mengyao said to He Xiufang, who was standing beside her. Why not? We are out of money now, why should we buy gifts now? Besides, their family has everything they need now, and they still want us to buy gifts for them? It's just a dream. He Xiufang fully embodied her sarcastic and mean side. Chapter 40, Really Bitten by a Dog. That's what I said. However, He Xiufang still had some ideological struggle in her heart. After hesitating for a long time, He Xiufang finally walked into a fruit shop and picked out a few of the cheapest apples. Fuck, why is this apple so expensive? This little bit cost me $10. He Xiufang complained as she looked at the apples with spots on them. After seeing the apples with spots on them, Zhang Mengyao thought it would be better not to buy them. But before she could say anything, He Xiufang had already pulled her into an online hailing car. After the online taxi drove for a while, He Xiufang and Zhang Mengyao arrived at the residential area where Lingy's parents lived. Why are online ride-hailing services so rip-offs nowadays? They actually charged me more than 50 yuan. They don't even want us to live. He Xiufang cursed as she looked at the balance sent to her mobile phone. Mom, can you please stop complaining after walking a few steps? Can you please think about how expensive things are when you play mahjong? Zhang Mengyao finally couldn't bear it anymore and cursed at He Xiufang. Oh. You are blaming me now. If you hadn't persuaded Linny to stay, would we be like this now? Now he is with a rich man and drives a car worth tens of millions, and look at you, you don't even have money to take a taxi. He Xiufang also said viciously. She felt that she could have lived a good life, but it was because her daughter did not try to keep Linny that she let such a rich son-in-law run away. But Zhang Mengyao was not happy after hearing this and said, if you hadn't insisted on adding 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, would we have broken up now? We wouldn't have to go to someone's parents' house to beg for forgiveness now. Okay, let's not talk too much, let's go up first. He Xiufang knew that she was in the wrong and decided not to continue arguing with Zhang Mengyao in front of the gate of the residential complex. In the past, before the two broke up, Linny brought Zhang Mengyao to his home several times. Zhang Mengyao found Linny's home based on her memory. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Ding dong. Zhang Mengyao pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response. Oh. I come here, I can't even knock on the door. He Xiufang pushed Zhang Mengyao aside and used her fat right hand to continuously bang on the door of Linny's house. Are your relatives here? Open the door. After He Xiufang had been filming for about 10 minutes, the neighbor nearby couldn't help it anymore. What the hell are you yelling about? Don't make a scene in the hallway, understand? A rough-looking man from next door came out and cursed. I didn't knock on your door, why are you yelling? If you have the guts, come and hit me. I wish someone would hit me right now. He Xiufang, not wanting to be outdone, puffed out her chest and started cursing. After hearing this, the man's face turned red for a moment, and he stepped forward to give He Xiufang a big fight. He Xiufang slapped her own face and said fiercely, come on, hit me here, I'll blackmail you to death, I can tell from the looks of it that you're a loser whose wife cheated on him. The man calmed down instantly and returned to his home. Why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? Is this all you can do? How dare you yell at me like that? I wasn't brought up to be scared. He Xiufang was already yelling at the inside without giving in. Mom, please stop talking. What if someone really comes out to beat you up? Zhang Mengyao was also trying to dissuade him. He Xiaofang said contemptuously, what are you afraid of? Can he come up and bite me? Judging from his appearance, he must be a useless waste. Woof woof woof. A dog immediately came out from next door and pounced on He Xiaofang. Ah! He Xiaofang was lying on the ground screaming. Daughter, save me. At this time, Zhang Mengyao had already hidden in the corner and was shivering. No matter how He Xiaofang called out to her, it was useless. After He Xiaofang screamed for a while, the man next door came out slowly and pulled his dog back. Mom! Are you okay? After the dog was pulled back, Zhang Mengyao finally reacted and hurried towards He Xiaofang. Seeing He Xiaofang's face covered in blood, Zhang Mengyao didn't know where to start. Call an ambulance. He Xiaofang uttered these words while lying on the ground wailing. No need to call, I've already called for you. This place is very close to the hospital, it will only take a few minutes to get there. The burly man next door spoke slowly, holding a cell phone in his hand. My mom just said a few harsh words. Why did you let the dog bite my mom? How could my dog bite someone? You must have disturbed his sleep. He is usually so well behaved. Also, if you have time to curse, you might as well go see your mother and ask me for the medical bills. The man returned to his home as if he didn't care. It was only after the man reminded her that Zhang Mengyao discovered that blood was oozing from her mother's face. You stupid girl, help me stop the bleeding. He Xiaofang's face was now covered in blood. Yeah. Okay. Zhang Mengyao hurriedly took out a tissue to help He Xiaofang stop the bleeding. Ah. Can you be gentler? He Xiaofang kicked Zhang Mengyao in unbearable pain. At this time, He Xiaofang's face had been wrapped like a mummy. The ambulance also arrived downstairs, and several male nurses lifted He Xiaofang onto a stretcher. This is a bit difficult. In the ambulance, a doctor looked at He Xiaofang's face, which was wrapped in tissues. Doctor, you must save my mother. Zhang Mengyao was so anxious that she almost cried. After hearing what Zhang Mengyao said, the doctor shook his head helplessly. Your mother was fine to begin with, but look at her face, you used paper to stop the bleeding, and the blood has already clotted on it. It should have only taken 2 stitches and a bandage, but now it's difficult to deal with. And they were all bitten on the face. Other parts of the body are not serious. They can be cured with a few shots of vaccine. At this time, He Xiaofang lying in the ambulance looked deathly pale. No, her face was now covered with congealed blood, with only a pair of eyes and nose showing. Now she regretted why she had provoked that man. It would have been better if she had not been so mean just now. She could no longer feel the pain on her face, but she could still feel the twitching on her face. In a few minutes, the ambulance arrived at the hospital. Several male nurses worked together to carry He Xiaofang down, but because He Xiaofang was too fat, they hit a car when they were carrying her down. In pain, He Xiaofang cursed, you can't even lift a person. I'll complain to you idiots later. Mom, stop talking and wait for the doctor to cure you. Zhang Mengyao comforted her. Finally. Thanks to the efforts of several male nurses, He Xiaofang finally arrived at the hospital. Chapter 41 I am disfigured. Ah. Zhang Mengyao outside the door had been listening to He Xiaofang's screams inside. Can you give me some anesthesia? You're trying to kill me with pain. He Xiaofang's angry roar came from outside. Finally, 2 hours later, He Xiaofang walked out with a pale face. Mom, are you okay? Zhang Mengyao stepped forward and asked with concern. Don't you know whether I'm okay or not? It's really unlucky. What were you doing when I was bitten by a dog? I really raised you for nothing. He Xiaofang rolled her eyes at Zhang Mengyao. Hello, this is the fee you just paid. Remember to come here to get your canine vaccinations regularly in the future. A nurse came up and gave Zhang Mengyao a list and left. It's okay, Mom. The man just said he wanted to reimburse us, so we can just go back and ask him for the money. Zhang Mengyao opened her mouth and said. Are you stupid? Is this a matter of money? Your mother is now disfigured. He Xiaofang said in a sad voice. When He Xiaofang said that she was disfigured, people passing by covered their mouths to hold back their laughter, and only laughed after they had walked away. What are you laughing at? I hope your whole family will be bitten by dogs. He Xiaofang angrily cursed at those people who were laughing at her. Ma'am, this is a hospital, please don't yell. A nurse reminded. Yeah. Mom, you better restrain yourself now. It will be troublesome if you run into someone like that again. He Xiaofang was getting angrier the more she thought about it, and now she wanted to make soup with that dog. I'm going to hire a lawyer and sue that idiot who released the dog. He Xiaofang gritted her teeth hard. We don't have money to hire a lawyer right now. You still owe us money, so it's good enough that we can pay you back. Zhang Mengyao gave a reminder. No, I can't swallow this. We must get compensation, otherwise my face will be disfigured in vain. If not, ask Lin Yi to compensate us. If we hadn't come to his house, how could we have been bitten? He Xiaofang is now unconscious and all she sees is money. Let's go. I can't bleed in vain today. Let's go to Lin Yi's house. He Xiaofang took Zhang Mengyao out of the hospital gate. Hey! Why don't we go back and rest? You've lost so much blood now. It's better not to go out today. Zhang Mengyao sighed. No, if today passes, I will become a deadbeat. I must get the money today, otherwise I won't be able to go back. He Xiaofang gave Zhang Mengyao a death order. The two of them used the little balance they had left and called another online taxi. On the same day, the two came to Lin Yi's door twice. But now He Xiaofang is not as tough as she was the first time. She hid behind Zhang Mengyao trembling. Bang, bang, bang. He Xiaofang was not knocking on Lin Yi's door with her hands, but kicking it hard with her feet. After kicking several times, He Xiaofang, who was already sweating, cursed angrily, "Where the hell are Lin Yi's parents today? Why haven't they been seen all day? Why are you back again? Can you be quiet for a moment?" The burly man who had just let the dog out came out again. But this time he was not as angry as before. Now when he saw that almost half of He Xiaofang's face was covered with gauze, he felt a little sympathy for He Xiaofang. You. You're not going to let your dog out again, are you? I'm telling you, I'm going to hire a lawyer to sue you. He Xiaofang hid behind Zhang Mengyao and said in a trembling voice. Oh. Wait until you hire a lawyer before giving me the court summons, otherwise stop talking so much nonsense. After saying this, the man slammed the door shut. Forget it. Let's go back. Lin Yi's parents probably won't be back until the evening. Zhang Mengyao no longer wanted to stay here. I didn't do anything today, but I still got bitten by a dog for nothing. No. Even if I die, I want to die here. He Xiaofang took out the bag of apples from her bag and started taking a bite. Well. Zhang Mengyao sighed. After waiting for more than an hour, Lin Hongjun and Zhao Shangmei finally returned home. Originally, they would be there for a whole day, but now that Lin Yi has money, the couple finally hired a few employees to work there. Now the two of them can have more than 3 hours of time to go home and rest every day. Ha! Why are you at my doorstep? Lin Hongjun asked He Xiaofang, who was sitting next to him while opening the door. After seeing Lin Hongjun coming back, He Xiaofang wanted to stand up and curse him, but she held the words back as soon as they came to her lips. She came here today to say nice things, not to quarrel. After the matter is settled, she can curse you however she wants. After Lin Hongjun opened the door, he went in with Zhao Shangmei and ignored He Xiaofang, who was sitting at the door. Etc. He Xiaofang and Zhang Mengyao followed Lin Hongjun into the room. What are you doing at my house? I don't remember inviting you to my house. Lin Hongjun said calmly. He Xiaofang treated the place as her own home, sat on the sofa, and picked up an apple to start eating. Lin Hongjun sighed and said, "Just tell me what you have to say. Don't treat my home like your own." Lin Hongjun was completely speechless towards the mother and daughter. His son hadn't asked them to pay back the money yet, but she actually came to his house. My dear relatives, that's not what I meant. I came here this time because I want our two families to sit down and have a good talk. He Xiaofang said with her eyes rolling. Talk? What do we have to talk about? Our family has nothing to do with yours. You'd better get out of here. Lin Hongjun immediately ordered them to leave. Xiangmei. I've been here for so long, and you didn't even pour me a glass of water. He Xiaofang ignored Lin Hongjun's words and turned her attention directly to Zhao Shangmei. She felt that there was hope only if she talked to Zhao Shangmei. But Zhao Shangmei did not go to pour water, but said coldly to He Xiaofang. Why should I pour you some water? You came to my house by yourself, and I'm glad I didn't kick you out. He Xiaofang, who had repeatedly hit a wall, was not angry now. Instead, she smiled at the two of them and said, I admit that we did go a little too far before, but we have thought about it. Xiaoyi still likes our Mengyao. Now he is with someone he doesn't like. Do you think Xiaoyi will be happy? He has been with Mengyao for 5 years. Zhang Mengyao at the side also found the right opportunity to agree, yes, Dad. We were wrong before, but Xiaoyi and Li Shirin are really not suitable. Xiaoyi was deceived by Li Shirin. Chapter 42, he really became a deadbeat. Suitable? If you want to persuade my son to turn back, why don't you go to him instead of us? Lin Hongjuan's words touched the hearts of the two men. Isn't it that Xiaoyi is still ignorant? Look at that Li Shirin, she is a pure mistress, she only knows how to deceive Xiaoyi all day long. Now Xiaoyi has been deceived all the time. Only you can call Xiaoyi back. He Xiaofang said calmly. Well, what you said seems to make sense. Lin Hongjun pondered for a while and then spoke slowly. After hearing this, He Xiaofang thought there was hope and immediately intensified her persuasion. Yes. Xiaoyi is still young, and he doesn't understand who has an easier life. Our Mengyao is the kind of good wife and good mother. As long as the two of them get married, Xiaoyi will be the happiest man. Maybe I didn't make it clear just now. What I wanted to say is that it's true that Xiaoyi was deceived, but he was deceived for 5 years. You Zhang Mengyao is the one who deceived him. You also asked for a betrothal gift of 500,000 yuan. I don't think you deserve even 5 yuan. Is she as rich as my daughter-in-law? Is she as pretty as my daughter-in-law? My current daughter-in-law is the one who really treats my son well. Look at what you have done in the past few years. All you have done is ask for money. And your son, who has his own hands and feet, keeps asking Xiaoyi, who is still studying, for money. Your family is really shameless. Now that the two of them are married, they still dream of eating swan meat. Lin Hongjun blurted out everything in one go. You. How can you slander my daughter like this? She is a girl, how can you say that? He Xiaofang was so angry that her face was distorted, and her face, which had just had 2 stitches, had begun to crack. Blood oozed from the gauze. Zhang Mengyao cried to Lin Hongjun and Zhao Xiangmei. Mom and Dad, I was wrong. I really love Lin Yi. Now I can't sleep well without him. Please help me put in a good word and let Lin Yi come back to me. Lin Hongjun snorted. Don't call us Mom and Dad. How can you recognize your parents without blushing or getting angry? After saying that, Lin Hongjun opened the video of Lin Yi and Zhang Mengyao's wedding and played it. Mengyao, you really won't marry me? Lin Yi, if you don't do what my mother said today and give me another 500,000 yuan as a gift, I won't marry you. It's a blast after this video is released. After seeing this video, He Xiaofang and Zhang Mengyao looked a little unnatural. Does that mean that there is no possibility between our two families? He Xiaofang asked. Are you really stupid or are you just pretending to be stupid? When did I ever agree with you? Besides, this is my son's business. Why are you looking for me? Did I let you into my house? You'd better get out of here. Lin Hongjun said coldly. Okay, it's fine. Your current daughter-in-law is rich. Lin Yi doesn't want to work hard anymore. He's a gigolo now and has abandoned his girlfriend of 5 years. If you don't agree, then you have to compensate my daughter for the past 5 years of her youth. He Xiaofang saw no hope of reconciliation in Lin Hongjuan's eyes, so she started to show her cards. But Zhang Mengyao on the side whispered, Mom, don't be like this, there is still hope for Lin Yi and I, let's talk about it. Now she has figured it out. When she was with Lin Yi, she never had to worry about food and drink. Even her bags cost tens of thousands of yuan each. But now, since they broke up, she has to save money even on meals. When Zhang Mengyao just resigned from World TV, the company immediately paid her several thousand yuan in salary. She was thinking about buying 2 skirts. However, after only 1 day, her salary had run out. Now her biggest wish is to return to Lin Yi. After hearing these words, Lin Hongjun didn't know how much he wanted to laugh. The mother and daughter could definitely make a living by performing on the streets if they sang the same tune. We have nothing to talk about. I can't make decisions about my son's affairs. And what do you mean by paying back 5 years of youth? Lin Hongjun pointed at He Xiaofang and sneered. He Xiaofang thought about it for a moment, then said unhappily. Of course, that's the youth my daughter has lost in the past 5 years. If it weren't for your son delaying my daughter, she would have married a rich second-generation man long ago. Your son's delay of my daughter's youth should be calculated as 200,000 a year. You should just give him 1 million. The lion opened its mouth widely. Every time they heard what He Xiaofang said, their views on life would be refreshed. Now it is another 1 million. Lin Hongjun was so angry that he laughed. Even Zhao Xiangmei, who was known for her good temper, frowned because of this. Your daughter can find a rich second generation? You don't even look at your daughter's trash, and you're still dreaming about finding a rich second generation. As for the 1 million, I still suggest that you raise your pillow higher when you sleep at night. A dead pig is not afraid of boiling water. After hearing what Lin Hongjun said, He Xiaofang also started to act like a rogue and sat on the ground and started acting like a rogue. I don't care. If I don't have money today, I won't leave. At least you have to take out 200,000 first. Okay, then just sit there. You just want to get something for nothing all day long. After saying that, Lin Hongjun walked out of the house. After a while, Lin Hongjun was followed by the burly man from next door who let the dog bite He Xiaofang. I'm so sorry, this woman is too fat. I don't think I can drag her. You young people have to be stronger. You can just drag them outside. Lin Hongjun smiled faintly at the man behind him. The man just nodded, then grabbed He Xiaofang's collar with one hand and dragged her out like a dead pig. What are you doing? Let my mother go, or I'll call the police. Zhang Mangyao cursed angrily from behind, but even though she cursed, she didn't dare to get close at all, for fear that she would also be bitten by the dog. Lin Hongjun glared at Zhang Mangyao and said, You broke into a private house. I haven't called the police yet, and you still want to call the police. In less than a minute, He Xiaofang was dragged out by the burly man, followed by Zhang Mangyao, but Zhang Mangyao walked out by herself. The two of them walked completely outside the door, and Lin Hongjun closed the door heavily. Mom, what should we do now? Our last hope is gone. Zhang Mangyao looked at He Xiaofang with red eyes. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. What else can you do? You can only become a deadbeat. He Xiaofang was already in a bad mood. She didn't expect Lin Yi's parents to treat her and her like this. There is no other way. All the money that can be borrowed has been borrowed, and there is no other way to borrow the rest. He Xiaofang actually owed more than 100,000 yuan. In addition to those credit cards, she had also borrowed from her relatives and friends. Now she had completely overdrawn her credit. The two thought they could get the job done today, but they didn't expect that they failed and were bitten by the dog, leaving a 2 or 3 centimeter wound. Oh! Go back! He Xiaofang took Zhang Mangyao and slowly walked out of the community. She has already started to give up. So what if she can't pay back the money? The most that can happen is that my bank card will be frozen. I can pay her back when I have money in the future. Can I be arrested and put in jail for owing money? All you have to do is wait until next month to cash out the money. He Xiaofang is still dreaming her own beautiful dream. Chapter 43 A Little Romance for Two. 1 million is the first thing he asked for. Only a fat pig like He Xiaofang could come up with such an idea. Lin Hongjun sat on the sofa and said angrily. You are such a fool. Why are you still angry at that kind of person? Zhao Xiangmei handed Lin Hongjun a glass of water. No, I have to call Xiaoyi and tell him to be careful of Zhang Mangyao. Just as Lin Hongjun was about to pick up his phone to make a call, he was stopped by Zhao Xiangmei. Why are you calling to disturb our son? Why don't you use your brain? Zhang Mangyao must have already looked for our son a long time ago. It's because our son ignored her that she came to our house. Afternoon. Lin Yi was driving his winning Lamborghini Aventador to the downstairs of Li Shirin's company. After waiting for a long time, Li Shirin finally came down from the company. Beautiful lady, can we have dinner together tonight? Lin Yi waved at Li Shirin. Li Shirin wanted to curse loudly, but when she saw it was Lin Yi, she trotted to the passenger seat in her high heels. Be careful, running like that in high heels. Lin Yi tapped Li Shirin's forehead. Why didn't you tell me you were coming? I thought you were some blind person. Li Shirin pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Lin Yi smiled and said, I just want to give you a surprise. I'll take you to a candlelight dinner tonight. It's up to you to arrange it. If I'm not satisfied, I'll give you a bad review. Li Shirin raised her eyebrows slightly and smiled. Good. Lin Yi slowly started the car and headed towards the Western restaurant he had booked. The car slowly stopped, and Linny and Li Shireen got out. "Mr. Lin, this way please." When the waiter saw Linny coming, he walked up to him with a professional smile on his face and greeted him. The two of them came and sat down at a table in the middle of the second floor of the restaurant. "Honey, why is there no one in this Western restaurant? Why can't I see anyone except the waiter when I came in?" Li Shireen thought that Linny had chosen a Western restaurant with a bad reputation. Linny smiled brightly and said softly, "This restaurant is doing very good business. If we come now, there will be no seats left, but I have booked the entire restaurant. I don't want others to disturb us while we dine." As soon as Linny finished speaking, the waiter brought up the cooked steak and poured a bottle of 1982 Lafite for the two of them. After all the food was served, the waiter left, leaving only Linny and Li Shireen on the second floor. Linny cut a small piece of steak and put it into Li Shireen's mouth. Too much, it's flowing out." Li Shireen wiped the juice flowing from the corner of her mouth. "Hubby, try mine." Li Shireen cut a large piece of steak and stuffed it into Linny's mouth. After chewing for a long time, Linny finally swallowed the steak. "How about it? It's nice here, isn't it?" Linny looked at Li Shireen and asked. Li Shireen replied, "Yes, it is true. The most important thing is that you brought me here, husband." Hearing Li Shireen say this, Linny smiled contentedly and continued to cut a piece of steak to feed Li Shireen. "Although this place is nice, I still want to eat the food you cook for me, husband." Linny sneered and said slowly, "If you want to eat it, I will make it for you every day. I am the best at making noodles. When I was a child, my mother often taught me how to roll noodles. I will make it for you when I have time. Can I eat it from below?" Li Shireen blushed after hearing this. Seeing that Li Shireen looked a little abnormal, Linny asked with concern, "What's wrong with you, honey? Are you feeling uncomfortable?" Li Shireen came back to her senses and waved her hands, saying, "No, it's okay. It must be very expensive to book this place. I also ordered a bottle of 1982 Lafite." Linny said disapprovingly, "It's okay. As long as you are happy, it doesn't matter how much money you spend. Money is earned to be enjoyed." Hearing this, Li Shireen's eyes were full of Linny's handsome words. She had never thought of being with Linny before. She recalled that it was the first time she left home to live on campus when she was in college. Although her family always wanted to help her hire a driver to pick her up, she refused. "I still remember when I first arrived at the school, some student volunteers enthusiastically helped me carry my luggage and even asked me if I had a boyfriend. I was so angry that I took the luggage and carried it myself." Just as she was dragging two large suitcases, a sunny and handsome man came up to her. "Let me help you." Without waiting for a refusal, the man took two large suitcases from Li Shireen and helped her move them to the dormitory. "Is there anything else I can help you with? If not, I'll leave now." This was the first time that Li Shireen looked at the man in front of her. He is sunny and handsome, always with a warm smile on his face, and his words make people feel very kind. It was the first time that Li Shireen was not asked for a refund since she came to school. When she came to her senses, he was gone. Later, Li Shireen found out that his name was Linny, and he was the dream lover of many girls in the school. He was a freshman like herself. Li Shireen began to pay attention to Linny from the moment she started moving her luggage. She knew that Linny would get up early every morning for a jog and also run in the evening. When he had time, he would take orders to help others write copy. It wasn't until Zhang Mengyao said that she and Linny were in love that Li Shireen's secret feelings were shattered, and she was depressed every time she went home. The attentive Wu Rulan also noticed that her daughter was abnormal, and when she asked her, Li Shireen told her everything. But she still kept Linny deep in her heart. Every time Linny gave Zhang Mengyao a gift, she would go back to the dormitory and complain that the gift was too cheap. Li Shireen felt very uncomfortable after hearing this, but she didn't feel like saying anything. Finally, in the blink of an eye, college life passed quickly. And Linny finally announced his marriage after 5 years of dating, and even invited herself to be the bridesmaid. Unexpectedly, on the wedding day, Zhang Mengyao proposed to add another 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, and Linny became disappointed with Zhang Mengyao. After that, the two of them got married, and now Linny has become her husband. Zhang Mengyao also regretted it, but now she has become a clown. "Wife, what are you thinking about?" Linny waved his hand in front of Li Shireen's eyes. Li Shireen came back to her senses and smiled at Linny. "It's okay. I'm just moved by you." The two looked at each other. Puff. Ha 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 ha. They both laughed in tacit understanding. Chapter 44, So Generous. Time passed quickly. The two also walked out of the Western restaurant. Welcome to come again next time. The waiter bowed slightly and said to Lin Yi and Li Shireen. Lin Yi's driver was already waiting downstairs. When Lin Yi went upstairs, he asked his driver to drive the Lamborghini back and replace it with a Rolls-Royce Phantom. After Li Shireen drank 2 glasses of red wine, her face began to turn slightly red. After the two got in the car, Li Shireen snuggled in Lin Yi's arms. The two of them enjoyed staying quietly in this small space. Not long after, the driver took Lin Yi and Li Shireen back home. Hubby, give me a back massage, Li Shi said in a soft voice while lying on the bed. Lin Yi had a faint smile on his face and started massaging Li Shireen's shoulders. How's that makeup formula of mine? Lin Yi asked while pinching Li Shireen's shoulders. It's still early. We'll know in a few days. I've asked the lab to expedite the process, Li Shireen murmured. In a bar, Zhang Mingcheng, who had slept all day, came to the bar with a few good brothers. Mr. Zhang is here. Still in the same seat? As soon as he got inside, the bartender in the bar saw Zhang Mingcheng and greeted him enthusiastically. After hearing this, Zhang Mingcheng walked into the bar with his head held high. Zhang Mingcheng was not like this before. Although he was a frequent customer here before, he had never been as generous as he was during this period. He would open a bottle of wine worth thousands of dollars at will, and he would pay the bill every time. One time, the bartender passed by Zhang Mingcheng and heard the drunk Zhang Mingcheng bragging that his sister received a dowry of 500,000 yuan for her marriage, and that he had taken all the money. It's no wonder that Zhang Mingcheng has been so generous recently, but no matter how much money he has, it can't withstand his squandering. The bartender glanced at Zhang Mingcheng, the big enemy. Zhang Mingcheng sat in a booth with a few friends who had brightly colored hair. Mr. Zhang, can we start tonight with a bottle of 2,888 wine? The man with green hair on his head spoke. 2,888? If I order a few more bottles, I might have to work as a bartender in a bar for 2 months. Zhang Mingcheng said in his heart, but then waved his hands. We're tired of that stuff, let's have something lighter. Forget about the whole drink. This. Could it be that Mr. Zhang is having trouble making ends meet these past 2 days? Another man with yellow hair on his head laughed. As soon as the yellow-haired man finished speaking, the other people who came with Zhang Mingcheng all laughed. They naturally knew that Zhang Mingcheng's money was his sister's betrothal money. But they also know that Zhang Mingcheng is an extremely vain person. Ever since he became rich, these people have been following him around, eating and drinking the best of the best, and even living in the presidential suite. What are you talking about? Am I, Zhang Mingcheng, short of money? 1 bottle is too little, let's get 5 bottles first. Zhang Mingcheng waved his hand and the bartender immediately brought 5 bottles of wine worth nearly 3,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang, take your time drinking. If you need anything, just tell me. The bartender bowed slightly and left. Oh, it was Mr. Zhang who gave it to me. This time, I got 5 bottles. The others poured wine and rushed to toast Zhang Mingcheng. As soon as these people came, they asked Zhang Mingcheng for several bottles of wine worth thousands of dollars. If Zhang Mingcheng didn't know them, he would have thought that the other people were also selling wine. Zhang Mingcheng was toasted by several people in turn. After drinking 5 cups in a row, Zhang Mingcheng felt a little dizzy. Although he seemed satisfied on the surface, Zhang Mingcheng's heart was bleeding. 5 bottles at once, and that meant 15,000. Zhang Mingcheng spent a long time counting under the table but couldn't work out how much money it was. He was too embarrassed to take out his cell phone, open the calculator and do the math in public. That won't do. This wine is so dry, why don't we go find Shirley from yesterday? Green hair suggested. Isn't that woman selling drinks in this bar? Why did you ask her to come over? Zhang Mingcheng said somewhat displeased. It's not fun for a few grown men to drink together. So what if they're selling the wine? It's not like you, Mr. Zhang, can't afford it. Or are you really short of money? No, let's split the bill. Green hair started to use his own method of provoking again. After hearing this, Zhang Mingcheng said angrily, What do you mean? How can I, Zhang Mingcheng, not be able to pay? You can yell all you want, and we'll talk about it after we've gone broke drinking tonight. The green-haired man had a cold expression when he heard the first sentence, but after hearing the rest, he immediately smiled. Okay. Master Zhang will pay for the evening, and we can all drink as much as we want. After hearing this, several people started to make a noise. Woohoo! Woohoo! Zhang Mingcheng is awesome. Mr. Zhang is awesome. A few people quickly called over Shelly, who had just been mentioned, and a few friends she knew. You newcomers, please toast to Mr. Zhang first. Green Hair gave orders to several people. The women also generously toasted Zhang Mingchen with a glass of wine. After several rounds of drinking, the wine on the table was gone. Brother Mingcheng, the wine is gone. The one called Shelly spoke in a coquettish voice to Zhang Mingcheng. Zhang Mingcheng was shocked after hearing this, and waved his hand and said, just order whatever you want to drink, no need to tell me. Alright, you are worthy of being Brother Mingcheng. Shelly blew a kiss to Zhang Mingcheng. Here, handsome guy. Shelly called the bartender over and ordered 10 bottles of wine that cost almost 3,000 yuan in one go. Why did you order such expensive wine, and 10 bottles at once? This alone cost me $28,000. Adding what I just drank, the total is more than $40,000. Where can I find the money? Zhang Mingcheng could only curse in his heart, but his face still looked like he was saying, I have money, so you can do whatever you want. After all, they were selling alcohol, and the fighting power of those women was no weaker than that of the men. On the contrary, they became more powerful the more they drank. After a while, they were a little tipsy, but after all, they were experienced, so they finally ordered 5 more bottles. Led by Shelly, they kept ordering expensive drinks after seeing Zhang Mingcheng. They wouldn't even glance at a beer that cost more than 10 yuan. Soon, they had been fighting for several hours and the wine on the table was gone. Shelly also pretended to be drunk and left first. There are only a few men left in their seats. Chapter 45, Mr. Zhang is awesome. It's almost time to go. I have to go to work tomorrow. Huang Mao glanced at his phone. Everyone looked at Zhang Mingcheng. Zhang Mingcheng simply counted the wine bottles on the table. There were 20 bottles of wine worth nearly 3,000 yuan. A simple calculation showed that it amounted to 60,000 yuan. Ouch, my stomach hurts. I need to go to the bathroom first. Please wait for a moment. Zhang Mingcheng used the shit shield to run into the toilet. Fuck, this guy can drink a lot. Normally, he only drinks over 10,000 yuan worth of wine, but tonight he's drinking wine worth thousands of yuan a bottle. Zhang Mingcheng looked at the balance on his phone which showed only 21,000 yuan left and couldn't help but curse under his breath. Forget it, I'll call and ask to borrow some first. At 2 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Mingcheng called his sister. Ding ding ding. Zhang Mangyao, who was sleeping soundly, was awakened by the phone ringing. Zhang Mangyao picked up the phone and saw that it was her brother whom she hadn't contacted for several days. What? Can you call me during the day? Just tell me what you want to say. Zhang Mangyao said impatiently into the phone. Zhang Mingcheng spoke directly, Mangyao, can you transfer 40,000 to me first? Zhang Mangyao was shocked when she heard this. What? You said 40,000? Where can I get so much money? Zhang Mingcheng lowered his voice and whispered. Good sister, help your brother. You don't have money, but Linny does. I tell you, he started a company with someone else 5 years ago, and he's already worth billions. He's been lying to you. Zhang Mangyao said unhappily, she has nothing to do with me now. It is completely impossible for us to be together. After saying that, Zhang Mangyao hung up the phone and turned off her phone. Beep, beep, beep. Mangyao. Hello? Mangyao? Zhang Mingcheng frowned when he saw his sister hang up the phone. On the other side, several people were sitting in their seats, scrolling through their phones, and were getting a little impatient waiting. Is Zhang Mingcheng going to run away? Huang Mao turned off his phone and said slowly. No way. He's just a fool. Even if he doesn't have money, he will go and borrow it. We just need to wait here. Green Hair didn't care at all. Huang Mao thought about it and finally stood up and said, no, I'd better go and take a look. Otherwise, if this guy leaves, we will have to pay. We don't usually see him leave for so long. Go ahead. Several people waved. Huang Mao walked quietly to the bar bathroom and shouted, Mr. Zhang? Are you still there? What took you so long? Zhang Mingcheng, who was about to make a phone call, was startled. It's okay. I have diarrhea now. Oh, and my phone is out of battery. Can you lend me your phone to check it out? Jiang Mingcheng shouted outside the toilet. Jiang Mingcheng opened the door a crack and a mobile phone came in. Hurry up! We still have to go to work today. I envy you, Mr. Zhang, for not having to go to work. After confirming that Jiang Mingcheng was still in the bar, he gave him the phone and left with confidence. Jiang Mingcheng took Huang Mao's phone and called Linny directly according to the number saved in his own phone. His own cell phone number had long been blocked by Linny, so he could only use Huang Mao's cell phone. Ding ding ding. Linny, who was sleeping with Li Shireen, was awakened by the ringing of the phone at the bedside. Linny quickly picked up his cell phone and answered the call, turning the volume down to the minimum, then glanced at Li Shireen. Only after discovering that Li Shireen was still sleeping soundly did Linny heave a sigh of relief and put his ear close to the phone. After Jiang Mingcheng saw Linny answer the phone, he hurriedly shouted to the other end of the phone. Hey! Linny! After Linny recognized Jiang Mingcheng's voice on the other end of the phone, he hung up the phone before he could say anything. Hey! 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 After Jiang Mingcheng saw that Linny hung up his phone, he edited a text message and sent it. Good brother-in-law, can you lend me 40,000 first? Jiang Mingcheng sent it over directly after editing it. On the other side, after seeing this, Linny raised the corner of his mouth slightly and blocked the phone number directly. After waiting for a long time and not receiving a reply, Jiang Mingcheng called. As expected, the number was blocked again. Fuck, if I don't tear down your Rolls-Royce tomorrow, I won't be called Zhang. There was no other way, so Jiang Mingcheng made several more phone calls, but without exception, no one was willing to lend him money. Jiang Mingcheng returned to his seat in dejection. When everyone saw Jiang Mingcheng, they all laughed and said, Mr. Zhang is really a big jerk. Pay the bill quickly. Jiang Mingcheng said slowly, brothers, I may not be able to pay. I only have 20,000 yuan now. Let's share it together. After hearing this, everyone was angry. Jiang Mingcheng, what are you talking about? Why didn't you tell us earlier that you had no money and asked us to split the bill? You ordered so many drinks and asked us to split the bill. Each person has to split the bill, which is 10,000 yuan. Jiang Mingcheng also got angry after hearing this. Fuck you. You enjoyed yourself when I was rich, but now you're broke and you're scolding me, right? I've already given you a presidential suite worth tens of thousands of dollars, what else do you want? What did you say? Jiang Mingcheng, try speaking louder for me? Green Hair also had a bad temper and he stood up to beat Jiang Mingcheng. But he was stopped by the other 4 people around him. Forget it, let's just pool our money together. Huang Mao sighed. Each person contributed 10,000 yuan, and several people called their families to ask for money. After almost an hour, everyone finally collected 10,000 yuan, and all of it was transferred to Jiang Mingcheng's mobile phone. Originally, people in the bar paid first, but now they knew that Jiang Mingcheng was a wealthy man and they already knew him, so Jiang Mingcheng could pay after he finished drinking. After Jiang Mingcheng paid the bill, the message appeared on the big screen above the bar. Tonight's leaderboard is Jiang Mingcheng Mr. Zhang. When the people above shouted Jiang Mingcheng's name, everyone in the bar cheered. After hearing this, Jiang Mingcheng left the bar in shame. After coming out, several people went home. Only Jiang Mingcheng was left enjoying the cool night breeze. Damn it, Linny, just wait. Tomorrow I'll tear your car apart for embarrassing me like this. Jiang Mingcheng couldn't sleep after returning home. When he was about to open his mobile phone, he found that he had been kicked out of Forever Good Brothers. Damn it, when I had money, you fawned over me like crazy, but now that I have no money, you just kicked me out of the group, right? Jiang Mingcheng gritted his teeth and looked at his phone. Chapter 46 Jiang Mingcheng smashes the car. Early morning. Li Shireen stretched lazily. Honey. I don't want to go to work. Li Shireen wrapped around Linny like a snake. If you don't want to go, then don't go. Linny's fingertips gently stroked Li Shireen's face. Forget it. I've only been at the company for 2 days and I'm going to quit. I'm going to get lazier and lazier in the future. Li Shireen buried her head in Linny's arms and took a deep breath. Yeah, fully charged. Time to get up. Li Shireen pulled Linny up together. After washing up, Li Shireen hurriedly ate breakfast and drove to the company. Linny continued to eat his breakfast leisurely. Li Jintian was also looking at his mobile phone in the living room. Since Li Shireen returned to work in the company, Li Jintian usually stays at home, and the rest of the company is left to Li Chun to manage. Linny wiped his mouth, came to Li Jintian and said slowly, Dad, help me contact that lawyer Wang. Li Zhentian glanced at Lin Yi and said with a smile, I'd better invite him to my house. He and I have been friends for many years, so it's a good opportunity to have him over for tea. On the other side, Zhang Mingcheng, who couldn't sleep all night, finally made up his mind. He bought a large rechargeable electric drill, put it in his backpack and went to the building of Great White Shark Live. Fuck you. You have such a big building, but you can't even pay me 40,000 yuan for a drink. I'm going to tear your car apart. Zhang Mingcheng came to the company's parking lot and observed for a long time. After waiting for half an hour and finding that no one came, he started to pick up the tools in his bag and started to work. Lin Yi's car was originally parked in the company. He would only ask the driver to pick someone up when needed. Normally, he drove himself, and the driver would usually wait for notification at the company. Zhang Mingcheng picked up an axe and smashed the little golden man with it. The little golden man was knocked down directly. Then he picked up the axe and hit the glass. After using all his strength, the glass finally broke. Then he took out the electric drill that he had spent several $100s on from his bag and drilled into the car body, and then he drilled the tire. Phew! I'm so tired. This battery-powered drill is so hard to use. Zhang Mingcheng let out a long sigh, sat directly next to the car, took a look at his masterpiece, and nodded with satisfaction. Just as Zhang Mingcheng was sitting on the ground and preparing to rest for a while before leaving, Lin Yi's driver arrived at the parking lot. When the driver saw the car was destroyed like this, he became furious. He strode forward, grabbed Zhang Mingcheng by the collar and hit him from behind. Poof! Ah! Zhang Mingcheng, who was hit hard, felt like his whole body was falling apart. The driver immediately dragged Zhang Mingcheng, the dead dog, back to the company, tied him up, and called Lin Yi. Lin Yi, who was at home, was drinking tea and chatting in the study with lawyer Wang Binghua. Brother Wang, this is the evidence I collected. It includes a house that my parents bought in full, as well as records of borrowing and transferring money over the past few years. The total is 130,000 yuan, plus the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift. Lin Yi handed the evidence in his hand to lawyer Wang. Lawyer Wang took a quick look and said, Old Li has already briefly told me, and I have also looked at the evidence in your hand. There is nothing wrong with it, but there is one thing I want to ask. Lin Yi smiled and said, Brother Wang, if you have any questions, just ask directly. Lawyer Wang paused and said, Actually, if it were me, I would have settled all of this on the same day. Why do you let them live so comfortably? After hearing what Lawyer Wang said, Lin Yi smiled and said, I actually know Zhang Mingcheng's personality quite well. He will squander money whenever he has it. What if he spends all the money and can't pay it back? Lawyer Wang understood immediately, you are worthy of it. Old Wang has a son-in-law like you, which means he has someone to follow. This house is easy to get, but if you can't pay back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, you will be suspected of fraud. This is no small matter. Lin Yi poured 2 cups of tea and blew on them, it's up to you from now on. Lawyer Wang picked up another cup of tea and said slowly, Leave this little thing to me. The evidence is irrefutable, they can't get away with it. While the two were talking, Lin Yi's driver called. What's up? Lin Yi answered the phone and said calmly. Oh no, boss. Your car was smashed. The driver sounded a little anxious and briefly explained the situation to Lin Yi. And on the phone, Lin Yi also vaguely heard Zhang Mingcheng shouting. I understand. Please prepare good food and drinks for the person who smashed the car. I will be there soon. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi smiled at lawyer Wang and said, Zhang Mingcheng has given me a surprise. Lin Yi briefly explained the situation to lawyer Wang. After listening to this, lawyer Wang smiled at Lin Yi and said, That's a real surprise. Now there are several million more charges for damage to personal property. Brother Wang, come with me to take a look. It's a good opportunity to collect evidence. Lin Yi invited lawyer Wang to go to the company together. The two men only saw how much money was damaged and didn't care at all about the smashed Rolls-Royce. The two men went to the garage and drove out in a Ferrari. After a while, Lin Yi and lawyer Wang quickly arrived downstairs of the company. When Lin Yi drove the car to the parking lot, he saw the Rolls-Royce that was smashed by Zhang Mingcheng. It's still a little short. It would be better if it was a little more damaged. Lin Yi muttered. But he didn't have the heart to look at the car now, so he decided to go see Zhang Mingcheng first. The two came to the door of a reception room and heard Zhang Mingcheng cursing inside. You didn't realize you were wrong until I smashed your car, right? Let me tell you, that son of a bitch Linny is my brother-in-law. When he came, I asked you to be my driver, but you still dared to hit me. The scolding from Zhang Mingcheng inside couldn't even be blocked by the soundproof walls. Linny shook his head, pushed the door open and walked in slowly. When Zhang Mingcheng saw Linny, he immediately yelled, "Linny, you bastard, you actually dared to hang up on me last night. I smashed your car and you're scared, right?" Until now, Zhang Mingcheng still thinks that Linny is the same Linny as before. Linny was now smiling extremely brightly. He wanted to laugh when he saw Zhang Mingcheng, this guy with a brain problem. "Linny, what are you laughing at? Now prepare 1 or 2 million for me. Your 500,000 was spent too quickly." Zhang Mingcheng was sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed and shouting. Chapter 47: A Weird Family. Has the 500,000 really been used up? Linny asked. Are you fucking deaf? I've told you several times that the 500,000 has been used up. Now give me 2 or 3 million. Zhang Mingcheng spat on the ground in dissatisfaction. Since the money is gone, you can go home and wait for my news. Linny spoke. Zhang Mingcheng was puzzled. Is it so difficult for you to give me millions? And you want me to go home and wait for news? How long will it take for you to get back to me? Linny said calmly, no more than 3 days. 3 days? Never mind. 3 days is just 3 days. Zhang Mingcheng also took a bottle of water from the table and left. After Zhang Mingcheng left, Linny smiled and said to Lawyer Wang behind him, Brother Wang, you have recorded everything, right? Lawyer Wang made an okay gesture. What remains is to investigate the surveillance cameras in the parking lot and the recorders in the car. Boss. What should we do with this car? The driver who was still standing by asked. He now felt that the man just now was really someone related to his boss, otherwise why didn't he ask him for compensation or contact the police to arrest him after his car was smashed? But he actually let him run away. Linny said to the driver, take the car for an inspection and see how much it will cost to repair it, then contact me. The driver nodded and looked at Linny hesitantly. Just tell me what you have to say. Linny looked at his driver. The driver looked at Linny and said softly, I'm sorry, boss. This is my fault. I didn't check the car well. But I have parents and children to take care of and I really need this job. I hope you can be magnanimous. Linny waved his hand and said, this matter is not your fault, just do your work with peace of mind. The driver breathed a sigh of relief after hearing Linny's words. As a driver, I am very lucky to have this kind of job. Although I am a driver, the boss seldom calls me. My only task is to drive when needed. But now I have lost the car and the boss has forgiven me. After securing his job, the driver immediately got back to work. Half an hour later, Lawyer Wang had collected all the evidence. These are all solid evidence in themselves, and we just need to save the surveillance video. After preparing the evidence, Linny and Lawyer Wang went to Huadu Court to submit the materials. Linny had already prepared all these materials, and the evidence was very complete. Linny quickly received a response from the court and immediately sent someone to serve a subpoena to He Xiufang. On the other hand, He Xiufang has been lying at home since she was bitten by a dog, but when she has free time, she would go to watch others play mahjong. Although she has no money, it is still okay to watch. When He Xiufang came back from watching others play mahjong at someone else's house, she saw a takeaway in the community's guardroom. She looked left and right and then took the takeaway home. This was not the first time she had done this. When she moved here, she still felt itchy when she saw takeout. Since the first time, she couldn't stop and became a repeat offender. In the owner group, people often complained about who stole their takeaways, but He Xiufang always ate other people's takeaways and smiled as she watched others in the group asking about her takeaways. He Xiufang returned home and took out the takeaway food she had just received from the guardroom from her canvas bag. When I opened it, I found it was an egg tart, smooth and tender. Daughter, come and eat the egg tarts. He Xiufang shouted at Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao came out and said calmly, Mom, why are you stealing other people's takeaways again? You come here and take other people's takeaways all day long. What if they find out? Hearing Zhang Mengyao's words, He Xiufang said coldly, if you don't want to eat, shut up. Your kindness is taken for granted. If you weren't so useless, would I steal other people's takeaway food? Zhang Mengyao snorted coldly and went back to her room to watch TV series. He Xiufang's mouth was watering as she looked at the egg tarts on the table, as well as a fried chicken and a bag of French fries. I've brought it back. It would be a waste if I don't eat it. He Xiaofang murmured. He picked up an egg tart and swallowed it whole. It's so damn small. How come the egg tarts in this shop are half the size of the usual ones? They're so damn dark that they're not even big enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. After complaining, He Xiaofang took another egg tart and put it in her mouth. Soon, He Xiaofang felt something was wrong. Why was the egg tart so spicy? He Xiaofang's face turned red instantly. She poured herself a glass of water, but it didn't help. She started looking for milk in the refrigerator, and her mouth was drooling. She felt dizzy and had a burning sensation in her stomach, and rolled around on the ground. Daughter, please save me. Your mother is dying. He Xiaofang called out to Zhang Mangyao, who was watching TV series in her room. Mom, what's wrong with you? After Zhang Mangyao came out, she saw He Xiaofang rolling on the ground and asked anxiously. He Xiaofang lay on the ground and stammered, that egg tart is so spicy. How can egg tarts be spicy? Zhang Mangyao didn't understand why this egg tart was spicy. That son of a bitch must have deliberately messed with me when he ordered takeout. No one else would do that. He Xiaofang gradually recovered after drinking almost 2 liters of milk. I told you not to take other people's takeout, but you didn't listen. Now don't take other people's takeout from now on. Zhang Mangyao said unhappily. After seeing that He Xiaofang was fine, Zhang Mangyao went back to her room and continued watching TV series. I have raised you for nothing, but you don't even care about me and you even speak for outsiders. He Xiaofang muttered to herself, but she still felt a burning sensation in her stomach. She has recovered now, but in a few hours she will probably feel pain again, but in a different place. Unable to bear this anger, He Xiaofang found the person who ordered the takeaway from the takeaway order and the owner's group. What's the matter? After the addition was successful, the other party sent a message. He Xiaofang took a photo and sent it over, asking, "Did you order this takeaway?" The other party sent a message, "It turns out that you stole the takeaway I kept losing." Putting facts aside, why did you add spicy food to the egg tarts? Do you want to kill me with the spiciness? I feel sick to my stomach now, transfer 2,000 to me so I can go to the hospital. He Xiaofang questioned the other party and took the opportunity to blackmail him. No, you stole my takeaway and you're right. I like to eat super spicy egg tarts, so what? Did I ask you to steal it? The other party didn't indulge He Xiaofang either. If you don't transfer 2,000 yuan, I'll sue you for murder. Damn it, who ordered egg tarts with super spicy ingredients? Are you trying to kill me? He Xiaofang began to threaten the other party. Please give me the court summons. After sending this message, the other party deleted and blocked He Xiaofang. He didn't care about losing the takeaway at first, but after losing it twice, he checked the surveillance. After finding out it was He Xiaofang, he didn't say anything until this time, when he paid extra money and asked the store to buy devil peppers to put in the egg tarts. Before he deleted and blocked He Xiaofang, he had already sent the chat screenshots to the owner's group. At He Xiaofang, how come you even steal takeout? And it's true that ugly people are more likely to behave strangely. No wonder she's so fat. It turns out she gained weight by stealing takeout. And no wonder my appearance keeps disappearing, it turns out you stole it. Seeing that everyone in the owner's group was at her to curse her, He Xiaofang was about to send a message but found that she had been blocked. He Xiaofang looked at the comments about her own performance in the group, but she didn't take it seriously. When Zhang Mangyao saw people in the group chatting crazily about her mother, she finally couldn't sit still anymore. She opened the group and saw the chat history. Her eyes went dark and she almost fainted. Zhang Mangyao rushed out and said to He Xiaofang, "Mom, it's fine if you stole someone's takeaway, but you actually asked for compensation. What are you doing?" He Xiaofang, however, didn't care. "Isn't it just a few takeaways? Those poor bastards are scolding me. Can't they even eat a little? You actually help outsiders scold me." Speechless. Zhang Mangyao was completely speechless. Why did she end up with such a person? Why did she listen to her and add the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift? Otherwise, she would have been living here with Lin Yi in her own world. Zhang Mangyao fell into endless regret. Chapter 48, Everyone Curses. After this farce, He Xiaofang lay on the sofa watching her video earnings. People nowadays are so easy to fool. Just play some music or take a cooking video and people will believe it. Why would they need to work? At this time, Lin Yizheng, lawyer Wang and the people from the court came to Zhang Mengyao's residence. Ding dong. Several people came to the door together and rang the doorbell. Ding dong, ding dong. As the doorbell kept ringing, He Xiaofang was still looking at the income from her short video. Zhang Mengyao in the room couldn't help it, and came out and said impatiently, "Mom, someone rang the doorbell, can you go open the door?" He Xiaofang, however, looked nonchalant and said slowly, "Why open the door? I guess it's that person who said in the group that I stole the takeaway food, and now he's here to find me. Even if they come to your door, you have to open it and apologize. You will live here from now on." Zhang Mengyao finally couldn't bear it anymore and went to open the door. "Here it comes, stop pressing it." Zhang Mengyao slowly opened the door and saw several people standing at her door, including Lin Yi. "Lin Yi?" Zhang Mengyao whispered. When He Xiaofang in the room heard Lin Yi, she immediately got up from the sofa and went to the door. "Lin Yi, you finally thought of my daughter now? You thought of my daughter after being dumped? I won't tell you so much now. I know you have money. Bring me 1 million first. Otherwise, my daughter won't be with you." When He Xiaofang saw Lin Yi coming, she thought he was dumped by Li Shirin and now he has found his daughter. "Mom, what are you doing?" Zhang Mengyao frowned and glared at He Xiaofang, then she regained her composure and smiled at Lin Yi. "Xiaoyi, come in and sit down. Look, you came with so many people. Our house is now cleaned by me." Zhang Mengyao opened the door and invited these people in. Lin Yi glanced at the mother and daughter and said calmly, "Have you said enough?" He Xiaofang and Zhang Mengyao looked at each other and looked at the people outside the door in confusion. At this time, several people sent by the court took out the court subpoena and said to the two people indifferently, "This is the subpoena of the plaintiff Mr. Lin to sue you." After the subpoena was handed to the two people, the court people left immediately. Their mission had been completed and the rest was none of their business. Court summons, what does that mean? He Xiaofang didn't quite understand this, so she asked Zhang Mengyao who was standing beside her. After taking a look at the subpoena, Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Yi with a deathly pale face, unable to speak for a long time. At this time, lawyer Wang beside Lin Yi said, "Ms. Zhang, my name is Wang Binghua, and I'm Mr. Lin Yi's lawyer. We suggest that you go directly to Mr. Lin to handle the transfer procedures, because we have solid evidence and you basically can't win. We have also considered that you cannot afford the high lawyer fees. Although we have assigned a lawyer, we suggest that you don't waste your time." He Xiaofang lost her composure after hearing these words. "Transferring ownership? What transfer? What do you want to do, Lin Yi, you bastard? And you brought a court summons? Are you trying to scare me? Let me tell you, I've eaten more salt than you've eaten rice. We have lived here for so long, you can't take our house away from us." He Xiaofang snatched the court subpoena from Zhang Mengyao and tore it into several pieces. "You're still trying to scare us with a subpoena? Now that you don't have a subpoena, let's see how rampant you are." Lawyer Wang looked at He Xiaofang and said calmly, "Madam, I suggest you be more civilized. If you continue like this, you will be guilty of insult." Lin Yi ignored He Xiaofang and looked directly at Zhang Mengyao. "Are you planning to go to court or transfer the ownership right now?" "I have brought all my documents." Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Yi in despair and cried, "Can we really not go back to the past? Are you really going to force us into a desperate situation now? Are you planning to go to court or transfer the ownership right now?" "I have all my documents with me." Lin Yi repeated it again. Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and sighed. Transfer the ownership. She knew that she didn't have the ability to sue Lin Yi at the moment, and she basically couldn't win. Besides, the lawyer Lin Yi brought with him was probably not an ordinary lawyer. Who would have thought that the two people who were envied by everyone back then would now be involved in a lawsuit? When they graduated, everyone thought that they would soon get married, have children, and form a happy family. Things and people have changed. One poor man can hardly buy a piece of clothing, while the other has become a billionaire. Wait for me to go back to the room and find the ID. It took Zhang Mengyao a long time to utter these words. Transferring ownership? Impossible. I already live there. What can you use to transfer ownership? If you keep going like this, I'll yell. Someone come. Someone is robbing a private house, come quickly. He Xiaofang, a woman weighing nearly 200 pounds, was rolling on the ground, screaming for her life. If others didn't know, they would think that Lin Yi was really robbing a private house. This shout attracted everyone at home to come over, and soon the area was crowded with people. After seeing this, Zhang Mengyao hurriedly tried to help He Xiaofang up, but He Xiaofang was too heavy to be helped up at all. Mom, stop yelling. Don't you think you've embarrassed yourself enough? Zhang Mangyao said to He Xiufang from the side. What? They're here to collect the house, and you still want to transfer it to someone else? I don't understand what's going on in your head. He Xiufang scolded Zhang Mangyao and then continued to claim that she was innocent. When people around saw He Xiufang, they just watched as a spectator. Normally, she was a person who liked to take advantage of small opportunities in the community, and now that she was exposed for stealing takeout food, people hated her even more. He Xiufang originally thought that the people around her would say a few words for her, but now seeing that everyone was looking at her indifferently, He Xiufang came up with an idea and pointed at Linny and said, Linny, you scumbag, I want to expose you. You left my daughter for the beautiful and rich bridesmaid at her wedding, and now you're bullying us because you're rich. Do you think we're easy to bully because we're poor? I'm going to post this on Weibo and let everyone criticize you. How can there be a person like you? After listening to this, Linny felt nothing in his heart and even wanted to laugh. Seeing He Xiufang lying on the ground pretending to be happy, he was glad that the most decisive thing he had ever done was to break up with her daughter. On the day I was going to marry your daughter, you added another 500,000 yuan to the 500,000 yuan I had already given you as a betrothal gift. My parents worked hard all their lives to buy this house. You asked for your daughter's name to be written on it. Now that we've broken up, shouldn't I get it back? Linny said lightly. After hearing what Linny said, the onlookers began to believe Linny unconditionally and blamed He Xiufang. This fat woman is capable of anything. My takeaways are often missing. If it hadn't been exposed today, I would still be in the dark. That's right. I've lived for decades before I met such a person. He's so fat. It seems he has done a lot of evil things. Everyone around was cursing He Xiufang. If this happened in ancient times, they would probably go home and throw their rotten vegetable leaves at He Xiufang's head. When He Xiufang saw this, her eyes rolled back and she rolled on the ground and started crying. Alas! Why were our poor mother and daughter deceived like this? A scumbag like you is still making up nonsense and framing us. Just because you have money is great. You can do whatever you want if you have money. Zhang Mangyao now wished she could bury herself in the ground. Everything would have been fine if everything was fine, but after He Xiufang did this, the whole neighborhood would know her family in a few days. Zhang Mangyao glanced at He Xiufang lying on the ground and went straight back to the room to find her ID. After some searching, the documents were quickly found. Zhang Mangyao looked at the only bag on the shelf that had been scratched, thought about it and took it out. In the past, if Linny bought her a new bag, she would throw away the old bag or give it away immediately. Now she only had a bag worth 30,000 yuan in her hand, and it was scratched. Zhang Mangyao walked out slowly carrying the torn bag. Let's go. We have all the documents. The three of them walked out one after another. When everyone saw that there were no more melons to eat, they all went back to their homes. Only He Xiufang, who was rolling around at the door, was left standing there in a daze. You want to take my house away? Dream on. He Xiufang got up and slammed the door shut. Chapter 49 Zhang Mengyao's Desperate Bet. Shaoyi, you guys go ahead. I won't follow you guys on the special account matters. I'm going home first. As soon as Wang Binghua got downstairs, he said goodbye to the two of them. Thank you, Brother Wang. Linny thanked Wang Binghua. Why are you talking about this? It's getting strange. Wang Binghua pretended to be dissatisfied. Let's go. After watching Wang Binghua leave, Linny said coldly to Zhang Mangyao. The two got into the Ferrari driven by Linny. As soon as he got in the car, Linny noticed Zhang Mengyao's broken bag. Zhang Mangyao also noticed Linny's gaze and hid her bag in her arms. Linny just took a quick look and drove to the transfer location. This is the bag you gave me. I have been taking good care of it until now. Now it is torn. I feel so sad. Zhang Mangyao looked at Linny affectionately. But Linny, who was driving seriously, ignored Zhang Mangyao and let her talk. Cold. Extremely cold. Zhang Mangyao looked at the cold Linny and felt as if something was blocking her heart. This was the first time they were alone together after their breakup, but Linny didn't give them any chance. When the two were still together, Zhang Mangyao had once fantasized about herself and Linny going out together in a luxury car. But now they are in a luxury car, a Ferrari at that, but the two of them are no longer the same people as before. The car belongs to Linny, but the hostess is Li Shirin's. Linny, is there really no possibility between us? Has our 5-year love been crushed by Li Shireen? Just because Li Shireen's family is rich? Zhang Mengyao knew that this was her last chance, and she wanted to seize it. After this time, they would no longer have the chance to be alone together. Before coming, she even sprayed herself with perfume that she hadn't used for a long time. Can you be quiet for a moment? Lin Yi's voice was as cold as the cold winter months, going straight into Zhang Mengyao's heart. Okay, I won't talk about this, but can you answer a question for me? Zhang Mengyao asked. If you have something to say, just say it. Don't waste your time. Lin Yi's voice sounded a little impatient. My brother told me that you had invested in a company 5 years ago and are now worth at least 1 billion. Why didn't you spend 500,000 to marry me? Why didn't you tell me you were rich instead of lying to me for so long? When Zhang Mengyao said this, her heart was secretly in pain. She didn't understand why Lin Yi, who was so rich, didn't want to marry her. She had been dating him for 5 years. 5 years? How many 5 years are there in a lifetime? Ha 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 ha. Are you worthy? Lin Yi laughed out loud after hearing this, and the 3 words he said afterwards completely broke Zhang Mengyao's heart. Are you worthy? After hearing these words, Zhang Mengyao couldn't stop her tears from flowing. Lin Yi turned his head and glanced at Zhang Mengyao. He was calm and even said to Zhang Mengyao coldly, You can cry, but don't make my car dirty. My wife doesn't like your smell. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Zhang Mengyao cried even harder. What's there to dislike about smells? Tears can leave smells in the car? This was clearly meant to irritate him with Li Shireen. Zhang Mengyao cried all the way, and the two finally arrived. Lin Yi found a parking space and slowly stopped the car. Let's go, Lin Yi said lightly. But who knew that Zhang Mengyao would suddenly pounce on him? Lin Yi, I really can't leave you. Please give me one last chance. I know I was wrong, I really know I was wrong, please forgive me. Zhang Mengyao cried and screamed with tears in her eyes. But Lin Yi didn't appreciate it. He pushed Zhang Mengyao away and crashed into the glass. What are you doing? Are you sick? Lin Yi was a little angry. Zhang Mengyao was stunned by Lin Yi's push and cried as she looked at Lin Yi. I know that it was my mom and my brother who treated you very badly. They were a little harsh in their words. I swear, this will never happen again after we get back together. As long as we get back together, I will cut off ties with my family and never care about them again. Zhang Mengyao has had enough of this kind of life where she has to save money even on meals. When she was with Lin Yi, she could go out to eat steak from time to time, but after they broke up, she never ate steak or went out to eat again. She wanted a better life and no longer wanted to live this kind of life. She couldn't do anything with her monthly salary of 4,000. When I was in college, I threw everything to Lin Yi to do, even the PPT for the stage was made by Lin Yi. While I was watching TV series, Lin Yi would help me with the PPT, often until midnight. After graduation, she knew nothing except her bachelor's degree and could only do jobs that paid 4,000 yuan. You can even abandon your own family, what else can't you do? Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud as he watched Zhang Mengyao's solo show. Zhang Mengyao looked at Lin Yi's sneer and said hurriedly, No, Lin Yi. I really love you. How about we add each other back on Facebook? After you blocked me on Facebook, I couldn't fall asleep until I saw our chat history every day. We can chat after adding each other. Zhang Mengyao opened her mobile phone, opened the add page, and waited for Lin Yi to add her in his gray message. Lin Yi looked at her with an expression of disbelief. You actually want to be a mistress? Zhang Mengyao thought there was a chance, and immediately smiled at Lin Yi and said, It's not impossible if you ask. We can come secretly and Li Shireen won't find out. I can always be your shadow. I don't ask for anything. I just want you to remember my existence in the future. Zhang Mengyao's words made Lin Yi's worldview collapse. Do you have any shame? You can be a mistress for money? You were not here when I was working hard, so why should you share the results with me now? Get out of the car. I don't want to see you again after I finish this job. There was a hint of disbelief and a bit of anger in Lin Yi's words. Zhang Mengyao held on to the seat of the Ferrari and refused to get out. Please, give me another chance. I'm not a mistress anymore, we can still be friends, right? Let's add each other's contact information first, we just want to chat when we are free, I won't harass you. Get out of the car. You're wasting my time. Lin Yi roared at Zhang Mengyao. No, I really can't leave you. Zhang Mangyao hugged the chair tightly and cried. Okay, if you don't get out of the car, I'll call the police. After saying that, Linny turned on his phone and prepared to call the police. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mangyao pulled up her clothes to reveal most of her snow-white shoulders and threatened Linny. If you call the police, I will accuse you of molesting me. Now you can't even add me as a contact? Can't my contact information be added to your friend list? Linny smiled, pointed at the camera in the car and said slowly to Zhang Mangyao. You can continue. My car's recorder has dual lenses and can record sound. Of course, if you want to break the recorder, that's fine, but what you did has been recorded. After Linny said this, Zhang Mangyao gradually let go of the chair she was holding tightly. You are so cruel. I really misjudged you. You deceived me for 5 years and now you want to kick me out. Zhang Mangyao covered her face with her hands and started crying. Although she had been crying since she got in the car, Linny was already tired of seeing these crocodile tears. If you've cried enough, go do something and don't waste my time here. Linny urged. Seeing that there was no hope at all, Zhang Mangyao did not insist any longer and went down slowly with Linny like a zombie. The transfer procedures were completed quickly. Linny took a look at the property certificate and said to Zhang Mangyao coldly, I won't take you home, you can take a taxi back by yourself. After saying that, Zhang Mangyao watched Linny get into the Ferrari. The roar of the sports car passed by her. After seeing Linny leave, Zhang Mangyao also took a taxi back. Zhang Mangyao opened the door, looked at the house that no longer belonged to her, and slowly walked in. When He Xiufang saw Zhang Mangyao coming back, she walked up to her, shook her hand and asked. My dear daughter, has the house really been transferred to that bastard Linny? Zhang Mangyao glared at He Xiufang and said sternly, can you please speak more politely? Do we think we can occupy the house that they paid for? He Xiufang looked at Zhang Mangyao in disbelief. How come she seemed like a different person after coming back? Chapter 50. You're so heavy. After He Xiufang was scolded by Zhang Mangyao, she just stood there in a daze. In the past, when my daughter was so mean to me, I would have definitely scolded her, but now I can't utter a word. Let us move. Zhang Mangyao blurted out this sentence out of the blue. Moving? Are you crazy? He Xiufang didn't understand why her daughter could say such a thing. This house is so big and in a good location. I can move into this house worth several $1 million just like that and the ownership has been transferred. The house already belongs to Linny. What are you thinking? Do you think you can get a penny from Linny now? Do you know how I felt when I was sitting in Linny's Ferrari just now? Do you know how it feels to have a car worth millions under your butt? He also has a Rolls-Royce, a Lamborghini, and a Maserati. These originally belonged to me. Every word Zhang Mangyao said pierced his heart. He Xiufang sat on the sofa, holding her hands and said weakly, if you want to leave, go ahead. I won't leave anyway. I've lived in this house for so long now. This should be mine. Why should I leave my home? Bang! Zhang Mangyao smashed the glass on the table to the ground. Pack your things and get out. Zhang Mangyao roared with all her strength. He Xiufang was frightened. She didn't dare to look her daughter in the eye. She could only get up and pack her things. Before long, both of them had packed up their belongings, and He Xiufang looked reluctantly at the home where she had lived for some time. No, I can't just leave like this. He Xiufang took out a kitchen knife from the kitchen and planned to cut up all the furniture in the house. If she couldn't get it, then Linny couldn't get it either. Zhang Mangyao saw He Xiufang walking towards the living room with a kitchen knife and quickly shouted, Mom, what are you doing? Didn't that bastard Linny let us go? I can't let him live comfortably. He Xiufang said this as she walked to the sofa at home. Can you use some brains? Zhang Mangyao yelled. Since they've already let us go, if you damage the house, you'll have to pay for it yourself, don't call me. He Xiufang was stunned for a moment. Then he threw the kitchen knife to the ground. The two of them took out things in large and small bags. Some neighbors even saw everything that happened during Zhang Mangyao's roar and were watching the two of them move. What are you looking at? Can't you help a woman? Are you still men? He Xiufang cursed at the people watching the show. This fat bitch has no ability but a big temper. Some neighbors couldn't help but curse back. You! He Xiufang put down her bags and was about to start a verbal battle, but was stopped by Zhang Mangyao. You think you haven't been embarrassed enough? If you don't leave, just walk back by yourself later. Zhang Mengyao said this coldly and left. After the two moved the things downstairs, they called a truck and took the things back. Fuck, they kicked me out of the owner's group. He Xiufang pointed at the cell phone at Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao just closed her eyes tightly and ignored He Xiufang. And the other side. After Lin Yi and Zhang Mengyao completed the transfer of the house, they went to take a look at their own company. After finding nothing else to do at the company, they went directly to Li Shirin's company. Downstairs of the company, Lin Yi went straight in and walked towards Li Shirin's office. After the last incident, almost everyone in the company knew that this handsome man was Mr. Li's husband. Even if they haven't seen the person in person, some people will take secret photos and send them to their own small groups. Walking to the office door, Lin Yi pushed it open and walked in. Lin Yi walked into the office and found that his wife was not there, so he went straight to the desk and sat down. After waiting for a while, Li Shirin's voice was heard outside the door. You guys need to hurry up and tell me the results as soon as they come out. Li Shirin's stern tone came from outside the door, which was completely different from when she was with Lin Yi. After saying that, Li Shirin opened the door and walked into the office. After closing the door, Li Shirin was startled to find someone sitting on her seat. Ah! Li Shirin shouted. After Li Shirin shouted, she realized that it was Lin Yi sitting in her seat. Husband, why are you here? Li Shirin asked. Lin Yi stretched and said slowly, let me see my beautiful wife. Li Shirin took off her high heels, sat directly on Lin Yi's thighs, and buried herself in Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi stretched out his hands and hugged her slender waist, imitating Li Shirin's tone just now and said, you guys need to hurry up and tell me the results as soon as they come out. Li Shi blushed and said shyly, oh. Can you forget it? Lin Yi patted Li Shi and said with a smile, I didn't expect my wife to have this side. She is so gentle at home. Don't say that anymore, forget it. Li Shirin was like a cat with its fur standing on end. She didn't want Lin Yi to see her as a cold president. She wanted Lin Yi to see a gentle and considerate Li Shirin. Li Shirin lay in Lin Yi's arms and murmured lazily, hubby. I missed you so much when you were not around. Lin Yi stroked Li Shirin's hair and said, so now I'm here to find you. I have good news to tell you. Lin Yi kept the topic in suspense and didn't continue. Why do you keep talking halfway? What good news is that? Li Shirin asked. Lin Yi slowly took out a property certificate from his trouser pocket and placed it in front of Li Shirin. Property certificate. Li Shirin read it out. Husband, did you buy a house secretly? Li Shirin asked. Lin Yi smiled and said, how could I buy a house secretly? We must look through all the houses in Huadu and choose the best villa. This is from before. Zhang Mengyao's. Lin Yi paused, but still didn't say that this was the wedding room where they got married. Li Shirin picked up the property certificate and asked, did you go out today to do this? Lin Yi nodded and shared everything that happened today. Li Shirin listened with great interest. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Li Shirin asked with a smile, Zhang Mengyao wants to be your mistress, don't you feel a little tempted? Look. One of us is at home, and when we go out, there is Zhang Mengyao. I won't doubt my husband, but I just leave her there without sending her back. Li Shirin stared at Lin Yi with her big eyes. Lin Yi smiled, tapped Li Shirin's forehead and asked, if I were that kind of person, would you still marry me? And if I sent her back, you would probably be so jealous that you would be overturned. He. I'm a very generous person. If you really send someone back, I definitely won't tie you up and beat you. Li Shirin was smiling. After hearing this, Lin Yi hugged Li Shirin tightly. The two of them quietly enjoyed their own world. Ah, hiss. Lin Yi suddenly took a deep breath. Li Shirin heard this and asked anxiously, honey, what's wrong with you? Where do you feel uncomfortable? Lin Yi opened his eyes and said slowly, wife, you are so heavy. My legs are numb. After hearing this, Li Shirin patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and pouted, pretending to be angry. You're so annoying. Chapter 51 Zhang Mingcheng's Glorious Achievements. After He Xiufang and her friends returned home, they saw Zhang Mingcheng, who was drunk and sleeping soundly on the sofa. But the environment at home was as messy as a pigsty. Zhang Tang was also reluctant to come out of his room. It was only when he heard the door open that he came out to take a look. He Xiufang took a look at the home where she had lived for so many years and felt disgusted. She had to live with Zhang Tang, a disabled person, at night. They said they were husband and wife, but now they were just strangers living together. Although the house has been renovated before, the fact that it is old cannot be changed. Wake up! Why are you still sleeping like a pig? Look at what your house looks like now. He Xiaofang kicked Zhang Mingcheng awake. Who? Linny, you bastard finally gave me money. Now I have to drink $5 bottles of white wine. Zhang Mingcheng started cursing without even opening his eyes. Linny is your father. Even when drunk, I still think about Linny. He Xiaofang's anger level has now reached its peak. But Zhang Tang's face on the side was not very good. Although he was not able to move easily, he still had a temper. Can you speak more politely? As soon as you come back you start yelling, who owes you money? Zhang Tang cursed with a dark face. Hey, you useless person, you dare to speak loudly in the house? Watch your attitude when you speak. He Xiaofang is now like a mad dog, biting whoever she catches. After being scolded, Zhang Tang did not respond again. He did not want to have such a meaningless quarrel. Zhang Mingcheng rubbed his eyes and realized that it was his mother who came back. Mom, why are you back? Although Zhang Mingchen was addicted to alcohol at a young age, he still did not dare to speak loudly to He Xiaofang. Why am I back? Go ask your sister. She gave our house to Linny. What a spendthrift woman. She wanted to settle down and give the house to you. She was going to get married anyway, but now she has nothing left. He Xiaofang was still thinking about that house. Ah! How could Linny take the house back? This is impossible. Zhang Mingcheng didn't quite believe what He Xiaofang said. Impossible? Impossible? Why would we come back? He Xiaofang twisted Zhang Mingcheng's ear and let out a breath. It hurts, Mom, stop twisting it. Zhang Mingcheng was used as a punching bag. That's not right. That bastard Linny just promised to give me a few million to spend, and now he wants to take the house back. How is this possible? Hasn't he reconciled with my sister? Otherwise, he wouldn't have agreed to give me the money. Zhang Mingcheng muttered. After listening to this, He Xiaofang asked, when did he tell you this? Did you dream about it when you were drunk? I got up early this morning to buy tools and went to Linny's company. I smashed his Rolls-Royce to pieces. I even took off the tires of the car. How could I have dreamed about this? As Zhang Mingcheng spoke, he returned to the room and took out the little golden mannequin of the Rolls-Royce. This is the little golden man that was taken off Lin Yi's car. Just as Zhang Mingcheng was talking about his glorious achievements, Zhang Mengyao happened to bring the thing she had brought back upstairs. Just then I heard that Lin Yi's car was broken down by Zhang Mingcheng. What did you say? You broke off the little golden statue from someone's Rolls-Royce? Zhang Mengyao asked anxiously. Not only did I break it off, I almost unloaded Lin Yi's car. Zhang Mingcheng shouted proudly with his chest puffed out. Zhang Mingcheng, can you please use some brains? Do you know how much that car cost? About 10 million. Zhang Mengyao couldn't believe that her brother went back and smashed someone else's car to pieces, and even stole the little golden man. What are you afraid of? Can he come and beat me up? And he also promised to give me millions of dollars. Zhang Mingcheng said nonchalantly. Well. Zhang Mengyao sighed and went back to her room. And the other side. For the entire afternoon, Linny slept with his head resting on Li Shirin's thighs, which were covered with black stockings. Li Shirin looked at the time. Husband, wake up. Li Shirin blew gently into Lin Yi's ear. Immersed in the coolness and softness, Linny slowly opened his eyes and pinched Li Shirin's nose. Let's go. Let's go home. Linny took Li Shirin's hand and walked towards the company entrance. The two got in the Ferrari and slowly went home. Hubby, what are you going to do with the house you got back? Li Shirin asked. Linny drove slowly and said, I plan to sell that house. We won't need it in the future anyway. After a while, the car slowly drove towards the underground garage. When the two returned home, they saw lawyer Wang Binghua drinking with his father-in-law at home. Xiaoyi is back, come on. Li Zhentian called Lin Yi to join. Is it done? Lawyer Wang glanced at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi took out his property certificate and shook it. Brother Wang, it will definitely be much easier if you take action. Lin Yi smiled. But we'll have to go to the court tomorrow, Brother Wang. Once the car repair fee is paid, We'll have to make another trip to the court to get them to pay back the money they owe us, as well as the 500,000 yuan and the repair fee for the Rolls-Royce. Lin Yi immediately added. This trip should cost several million. Lawyer Wang pondered for a moment, then spoke slowly, breathing heavily of alcohol. Lin Yi filled the glasses of Lawyer Wang and Li Zhentian and said, it should be around 3 million. The car repair should cost around 2 million, maybe more. Lawyer Wang nodded. Lawyer Wang is the best lawyer in Huadu. As long as he takes action, there is nothing he can't do. Li Zhentian was already quite drunk. No, there are many lawyers who are better than me. It's just that anyone can win Shouyi's case. Even if I defend the other party, I can win. Just relax. Lawyer Wang is telling the truth. Lin Yi's case is a relatively simple one and it can be said that he will win 100%. But Lin Yi wanted to wait until Zhang Mingcheng spent the 500,000 yuan betrothal money before suing him. But what was unexpected was that Zhang Mingcheng would smash Lin Yi's luxury car. Even the little man on the front of the car was worth hundreds of thousands, let alone the other things. If he couldn't pay it back, he would really have no choice but to work on a sewing machine. After drinking for more than an hour, Li Zhentian was drunk and went back to his room to fall asleep. Lawyer Wang, who was drunk, was also sent back by Li Zhentian's driver. Chapter 52. You wait for the money at home. Early morning. Lin Yi slowly opened his eyes and saw Li Shireen staring at him with her eyes open. Morning. Lin Yi kissed Li Shireen and whispered. Well, I don't want to go to the company, I want to be with you. Li Shireen stretched lazily and said in a soft voice. If you don't want to go, then don't go. You're the boss anyway, so going to the company is just slacking off. Lin Yi smiled. Li Shireen pouted and said dissatisfiedly, what do you mean by slacking off? I'm the boss, how can that be called slacking off? And the makeup bottle formula you gave me earlier has also come to fruition. I still have to go to the company to take a look. Li Shireen added. Thank you, my wife. Lin Yi rubbed Li Shireen's little head. Get up. Don't stay in bed. Lin Yi put on his clothes and patted Li Shireen, who buried her head in the quilt. I'm sealed in the bed, someone needs to carry me up. Li Shireen said quietly while hiding in the quilt. I can't do anything about you. Lin Yi lifted the quilt and saw Li Shireen curled up in a ball. He used both hands to pick up Li Shireen. Ah! Li Shireen felt the warmth in Lin Yi's arms. The two of them brushed their teeth and washed their faces together, then slowly walked downstairs. After a simple breakfast, Li Shireen drove a Maserati to the company. Lin Yi waited at home for Lawyer Wang to arrive and go to the court to sue Zhang Mingyao's family. The first thing is to get the house back, and the second thing is to get back the money owed to him. Lin Yi also knows that they can't pay them back, unless money falls from the sky, it is impossible to pay them back. Just when he was waiting for Lawyer Wang, Lin Yi received a call from his friend Xiao Wu. Boss, the money for repairing the car has come out. How many? Lin Yi asked. The total is 2,700,000. The person on the other end of the phone pondered for a while, then slowly said, 2,700,000. Okay, that's it. Just as Lin Yi was about to hang up the phone, the driver said, Boss, I'm sorry, I have a girlfriend and she wants a dowry of 200,000. Lin Yi also understood what the driver meant and comforted him, this is none of your business. You can stay at home and take a vacation until the car is repaired. Your salary will remain the same. Driver Xiao Wu hung up the phone with peace of mind only after getting Lin Yi's approval. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Lawyer Wang drove over in a BMW 7 Series worth over 1 million yuan. Lin Yi opened the passenger door and went to the company with Lawyer Wang to get the repair order for his car. After getting the repair order, the two went to court to sue Zhang Mingyao's family. This piece of paper in your hand can buy me 3 cars like this. Lawyer Wang joked. Ha ha ha. I'm also heartbroken about the money spent on repairing the car. So much money thrown into the water would still make a splash, but now almost 3 million is gone for no reason. Anyone would be heartbroken. Lin Yi smiled. It's okay. You'll be happy in a few days. 2,700,000 is not an ordinary sum. But they never expected that they would receive a subpoena the day before and another subpoena the next day. Moreover, the subpoenas were for millions of dollars. I'm afraid they might turn their family upside down. Lawyer Wang smiled. Lin Yi said disapprovingly, this is none of my business. They are greedy and just want to suck blood from me. Now I am just taking back what I deserve. Lawyer Wang also told Li Jintian about this matter. He also felt a little sympathy for Lin Yi. He had been sucked dry from college until graduation. His girlfriend was vain and his family tried every means to suck blood from Lin Yi. Now it was entirely their own fault. After a while, the two arrived at the court. Soon, the two provided the evidence to the court, and after confirming the evidence, the court quickly established the case. After providing evidence, the two can then go back and wait for the court opening time. And the other side. Although Yi Xiufang had been cursing Lin Yi's entire family the entire night yesterday, he still couldn't believe it. Otherwise, after smashing someone else's luxury car, Lin Yi wouldn't dare to say a word. After being confused for a whole night, Zhang Mingqing finally called Lin Yi. Of course, the call was made by borrowing a random old man's cell phone downstairs in the community, and Lin Yi had blocked all the phone numbers of his entire family. After dialing for a while, Lin Yi finally answered the phone. "Hey! What's up?" Lin Yi said calmly on the other end of the phone. At this moment, he was still in Lawyer Wang's car and had just come out of the court. "Lin Yi, why did you take back my sister's house? Don't you want to get back together with my sister?" Zhang Mingcheng asked carefully. He originally wanted to scold Lin Yi, but he was afraid that Lin Yi would not give him money. After all, Lin Yi had promised to give him money yesterday. "My parents paid for the house, so it's my house. How can it be your sister's house? Besides, when did I ever get back together with your sister?" Lin Yi said lightly. He really didn't expect that Zhang Mingcheng was so stupid that he still wanted to suck blood from him. After hearing this, Zhang Mingcheng suppressed his anger and asked, "Let's not talk about this for now. When will you give me the money you promised to give me yesterday?" Lin Yi asked in confusion, "What money? When did I promise to give you money?" "Yesterday, when I smashed your car, I asked you for a few million to spend, but you asked me to go back. Do you want to default on your debt?" Zhang Mingcheng finally couldn't help but roar. Hearing Zhang Mingcheng's roar, Lin Yi smiled. "That's what you were talking about. Someone will deliver it in the next 2 days. Just wait at home. The earliest possible date might be today." Zhang Mingcheng heaved a sigh of relief after hearing this and said, "You said it yourself. If I can't find the money, I won't smash your car, I'll smash your company." After saying that, Zhang Mingcheng hung up the phone. Lawyer Wang heard the conversation between Lin Yi and Zhang Mingcheng clearly. Zhang Mingcheng really is a stubborn person. Lawyer Wang said slowly. "It's okay. He will be diligent when the time comes. The 2.7 million alone will be enough for him to stay in prison for a few years." Lin Yi said calmly. "After waiting for so long, we can finally take action. Lin Yi knows their family too well. If we ask them to come up with even 100,000 yuan now, I guess they can't even come up with that, let alone 500,000 yuan and 2.7 million yuan. Chapter 53 Despair. After Lin Yi came out of the court, he went directly to World TV. Although the company is now in a stable state, Lin Yi still wants to come to the company to take a look. "My father-in-law is already semi-retired and rarely comes to the company. He is enjoying his retirement in advance. Now he goes out fishing every day." After arriving at the company, Lin Yi turned on the computer and looked at the background data of the app. The current number of registered people has reached more than 50 million. Lin Yi is quite satisfied with this data. Now my good brother Zhou Kong also has millions of fans and is considered one of the first top creators. However, this is all thanks to his own efforts to improve the quality of the video, otherwise it would be useless no matter how much traffic is tilted. Lin Yi continued to scroll and actually came across a video posted by Yi Xiufang. When you click on it, you can see that Yi Xiufang's videos are nothing but pity-mongering, accompanied by light music that is easy to empathize with, and those tragic texts. She has over 400,000 fans. Although Yi Xiufang in the video didn't talk much, she had a kind face. If Lin Yi didn't know her, he would have thought that she was a really kind person. Lin Yi found Yi Xiufang's latest video and discovered that she had actually taken an advertisement to sell fake liquor, and that it was filmed the day before in the house she had already reclaimed. Family, the wine originally cost only 18,800 yuan, but now it only costs 8.8 yuan. Just click the link below the video to buy it. In the video of Yi Xiufang just finishing cooking, an advertisement was immediately inserted when there were only a few seconds left in the video. Everyone in the comments section was happy for Yi Xiufang. "Come on, Auntie, be happy every day. Congratulations. Sister is so beautiful. It's quite difficult for the mother and daughter. I still hope that auntie can take more advertisements. I've asked the whole family to buy my sister's wine. Looking at the pile of comments below, Linny frowned and immediately found the person in charge of the relevant department. Bang, bang, bang. There was a knock on the door. Enter, Linny said lightly. After hearing Linny's words, a man with a slicked back hair slowly walked in. He looked to be in his 30s. Watch this video for yourself. Linny handed the phone to the man in front of him. The man looked at it once and handed the phone back to Linny, apologizing repeatedly. Sorry, Mr. Lin, this kind of thing will never happen again. Linny said calmly, our app has only been on the market for a short time. We should review more videos and hire more employees in the future. We should prevent fake videos like this from appearing. The man nodded and went out. 10 minutes later, Linny opened He Xiaofang's homepage again, which showed, this user has violated the rules and has now been permanently banned. What Linny didn't know was that this account already had tens of thousands of yuan in incentives from He Xiaofang for video creation, and the monetization capacity with more than 400,000 fans was already terrifying. And the other side. He Xiaofang has never felt at ease since she returned to her home. She complains about this and that, complaining about the small size of the house and the poor location of the community. In short, she spends all her time eating and sleeping. If this house had not been bought before Zhang Tang's accident and had not been registered in Zhang Tang's name, He Xiaofang would have divorced him long ago and kicked Zhang Tang out of the house. Now He Xiaofang was eating melon seeds while arranging things for Zhang Mengyao, a rich second generation whose family had a little money. This one is good, this one is also good, but they are a bit poor. The annual salary is only 300,000, which is not as fast as the money I make from shooting videos. He Xiaofang muttered to herself as she looked at the messages from various men sent by the matchmakers. When I got tired of watching, I opened the background of World TV to check my income data. What? My account was blocked? He Xiaofang's screams filled the entire building. What are you doing? Why do you block my account for no reason? He Xiaofang looked at the information on her account that it had been blocked, and the videos in it had disappeared. Mom, what did you do again? The whole building is filled with your voice. Zhang Mengyao came out of her room and asked. Look, daughter, my account has been blocked and the money in it is gone. He Xiaofang wanted to click on it to check her earnings, but she couldn't do it no matter what she did. Zhang Mengyao was also shocked and snatched the phone from He Xiaofang's hand. This. How could this just disappear for no reason? No, I'll call customer service and ask. Zhang Mengyao's heart was bleeding at this moment. The video had just started to gain momentum, but now it was blocked. No one could accept this. Hello, how can I help you? The standard customer service script came. Hello, why was my account blocked? My ID is. Zhang Mengyao reported the ID of her account. Soon, the customer service replied, hello ma'am, we found that your account was selling fake goods, and it has been permanently blocked now. Can it be unblocked now? Zhang Mengyao asked. I'm very sorry, your account has been permanently blocked and cannot be unblocked. As soon as the customer service finished speaking, Zhang Mengyao hung up the phone. The ad you accepted blocked our account. People can easily tell that this thing is fake. Why did you still accept this ad? Zhang Mengyao glared at He Xiaofang. Isn't this just wine? It won't kill you, so why did they ban me? He Xiaofang ran around the room anxiously. It won't kill you? Think about how much that bottle of wine costs. The original price of a bottle is over 10,000 yuan, but now it's only 8.8 yuan. You're really good. Use your brain, okay? Zhang Mengyao said coldly. They approached me and said they would give me 50,000 yuan for promotion, and the deposit would be 20,000 yuan. How could I not be tempted? Just 2 sentences and it's 50,000 yuan. If it were you, wouldn't you be tempted? No, this company belongs to Linny. He is definitely the one behind this. He must be displeased with us, so he blocked our account and left us to starve. He is now trying to drive us crazy step by step. He Xiaofang's voice trembled slightly. Just as He Xiaofang was analyzing what Linny would do next, the phone she had just put down suddenly rang. Hello? He Xiaofang answered the phone. Miss He Xiaofang, is that you? We are the merchant who approached you to promote wine last time. We have noticed that your account has been blocked, which has a great impact on us. Please return the deposit to us as soon as possible, and we don't need to pay compensation. There was a young woman's voice on the other end of the line. Why do you want me to pay you back and want compensation when you hire me to promote your business? No way. He Xiaofang cursed angrily. The person on the other end of the phone said calmly, you can look at the contract we signed before. If you don't pay back the money within a week, we will sue you. After saying that, the other party hung up the phone. Mom, what on earth did you do behind my back? What happened in the past 2 days caught Zhang Mengyao off guard. Just as the two were talking, the doorbell suddenly rang. P.S. I forgot to wish you all a happy May Day. I would like to wish you all a happy May Day here. Chapter 54, Desperate Summons. Who will come at this time? He Xiaofang rushed out the door. She is very angry now and wants to find someone to vent her anger to. Bang, bang, bang. There were 3 more knocks on the door. Here it comes. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate? Knock, knock, why don't you knock on the top of your horse's head? He Xiaofang hurriedly opened the door. When the person outside the door saw He Xiaofang open the door, he asked, Excuse me, is this Zhang Mengyao's home? Yes, what's the matter? You want to woo my daughter? How much is your annual salary? How much is your savings? He Xiaofang looked at the 2 men in front of her and asked. The 2 men glanced at He Xiaofang and did not respond to her words. Instead, they handed the court summons in their hands to He Xiaofang. Here is your court summons. You can check the specific court date yourself. After saying that, the 2 turned around and left. What the hell? Why are there so many court summonses? Yesterday it was from that bastard Linny, whose is it now? Who has committed so many crimes? He Xiaofang opened the court summons and read it while cursing. After looking at it for a while, He Xiaofang handed the court summons to Zhang Mengyao and said slowly. I don't understand, daughter, you should come and see it. Zhang Mengyao took the court summons and took a look at it. 500,000, 130,000. Zhang Mengyao said in a trembling voice. Linny wants us to pay back the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift and the 130,000 yuan he lent to our family. What? 500,000 and 130,000, where do you want us to find them? He Xiaofang was so excited that her eyes turned white and she fell to the ground. Mom, what's wrong with you, Mom? Zhang Mengyao hurried forward and helped He Xiaofang up. But with He Xiaofang's weight, Zhang Mengyao couldn't help her up no matter how hard she tried. It took He Xiaofang a long time to recover and climb onto the sofa. Mom, don't get excited. Zhang Mengyao put a hot towel on He Xiaofang's forehead. That bastard Linny, haven't we already given him the house? What else does he want? And just now the advertiser called me and asked me to pay back the 20,000 yuan. Where are we going to get the money to pay it back now? He Xiaofang lay on the sofa wailing. Didn't the merchant give you a 20,000 yuan deposit? Why don't you just use the 20,000 yuan to pay it back? Let's solve this problem first. Zhang Mengyao asked. Hearing Zhang Mengyao's words, He Xiaofang hesitated and said, Well, I've already used the 20,000 to play mahjong. Well. Although Zhang Mengyao had already vaguely guessed it, she still couldn't believe that her mother would use the money to play mahjong. Can't you be more restrained? Now that you've become a deadbeat, can't you just give up playing mahjong? Zhang Mengyao scolded angrily. What's the point of you scolding me now? It's already happened, what else can I do? He Xiaofang continued to argue. Alas! If you can't pay it back, you'll have to mortgage your house. Zhang Mengyao sighed in despair. House. Impossible. If he really wants to take our house, I will die in front of him. Ouch. My head. He Xiaofang became more and more excited as she spoke, and she covered her forehead and took a breath of cold air. Did you know that Linny didn't take the house? If you can't pay the money, the court will enforce it. 500,000 plus 130,000, you either have to pay the money yourself, and now there is also the 20,000 you lost playing mahjong. Zhang Mengyao picked up the court summons from the table and slammed it. But when the photo was taken, the court summons became 2. Why is there another page? Zhang Mengyao picked up another subpoena. After watching for a while, Zhang Mengyao said in a trembling voice. Mom, my brother is in trouble. He Xiaofang waved her hand and said, he gets into trouble every day. Why are you so excited? Zhang Mengyao handed another court summons to He Xiaofang. However, He Xiufang threw the court summons in her hand back. You know your mother has not been to school for many days, why are you showing it to me? If you have something to say, just read it out loud. He Xiufang said unhappily. My brother smashed Lin Yi's car. Now it will cost 2.7 million to repair the car. Now he wants my brother to pay the money, otherwise he will be arrested for destroying private property. Zhang Mengyao read it out slowly, word by word. What? 2,700,000? They actually want Mingqing to pay the money, or else he will be arrested. He Xiufang repeated it once and then fainted. Mom? Mom? Wake up! Zhang Mengyao stepped forward and shook He Xiufang. But He Xiufang didn't react at all. Zhang Mengyao paced around the room anxiously. Ambulance, yes. Ambulance. Zhang Mengyao, who was wandering around the room like a headless fly, finally thought of calling an ambulance. Hello? Is this the hospital? My mom has fainted. Come to the community quickly. Remember to bring a few more people with you. About 10 minutes after I made the call, the ambulance arrived downstairs. Hurry, hurry, here. Zhang Mengyao guided the people in the hospital. When the people in the hospital saw He Xiufang lying on the sofa, they couldn't help but swallow. No wonder we need to bring more people, this woman is really too fat. 8 people carried He Xiufang with great effort. It took a lot of effort to lift He Xiufang into the ambulance. Doctor, why is my mother like this? Zhang Mengyao asked the attending physician anxiously. The doctor said dismissively, your mother just fainted due to high blood pressure. She will be fine after in 4 drip and some medication. And your mother is so fat, she should lose weight now. Just wait until this bottle of medicine is finished. After saying that, the doctor left. After waiting for about an hour, the two finally returned home. It's so damn unlucky. You actually said I'm fat. My figure is plump, but you actually said I'm fat. Why is that bastard Lin Yi's car so expensive? It costs 2,700,000 to repair it. Is this car made of gold? Where is that little bastard Mingqing now? Call him back quickly. He Xiufang gritted her teeth and said sternly. Ouch. My head is splitting open. As soon as she finished speaking, He Xiufang's head began to ache slightly. Mom, don't get excited. I'll call my brother back now. While comforting He Xiufang, Zhang Mengyao picked up her phone and called Zhang Mingcheng. Brother, where are you now? Something big happened at home, come back quickly. After dialing Zhang Mingcheng's phone, Zhang Mengyao directly asked Zhang Mingcheng to go home. Zhang Mingcheng on the other end of the phone looked confused and asked, what's going on at home? Is it Lin Yi who sent money? Zhang Mengyao was also stunned after hearing this. She wondered why her brother was so calm even though he knew that Lin Yi had sent a subpoena for 2.7 million yuan. You should come back soon if you know how. Don't dawdle. After saying that, Zhang Mengyao hung up the phone. After Zhang Mingcheng saw the call was hung up, he smiled and said to his friends beside him. Brothers, our glorious life is here again, wait for my good news. After saying that, Zhang Mingcheng walked out while smiling. But what he didn't know was that the conversation between the two was not on the same channel at all. He now wished he could fly back and spend the money. Several million. It will be enough for me to use for a while. Zhang Mingcheng also used the borrowed money to buy a pack of cigarettes for 100 yuan. Chapter 55. A family collapses. After returning home, Zhang Mingcheng deliberately lit up a cigarette he had just bought. Where's my money? Zhang Mingcheng took a deep puff of cigarette and said slowly. Money, money, money. The money is on the table. Look for yourself. He Xiufang said unhappily. When he heard that his money was on the table, Zhang Mingcheng immediately picked up the 2 subpoenas on the table. This Lin Yi is really something. He even sent me a check. Zhang Mingcheng smiled, showing his 2 big yellow teeth. Check, you haven't even graduated from elementary school, don't you know the words on it? Zhang Mengyao said coldly. What are the words on it? Zhang Mingcheng looked at it carefully. It says here that it's a court summons and a compensation of 2.7 million. What does this mean? Zhang Mingcheng asked Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mengyao sighed and said, you've already said it, and you're still asking me what I mean. I'm asking you to pay for Lin Yi's car repairs, or you'll go to jail when the time is up. Impossible, this is impossible. I called Lin Yi today and he said he would give me the money today. Is this the money? Zhang Mingqing couldn't believe it. Lin Yi had said so well that he would just send the money, so why did it become compensation? Are you really stupid or just pretending to be stupid? Go and smash someone's Rolls Royce. It costs 2,700,000. If you don't have the money to compensate, you'll go to jail. Zhang Mengyao said lightly. She was now completely fed up with her stupid brother. At this moment, Zhang Mingcheng, who was laughing heartily a minute ago, now had cold sweat as big as water droplets on his forehead. Mom, you have to save me. I'm still young, I haven't married yet, and I haven't fulfilled my filial duties yet. Zhang Mingcheng was kneeling in front of He Xiufang. When he saw that his mother had no reaction, he turned around and knelt down in front of his sister. Mengyao, my dear sister, you have to save me. I am still young as your brother, and I don't want to go in. But no matter how Zhang Mingcheng cried, He Xiufang and Zhang Mengyao did not show any reaction. They can hardly protect themselves now, so how can they care about Zhang Mingcheng? Mingcheng, we can't help you, but we really have no other choice. Lin Yi now wants us to return the previous betrothal money. If we can't pay it back, our family will have to pay for it. Oh. And there's also the 130,000 yuan we lent him before. He Xiufang now has a calm look on her face, without any expression at all. After hearing this, Zhang Mingcheng collapsed to the ground. So, if nothing unexpected happens, not only will our family be taken away, but I will also have to stay in prison for a few years? Zhang Mingcheng sat on the ground, lit a cigarette and spoke slowly. The four people in the family did not respond to Zhang Mingcheng's words. They were now in a state of collapse. Of course, Zheng Tong continued to sit in his wheelchair without saying a word. He watched the trouble caused by several people and had no way to do anything. Zhang Mengyao thought about the time when they were about to get married, when she was sitting in a Mercedes-Benz and asking for an additional 500,000 yuan in dowry, as well as her mother's sarcastic look and her brother's way of calling Lin Yi a poor bastard. Seeing his mother adding 500,000 yuan to the betrothal gift, Lin Yi felt helpless. She never thought that Lin Yi would actually marry the maid of honor, and now he drives a car worth millions whenever he goes out. On the other hand, my entire family has been ruined because of Lin Yi's 2 pieces of paper. Well. Zhang Tang sighed and went back to his room. There is still a way. We still have a way. Sister, go and stay with Lin Yi for a few days. Then you can persuade him to let us go. As long as you ask, you will succeed. Zhang Mingcheng moved his niece towards Zhang Mengyao. Seeing her brother like a rat crossing the street, Zhang Mengyao frowned and said lightly. It's impossible for him and I to have a chance. Don't count on me. The hopes that He Xiufang and Zhang Mingcheng had ignited were shattered again. Zhang Mingcheng lit up the cigarette he had just finished smoking. Hiss, ha! Zhang Mingcheng took a deep puff of his cigarette. Why does Lin Yi want us to pay him back when he's so rich? He has at least 800 million on him, not just 10 or 8, but 100 million. Are rich people so stingy? Why won't he let us go? Doesn't he have any feelings for us? Zhang Mingcheng covered his face and screamed. The whole family collapsed in just these 2 days. He Xiufang's head hurts so much it feels like it's about to explode. The day before yesterday, I was still happily playing mahjong after receiving 20,000 yuan for advertising promotion. My house was taken back yesterday. Even though it hurts like a piece of flesh lost, I can still accept it. Today, my account was blocked first, and then I received 2 court summonses, which dealt the final blow to my family. It lasted 3 days in total, and during these 3 days, the family went from heaven to hell. Zhang Mingcheng, who had recovered, pointed at Zhang Mengyao's nose and asked, "Why did you choose a boyfriend like this? A college student who can't even find a boyfriend, now she has found someone who wants to eat our entire family until there's nothing left. It's so unlucky. I've been dragged into this by you. What kind of person is my boyfriend dating? What kind of person is your best friend dating?" Zhang Mingcheng blamed all the responsibility on Zhang Mengyao. Zhang Mingcheng, that's enough. Who used up the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift? And who smashed Lin Yi's car? Did I take a penny of the betrothal money? Zhang Mengyao couldn't hold it anymore and yelled at Zhang Mingcheng. Stop arguing, there's nothing to argue about. He Xiufang spoke. The family was silent for a while, and Zhang Mengyao spoke slowly. Li Shirin and I had a very good relationship when we were in college. I'll try to find her first. I begged her for help. I guess she would soften her heart and ask Lin Yi to withdraw it. The 3 people in the living room rekindled their hope. Zhang Mingqing nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. Go and beg that girl called Li Shireen. If she doesn't agree, just kneel down. Women can't stand this. Just act pitiful and shed a few tears. Zhang Mingqing kept giving Zhang Mengyao advice. He is the most panicked person now. If there is no solution at all, he will really go and operate the sewing machine. Zhang Mengyao glared at Zhang Mingqing fiercely, turned back to her room, changed her clothes and went out. Chapter 56 Progress. On the other side. After seeing that He Xiufang's account was blocked, Lin Yi no longer focused on that insignificant account. What he didn't know was that He Xiufang's family was devastated because of his banned account and the 2 subpoenas. It took Lin Yi several hours to inspect the entire department of the company. Although he found a few people slacking off at work, Lin Yi just laughed it off. After all, slacking off at work is something every worker does. As long as it is not too excessive, Lin Yi will turn a blind eye. After inspecting the entire company, the cell phone in his pocket rang. Lin Yi picked up the phone and saw that it was his wife calling. Did you miss me? Lin Yi smiled into his phone. There was a cheerful laugh from the other end of the phone. Hubby, I have some good news, do you want to hear it? Lin Yi replied, you are useless. Lin Yi stopped talking as soon as he said that, then smiled slowly and said, is there any progress on the cosmetics formula I gave you last time? Li Shireen said in a sweet voice, well, with the hard work of the laboratory, we found that the cosmetic formula you gave has a particularly good whitening effect, and most importantly, it is not patented. Although Lin Yi already knew the result, he still asked excitedly, so according to what you said, we can already start mass production now? Li Shireen said softly, well, I have asked the factories below to fully produce our products. The first batch of goods will be ready in about a week. I already have 2 sets of test products here. After listening, Lin Yi asked, are you in the company now? Or in the laboratory? I'm at the company. Li Shireen replied. Wait for me in the office. I'll come find you now. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yi hung up the phone and walked out of the company without waiting for Li Shireen to answer. When Lin Yi walked out of the company, he found out that he was sent here by lawyer Wang today and his Rolls-Royce was still under repair. Now there is no car to drive. It seems the company will have to leave 1 car to collect dust. Lin Yi muttered something, opened his phone and called an online taxi to go to Li Shireen's company. Lin Yi arrived at the company and walked to Li Shireen's office with ease. After arriving at the office, Lin Yi slowly pushed open the door and saw Li Shireen's small feet wrapped in black stockings, stirring her high heels. She was staring at the computer screen intently and didn't notice Lin Yi's arrival at all. Ahem. Lin Yi coughed. After hearing this, Li Shireen hurriedly put on her high heels and looked towards the door. Honey, you're so scary. Li Shireen said coquettishly. Lin Yi slowly walked to the desk and looked at what was on Li Shireen's computer screen with such fascination. Your cards are all in a mess. Let me do it. After Lin Yi acquired a talent for the game, he could tell at a glance the correct placement of the cards. Li Shireen gave up her seat for Lin Yi to sit on, and she sat on Lin Yi's lap. After arranging it for a while, I finally passed the level. Hubby, you are awesome. Li Shireen kissed Lin Yi. That's right. Your husband's gaming talent is even higher than that of professional players. Lin Yi waved his hand. I almost forgot, where is that cosmetic? Let me see it. Lin Yi asked. Li Shireen took out 2 palm-sized boxes of cosmetics from the drawer in the table. That's it. The whitening effect is very good. Even a person as dark as coal can become white. The most important thing is that the cost is not as high as imagined. Before Li Shireen could finish her words, Lin Yi had already opened the box and squeezed a large amount of it into his hand. Ah! What are you doing? There are very few of these. I saved them specially. Li Shireen pouted and complained. Lin Yi took a tissue from the side and wiped off the white liquid on his hands, then pinched Li Shireen's face and said slowly. You're already so white, and you want to get even whiter. What if I get scared when I sleep at night? Li Shireen snorted, humph. I'll scare you to death tonight. Scare me to death, don't you? Scare me to death, don't you? Lin Yi carried Li Shireen to the sofa, took off her high heels, and tickled her feet through her black stockings. Ha 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 ha. No, don't do this, someone is going to die. Li Shireen was scratched by Lin Yi's feet and couldn't breathe. Just as the two were playing, Li Shireen's phone rang. Stop it, someone's calling me. After Li Shireen broke free, she went to her desk and picked up her cell phone. Hey, Mom. On the other end of the phone, Lin Yi's mother whispered, Shireen, what are you busy with recently? Are you tired from work? Li Shireen smiled and said, how can you be tired working in your own company? Mom, you should pay attention to rest more. If you are too busy, you should rest more. Our family is not short of money. The person on the other end of the phone laughed a little. It's okay. I'm used to being busy these past few years. We've hired a few helpers now, so I'm not that tired every day. But I just miss you a little bit. When will you come back to see me? It's okay, Mom. I'll go back whenever you miss me. Li Shireen laughed. Lin Yi's mother was a little excited after hearing this. Okay. Then come home and have dinner with Mom tonight. Li Shi agreed in one breath. Well, I will go back tonight. Lin Yi's mother said excitedly, then hang up first, I will make you something delicious tonight. After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lin Yi on the side was confused and said, why did my mother call me and call you? Maybe Mom likes me more. Li Shireen snorted. Alas! You have a wife and forget your son. Lin Yi sighed. Downstairs in the company, a young woman got off an online hailing car. The woman in front of him was Zhang Mengyao, who came to beg for mercy. Zhang Mengyao glanced at the tall building in front of her, took a deep breath and walked in. Hello? Is your CEO Li here? Zhang Mengyao asked the young girl at the front desk. The receptionist glanced at Zhang Mengyao and said slowly, do you have an appointment? Zhang Mengyao was stumped by what the front desk said. How could she make an appointment now? Her cell phone number had been blocked by Li Shireen. I'm a good friend of your CEO Li, just tell her. Zhang Mengyao pondered for a moment and then spoke. After hearing this, the receptionist smiled at Zhang Mengyao with a professional smile. Excuse me, ma'am. Our CEO Li is very busy every day. If you don't have an appointment, please go back. I'm very sorry. The receptionist glanced at Zhang Mengyao's bag and thought to herself. Mr. Li is so rich, how could he have a friend with a bag that has a big tear on it? And even if he did, he wouldn't be able to carry it out. Unexpectedly, Zhang Mengyao only has this one bag now. She was wearing a light blue skirt, so she had to take out this bag to carry her cell phone, wallet, and other things. Faced with the specially trained receptionist, Zhang Mengyao had no choice but to leave. But Zhang Mengyao did not give up. Now was her family's last chance, and she came here to seize it. Chapter 57. What's the use of crying? Downstairs, Zhang Mengyao was anxiously pacing around the company entrance. It was impossible to ask their family to come up with a total of 630,000 yuan. There was only one way, and that was to find Li Shireen. She firmly believed that she could convince Li Shireen to get Lin Yi to withdraw the lawsuit. Zhang Mengyao now looked at the red exclamation mark in her gray letter and sighed. Oh. Why did everyone I know block me? I sent all the gray messages on my phone, but without exception, they were all blocked. Even several of my roommates in the dormitory blocked me. Not only was the gray mail blocked, but even the phone numbers were blocked. Just when Zhang Mengyao was at a loss, a cleaner nearby attracted her attention. Zhang Mengyao walked up to the cleaner and asked, Auntie, my phone is broken, can you lend me your phone to make a call? The cleaning lady readily took out her worn-out cell phone and handed it to Zhang Mengyao. It's okay. You can use it to hit whatever you want, Auntie said generously. Zhang Mengyao took the phone, took out a piece of paper from her bag and wiped the phone over and over again. Only when Zhang Mengyao felt it was almost clean did she open her cell phone and dial the number. And every move of Zhang Mengyao wiping her phone was also seen by the girl at the front desk. How could this woman be like this? She borrowed someone else's phone and had no manners at all. If you think someone's phone is dirty, don't lend it to them, a receptionist said angrily. I often see Ms. Li helping Auntie carry cleaning tools upstairs. What is this woman pretending to be? Her EQ is really low. Another receptionist was also dissatisfied. Zhang Mengyao, who was outside the door, didn't hear any of this. She has already dialed the number on her cell phone. Beep, beep, beep. The cell phone made a call. Zhang Mengyao's palms were sweating from nervousness. After a few rings, Li Shireen finally answered the phone. Hello? After hearing Li Shireen's voice, Zhang Mengyao now didn't know what to say to get Li Shireen to see her. Hello? What can I do for you? Li Shireen asked on the other end of the phone. Zhang Mengyao came back to her senses and whispered, Shireen. It's me. I'm downstairs in your company now. Can you come down and meet me? Office upstairs. Li Shireen turned off her microphone and slowly said to Linny, it's Zhang Mengyao's call. Linny waved his hand and said with a smile, she is looking for you now, so make your plans. After hearing what Linny said, Li Shireen turned on the microphone and said to the other end of the phone. I have nothing to say to you, you should go back. Downstairs in the company, Zhang Mengyao pleaded after hearing what Li Shireen said. Shireen, please, I really have something important to tell you. Please give me 30 minutes. I really only need 30 minutes. Zhang Mengyao started crying as she spoke. On the other end of the phone, Li Shireen frowned after hearing Zhang Mengyao's crying and said coldly into the microphone. Cry? What's the point of crying? You cry all the time. If you want to cry, go somewhere far away. You are crying downstairs of my company. After hearing Li Shireen's cold voice, Zhang Mengyao's tears stopped instantly. Shireen, I beg you, can we just meet for once? I promise I will never bother you again. Li Shireen was silent for 2 minutes on the other end of the phone, and then said coldly to Zhang Mengyao. Wait downstairs. My secretary will bring you in later. After saying that, Li Shireen hung up the phone. Zhang Mengyao handed the phone to the cleaning lady and stood downstairs of the company waiting for Li Shireen's secretary. Day. A short-haired girl came out and said to Zhang Mengyao calmly. Come with me. After listening to this, Zhang Mengyao followed her into the company. The secretary took Zhang Mengyao to a reception room. Wait here, Mr. Li will be here soon. After saying that, the secretary went out directly, leaving Zhang Mengyao alone in the reception room. After about 10 minutes, Li Shireen slowly walked to the reception room and sat directly opposite Zhang Mengyao. Just tell me what you want to say. Li Shireen said indifferently to Zhang Mengyao. After hearing Li Shireen's cold voice, Zhang Mengyao cried out. Shireen, please help me, my family is going to be gone. Before Zhang Mengyao finished speaking, Li Shireen interrupted her with a wave of her hand. If you want to cry, go outside. I'm very busy and don't have time to listen to you crying here. This is not a school. If you cry, no one will comfort you. When Zhang Mengyao heard Li Shireen say this, her tears stopped immediately. Zhang Mengyao wiped away her tears and begged. Shireen, please save my family. Linny has sued my family. If we can't pay the money back by then, we will lose our house and my brother will go to jail. Li Shireen glanced at Zhang Mengyao and said slowly. You said it was my husband who sued you, so why did you come to me? You should go directly to my husband. You need to make it clear that it was my husband who sued me. Zhang Mengyao panicked after hearing this. No, Shireen, Linny is asking my family to pay 630,000 yuan, and my brother is asking for 2.7 million yuan to pay for his car repairs. We really can't afford it, so please help me put in a good word. Zhang Mengyao finally couldn't hold it in anymore and burst into tears. Li Shireen would not feel heartbroken for Zhang Mengyao, nor would she, like in the TV dramas, let her husband withdraw the lawsuit out of soft-heartedness. Li Shireen looked at Zhang Mengyao, who was crying bitterly, and said calmly. Why don't you think about your own problems? Why do you always ask for help when something happens? Why don't you think about the consequences when you do things? Why didn't you just return the betrothal money in the first place? Why did your brother go and smash my husband's car? If you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility. My husband's decision is something only he can change. Li Shireen's series of questions hit Zhang Mengyao right in the heart, and she was speechless for a long time. Plop. Zhang Mengyao, unable to bear the pressure, knelt down and cried. Shireen, please help us. We know we were wrong. Li Shireen sighed as she looked at Zhang Mengyao kneeling in front of her. Well. Get up. Don't look for me. I can't help you. After saying that, Li Shireen walked out directly, leaving Zhang Mengyao kneeling on her knees and standing there in a daze. Chapter 58, Complete Despair. Zhang Mengyao's heart was broken at this moment. Was she going to become the target of public criticism for what she had done before? I haven't done anything against the law, why are they doing this? Feeling disheartened, Zhang Mengyao left as if she had lost her soul, tears streaming down her eyes as she slowly walked out of the company door. Zhang Mengyao looked behind her and saw the tall buildings in front of her. She just felt cold, so cold that it made her feel suffocated. Upstairs, Linny watched Zhang Mengyao through the window, and then she slowly left in an online taxi. When Li Shireen entered the reception room, she called Lin Yi. Through the phone, Lin Yi heard all the conversation between the two. She's gone? Li Shireen appeared behind Lin Yi without making any sound. Lin Yi turned to look at Li Shireen and nodded. Are you feeling a little sad? I just saw a long scratch on Zhang Mingyao's bag. It seems like there is really no hope for her family. Li Shireen said slowly. Sad? I just took my own things, why would I be sad? If they had returned the betrothal money and the house to me at the beginning, maybe I would have forgiven the money I had lent them in bits and pieces before, but they were too greedy. From the beginning, he wanted to suck my blood dry and suck the blood that my parents worked so hard for over the years. Lin Yi touched Li Shireen's face and said lightly. After saying that, Lin Yi picked up Li Shireen, put her on the soft sofa, and let her rest her head on his thighs. In fact, I'm afraid that you will be soft-hearted and agree to her request. Lin Yi looked at the ceiling of the office and said in a deep voice. How is that possible? I'm not the kind of woman in novels who becomes soft-hearted when seeing tears. Li Shireen pouted and said dissatisfiedly. Lin Yi glanced at Li Shireen, smiled and said, It seems that my wife is still a ruthless person. If she were in a novel, she would at least be a nun Miju. After hearing this, Li Shireen pinched Lin Yi's thigh. What a rude nun Miju, what you said is so unpleasant. Ah, hiss. Lin Yi took a breath of cold air. Okay, you are not nun Miju. Wife. Just pack up your things when you get home tonight. I've lived in your house for a long time, and the company is almost stable now. Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen and asked. Li Shireen nodded and said, Well, I'll pack my things when I get back. Speaking of going back, Li Shireen went to her desk and took out the 2 cosmetics. It's all your fault. You wasted a box of 2. I wanted to take it back to your mother. Now you can only take the used box back to my mother, and take the unused box back to your mother. Li Shireen said coquettishly. Lin Yi smiled and said, You didn't remind me either. Li Shireen looked at the time. Let's not talk too much, let's get off work. We still have to go back and pack our things. Lin Yi also checked the time and said, What time is it now? Are you off work so early? Humph. I'm the boss, who can say that to me? Li Shireen pulled Lin Yi downstairs. The other side. Zhang Mengyao returned home like a zombie, dragging her exhausted body. When she reached the door, Zhang Mengyao took out her house key and looked at the door. Woo woo woo. Zhang Mengyao slowly squatted down at the door, covered her face and burst into tears. Inside, He Xiufang and Zhang Mingcheng were sitting restlessly at home. Whose voice? Zhang Mingcheng vaguely heard the sound outside the door. The two of them fell silent. It's Meng Yao's voice. She must be back. He Xiufang said excitedly. Excited Zhang Mingcheng immediately opened the door and saw Zhang Mengyao crying bitterly at the door of his home. Is it done? Zhang Mingcheng didn't immediately care about why his sister was crying, but instead thought about whether his own affairs had been dealt with. Zhang Mengyao sobbed, wiped her tears with her arms, and went straight home without responding to Zhang Mingcheng. My dear daughter, how is it going? Is it settled? He Xiufang asked softly. Zhang Mengyao also ignored He Xiufang and looked towards the door in a daze. Have you finished your work? I'm so anxious that I've been crying all day. Is crying any use? He Xiufang finally couldn't bear it anymore and exploded. After recovering for a while, Zhang Mengyao slowly said. Li Shireen refused to help me. She asked me to go find Lin Yi. What can I do? He Xiufang screamed in anger. What? Didn't you say you had a good relationship with Li Shireen before? How come he won't even help you with such a small matter? Even more desperate was Zhang Mingcheng. After hearing the news, he felt a heaviness in his head and almost fainted. You said it wasn't done. If the matter is not accomplished, does that mean that I, Zhang Mingcheng, will have to spend the next few years in there? Zhang Mingcheng couldn't accept it. The time displayed above was 1 week later, which meant that if he couldn't come up with that much money after a week, he would really go to jail. Run? No matter how stupid Zhang Mingcheng was, he knew that in an age surrounded by cameras, he couldn't escape. Li Shireen has made it very clear. If you hadn't been greedy at the beginning, we wouldn't be in any trouble now. Zhang Mengyao said lightly. She has accepted her fate now. It doesn't matter what the house is. Ha ha ha. What a nonchalant person. At the beginning, you and Mom went to live in the newly bought house, and I took the 500,000 yuan. We all got a share. Now you actually say we are greedy? You are such a good sister to me. You have put all your mistakes aside. Zhang Mingchun laughed. The family has gone from being anxious just now to being in a state of near madness. Zhang Tong in the corner looked at his family and shook his head. Now he is helpless, watching his family become like this. He has no way to do anything at all. Watching his family go crazy because of greed and lose everything because of greed, Zhang Tong shook his head and went back to the room and closed the door. However, the other three did not notice the noise Zhang Tang made. No matter how loud the noise was, they thought it was as insignificant as the wind. Chapter 59, Happy. In a luxurious villa. Lin Yi and Li Shirin just returned home and saw Wu Rulin watching TV in the living room. Mom, where's my dad? Li Shirin asked. Wu Rulin said in a bad tone, your dad has been fishing these past 2 days, and he has never caught a single fish. Oh. I'm going to move to Lin Yi's house soon. Please talk to my dad when he comes back in the evening. Li Shirin said to Wu Rulin. Why so sudden? I haven't prepared anything for you to take over yet. Wu Rulin quickly got up and went into the house. After a few minutes, Wu Rulin took out 2 bottles of Feitian wine and an exquisite box from the house, which looked like it should contain jewelry. These 2 bottles of wine are for Xiui's dad, and this box is for his mom. Wu Rulin handed the thing in her hand to Li Shirin. Li Shirin took the things and said with a smile, Mom, you are really thoughtful. Wu Rulin tapped her daughter's head and said, this is a gift from your father and I. You can buy your own separately. After her trick was exposed, Li Shirin pouted and said, how stingy. You didn't even prepare a gift for me. Lin Yi on the side just smiled, because it was Li Shirin's family's good intention, and he couldn't say that he didn't need to bring it. Just take something, as long as the thought is there. Lin Yi said to the 2 of them. Then I'll go see what to buy later. I'm going to pack my things first. After saying that, Li Shirin ran upstairs. Lin Yi didn't have to pack anything. After all, the 2 of them had agreed that they would often return to their respective homes and always leave some of their belongings at home. Xiui, go back and ask your parents when they are free, and then our 2 families can get together for a meal. Wu Rulin looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi nodded and said, I'll go back and ask when I'm free. Oh, by the way, Mom, this is my mom's gray letter. We can talk about it when we have time. After saying that, Lin Yi opened his cell phone, found the gray message from Zhao Xiangmei, and passed it to Wu Rulin. The gray letter from Zhao Xiangmei was a photo of Lin Yi in formal attire. She had specially asked Lin Yi to go to a photo studio to take the photo, and she had spent a lot of money on photo retouching. Not long after, Li Shirin came downstairs with a small suitcase. Mom, let's go back. Li Shirin waved towards Wu Rulin. Let's go. Remember to be a good boy over there and do more chores. Wu Rulin also waved her hand to remind him. Lin Yi put the small suitcase into the Lamborghini he had won. After Li Shirin got in the car, Lin Yi started the car and drove towards his home. In the community. Lin Yi parked the car in his own parking space. The 2 returned home carrying a small suitcase. When Lin Yi was about to take out his key, Li Shirin took out the key from her bag and opened the door. When did you get the key? Lin Yi wondered. He couldn't remember when he gave her the key. Li Shirin rolled her eyes at Lin Yi and said calmly, my mother gave it to me when we went out last time. As they were talking, the 2 had already opened the door. As soon as the door was opened, 2 people entered the house dragging their small suitcases. As soon as they entered the door, they saw Zhao Xiangmei watching TV in the living room. Zhao Xiangmei glanced at the 2 of them and smiled in surprise. I thought it was your dad who came back, but it turned out to be you too. Zhao Xiangmei, overjoyed, snatched the small suitcase from Lin Yi and put it in Lin Yi's room. Why didn't you tell me you were coming back? I thought you wouldn't be back until the evening. Zhao Xiangmei poured Li Shirin a glass of water. Lin Yi watched his mother talking to his wife and didn't even look at him. Mom, pour me a glass of water too. Lin Yi was not convinced. How could he forget his son after having a daughter-in-law? Zhao Xiangmei glanced at Lin Yi and said slowly, you are not far away, go and get some water yourself. Mom, don't you have to go to the store today? Li Shirin asked. Oh, now we have hired a few workers, and we are relatively free now. You two have your own businesses, so you don't need my help anymore. It's time for us to enjoy our lives. Zhao Xiangmei took Li Shirin's hand and smiled. After hearing this, Lin Yi felt relieved. After all, his parents were already in their 50s and it was time for them to take a break after working hard for most of their lives. Li Shireen returned to the house and took out the gift that Wu Rulan had asked her to bring. This is for Fei Tianwine, and this is a jade bracelet. Oh yeah, and this too. Li Shireen took out another box of cosmetics that Lin Yi had not opened before. This is for whitening. Inserting it on your face can make it look supple and white. Li Shireen introduced its uses. Look at you, you're here, why do you bring so many things? I don't need cosmetics, I have thick skin. As Zhao Xiangmei spoke, she put away the things her daughter-in-law brought. After putting the things away, Zhao Xiangmei helped the two of them cut some fruits. Shireen, come and have some fruit. Zhao Xiangmei greeted Li Shireen. Here it comes. Li Shireen happily ran over and watched TV and ate fruit with her mother-in-law. By the way, Zhang Mengyao and his mother came to our house before. Zhao Xiangmei said indifferently to the two of them. They come to our house, what are they doing here? Lin Yi asked. Why did these two people come to his house? Lin Yi was a little confused about their train of thought. You're rich now, so you want us to help you two get back together. What else can you do? But after being driven away by us, Zhang Mengyao is not even as good as one toe of Shireen, and yet she still wants to get back together. If you treat Shireen badly, your father and I will not forgive you. Zhao Xiangmei said to Lin Yi in a stern tone. Li Shireen, who was standing aside, felt very sweet in her heart. Lin Yi? What does this have to do with me? Lin Yi feels extremely wronged now. Zhao Xiangmei said slowly, I was just saying that, but when she came here, she was bitten by the neighbor's dog. It is said that the cut on her face required 2 or 3 stitches. After Zhao Xiangmei said this, Lin Yi also remembered that the last time he saw He Xiufang, her face was still wrapped in gauze. She must have been too talkative, so the neighbor let her dog bite her. Lin Yi smiled. Humph. She actually wants you to compensate Zhang Mengyao for her youth over the past few years. I've never seen such a shameless person. You should deal with Zhang Mengyao's matter as soon as possible, and stay away from people like that in the future to avoid bad luck. Zhao Xiangmei said to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, Before, I was waiting for them to use up the betrothal money. Now I have taken the house back and sued them. Now I am just waiting for them to pay me back. 500,000? Where did their family get the money? Zhao Xiangmei didn't believe that Zhang Mengyao's family could come up with 500,000 yuan. Lin Yi explained everything to Zhao Xiangmei and also told her about Zhang Mingcheng smashing his car. Does that mean their house will be forcibly seized? And Zhang Mingcheng will probably be in jail for a few years, too? Zhao Xiangmei asked. Lin Yi nodded. Alas! Human greed is like a snake swallowing an elephant. The current situation is all caused by that greedy He Xiufang. I hope they can get out of the shadow in their lifetime. Zhao Xiangmei sighed. Chapter 60 The last time. It has been a week since the two returned home. Li Shireen has also been busy in the company due to the launch of new products. The name of the new product is also relatively simple and crude, directly named White Skin. Every night after get off work, Li Shireen drags her tired body home. Ah! I'm so tired, I don't want to go to the company anymore, I want to stay at home with you. After taking a hot bath, Li Shireen lay down on the bed with her arms and legs spread out. Lin Yi went to the bed and rubbed Li Shireen's legs while saying, Thank you for your hard work, my wife. You are so tired every day. Lin Yi smiled, lowered his head and lightly touched Li Shireen's lips. But it's just a few days, and once you're through you can relax. Li Shireen enjoyed Lin Yi's massage and snorted. Once this busy period is over, we can relax and go look at our house. Lin Yi said softly. Just as Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen, he found that Li Shireen had also fallen asleep on the bed. Lin Yi smiled, straightened Li Shireen's body and covered her with a quilt. Bang, bang, bang. When Lin Yi was admiring Li Shireen's sleeping face, there was a knock on the door. Lin Yi got out of bed quietly. After opening the door, I saw Zhao Xiangmei standing at the door. Shoo! Xian fell asleep. Lin Yi made a hushing gesture and went to the living room with Zhao Xiangmei. Zhao Xiangmei pointed to a bowl of herbal tea on the table and said, Shireen has been working so hard these past few days, so I made her a bowl of herbal tea. She's asleep now, so why don't you drink it? Lin Yi said in a bad tone, Mom, you are partial to me. I am now the second to last in the family. Zhao Shangmei tapped Lin Yi's arm and said, "If you don't want to drink it, I'll give it to your father." After saying that, Zhao Shangmei was about to stand up and take the bowl away. Lin Yi saw it and immediately stopped him. I drink. Lin Yi picked up the herbal tea and drank it in one breath. "The court will open the day after tomorrow." "Are you sure?" Zhao Shangmei asked worriedly. Lin Yi said disapprovingly, "Mom, I will definitely win this, so just relax. You don't have to worry so much about things that have solid evidence. It's still the same even if they find the best lawyers. It's a done deal." Lin Yi patted Zhao Shangmei's hand to put her at ease. When Zhao Shangmei first heard about it, she felt that Zhang Mengyao's family was a little pitiful. "But then I thought about how ugly it was when my son was at the hotel entrance and her family insulted him. I still have the video in my hand. It's getting late, it's time to go to bed, don't wake Shireen up." Zhao Shangmei turned around and whispered to Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled slightly and went back to his room to sleep. The next day, when Lin Yi got up, he found that Li Shireen had already gone to the company. After washing up, Lin Yi came to the living room and saw Zhao Shangmei watching TV there. "There's still breakfast in the kitchen, eat it while it's hot." After Zhao Shangmei finished speaking, she turned and looked at the TV. Zhao Shangmei and Lin Hongjun now have 3 permanent employees. Zhao Shangmei is now a housewife at home, while Lin Hongjun is looking after those employees in the store. In the community, He Xiufang's family is now completely ruined. At the beginning, they tried their best, but how could they find so much money in just 10 days? Even if it fell from the sky, it would take half a day to collect it. Zhang Mingchang was lying in the living room drinking with a beard on his face. "It smells so strong of alcohol. Can you please stop drinking in the living room? There are cigarette butts all over the floor." Zhang Mengyao pinched her nose and cursed. "Ha ha ha ha. I'm going in. I'm so happy. I can eat and drink well in there for a few years." Zhang Mingcheng took a sip of the wine and smiled. "You guys? You can still live happily outside, but me? I can only live in darkness inside. You can just find a good man to marry when the time comes. You are so beautiful, there are many men to choose from." Zhang Mingcheng pointed at Zhang Mengyao and shouted angrily. "Zhang Mingcheng, are you crazy? If you want to go crazy, go outside and do it. Don't go crazy at home." Zhang Mengyao yelled. "I'm crazy, yes. I'm crazy." Zhang Mingcheng took a big gulp of wine. He Xiufang is getting weaker day by day. Ever since she fainted due to high blood pressure last time, she has been in a state of depression. "No. I can't let them take over our house. No. I can't let them take over our house." He Xiufang now muttered incoherently. Now, except Zhang Tang and Zhang Mengyao, there is no normal person in the family. Seeing this situation, Zhang Mengyao burst into tears. There were only 2 lines of clear tears, and the expression on his face remained the same. Now they can only wait for the day after tomorrow, when the court will open. Ask for help? It is impossible now. At the beginning, Zhang Mengyao also tried to find Tan Yusin and others. But we only met once and he didn't even ask to borrow money. Tan Yusin showed her impatience. "Yusin, I really know I was wrong. Li Shireen and Lin Yi are now trying to destroy our entire family. Please help us." Zhang Mengyao begged desperately, but Tan Yusin remained unmoved. "Do you remember at your wedding? You were sitting in the Mercedes-Benz, Lin Yi looked helpless, and you remained unmoved no matter how many people scolded Lin Yi. He had a car and a house right after graduation. Do you know how many people envy you? And he's handsome, and he barely interacts with other women. But you pushed others into that state. Why don't you think about yourself?" After saying this, Tan Yusin left without looking back. Thinking back to when she went to see Tan Yusin 2 days ago, Zhang Mengyao still feels heartbroken. "No. I can't let Lin Yi live so comfortably. I'm going to disgust him even until I die. He has turned our family into this state. I want society to condemn him and let others see what kind of scumbag Lin Yi, who is worth hundreds of millions, is." He Xiufang sat up from the bed in shock. Pulling the half-drunk Zhang Mingcheng out, Zhang Mengyao pulled He Xiufang back and said, "Mom, don't do anything stupid. Isn't our family miserable enough?" He Xiufang pushed Zhang Mengyao's hand away and said, "Since you know that our family is already in such a miserable state, why are you still trying to stop me? Could there be a worse outcome for our family than this? He Xiaofang slammed the door shut and left. Zhang Mengyao simply couldn't pull He Xiaofang of this tonnage. She doesn't want to care about so much now. Chapter 61 Plan. He Xiaofang took Zhang Mingqing to the bottom of the World TV building. Mom, what are we doing? Are we going to beat Lin Yi up? When Zhang Mingqiang was pulled over by He Xiaofang, he was much more sober. Why did you hit Lin Yi? Am I that stupid? He Xiaofang rolled her eyes at Zhang Mingqiang. Then what are we doing here under someone else's building? Lin Yi is determined to take over our family. It's useless to beg him. Zhang Mingqiang asked. Don't make a fuss. Just do what I say. Otherwise, we'll all be done for the day after tomorrow. He Xiaofang gambled everything and planned to make one last effort. After saying that, He Xiaofang whispered in Zhang Mingqiang's ear for a while. Zhang Mingqiang nodded frantically and kept saying good ideas. After He Xiaofang finished speaking, the two of them went their separate ways. He Xiaofang looked up at the World TV building, took a deep breath, and walked to the door. What a sin! My poor daughter. The CEO of World TV cheated on my daughter and now wants our family to die. He has gone crazy and ruined our family. Lin Yi, who was sitting in the building, ran off with the rich woman during the wedding. My daughter begged Lin Yi desperately, but he still ran off with another rich girl. My poor daughter. After dating for 5 years, she fell for such a thing that was not even human. He Xiaofang's huge body rolled on the ground like a child. The onlookers on the side also took out their mobile phones to take videos. At this time, the security guard also felt something was wrong and stepped forward to pull He Xiaofang away. Someone come. The security guard is going to use force. The thief is guilty. He Xiaofang yelled at the top of her lungs. Ma'am, if you have any problem, you can call the police. I believe the police will handle everything, but please don't slander others in front of the company. A security guard pointed at He Xiaofang and said coldly. Okay, I can't beat you rich people, so I'll leave. Is that okay with me leaving? He Xiaofang dusted herself off, turned around and left. In the office, Lin Yi was looking at the reports of various data. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly there was a hurried knock on the door. Come in. Lin Yi said lightly. A long-haired woman in high heels trotted in. She was Lin Yi's assistant. Boss Lin, something bad has happened. There was a fat lady outside the company spreading rumors about you. After saying that, the woman took out the video on her mobile phone that the employee had sent to the group. Ha ha ha. Lin Yi laughed out loud while watching the short video. The assistant glanced at Lin Yi and asked, Boss Lin, how can you still laugh out loud? Many people have recorded the video now, and it won't take long for it to spread all over the internet. This is free advertising for our company, why shouldn't I smile? Lin Yi looked at the assistant and said slowly. But this? The assistant still couldn't believe it. Okay, I'll take care of this matter. Our company should not block this kind of video upload. Lin Yi waved his hand, signaling his assistant to go out. Tomorrow and the day after tomorrow, it seems that He Xiaofang can't help it anymore. Lin Yi sat in the chair and muttered. Downstairs. After He Xiaofang left, Zhang Mingqiang followed. How's it going? Is the video finished? He Xiaofang looked at Zhang Mingqiang and asked. The video is absolutely perfect, check it out for yourself. Zhang Mingqiang opened the video he had just taken. He Xiaofang was seen rolling on the ground, but she was taking pictures along with others. That's enough. I just want to ruin the reputation of that bastard Lin Yi. He Xiaofang gritted her teeth and said fiercely. Mom, what should we do now that we've finished filming the video? Zhang Mingqiang asked. You'll find out in a few hours. He Xiaofang is now full of confidence. It's you who has to do it. Meng Yao is still a college student. You really wasted all your time studying. Zhang Mingqiang said to He Xiaofang with a flattering look on his face. The two of them randomly found a milk tea shop, went in and ordered a cup of milk tea. He Xiaofang drank the milk tea in one gulp with one quick inhalation. Zhang Mingqiang looked at the empty milk tea cup and swallowed. Mom, why are we here? We should celebrate at home. Zhang Mingqiang looked at He Xiaofang's current appearance and was a little puzzled. Why are you so impatient? He Xiaofang rolled her eyes at Zhang Mingqiang and then opened the envelope. My dear girls, the following 500 words will be omitted. He Xiaofang's short essay was posted here, along with a few pictures. Now everything is ready, except for the east wind that just came. Okay, let's go home. He Xiaofang stood up and said to Zhang Mingcheng. Ah. This? Is this all? We haven't done anything. Zhang Mingcheng didn't know what He Xiaofang was doing. If you don't go back, you'll be here alone. He Xiaofang walked out the door alone. The confused Zhang Mingcheng followed closely behind. After what just happened, all kinds of different voices appeared on the internet. Some videos have received millions of hits. Some people followed the clues and found He Xiaofang's blog. All of them told of their miserable situations. The comments below are split. Look, can rich people play with women's feelings? Is this what a man is like? Girls, beat him to pieces. Let the bullets fly. I won't comment. If there is anything, you can call the police. What do you want to do by writing a short essay on the note? What a miserable family. They actually ran into this scumbag. It seems that the woman who stole their love is not a good person either. At TV, my suggestion is that you all resign. Your boss is like this. He must be a crazy boss who owes you wages. I found their company's phone number and Lin Yi's personal phone number. I suggest you just destroy them. Lin Yi has now blocked all numbers except the ones he saved, and will open them again after this incident is over. But now he is not only calm and unhurried, but also reading the comments like a spectator, reading the insulting words towards him. The assistant beside him was already panicking when he saw Lin Yi flipping through the records. Boss Lin, I suggest you make a statement quickly. If you continue like this, public opinion will be very serious. The assistant said anxiously. Lin Yi pointed to the accounts that exposed their private phone numbers and said, "Don't worry, first record the account that exposed your phone number." Well. The assistant sighed and went out. Interesting, really interesting. Lin Yi looked at the comments and laughed. Chapter 62 Public Opinion Fermentation. Hey! Brother Wang, did you see these things? Lin Yi called Lawyer Wang. There was silence for a while on the other end of the phone and then he slowly said. I see. Many people are scolding you now. Some have even found your private contact information. Why are you calling me if you don't want to clarify? Lawyer Wang wondered. He didn't understand what Lin Yi was thinking. It was already this time. If it wasn't dealt with, the matter would get bigger and bigger, and the reputation of Lin Yi's company would also be affected. Ha ha ha. It's still early now, and the matter is not serious enough. We can deal with it tomorrow. Lin Yi smiled. Isn't it serious enough? The fire is almost at your doorstep. Isn't it serious? By the time it reaches your doorstep, it will be too late. Lawyer Wang is now completely confused. Now it is the eunuch who is anxious rather than the emperor, while Lin Yi is sitting back and watching the show, as if this matter has nothing to do with him. Brother Wang, what He Xiaofang did has caused a lot of public opinion. Can you let her in when the court opens the day after tomorrow? Now I am a victim. I dare not open my phone except for the numbers recorded on it. After Lin Yi finished speaking, Lawyer Wang immediately understood. It turned out that this guy had this plan. No wonder he was so calm. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a while before saying, "You're right. Just wait. I'll collect evidence right now and wait until the day after tomorrow." Lin Yi smiled after hearing this and said, "Then I'll wait for your good news, Brother Wang." Thank you so much. Why are you saying all this? You have to treat me to a good meal after this is over. I won't even look at a dish if it's not worth thousands. Lawyer Wang joked. Okay, after this is done, just tell me what you want to eat, Brother Wang. Lin Yi smiled. Okay, I'm going to get busy now. After saying that, Lawyer Wang hung up the phone. This is such an unexpected surprise. Lin Yi muttered. This incident was actually a real unexpected surprise. If it happened to someone else, it would not have turned out like this. This requires that he is a person with some money, and another thing is that his World TV has been growing slowly, and other short video companies are also eyeing his rising World TV. Now other short video platforms have also secretly recommended their own embarrassing stories on them, and you can see them from time to time. But Lin Yi would not say anything. This was not malicious competition. Business itself was a give and take. Now it just depended on who would not make mistakes and who could maintain stability. Shocked. The boss of the popular short video is actually a scumbag. Is this a loss of morality or a distortion of human nature? There is an attractive short title on the outside and another long title on the inside, which directly maximizes the traffic. After Lenny put down his phone, he continued to open his computer and eat his own melon. Lenny looked at the time for a while, and the phone on the table rang. Hey! Husband! My phone has been ringing off the hook. Are you okay? Lee Shireen asked anxiously. You said your phone was bombarded with calls? Someone called you? Lenny asked. Your story has been forwarded. Although not everyone on the internet knows about it, there are still many people looking for our information. Judging from Lee Shireen's tone, it seems that the speed of transmission is now faster than flying. Wife. Listen to me, write down the people who called you, and the people you saw sending you messages, remember their IDs, and deal with them together when the time comes. Please whitelist our number first and blacklist all others. Lenny told Lee Shireen slowly. Yes. I understand, husband, but this is not a solution now. If this continues, our company's new cosmetics will also be affected. Lee Shireen's tone was obviously a little anxious. She had just answered a phone call and started cursing without any warning. After hanging up the phone, Lenny gradually told the people around him to put the numbers they knew on the whitelist. This matter is not difficult to resolve, but Lenny has to wait until public opinion is maximized within the effective time. He Xiaofang herself didn't understand, but Lenny was a person who had received higher education, and he knew very well that the internet was not a lawless place. Even those who expose contact information through other means must collect evidence and settle accounts later. Keyboard warriors are keyboard warriors after all. They can only condemn by making phone calls. Asking them to find someone offline? They don't have the guts to do that. Tomorrow, just hold on for one day. Tomorrow everything will be over. Lenny thought to himself. Mom, look, Lenny is being condemned by so many people now. It seems we are saved. Many people are now asking for a delay in the court hearing. It still depends on you, otherwise our whole family will be finished. When Zhang Mingcheng saw the message on his phone, his mouth broke into a smile. Lenny. Lenny. You want to mess with us? Didn't expect us to have such a thing? Zhang Mingcheng gritted his teeth and said sternly. Aren't you talking nonsense? If I'm not smart, I raised you all in vain. If I were as stupid as your father, we would have starved to death long ago. He Xiaofang glanced at Zhang Tong, who was bragging about himself crazily. Mom, how can you say that about Dad? Don't you see what you did when you went out? You are creating public opinion. You will be held legally responsible. The internet is not a lawless place. Zhang Mangyao looked at He Xiaofang worriedly. Zhang Mangyao knew that He Xiaofang was up to no good when she went out, but she had tried to stop her. However, she never expected that He Xiaofang would actually do such a thing. What? Your dad isn't stupid? You can't even say a few words? And you? I'm working hard for the whole family, but you not only stop me, but also keep talking about me. Remember, you have nothing to do with Lenny anymore, so don't keep trying to show your weakness. He Xiaofang's series of lectures made Zhang Mengyao silent. Just shut up. If it weren't for you, would our family be like this? All this is the 500,000 yuan betrothal money you came up with on the spur of the moment. Who bought this house? Who paid the loan? I used the compensation from the construction site to pay off the loan. I bought this house at the cost of my lifetime disability. Zhang Tang finally couldn't help but explode. He had chosen to be tolerant, but this was the result he got. After saying that, Zhang Tang threw the crutches next to his wheelchair at He Xiaofang. You damned bastard, how dare you hit me? How dare you, a loser like you, hit me? He Xiaofang stood up and was about to fight with Zhang Tang, but was stopped by Zhang Mingcheng and Zhang Mengyao. That's enough. Stop arguing, just leave it at that. I won't scold you anymore. Zhang Mengyao roared, slammed the door and returned to her room. You still have a temper. You are just a little girl. Look at what you can do. He Xiaofang cursed. She never thought that the problem was with her. The current situation was entirely Lin Yi's fault. If it weren't for him, she would be playing mahjong with the air conditioner on. Chapter 63, Desperate Seeking Medical Treatment. The next day. The news spread more and more widely, and the hot searches on Weibo were all about this matter. A rich second-generation young master plays with a poor girl. The poor boy despised the poor and loved the rich, abandoning his wife of many years. The story was getting more and more outrageous, almost to the point of saying that Linny was an alien. As soon as Linny opened his phone, all kinds of information poured in. Although World TV was not on the homepage, other information software were already on the homepage. Although it was not the top hot search, it was still on the list of more than 10. Xiaoyi, He Xiufang has made such a big fuss, I'm afraid this matter will be difficult to resolve. I think we should call the police, Zhao Xiangmei said worriedly. Linny waved his hand to indicate that it was not necessary. Our first priority today is to dispel the rumors and give us the truth. We will deal with the rest after the court session tomorrow. It's fine with us, but it has affected Shireen now. What if she encounters those insane people at work? Zhao Xiangmei glanced at Li Shireen and said worriedly. Li Shireen said softly, Mom, it's okay. There's no way someone could find out about something that happened on the internet. Hey, what's all this fuss about? Zhao Xiangmei sighed and went to the kitchen to clean. Husband. Li Shireen fed the last mouthful of noodles in her bowl to Linny and went out. Wait, I'll take you to the company. Linny also quickly finished the noodles in his bowl in 2 bites. The two of them went downstairs together, taking the car keys hanging on the wall. Although those keyboard warriors won't be stupid enough to come down to find someone offline, it's still a good idea to be on the safe side. Linny smiled. Well, you are so nice, husband. Li Shireen kissed Linny on the mouth and smiled. Linny started the car and drove towards Li Shireen's company. I'll pick you up when I get home tonight. Linny smiled faintly as he looked at Li Shireen getting off the car. Okay, I'll send you a message when I get back. Li Shireen smiled and turned to walk towards the company. Aren't these the couple? Looking at the way they go to and from get off work together, it seems that what was uploaded online is true. It has fermented to this point, so it must be true. Damn it, this kind of people are what I hate the most, especially irresponsible men like this. Next to the company, several passers-by pointed at Li Shireen. Linny just smiled and ignored those people. Linny knew very well that if he looked at those people directly, he would lose. It's like a young man asking the engineer who builds rockets why rocket fuel doesn't burn coal. As long as the engineer looks at the young man, he loses. The same goes for Linny now. Rumors are just rumors after all. The only thing to do today is to dispel them, instead of wasting time on these people. The other side. He Xiufang's home. Mom, look, many people on the internet have asked Linny to withdraw his lawsuit, saying that if he doesn't withdraw his lawsuit, they will boycott World TV or report Linny. Zhang Mingcheng looked at the things on his phone and smiled. Since last night, Zhang Mingcheng has been smiling from ear to ear while looking at his phone. Many people saw this big news as soon as they turned on their phones after get off work, and some people even exposed Linny's family. Even Linny's private number had been spread all over the internet. Don't worry. Linny is covered in shit now. As long as this matter continues to ferment, he won't be in the mood to care about us. We will find a lawyer to sue him later. He Xiufang, the military strategist, already felt that she had a sure victory. But Linny has enough evidence in his hands, and we don't have any evidence at all. How can we sue him? Besides, our family is very poor now. The pork we ate at night was bought with my father's disability allowance. Although Zhang Mingcheng is stupid, he still knows this and he is unwilling to say such words. After Zhang Mingcheng poured some cold water on her, He Xiufang calmed down instantly. We don't have any evidence right now. If Linny is really determined to sue us tomorrow, we will still compensate him. He Xiufang pondered for a while and muttered. By the way, Linny's current company must have been affected. Let's wait until the matter gets a little more serious this afternoon, and then go find Linny and ask him to withdraw the lawsuit. His company must have suffered a lot of losses now. If he agrees to withdraw the lawsuit, we will release a video to refute the rumor and say it was a misunderstanding. Linny is so greedy for money, I don't believe he won't refuse. He Xiufang straightened her chest and smiled confidently. But will this work? I feel like it's a little unreliable. Zhang Mingcheng now began to doubt himself. Why are you panicking? Are you not sure I would do this? He Xiufang angrily scolded Zhang Mingcheng. The two are now desperate and will try every possible means to implement any solution as long as there is a little hope, no matter whether it works or not, they will just do it first. Tomorrow, as long as we can get through today and tomorrow, we will be able to live in peace from now on. Yes, yes, yes. Mom is smart. She is not like some people who went to college but now know nothing and have wasted so much money from the family. After graduation, my salary was only 4,000 yuan at most, which was not as high as my monthly salary when I was working in a factory. I could make at least 6,000 yuan a month when I was working in a factory. Although Zhang Mingcheng did not mention any names, the only thing left for him to do was to report Zhang Mengyao's ID number. If you want to say something, I'll say it directly. Don't beat around the bush. It makes me sick to look at you. Remember what you did today. I won't be able to help you when the time comes, and the court's own lawyers won't be able to save you either. Zhang Mengyao said coldly. Humph, just wait and see how we turn the tide. Relying on you? I've already gone in, and we can't even control Lin Yi. You have such a pretty face for nothing. Zhang Mingcheng sneered. The other side. After Lin Yi returned to the company, he turned on the computer directly and looked at the background data of his company. Some users have already logged out, but while some have logged out, more have registered. But those registered users are here to scold me. Looking at those official at TV news, Lin Yi smiled, a smile from the bottom of his heart. Even some creators on their own platforms would pretend to be rational and analyze their own evil deeds, just in order to get some traffic. Black and red are both red. After today, these registered accounts will no longer be used to blacken myself. Although he has suffered some losses and the rating of the app has dropped, it does not matter. Lin Yi believes that his rating will still rise, and he can also get free advertising. That's almost it, we can finally wrap it up. After saying that, Lin Yi made a phone call. Chapter 64 Closing the Net. Hello? Brother Wang, have you collected the evidence? Lin Yi called lawyer Wang and asked. The person on the other end of the phone smiled and said, of course there is no problem with that. I even found a high-definition video of He Xiufang rolling around in your company. Even the blackheads on her nose can be seen clearly. After hearing this, Lin Yi smiled. He could have just left it at that, but he didn't expect He Xiufang to actually give him such a big gift package. This matter is so serious, how many years will He Xiufang be in prison for? Lin Yi asked. He Xiufang has now committed a relatively serious crime and will probably be sentenced to 3 years in prison. Lawyer Wang on the other end of the phone spoke slowly, word by word. Okay, thank you for your hard work, Brother Wang. As long as the matter is left until tomorrow, everything will be over. Lin Yi said slowly. After saying that, the two of them hung up the phone tacitly and started to take action. After hanging up the phone with lawyer Wang, Lin Yi called his assistant. Come to the office. In a few minutes, the assistant came to Lin Yi's office. Boss Lin, our app's ratings have dropped a lot, and all the new users who registered came to criticize us. Some even cancelled their accounts after criticizing us. The assistant said anxiously. I just saw this incident. I asked you to come here to deal with it. Lin Yi said slowly. Handle it? I'm afraid it's difficult to handle it now. The impact on the internet is already huge. I guess it will take a few days for this matter to ferment before it can die down. The young assistant didn't quite believe what Lin Yi said. After all, public opinion had already been created. If the announcement had just been issued yesterday, it would have been fine, but now, after a night, he had to believe it even if he didn't want to. Don't worry, you won't solve the problem if you worry. Please notify the relevant departments below and ask them to post an announcement on the app homepage. I will email it to you later. Lin Yi sent an email to his assistant on his computer. Then Mr. Lin, I'll be busy now. After saying that, the assistant left the office. Go ahead. Lin Yi waved his hand. After waiting for about 20 minutes, Lin Yi opened the World TV app and found that the announcement he had just edited had been posted on the homepage. Hello, everyone. Yesterday, our CEO of World TV, Lin Yi, was subjected to online criticism and has now been subjected to online violence. The internet is not a lawless place. I hope everyone can keep their eyes open and not be misled by virtual information. In addition, we will take legal action against those who have exposed Mr. Lin's personal information to protect our reputation. Below are the IDs that exposed Lin Yi, and even other platforms have taken screenshots of them. Right at the bottom, Lin Yi released a few videos on his official website. The video of Zhang Mingcheng smashing the car and the video and recording of Zhang Mingcheng asking Lin Yi for money are all in it. The most important thing is that the most important piece of footage was the wedding scene of Lin Yi and Zhang Mengyao. That short video clip was so shocking. Not only World TV, but other short video platforms were also reposting the announcement released by Lin Yi. This announcement directly reversed the situation. Not only that, the official of World TV directly banned the account of the creator who used this platform to take advantage of the popularity and slander Lin Yi. The reversal of the whole incident is still slowly increasing, but within an hour, the number of reposts has exceeded hundreds of thousands, and now various platforms are reposting this video. Those who exposed Lin Yi's family and contact numbers also began to panic. "I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. We were careless. I'm still a 28-year-old kid. Can you please let me go?" Below the official announcement, a striking comment was liked to the first floor. "Fuck, my blood pressure is rising. What kind of mother and daughter are they? Why is this family all like this? The bride price is 500,000 yuan, and I have to give my family a subsidy of 10,000 yuan every month. What does it have to do with me if your brother is not married? Oh, forget it. My girlfriend's family also wants a dowry of 300,000 yuan. Although my family can afford it, after reading this, I decided to break up decisively. To avoid this kind of thing happening again." A lot of people below were speaking up for Lin Yi, and some even found He Xiaofang's blog under the blog and started to criticize her. In the community, He Xiaofang has also seen the fact of this reversal. "This Lin Yi is really abominable. He actually posted this video. My blog has been destroyed." He Xiaofang cursed while looking at her skirt. The most innocent person is Zhang Mengyao. She clearly did not participate in this matter, but now that it has been exposed, she has been implicated and found Weibo, and was also destroyed. Even some college classmates with whom I was not on very good terms called me. "Hey, Zhang Mengyao, I didn't expect your family to rush for points directly. Now you are the top headline of our entire Huadu. Lin Yi's good temper is useless in front of you and your mother, TSK. A female voice laughed on the other end of the phone. After listening to this, Zhang Mengyao hung up without hesitation. But when it reached Zhang Mengyao's ears, it sounded so harsh and unpleasant. Now Zhang Mengyao is completely depressed. "Mom, didn't you pat your chest and say that everything was fine? Why did it become like this now?" Zhang Mingcheng was like an ant on hot pan, jumping up and down anxiously. It was already afternoon. Tomorrow is the court date, and time is running out. The situation has also changed, and I can't do anything no matter how hard I try, even though I haven't made any effort. Yell. How was I supposed to know what was going on? How was I supposed to know that things would turn out like this? He Xiaofang is also getting anxious now. Ha. I told you guys not to mess around. The internet is not a lawless place. You did this and now all our photos have been leaked online. Zhang Mengyao's face had turned pale. She had already guessed what Lin Yi was going to do. When the family heard what Zhang Mengyao said, they all fell silent. World TV. Lin Yi saw that the background data had begun to grow slowly, with more than 100,000 users added at once, and the app's rating was gradually increasing. He couldn't help but smile. Although this matter had a bad start, the solution made Lin Yi quite satisfied. Everyone has a bright future. Lin Yi now wanted to travel directly to tomorrow and see He Xiaofang's sarcastic face. Chapter 65 Court. Early morning. Lin Yi got up early and was about to go to the court. "Hubby, I want to go to the court today too." Li Shirin looked at Lin Yi, who was about to go out, and said slowly, "You should just focus on your company's affairs. This will be quick. It won't take long. The evidence is irrefutable. To be honest, I don't even want to go there." Lin Yi waved his hand and smiled. "But I want to go and see it together, I haven't been there yet." Li Shirin looked at Lin Yi with tears in her eyes. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said slowly, "Okay. It shouldn't take long." "Yeah." Li Shirin cheered on the spot. Lin Yi called Lawyer Wang. "Hey. Brother Wang, have you set off yet?" Lin Yi asked the person on the other end of the phone. Lawyer Wang on the other end of the phone said with a smile, "I'm already here, are you leaving now?" "I'm on my way, just wait a moment." Lin Yi held the phone while he and Li Shirin got into his newly bought BMW 7 Series. In the community, He Xiaofang's family has now lost all vitality. "Mom, save me, I don't want to go in." Early in the morning, Zhang Mingcheng's forehead was covered with cold sweat as big as water beads. Hey, Mingcheng, you should work hard in the future and try to get out as soon as possible. Mom will try to help you earn money for the down payment on a house. He Xiaofang sighed and looked at Zhang Mingcheng and said slowly. No, I really don't want to go in. Dad, please save me. You and Lin Yi used to have the best relationship. Can you please beg Lin Yi to let me go? Zhang Mingcheng knelt down and begged Zhang Tong desperately. Mingcheng, you should reform yourself in there. We will be waiting for you to come back outside. Zhang Tong also sighed helplessly. Zhang Mingcheng knew that he had no hope, but he still sought one last chance. He knew it was useless to beg anyone now, but he was already unconscious. Moreover, last night the Zhang family found a cheaper lawyer to defend them. Although they don't have much money, they still need a lawyer, so the less money they can spend, the better. It's almost time, let's go. Zhang Mengyao was waiting for them at the door in casual clothes. Seeing her brother's runny nose, Zhang Mengyao felt a chill in her heart. If I had known this would happen, I wouldn't have done it in the first place. I still have to take responsibility for the mistakes I made in the past. Zhang Mengyao said this coldly. Although this statement is true, it sounds so harsh in front of a desperate family. After hearing this, Zhang Tong also pushed his wheelchair out. Dad, let me help you. Zhang Mengyao came behind Zhang Tong and helped him push the wheelchair out. The family of four went downstairs together, took an online taxi, and went to the court together. When the online taxi driver saw Zhang Mengyao, he scratched his head and asked, are you the family that's been rumored to be very popular online? The one that didn't even think 500,000 yuan was enough for the betrothal gift, and they wanted another 500,000 yuan? When Zhang Mengyao heard the online car hailing driver ask this, she ignored him and sat directly in the back seat. TSK, why are you pretending to be so high and mighty? It's already spread so widely online, are you still afraid to speak out? The online taxi driver muttered quietly. No matter what the online car hailing driver said, Zhang Mengyao and her family ignored him. Zhang Mengyao took a look at her own house and was deeply moved, and tears came to her eyes. She also watched the several-minute video of Lin Yi on the internet yesterday and saw her family speaking harshly to Lin Yi at the wedding. Mengyao, you really don't have that $500,000, you really won't get out of the car and marry me? Lin Yi's helpless and disappointed expression came through the screen. That's right. Without the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, I won't get off the car with you. Zhang Mengyao said coldly in the car. This conversation still echoes in Zhang Mengyao's ears. If I had been able to get married resolutely at the beginning, I probably wouldn't have ended up like this. Zhang Mengyao admitted that Li Shirin was better than her in every aspect, but the only thing she couldn't get was the man she loved the most. She would never have thought that after she caused such a scene, Li Shirin took the opportunity to propose to Lin Yi, and Lin Yi agreed to everyone's surprise. But through this incident, Li Shirin got Lin Yi, and her family became like this. As for the 500,000 yuan in the house, she thought that Lin Yi gave them to her family out of old friendship. His family never imagined that after his brother had used up the 500,000 yuan betrothal gift, Lin Yi would launch a series of attacks, which was the most powerful and final blow to his family. Good sister, can you please stop begging Lin Yi to let me go? Zhang Mingcheng was now trembling all over in begging his sister. Yes. Mengyao, you should beg Lin Yi later. Just kneel down when you see him. I don't believe that Lin Yi will not be soft-hearted. He Xiaofang also looked at Zhang Mengyao and said softly. Zhang Mengyao looked at her mother and brother in disbelief. Why wouldn't they give her a bit of face even at this point? Why were they still asking her to make sacrifices even at this point? Mom! Brother! I am so disappointed in you. Why can you still say such things even at this point? Brother is your son, but am I not your daughter? How can I save face if you ask me to kneel down in front of everyone? It has come to this. Will Lin Yi forgive us? Zhang Mengyao said in a trembling voice. Hearing Zhang Mengyao's words, He Xiaofang patted Zhang Mengyao's shoulder heavily and scolded. You damn girl, it has come to this, is your face still important? What if Lin Yi softens his heart? After hearing what He Xiaofang said, Zhang Mengyao collapsed. I have been living in torture these days. I can only fall asleep in the morning when I feel too sleepy. In silence, Zhang Mengyao and her family took an online taxi to the entrance of the court. When the family just got out of the car, Lin Yi had just parked the car and was slowly walking towards the court entrance. Lin Yi glanced at Zhang Mengyao's family and saw that they all had dark circles under their eyes and looked listless. Morning. Li Shireen greeted Zhang Mengyao and her family with a smile. There were 6 people in total, and they all looked at each other, unable to say a word for a long time. Lin Yi and Zhang Mengyao had not met each other since the house was transferred. Chapter 66 Collapse. Forest. Zhang Mengyao stopped talking after saying just one word. Zhang Mengyao held back and said nothing. But Zhang Mingcheng on the side couldn't hold it anymore. Lin Yi, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Zhang Mingcheng pleaded with tears and snot. After this happened, everyone looked at Zhang Mingcheng. Just as everyone was watching Zhang Mingcheng begging Lin Yi, even He Xiufang stepped forward and begged. Lin Yi, please have mercy on us. We really know we are wrong. Mingcheng is still a child. He is too young to go to jail. Otherwise, let him work for you to pay off his debt. You can punish him as you like in the future. All our family asks is that you let him go. That's right. Lin Yi, I will be your slave from now on, at your command. Please be merciful and let me go. I'm still young and I haven't married yet. After saying that, Zhang Mingcheng knelt down with a plop. The other 4 people looked at the mother and son, speechless. Lin Yi just smiled, turned on his phone and played a recording. Lin Yi, you bastard, I smashed your car before you knew to come, right? Give me a few million to spend. You are so rich but still so stingy. Lin Yi just played the recording silently without saying a word to the mother and son. But Zhang Mingcheng and He Xiufang just stood there in a daze, unable to speak. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. This is something our family did wrong. I don't ask for your forgiveness. We have brought this upon ourselves. Zhang Tang sighed and said lightly while sitting in a wheelchair. I'm sorry, uncle. Lin Yi apologized to Zhang Tang. After saying that, Lin Yi and Li Shireen turned around and walked into the court. In fact, the most innocent person in the whole incident is Zhang Tang. He is the only sober person in the family, but he has been troubled by such a family and now he is harming himself. But there's no going back now, it's too late now. It's already come to this, what's the point of asking for help? Why didn't you think about the consequences? Zhang Tang finally got tough and cursed at He Xiufang and Zhang Mingcheng. Forget it, let's go. Li Shireen pushed Zhang Tang's wheelchair and slowly walked into the court. As soon as he entered the court, Zhang Mingcheng's legs began to tremble. Mom, I'm scared. I'm still young and I don't want to go in. Zhang Mingcheng cried with tears and snot. Quiet. No noise is allowed in the court. The judge banged his gavel. The sound of the hammer echoed in Zhang Mingcheng's ears, over and over again. After the judge finished speaking, lawyer Wang began to explain the materials he had prepared. After arguments between the plaintiff and defendant's lawyers, a conclusion was finally reached. The defendant Zhang Mingcheng is sentenced to 5 years in prison for intentionally destroying public and private property in large amounts and with serious circumstances. The sentence is to be executed immediately. As the judge's gavel fell, Zhang Mingcheng looked at his hands with a pale face. No, I'm still young, I can't go in. Lin Yi, brother Lin, father Lin, please let me go. I really beg you, please let me go. When Zhang Mingcheng was dragged away, he was still shouting at Lin Yi. And tears came out of his eyes. Zhang Mengyao, He Xiufang and Zhang Tang did not dare to look at Zhang Mingcheng. The 500,000 and 130,000 were also forcibly executed because the amounts were too large. Originally, everyone thought that the matter was over, but when lawyer Wang spoke, He Xiufang and the others were thrown into the abyss. I, the plaintiff, have another matter. That is, the day before, on month, day, the defendant He Xiufang maliciously slandered the plaintiff on the internet, causing serious public opinion and leading to cyberbullying of the plaintiff. After saying that, lawyer Wang took out his evidence. With the defensive lawyers from both sides in the court, He Xiufang was finally sentenced. The defendant He Xiufang used public opinion to cause serious social impact. She is sentenced to 3 years in prison, to be executed immediately. Another hammer fell, and He Xiufang widened her eyes, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. Impossible, this must be a wrong verdict. How could someone go to jail for something like this? This must be a wrong verdict. He Xiufang knelt on the ground and cried. Lin Yi, do you really want to destroy our entire family? He Xiufang pointed at Lin Yi and cursed. Silence. If you have any questions, please bring out the evidence. The judge banged the gavel and shouted emotionlessly. He Xiufang fainted after hearing this. Mom, are you okay? Mom. Zhang Mengyao looked at He Xiufang and shouted. But as soon as He Xiufang recovered, she was helped out. As He Xiufang was carried out, the lawsuit was over. Everyone left one after another. Zhang Mengyao, who was sitting on the chair, burst into tears. Let's go. Zhang Tang looked at Zhang Mengyao sitting on the chair inside. Zhang Mengyao, who was crying with her face covered, followed Lin Yi when she saw him go out. Lin Yi. When Lin Yi walked out to the door of the court, Zhang Mengyao followed behind and shouted. Lin Yi slowly turned his head and looked at Zhang Mengyao. Anything else? Lin Yi asked. Are you still human? After saying that, Zhang Mengyao stretched out her hand and slapped Lin Yi directly in the face. But before the slap could hit Lin Yi's face, Li Shirin grabbed his wrist tightly with one hand. This is a court. What do you want to do? Are you in a hurry? Li Shirin said coldly to Zhang Mengyao. My mother is already old, why won't you let her go? She is nearly 50 years old, what if something happens? Have you ever thought about it? Why won't you let her go? Is it because of what happened before? You weren't like this before. You didn't have such a small heart before. Zhang Mengyao, who was in a state of collapse, finally couldn't help but explode. He was crying and sobbing like a tearful person, squatting on the spot. You also graduated from Huadu University, why didn't you stop her before? Why didn't you stop her when she wanted to create public opinion? As a college student, you should know all these things. Why can you put the blame on me? Lin Yi looked at Zhang Mengyao with cold eyes, and every word he said pierced Zhang Mengyao's heart. I'm sorry, Lin Yi, please, let my mother go. She really can't go in. If you have any problems, just come to me. She is so old now, she can't stand this kind of torture. Zhang Mengyao's eyes were red at this time as she looked at Lin Yi and begged desperately. Don't worry about it. If there is anything, you can solve it through the law. It's useless for you to beg me. After saying this, Lin Yi turned around and left. No, please, Lin Yi, can you please do me one last favor and let my mother go? Zhang Mengyao used all her strength to grab Lin Yi's trouser legs. P.S. It took me 1 day to write these 2 chapters. Originally, I was thinking of writing some details about the expressions of the characters in the court. But after I wrote a few words, I went to search for information online, but in the end I still couldn't express it. After all, I knew nothing about this. I wrote this with a fuzzy mind, sorry. Chapter 67. 2 Women Conversing. Don't say anything more, it's too late now. Lin Yi didn't even look at Zhang Mengyao. Since the two of them had become like this, there was no need to say anything more. Get up. Li Shirin helped Zhang Mengyao to slowly stand up. Forget it, Mengyao, go back. Zhang Tang couldn't bear to see his daughter in such a miserable state. He felt very sad when he saw his daughter like this with his own eyes. Zhang Mengyao stood there for a while, looking at Li Shirin weakly and said, Li Shirin, I want to talk to you alone. Okay. I was just thinking about having a good talk with you. Li Shirin smiled and accepted it gladly. Hubby. You go back first. Remember to pick me up at the company tonight. Li Shirin smiled brightly at Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded, took out his cell phone and made a call. Xiao Wu, I'll send you the address, please come over. When Lin Yi took out his cell phone and finished the call, Li Shirin and Zhang Mengyao had already walked out the door. Lin Yi and Zhang Tang waited for a long time, and the driver Xiao Wu slowly drove over in a Rolls-Royce that had just been repaired. Boss. Xiao Wu said respectfully. Go and send Uncle Zhang home. He has difficulty moving around, so remember to send him home safely. Lin Yi instructed Xiao Wu. The driver nodded and carried Zhang Tang into the car. I'm sorry, Uncle Zhang, there's nothing I can do about this. Lin Yi apologized to Zhang Tang. Alas. It's all their own fault. Don't blame you, Xiaoyi. Zhang Tang sighed and said slowly. After saying that, the driver Xiao Wu slowly drove the car away. Lin Yi drove back to the company in the BMW 7 Series he had bought this morning. On the other side, Li Shirin and Zhang Mengyao slowly walked towards a coffee shop. What would you like to drink? Li Shirin looked at Zhang Mengyao and asked. Casual. Zhang Mengyao said lightly. 2 lattes then. Li Shirin smiled faintly at the waiter in front of her. The two were silent until the waiter brought 2 cups of coffee. Thank you for liking money and not liking Lin Yi. Li Shirin said as she took a sip of coffee. As soon as she opened her mouth, Li Shirin immediately shut up. Zhang Mengyao looked at Li Shirin with dilated pupils. Ha ha. Yes, I like money. How can a rich second-generation family like you know how it feels to be short of money? Even if you stay at home all your life, you can still be rich. But what about us? We have to struggle for life every day. We go to work and come home every day, while you just play all day long. You know how hard it is for us? You can even say why we don't eat meat. Zhang Mengyao's voice became louder and louder, and even the people in the store looked over. I don't deny that I'm a second-generation rich kid, but have you ever seen me not working hard? We were in the same dormitory when we were in college. You won't have forgotten this, right? What were you doing when I was working hard in the dormitory? When I was studying hard in the dormitory, you were browsing the book. When I was working hard in the dormitory, you were looking at bags and skirts on the internet, and then sent the link to Linny. You didn't forget it, did you? Although my family is very rich, I sometimes work part-time distributing flyers on weekends. You must know that. I still remember you said that I was working so hard even though my family was rich. And when I was in college, I just carried a canvas bag, and the clothes and pants I wore were the same price as yours. Do you think rich second generations don't have to work hard? Our family wants us to work hard. Li Shirin's calm words made Zhang Mengyao stunned. Zhang Mengyao thought about it, and it seemed that in her impression, Li Shirin was so hardworking and she often complained about her. Even the PPT for her speech was made by Linny, who stayed up late at night. Li Shirin's series of words silenced the two of them again, and they continued to sit in a daze. You have liked Linny for a long time, right? After a pause, Zhang Mengyao asked. Yes, I have liked Linny for a long time. I still remember that when I was a freshman, I noticed this sunny and handsome boy shortly after school started. There was a hint of sweetness in Li Shirin's eyes. You've liked Linny for a long time, why don't you confess to him? Why let me take the lead? Zhang Mengyao asked. She didn't understand what Li Shirin was worried about. With her conditions, as long as she confessed her feelings to Linny, Linny would be easily won over. It's because I like you that I won't confess easily. But when I found out you were with him, I felt so sad. I envied you, but at the same time I regretted it. Linny liked you so much, and he would tolerate you no matter what you said. Do you know how much I envied every gift he gave you? But you actually think that the things he gave you are cheap and not presentable enough. However, the things that you think are not presentable are what I want the most. But now it's over, and I'm with Linny. Li Shirin had a happy smile on her face. Really? Then congratulations. You're finally together with Linny, whom I've had a crush on for so long. That's it. We won't be in touch anymore. You guys live your lives, and I'm about to start my new life. Zhang Mengyao smiled bitterly, stood up, and walked out the door. Looking at Zhang Mengyao's back, Li Shirin actually felt uncomfortable. Although the current result is good for her, Zhang Mengyao feels as if her back is being pressed by a mountain and she can't breathe. Everything that has happened now is entirely caused by the greed of He Xiufang and Zhang Mingcheng. Zhang Mengyao has been affected by this family, but she also has an unshirkable responsibility. Their family has now received the punishment they deserved. The original family of 4 has become a family of 2. After watching Zhang Mengyao walk away, Li Shirin waved to the waiter to come and pay the bill. After paying the bill, Li Shirin went outside and a ray of sunlight shone on her face. And the other side. Zhang Mengyao returned home and saw Zhang Teng sitting in a wheelchair looking at every corner of the house. Sorry. Zhang Mengyao just uttered these words. Zhang Teng smiled and comforted Zhang Mengyao, it's okay. I hope your brother and your mother can reform well in there. We will wait for them to come back outside. From beginning to end, Zhang Teng didn't make any complaints. He saw it all, and now he couldn't stop it. Well, let's wait outside for them to come back. Zhang Mengyao nodded. Chapter 68 Popular Actress. Noon. Call. Linny returned to the company and breathed a sigh of relief. Linny glanced at his office. He never thought that he would have his own company, a life without a 996 job, and a beautiful wife. Congratulations to the host, mission completed. This time's rewards, charm plus 10, loyalty plus 10, mall update. Special prize, get to see what will happen in the next 3 days. This reward has been stored in the host's reward column, the host only needs to click it. Charm is the literal meaning, while loyalty refers to the employees and friends around the host. After more than half a month, the system finally came out on its own initiative. Lenny looked at his rewards, but found that these rewards were useless. It seemed that he could not use them. This loyalty was more useful. For example, the employees under him would not do anything that would damage the interests of the company. System, I have a question. Why didn't you just give me a share of a short video company, or just give me the money, instead of going through all this trouble? Lenny asked the question that had been buried in his heart for a long time. Since the system could give him shares in a live broadcast company at that time, why didn't it give him a company directly before? It's not that Lenny was waiting for someone to feed him the food, but he didn't understand why the system did this. The system will only give it to you directly at the beginning. The reason why the system chooses the host is because of the host's character and personality, and all aspects meet the system's requirements. The system is only an aid to the host, not a system that controls the host. The rewards the host gets now are better than money, such as martial arts skills and driving skills, which cannot be bought with money. After listening to this, Lenny suddenly realized and thought about it. He realized that this was indeed the case. When I read online novels in the past, when the system gave tasks, the protagonists had to complete them passively. But now it's different for me. The system is just an auxiliary, not a system that influences people as thoughts. I understand. Thank you. Lenny thanked the system in his mind. The system ignored Lenny and seemed to have disappeared. Charm? Loyalty? And the ability to see what's happening in the next 3 days. Lenny became more and more curious about the reward for the next 3 days. Just when he clicked on it, the system came up again. The system still recommends that the host not use this reward lightly, at least use it where the host feels it is right, rather than out of curiosity. Of course, it's just a suggestion. Lenny was startled by the sudden appearance of the system, and his curiosity was also dispelled. Lenny looked at the reward in his mind, smiled, and walked out. Lenny took a look around the company. Except for some cooperation items that needed to be signed, Lenny handed over other matters to his short-haired assistant. After looking around, Lenny walked directly out of the company. Recently, Shireen has been busy with product launch preparations, and she comes home exhausted every day. Now that he had nothing to do, Lenny drove his BMW 7 Series to Shireen's company to see if he could help. After driving for a while, Lenny arrived downstairs of Shireen's company. As soon as he entered the company, the front desk called Lenny and smiled at him. Mr. Lee is in a meeting in the conference room now, so you may have to wait a while. The girl at the front desk reminded me. Lenny nodded and went straight to Shireen's office. Since she was in a meeting, I wouldn't disturb her but go to her office and wait for her. Just as Lenny was about to open the office door, Shireen rushed out in a hurry and bumped into Lenny. Ah! Just when Shireen was about to fall backwards, Lenny pulled her back. Hubby! Why are you here? Shireen took a while to realize it was Lenny, and asked happily. Since you've been so busy lately, I'll come and supervise you. Lenny smiled. I won't talk to you anymore. I have to go to a meeting. Shireen didn't say much and walked directly towards the meeting room. But after walking for a while, he turned around and said to Lenny hurriedly. You've come just in time. Come with me. Maybe you can give me some advice. Before Lenny could speak, he was pulled over by Shireen. Just like that, Lenny was pulled into the conference room by the anxious Shireen. Everyone in the conference room looked at Lenny in surprise, but did not say anything. They just sat quietly in their chairs. There is no way. After all, I am also an employee, and any problems are Shireen's fault. This is my husband. I believe everyone has gossiped about it. I asked him to come this time. One more person will give you more ideas. I won't say more about the rest. Let's talk about our press conference. As soon as Shireen entered the meeting room, she seemed like a different person, completely different from when she was at home. Now she had the image of a decisive and efficient queen. If you have any good ideas, just tell us directly. We don't have that much time to wait. The press conference will be held the day after tomorrow. We must quickly take over the market for this product and not give others a chance to breathe. Shireen looked at the people below and spoke. Mr. Lee, I think we should do it the same as usual. We can just find some media to publish it, and then find someone to go up there. We have all used that white skin product, and if it works well, users will naturally come. A woman who looked to be in her 30s spoke slowly to Shireen. Shireen looked at the woman who had just spoken and then looked at everyone and asked. Does anyone else want to say anything? People below, you look at me and I look at you. Everyone was chattering below, but still no one spoke. Since no one has mentioned it, I'll say it first. Our product is the most effective among all cosmetics, and the price is not expensive. Why don't we make a bigger fuss? Let users know as soon as possible? Lee Shireen looked at the people below with sharp eyes. Quiet, absolutely quiet. Everyone below knew that Lee Shireen was angry. After all, they were all executives with annual salaries of over 1 million, but now they couldn't even say a word. Ahem. Let me say a few words. Seeing this depressing atmosphere, Linny broke the silence. Actually, this is both simple and difficult. We can just find the most popular female celebrity to endorse the product, and then have the female celebrity use it on site. But the difficulty lies in the people who go up there with the female stars. Another point is that you don't know if they have the time to arrange it. I don't often watch entertainment, so I don't know who the most popular female star is right now. Lin Yi's words reached everyone's ears. It was not that there were no celebrities in the past, but now they had to find the most popular female celebrity, which was a bit difficult. The most popular female star right now is Ning Fian, but I don't know if she has time. After all, she's going to hold a press conference the day after tomorrow, so it's probably too late. A young woman below said slowly. It's not too late. You don't have to worry about this matter anymore. Lee Shireen looked at everyone with full confidence. Chapter 69 Humble Father Lin. But this might be a difficult thing to do. After all, she is the most popular star right now. She is all over the TV series, and her appearance fee is not low. It's enough for us to hire 3 or 4 third-tier stars. The young woman next to her expressed her concerns. Then tell me what we should do? I just told you all to shut up, but now that you're talking, you're all excited again? Lee Shireen looked at the woman who had just spoken and said coldly. After hearing this, everyone lowered their heads and said nothing. Lee Shireen glanced at everyone and said slowly. That's it. If nothing else, just go away. Everyone below looked at Lee Shireen and left, and some even sighed. Is Ms. Lee out of her mind? In the past, she would have thought things through before making a decision, but now she just listened to her boyfriend and made the decision directly. Not far from the meeting room, the woman who had just proposed her plan said. Don't talk nonsense. This is Mr. Lee's business. We are just employees. If there is any loss, it is her own. We just need to do our own thing. Another young woman said. The other sighed. After the meeting room was dismissed, Lin Yi and Lee Shireen went to the office together. Oh, honey, I'm so tired. I need to recharge. As soon as she returned to the office, Lee Shireen climbed onto Lin Yi like a koala. Lin Yi put the little koala on his body on the sofa. Actually, I'm just saying that. If the pressure is too great, we can just take it slow. Anyway, the product is there and will always shine. Lin Yi also saw the difficulty Lee Shireen was in. It wasn't he that he cared about the opinions of those people just now, but that big star was more difficult to deal with. If it's like what they said, Ning Fei is so busy with fireworks, then his schedule is definitely maxed out. That's not the case. In fact, it was you, my husband, who reminded me of this. Pan Xing, who played with my brother, has a family that runs an agency, and the most coincidental thing is that Ning Fian happens to be an artist under his company. While enjoying Lin Yi's private massage, Lee Shireen told Lin Yi everything. After Lee Shireen said this, Lin Yi finally remembered Pan Chang, who had played racing with Li Chun before. It turns out there is this relationship. I'll call my brother tonight and ask him to see if Ning Fian has time to make arrangements. If she does, there's nothing we can do about it. After all, she has her own schedule. Lee Shireen said slowly. Lin Yi nodded and said, that's the only way. Don't just pinch the left leg. Pinch the right leg too. Lee Shireen lay down and put her right leg on Lin Yi's thigh. I can't do anything about you. Lin Yi smiled. Hey. Lee Shireen smiled. Afternoon. Lin Yi sat on Lee Shireen's desk, while Lee Shireen slept on the furry sofa. Ah. Lee Shireen, who had just woken up, stood up and stretched. Why did I fall asleep? I still have to go to the factory later. Lee Shireen looked at the time and said anxiously. Lin Yi came and sat down next to Lee Shireen and said slowly. Your secretary came just now. They saw you were sleeping, so they didn't bother you. Anyway, you've been going to the factory to check on them these past few days. It won't hurt to miss a day. Okay. I don't want to go anyway. I have to run back and forth between the lab, factory, and company every day. It's a good opportunity for me to go back early today. Li Shireen smiled happily. She has been running in these directions these days, running all day long. We don't have to go to the factory anyway, so let's go back. Excitedly, Shireen directly pulled Linny out. When he returned to the community, Linny found his father playing cards downstairs. Dad, weren't you in the store? Why are you playing cards here? As soon as Linny opened his mouth, Lin Hongjun shuddered and looked at Linny. Lin Hongjun then touched his chest and said, You scared me to death, why did you come back so early? Linny said in a bad tone. I was just about to ask you, why are you playing cards down there? Unexpectedly, Lin Hongjun whispered. I'm just playing cards because I'm bored. Don't tell your mom when you get home. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Li Shireen at the side couldn't help but laugh. Don't worry, Dad. We have always kept our mouths shut. After saying that, Li Shireen pulled Linny into the building. I didn't expect Dad to be so afraid of Mom. It will be troublesome if he finds out. Li Shireen looked at Lin Hongjun, who was squatting there playing cards timidly, and laughed. Dad, you can only wish for the best. Linny thought to himself. Zhao Shangmei, who was at home, watched the two of them go home together and asked. Things went well today. Linny looked at Zhao Shangmei and said slowly. Zhang Mingcheng was sentenced to 5 years, and He Xiaofang was sentenced to 3 years. Linny looked at Zhao Shangmei and said calmly. Oh, I hope they can realize their mistakes in there. Zhao Shangmei was not very happy after knowing the result, nor did she gloat over it. She just sighed a little. Forget it, your dad will be back soon, I'll go cook first. Zhao Shangmei went straight into the kitchen. When seeing Zhao Shangmei enter the kitchen to cook, Linny leaned close to Li Shireen's ear and whispered. Wife. What did you say to Zhang Mengyao today? Li Shireen also put her mouth close to Lin Yi's ear and whispered. This. It's a secret. Good boy. Linny pricked up his ears to listen to what Li Shireen said, but he didn't expect to hear these 3 words. How dare you play tricks on me? He pushed Li Shireen onto the sofa, held Li Shireen's feet with one hand, and scratched the soles of Li Shireen's feet frantically. Help! Mom, save me! Li Shireen smiled and asked Zhao Shangmei for help. Zhao Shangmei, who was cooking inside, ran out immediately after hearing the noise. What are you making a fuss about? Shireen is already so tired from work, and you're still making a fuss. After Zhao Shangmei's harsh words, Linny immediately let go of Li Shireen. Li Shireen stuck out her tongue at Linny like a winner. Why do I feel like I'm marrying into the family? Linny sighed. Stop messing around, it's time to eat. After Zhao Shangmei came out with the standard set of 4 dishes and 1 soup, Lin Hongjun also returned home from the store on time. Why do you always go home at this time every day? You choose the right time. Zhao Shangmei looked at Lin Hongjun and said calmly. Lin Hongjun was already sweating profusely. Maybe it's a coincidence. Chapter 70. Are you Ningfian? Coincidence? You come back at this time every day, and it happens to be dinner time? Zhao Shangmei looked at Lin Hongjun with sharp eyes. Let's not talk about this anymore, wash your hands and eat. Lin Hongjun smiled and changed the subject. After the family finished their meal happily, they sat for a while and then went back to their own rooms to sleep. Hubby, help me find Pan Qing tomorrow to discuss hiring the artists from his company. I still have to go to the company. Li Shireen looked at Linny with her big watery eyes. Okay, I'll go check it out tomorrow. Linny rubbed Li Shireen's little head and smiled. Then tomorrow it's up to you. Just a few minutes after she finished talking, Li Shireen fell asleep. Linny looked at the sleeping Li Shireen and reached out to touch her hair. Thanks for your hard work. Linny tapped Li Shireen's forehead lightly. In the morning, when Linny got up, Li Shireen was nowhere to be seen. When Linny came to the living room, he saw Zhao Shangmei watching TV in the living room. Mom! Where's Cheyenne? Zhao Shangmei glanced at Linny and said calmly, Shireen just went out not long ago. All right. Linny simply went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast and went out. Linny opened the address book on his phone, found Li Chun's phone number and called her, and got Pan Qing's phone number. Linny called Pan Qing's phone number. Hey, brother Cheng. Good morning. After the call was connected, the other end was stunned for a moment, and then Pan Qing's voice came. Shall we? After hearing Pan Qing's voice, Linny immediately said, Yes, it's me. I want to talk to you about something. When will Brother Qing be free? When is free? As long as you come, you are free. If you don't come, you are not free. I'm in the company now, just come over. Pan Qing laughed on the other end. Okay, I'll go over now. Linny smiled. After saying that, the two hung up the phone. Enjoy the entertainment. Pan Qing's company is one of the largest companies in the country, and the artists under him account for nearly half of the entertainment industry. Among them are actors, singers, and the like, and with Ning Fian's rising status, Liyu's status is now growing exponentially. Linny took a quick look at the company's information and drove his BMW 7 Series to Liyu. When he arrived at the bottom of the company building, Linny occasionally saw some celebrities who often appeared on billboards on the street. When I walked in, the front desk clerk came up and asked, Hello? Is this Mr. Lin Yi? Lin Yi nodded. Our President Pan is waiting for you upstairs, please follow me. The receptionist was guiding Lin Yi forward. Arriving at the door of the president's office, the girl who had guided Lin Yi here knocked on the door. Mr. Pan, Mr. Lin has arrived. Enter. Pan Qing's voice came from inside. The girl helped Lin Yi open the door and then left. Come on, sit down. Pan Qing greeted Lin Yi warmly. When I heard you were coming, I took out my treasured Longjing tea. Actually, I don't know much about it, so I just drink it as water. Pan Qing poured a cup of tea for Lin Yi while smiling. Lin Yi picked up the tea, took a sip and said with a smile, Your office really has everything. Lin Yi looked at the pile of game consoles and even fishing rods nearby. After I graduated from college, my husband handed the company over to me. Now the company is doing better and better, so I can't just give up. I also want to have time to play games or go fishing. After the last car race, I haven't gone out for serious fun since then. Pan Qing said helplessly. Bang, bang, bang. Just as Pan Qing was complaining to Lin Yi, there was a knock on the door. Pan Qing glanced at Lin Yi. It's okay, if Brother Qing is busy, I can wait. Lin Yi said calmly. What are you talking about? I'd love for you to come to me. Even if you ask me to pick stars, I'll pick them all for you. Pan Qing patted his chest and said confidently. Lin Yi looked at Pan Qing with a strange expression, as if he had discovered something extraordinary. Pan Qing also noticed Lin Yi's awkwardness and hurriedly explained, Don't get me wrong. I'm not gay. Ha ha ha. That's not true. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. Bang, bang, bang. As they were chatting, they seemed to have forgotten that someone was knocking on the door outside. Come in. Pan Qing shouted outside the door. The person who came in was a very beautiful woman. I'm sorry, Mr. Pan, if you're busy, I'll come back later. The woman smiled at Pan Qing. Pan Qing glanced at Lin Yi. And Lin Yi also nodded. It's okay. Let's just chat, you can sit down too. Pan Qing greeted the woman in front of him. The woman in front of him also sat down quietly next to Lin Yi. By the way, Shui, what do you want me to help you with today? As the two chatted, they finally got to the point. Lin Yi did not beat around the bush and directly told Pan Qing the reason for his visit. I want Ning Fian for a day tomorrow. What? The two of them said in surprise in unison. Hearing the two people's surprise, Lin Yi immediately added. Tomorrow I want Ning Fian, the most popular person in your company, to help me attend a cosmetics promotion. After hearing Lin Yi's words, the woman next to him immediately said. But I already have an event tomorrow. I'm going to have a concert in Huadu tomorrow. After hearing what the woman beside him said, Lin Yi turned around and asked. Are you Ning Fian? The woman nodded. After getting confirmation from her, Lin Yi began to look at the woman in front of him. Logically speaking, a top-tier female star, who is so popular, should not be arrogant at all and should just stand by and wait quietly for him and Pan Qing to chat. But aren't you an actor? Why are you having a concert again? Lin Yi had never known her at all, but he had heard from Li Shirin that Ning Fian was an actress, but now she was going to hold a concert. After listening to this, Pan Qing smiled and said, Fei Yan is an all-round artist in our company. She can act and sing. It's really difficult to arrange it tomorrow. If you had come a day or two earlier, I could have made it available for you even if I had plans. But now the tickets are sold out, so it's a bit troublesome. Pan Ching said a little embarrassedly. He had just patted his chest and promised to do the job, but he didn't expect that Linny came for Ning Fian. Actually, I wanted to come earlier, but this plan was just decided in a hurry last night. If there is really no time, there is nothing I can do. Linny smiled and explained to Pan Cheng. After all, I came here suddenly and didn't tell you in advance, so it's normal to have a time conflict. The schedule is a bit tight. Although the concert starts in the evening, we have already started preparing for everything at noon. Let me think about it again. Pan Cheng stared at the tea set on his desk and thought. Chapter 71, Wife Dominated. Hiss, if only it had happened a few days earlier, we could have postponed it, but it's already quite late now. Pan Cheng murmured. Linny also knew that it was difficult for him to do so. He looked at Pan Cheng and said, if it really doesn't work, forget it. Anything else that can inspire the fans' emotions will also work. There is no other way. After all, the schedules of the current popular stars are not so easy to arrange. Those who make a living in this field must first earn more money. After all, you never know when a more popular star will emerge. Don't worry, I've already said I'd pick the moon for you. I can definitely think of a way to do this little thing, but it might be a little harder for Fian. Pan Ching glanced at Ning Fian. It's okay with me. You can make the arrangements, Mr. Pan. Although the solution has not been figured out yet, Ning Fian has already accepted it generously. Most top-tier celebrities could have completely rejected such unreasonable requests, but Ning Fian accepted it before the result was announced. This is also the reason why she was able to make a name for herself in the entertainment industry. He is neither arrogant nor impatient, and has no airs at all. Yes, we can let Fian hold this press conference on stage before the concert. Pan Ching said slowly. Ning Fian on the side said. This plan is feasible, but... Ning Fian continued to look at Linny and said slowly. But it would be troublesome if the product didn't work well, as it would affect the subsequent reputation. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I may be too straightforward, but I have to think about myself. Linny could also understand Ning Fian's words. If the white skin effect was not good, Ning Fian might lose a large number of fans, followed by various doubts. Ms. Ning, you don't have to worry about this. Our product is definitely effective and you can see the effect directly. Of course, words are not enough. I can have someone bring some over now. You can go back and try it tonight. If it doesn't work, you can cancel this press conference directly. Linny is full of confidence in his things. No, of course I believe Mr. Lin. If that's the case, I have nothing to say. But next time you can just call me by my name. It's a little hard to pronounce Ms. Ning. Ning Fian covered her mouth and laughed. Linny also smiled after hearing this. Now that we have a plan, how should we tell our fans? Pan Ching's words put the three of them in a dilemma. You can't hold a cosmetics launch conference right before a concert. If that's the case, those fans who have come from thousands of miles away probably won't buy it. This is indeed a difficult thing to do. When fans come, they naturally like Ning Fian, but not everyone can accept this kind of product promotion phenomenon. I spend money to watch you promote products, what kind of logic is this? How about this? In addition to the appearance fee this time, we will donate another 50 million to build schools in poor areas. If the money is not enough, we will make up for it. You just need to say it like this, I believe the fans will understand. After saying that, Linny looked at the two of them. Linny was really willing to spend a lot of money. Just for this one piece of cosmetics, he directly found Ning Fian and spent 50 million in one go for charity. This is the case even before the product is sold. If the sales are not good, won't it be the end? Shui, are you sure you want to do this? Pan Ching glanced at Linny and asked. He felt that Linny's behavior was a bit irrational. After all, the items had not been sold yet. It's okay, let's arrange it this way. I'll call Shireen first to let her know. It's not easy to get an appointment with our big star, so let's just talk over the phone and discuss what to do. After saying that, Linny walked out the door. After Linny left, Ning Fian looked at Pan Chang and asked. Boss Pan, who is this handsome guy? Why haven't I seen him come to see you before? Pan Chang looked at Ning Fian and said with a smile. Why? I'm so handsome, are you attracted to me? I advise you not to think about it. Ning Fian said in a bad tone. I'm just saying it. If you ask, just say I like her. Outside the door, Linny called Li Shireen and briefly told her what they had just talked about. It's okay, husband. Just make the arrangements. You don't need to discuss so much with me. Just tell me when you're done. Also, I heard that Ning Fian is very beautiful, you should look at her too much. Li Shireen warned on the phone. Linny also smiled and said, to be honest, my wife is much prettier than her, why would I look at other women more? Li Shireen felt happy when she heard Lin Yi's smooth talk. Just tell the truth. Wait for me. I'll be there now. Li Shireen was still so decisive and hung up the phone directly. Linny looked at the phone he had hung up and smiled. Entering the office, Linny slowly said to the two of them. Cheyenne said she wanted to come over. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Pan Cheng pulled Linny out the door and whispered in Lin Yi's ear. Xiao Yi, you are not a henpecked husband, are you? Pan Cheng looked at Linny and asked. How is that possible? I'm the boss at home. There's no such thing as a henpecked husband. Linny patted his chest and said. Oh, I see. Shireen must have known that Ning Fian was here and was worried about you, so she came here right away. Pan Cheng was still skeptical. Linny looked at Pan Cheng unhappily and said. How is that possible? My wife trusts me so much. Are you afraid that Shireen will come? Linny looked at Pan Cheng and asked. Li Chun had told Linny this when he was at Li Shireen's house before. They have known each other since childhood, and Li Shireen is a rather serious person. Every time they go out to play, Li Shireen likes to complain, and she is also the good girl in the family. Every time someone complained, Li Jintian would notify several families at once, and they would all be punished together. The next day, when several people's buttocks were beaten red and swollen, Li Shireen would laugh behind their backs. And the fear engraved in their souls also came from this. It is said that when Li Shireen liked Lin Yi, these people gave her a lot of advice. There was even the idea of keeping Lin Yi in captivity. When he heard this, Lin Yi was shocked. How is it possible? Why would I be afraid of Shireen? I'm just asking. After saying this, Pan Shan walked into his office. Chapter 72 Jealous King Li Shireen. Pan Sheng, who has known Li Shireen since childhood, has grown up now, but the psychological trauma is still indelible in his heart. After chatting for about half an hour, Li Shireen pushed open the door of Pan Cheng's office and walked over to sit next to Lin Yi. Seeing Ning Fian sitting next to Lin Yi, Li Shireen felt a little uncomfortable. But she still smiled. This must be Fian. Li Shireen asked, emitting a powerful aura. Ning Fian smiled and nodded. You are so beautiful. I used to see you on TV, but now I finally see you in person. Li Shireen complimented. But Ning Fian waved her hand after hearing this. That's not the case. I'm no match for Sister Shireen. However, what Ning Fian said was the truth. Li Shireen was incomparable to Ning Fian in both appearance and temperament. In addition to her appearance, the most important thing about Li Shireen is her self-confidence, which creates a kind of temperament. Fei Yan, you are too polite. This is a new product I just brought from the company. You can take it back and try it. I have been using it every day recently, and now my skin has become better. Li Shireen handed a gift box that she had just brought in to Ning Fian. Ning Fian took the gift from Li Shireen and thanked her. Thank you, Sister Cheyenne. Hey, why are you so polite? Just call me by my name. It feels weird when you call me sister. Li Shireen said this, but she couldn't hide the joy in her heart. As soon as she arrived, she exuded her aura so strong that even the host Pan Cheng couldn't say a word. Your help this time really solved my urgent need. How about this? Let's go have a meal together. Li Shireen suggested. It's just a simple task, you don't need to eat. Pan Cheng whispered aside. Li Shireen glanced at Pan Cheng. Pan Cheng stood up with a start. Go now. After Pan Cheng spoke, the four of them walked downstairs together. The four of them came to a restaurant that looked quite luxurious. Li Shireen's arrival directly led the home team. You guys order. This meal is to celebrate our success in advance. Li Shireen handed the menu in front of her to Ning Fian and Pan Cheng. President Pan, come on. I can do anything. Ning Fian handed the menu in front of her to Pan Cheng. Pan Cheng had no choice but to order a few dishes at random. Don't order any wine. We still need to go back and discuss how to implement this plan. Li Shireen said. That's for sure. I have to go to the company later. Pan Cheng nodded. After ordering, the dishes were served soon. Come on, husband, eat more. Li Shireen put the vegetables into Lin Yi's bowl. When Lin Yi saw Li Shireen like this, he instantly understood that this was the reason why the jealous little girl exploded when she saw Ning Fian, and it was just the right time to remind Ning Fian that this man was already married. Li Shireen's action also surprised Ning Fian. Are you related in this way? Ning Fian spoke. Ah. Didn't my husband tell you? Li Shireen tilted her head and looked at Lin Yi. His eyes were full of the intention of going home to settle the accounts. We were just talking about work. Lin Yi laughed and changed the subject. After eating and drinking, Li Shireen also notified the executive in charge of this project in her company to come and discuss it together. In the conference room, after a whole day of heated debate, the best solution was finally decided upon. It's almost time. We still need to add some things to the stage. We can see what else is missing. But the things above are already arranged, we just need to add some things. Pan Cheng said. Li Shireen looked at the time and said. It's so late now, there's nothing we can do. Time is running out. Okay, let's do this first. Someone below will arrange for this to happen. Just go earlier tomorrow. Pan Cheng returned. After a brief conversation, Lin Yi and Li Shireen prepared to go home together. Throughout the entire day, Pan Cheng was busy running around without saying a bad word, and he didn't even mention Ning Fian's appearance fee. What a sour taste. After seeing Lin Yi and Li Shireen leave, Ning Fian spoke slowly. I've been secretly in love with her for so many years and they got married by accident. How can I not be jealous? What if you fall in love with her and ruin her relationship? Pan Cheng opened the joke. Pan Cheng's unintentional words aroused Ning Fian's curiosity. You mean secret crush? Li Shireen has a secret crush on Lin Yi? Ning Fian looked at Pan Cheng and asked. Nonsense. Why would I tell you that Lin Yi has a crush on Li Shireen? Pan Cheng returned. Ah. Li Shireen is so beautiful, but I had a crush on her for 5 years, and they got married by accident. Tell me, what's going on? Ning Fian became more and more curious. Although she was very beautiful and was called the national goddess by her fans, she still knew the gap between herself and Li Shireen. Now she actually knew that Li Shireen had been secretly in love with Lin Yi for many years before marrying him, and it was an accident. Anyone would be curious. This is someone else's business, why should I speak out? Why are we gossiping about others behind their backs? Pan Cheng said. If this gets to Li Shireen's ears, I'd be doomed. Ning Fian was speechless for a while and rolled her eyes at Pan Cheng. He clearly wanted to eat some melon, but he didn't say it out loud. The other side. Lin Yi had been driving slowly for nearly 20 minutes, but Li Shireen remained silent. If it were any other time, Li Shireen would have been chattering incessantly with Lin Yi in the car. Wife, why don't you say anything? Lin Yi asked. I saw a beautiful woman today and I'm not in a good mood. I'm afraid my husband has been cheated away by someone. Li Shireen said. Puff. Ha 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 ha. I was wondering what it was. Ning Fian isn't even half as pretty as you. How dare you think of such a question? Lin Yi couldn't help laughing. I was just talking. But the biggest surprise is that I can really find Ning Fian. Ning Fian's schedule is extremely full. Pan Cheng actually let her hold a press conference for us during the concert, and it was so pleasant. I didn't expect to invite Ning Fian at first. I was thinking of inviting 2 first-line stars, but I didn't expect to get a surprise. Li Shireen said. Is there anything I can't accomplish if I, your husband, take action? Lin Yi's voice gradually became louder. Yes, yes. My husband is the best. It's all thanks to you, otherwise we really don't know what to do. Li Shireen patted Lin Yi and smiled. Why do I feel like I heard a weird voice? Lin Yi muttered. Chapter 73 Concert. The next day. The two got up early and went to the largest gymnasium in Huadu. In the afternoon of the concert, they still had plenty of time to familiarize themselves with the venue. Moreover, relying on Ning Fian's traffic, he also brought a lot of media. On the stage, a group of staff were debugging the equipment to ensure that everything went well. By 6 o'clock in the afternoon, the huge stage will be full. It would take quite a few people to fill this huge stage. Linny looked at Lee Shireen and asked. Pfft, ha 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 ha. Husband, what are you thinking about? Fian is the most popular star right now. This huge venue can be filled even if there are a few more of them. Don't talk about this. I can tell you don't understand this normally. After hearing what Lee Shireen said, Linny was a little surprised. Although he knew the benefits brought by celebrities, such a huge amount of traffic was really exaggerated. Just as the two were looking at the newly modified stage, Ning Fian's agent came over. Mr. Lee, this is our schedule, what do you think? The agent handed several forms in his hand to Lee Shireen. Lee Shireen picked it up and took a quick look at it, then nodded and said, You can watch it once you have arranged it. I trust you. After hearing Lee Shireen's words, the agent said. Also, I hope Mr. Lee can choose a new set of clothes with us later. This dress is a bit too conspicuous. The agent looked at Lee Shireen's bright red dress and spoke. Lee Shireen nodded and said. I'll be right there. After saying that, the agent left the center of the stage. Lee Shireen looked at the clothes she was wearing and murmured, My skirt is pretty good. Why change it? Linny smiled and said, You are so conspicuous in a bright red dress. If you go on stage, the audience's attention will be attracted by the bright red color at the first moment. This is someone else's concert, you can't steal their fans. That's true. After saying this, Lee Shireen walked towards the dressing room. As soon as she entered the locker room, a group of women surrounded Lee Shireen and asked her to change into various clothes. No, this one is too boring. This one won't do either. It's too vulgar. After everyone had been choosing for nearly 2 hours, Lee Shireen, who was exhausted, pointed at the black clothes beside her and said, Just this one. Don't pick so many. Seeing that Lee Shireen looked helpless, everyone picked up the black dress on the hanger. After carefully changing for a while, Lee Shireen finally came out wearing that black long dress. Linny was shocked when he saw Lee Shireen coming out in that black long dress. High profile, elegant, and with a cool aura, she looks even more eye-catching than the red dress. How is it? Does it look good? Lee Shireen turned around twice in front of Linny. Linny was so absorbed in watching that it took him a while to react after Lee Shireen spoke. It looks good. I feel like this one is more eye-catching than the red one. Linny looked at Lee Shireen's black dress and spoke. It wasn't just Linny who had this feeling, Ning Fian's agent also felt it. I originally wanted Lee Shireen to wear something less conspicuous, but after she changed into that red dress, she seemed to be even more conspicuous. Now she seems to be stealing the show. But she was too embarrassed to ask Lee Shireen to pick out clothes again. Lee Shireen had already been choosing for nearly 2 hours. She couldn't let her pick for another 2 hours. Sister Shireen, your skirt looks so nice. As soon as Ning Fian came out, she saw the skirt Lee Shireen was wearing. It's okay, just average. Lee Shireen laughed. How can it be ordinary? This outfit suits you much better than it does me. I can't even pull it off in this. Ning Fian covered her mouth and laughed. Listening to the two of them flattering each other, Linny was almost embarrassed to death. Sure enough, beautiful women like to contrast when they are together. Just like two men, they also like to compare. Of course, it's not about appearance. By the way, Sister Cheyenne, I would like to sing a song with you later. How about that? Ning Fian looked at Lee Shireen and asked. That's not good. How could you let me go to your concert? Besides, I'm not a good singer. Lee Shireen waved her hand and refused. Okay. Then I won't force it. Ning Fian showed a bright smile. Time passed quickly, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the audience had already entered the venue one after another. Logically speaking, female stars usually have more male fans, but Ning Fian's fans are an exception. There were both men and women entering the venue, and there were more women. At this time, Lee Shireen and Ning Fian were putting on makeup in the dressing room, waiting to go out for the press conference on time at 6 o'clock. There was only half an hour, and they had to solve the problem within half an hour so that Ning Fian's concert could go on smoothly. As more and more people came in, the venue became more and more noisy. Seeing the huge crowd of people, Linny saw the horror of the star effect. 6 o'clock. Ning Fian came out of the dressing room on time and walked onto the stage. As Ning Fian came onto the stage, a group of fans below became excited. Non-smoke, 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 non-smoke. We love you. The enthusiastic fans shouted below. It seems that I can find someone as important as Ning Fian this time. My cosmetics will sell well. Lin Yi thought to himself. On the stage, Ning Fian took the microphone and spoke slowly. Everyone. As soon as Ning Fian opened her mouth, the audience below fell silent and listened to what she said quietly. I don't think any other star can achieve this kind of cohesion. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. On the stage, Ning Fian waited until the audience had quieted down before she slowly began to speak. It's nice to see you all again. There are quite a few familiar faces here this time. Ning Fian smiled and looked at the people below. After Ning Fian said this, the people below started to make a commotion again. Fei Yin is talking about me. I come to every concert of Fei Yin. She just looked at me. Fei Yin, I love you. Fei Yin, I love you. I will always support you. Fei Yin also looked at me just now. I have never missed Fei Yin's concerts. She must remember me, Fei Yin. Fei Yin. Many fanatical fans below were shouting. Chapter 74 Middle-Aged Elder. Thank you for your continued support. There are some changes to our concert this time. I hope everyone will listen to my brief explanation. It may take up a little of your time, but the concert time remains unchanged. I hope everyone understands. Ning Fian bowed deeply. Fei Yin, no matter how you arrange it, we support you. Yes, Fian, we will always support you. Fei Yin, please take up more of my time is meant for you. The audience below shouted nonchalantly. Ning Fian looked at everyone with clear eyes. Just a few days ago, Pinya approached me and asked me to hold a new cosmetics launch event at this concert. I refused at first, but they gave me an offer I couldn't refuse. That means I'm using my half-hour concert to get them to donate 50 million to build schools in poor areas, as well as some relatively backward equipment. After the concert, no one will give me a set of new cosmetics. I'm very sorry, I hope everyone can understand. After saying that, Ning Fian continued to bow deeply to everyone. The audience below went wild after hearing this. Fei Yin, seriously, I'm crying. She's so nice. Fei Yin, I support you. It doesn't matter if you keep it open for a little longer. Not to mention half an hour, even half a year is fine. Just let me dry here. When everyone heard this, some of them had tears in their eyes. Lin Yi looked at Ning Fian above and had to admit that she was indeed an expert in stirring emotions. As soon as Ning Fian finished speaking, a table and 2 benches slowly rose up from under the stage. When the table was fully raised, Li Shireen slowly walked towards it. Hello everyone, my name is Li Shireen, and this time I'm here with Fian to introduce our new skin whitening product. Li Shireen spoke while holding the cosmetics that had been piled up on the table. Damn, this Li Shireen is so pretty. She's not inferior to Fian at all. It's a pity that she doesn't want to develop in the entertainment industry. The elegant black dress and Fian are a beautiful sight together. When the people below saw Li Shireen, their eyes were attracted to her. Before they knew it, the two had been talking for half an hour, introducing the entire cosmetics industry in a chatty manner. I can't feel the passage of time at all. The happier ones are the media below, as they are now making double profits, which is really amazing. Half an hour seemed to pass as quickly as a minute. Li Shireen slowly stood up, bowed and said, "We will donate 50 million tomorrow. This donation will be made to a charity foundation established by our company. Every penny will be transparent and public. Even a pack of instant noodles will be recorded. I hope everyone can supervise us." After saying that, Li Shireen walked down the stage and came in front of Lin Yi. "You must be tired. This time you can finally have a good rest. Then we can have some fun." Lin Yi held Li Shireen in his arms. Li Shireen also felt Lin Yi's warmth and enjoyed Lin Yi's embrace. At this time, everyone also turned their attention to Ning Fian on the stage, waiting for her to start her concert. Li Shireen is not a member of the entertainment industry, so not many people pay attention to Li Shireen. At the same time, the imperial capital. In a luxurious villa, an old man with white hair was watching the live broadcast of the concert. Not bad, worthy of being Shireen. Wait, who is that man? Why is Shireen hugging a man? Who is that man? The white-haired old man was looking at the projection screen on the TV 1 second ago, and the next second he saw Li Shireen in Lin Yi's arms. The white-haired old man who was happy 1 second ago, became so angry that smoke was coming out of his nose the next second. On the other side, Lin Yi and Li Shireen sat below and watched Ning Fian singing each song with emotion. The two sat in the front row, listening to Ning Fian's songs and immersed in this large-scale concert. The audience below can also interact well with Ning Fian. Time passed quickly, and Ning Fian, who had been singing on the stage for 3 hours in a row, was already exhausted and out of breath. The happy time is coming to an end soon. I look forward to seeing you all next time. After singing, Ning Fian waved her hand to thank the audience below. After the concert, everyone lined up politely to leave. Outside, Li Shi had already prepared a large truck waiting outside. Anyone who came out would be given a set of the cosmetics, even the cleaning lady was given a set. After this concert, Linny and Li Shireen knew that their product would become a big hit and even in short supply. These media and audiences are the best means of publicity. Offstage, Ning Fian wiped the sweat from her forehead and drank water in big gulps. Phew! I'm so tired. When can I retire? I don't want to do this anymore. Ning Fian put down the water bottle and spoke. What are you talking about? You are in the rising stage of your career now. If you don't work hard, you will regret it when you are out of business. The agent shouted at Ning Fian, although it is not a good thing to say, it is indeed the truth. When people get older, others will pay attention to younger and more energetic stars. Rather than being an agent, she is more like a responsible sister. I'm just talking. Ning Fian stuck out her tongue and smiled at her agent. Li Shireen on the side smiled at Ning Fian. It's almost time, let's go first. Ning Fian tried to persuade him to stay after hearing this. Don't go. We haven't had the celebration banquet yet. If you have anything to do, it won't be too late to leave after the celebration banquet. Li Shireen waved her hand and refused the celebration banquet. Let's have dinner together sometime. I have to go back to the company now. I think the orders will be booming in the next few days. After hearing what Li Shireen said, Ning Fian had no choice but to keep her. Li Shireen and Lin Yi came to the company. Directly call many executives to the conference room. Mr. Li, Ning Fian's fan base has exploded. The 50,000 sets we put on the official website were sold out in an instant. An executive reported the battle results to Li Shireen. After hearing this, Li Shireen nodded with satisfaction. Don't sell it after this batch is sold out. Wait 3 days before selling it again. When everyone heard Li Shireen say this, they understood instantly. Also, during this period, all our production lines are producing this, and other production can be stopped if possible. Li Shireen could feel that this product could become the most successful product ever. If you have nothing to say, let's adjourn the meeting. Li Shireen waved her hand. Many executives came to the conference room just to listen to the tasks assigned by Li Shireen, and then return to their respective departments. Let's go. Let's go back. Li Shireen took Lin Yi's arm and went out. Imperial Capital. The middle-aged old man spoke to the middle-aged man beside him. Book me a flight to Huadu, preferably tomorrow morning. The middle-aged man nodded and walked out the door. Chapter 75 When to Have a Child? Daytime. Lin Yi looked at the sleeping Li Shireen, gently lifted the quilt and got up, afraid of making any noise. As soon as Lin Yi got up, Li Shireen woke up immediately. Morning. Li Shireen picked up Lin Yi's pillow and held it in her arms, saying softly. Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen and smiled gently. Sleep a little longer. Lin Yi pinched Li Shireen's face. Forget it, get up. Sleeping in is not good. Li Shireen also lifted the quilt. Husband. Li Shireen looked at Lin Yi and shouted. Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen. Let's go house hunting. Today. Li Shireen blushed and spoke. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then stood up, picked up Li Shireen and said with a smile. Okay. Let's go check it out today. After brushing their teeth and washing their faces, they came to the living room and saw Zhao Shangmei lying on the sofa with her mobile phone, watching World TV. You've been tired for so long, why don't you sleep a little longer? Zhao Shangmei smiled. Lin Yi said, why do you sleep so much? Zhao Shangmei looked at Lin Yi in a bad tone and said, I didn't ask you. Go to the kitchen and get the dumplings I made this morning. If they are cold, heat them up. After hearing this, Lin Yi went straight to the kitchen. Only Zhao Shangmei and Li Shireen were left in the living room. Cheyenne, sit down. Zhao Shangmei patted her side and said to Li Shireen. When Li Shireen sat next to Zhao Shangmei reached out and touched Li Shireen's lower abdomen. Shireen, you guys are not little anymore, when are you going to give us a baby to hold? Only then did Li Shireen understand Zhao Xiangmei's intention in sending Lin Yi away. It turned out that she was urging her to have a child. Li Shireen looked at Zhao Xiangmei shyly and said, "I can do whatever I want, anytime I want." Zhao Xiangmei became anxious when she heard this. "Lin Yi, come here, you bastard." Lin Yi was heating dumplings in the kitchen. When he heard his mother's roar, he immediately ran to the living room. "Mom, what are you doing?" Yelling and yelling. "I order you, within 1 year, I will have a grandson in my arms." Zhao Xiangmei gave Lin Yi a death order without any discussion. Every time she went out, the people she was with were either holding their children or talking about how cute and well-behaved their grandchildren were, and she was the only one who couldn't get a word in. Lin Yi just stood there in a daze, and after a while he spoke. "Mom, I can't give birth to a child. Shireen and I have to work hard together." Lin Yi glanced at Li Shireen and whispered. Zhao Xiangmei pulled Li Shireen to her side and said, "Shireen just told me that she also wants a child. Isn't that your problem? Every time I go out, Auntie Tan next door talks about how well-behaved her grandson is. I am the only one who can't say anything, so you should give me one within a year. You are not busy now, I can take care of you at home." Li Shireen? Lin Yi? Okay. I'll try my best. Lin Yi sighed. After hearing this, Zhao Xiangmei added, "It's not about trying hard, but about having to. You guys are not young anymore." Lin Yi said, okay, I must have one within a year." Zhao Xiangmei smiled with satisfaction after hearing this. At the same time, at Li Zhentian's house. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. A white-haired old man knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Wu Rulin shouted as she walked out the door. Wu Rulin opened the door, was stunned for a moment, and then said, "Dad, why are you here?" The white-haired old man is Wu Rulin's father, Wu Yongchang. Snort. Wu Yongchang walked straight inside and sat on the sofa. "Where's that old guy Zhentian?" "My father-in-law is here. Didn't he come over to get me a glass of water?" Wu Yongchang asked. "Zhentian went fishing. I'll call him back." "Dad, why didn't you tell me you were here?" Wu Rulin asked. "I didn't tell you when I came here. Let me ask you, I saw Shireen hugging a man on TV last night. Who was that man?" Wu Yongchang said coldly. Wu Rulin smiled and said, "That's Shireen's husband. They just got married not long ago and haven't had the wedding yet. Don't be in a hurry." Wu Yongchang was shocked. "What did you say? Shireen is married? Who is that boy? Call them both over immediately, and call Xiaoqun back as well." Wu Yongchang gave orders directly to Wu Rulin. Looking at Wu Yongchang, who was coming aggressively, Wu Rulin could only go aside to make a phone call and ask all those people to go home. At this time, Li Shireen's cell phone rang. Li Shireen, who was eating breakfast, put down her chopsticks, stood up and answered the phone. "Hello? Mom, what?" Wu Rulin whispered to the person on the other end of the phone. "Your grandpa is here and wants you all to go back." Li Shireen wondered, why is grandpa here? Isn't he in the imperial capital? How did he find time to come? Just come back. Remember to come back with Xiui. Your grandpa doesn't look very happy. Wu Rulin urged. "I understand. I'll go back now." After saying that, Li Shireen hung up the phone. After hanging up the phone, Li Shireen said to Lin Yi, "My grandpa came over and told us to go back now." Lin Yi nodded. After finishing the dumplings with Li Shireen, we went out directly. "Tell me what your grandpa likes, why don't we get off the car and buy something before going over?" Lin Yi asked halfway through the journey. "No need for that. My mom said my grandpa isn't in a very good mood. I'm afraid he'll be unhappy if I buy something for him." Li Shireen said worriedly. "It's okay. As the younger generation, we must buy something for them. At least our thoughts are there." Lin Yi parked the car on the side of the road, walked into a tea shop, and bought 2 boxes of more expensive tea. Not long after, Lin Yi and Li Shireen drove the car into the underground garage. The two came to the door, pressed the fingerprints in their hands and pushed the door open. What I saw was an old, white-haired man sitting on the sofa looking at his mobile phone. "Grandpa!" Li Shireen screamed. Wu Yongchang looked at the two of them. "Is this my grandson-in-law?" Wu Yongchang asked. Grandpa, hello, my name is Linny. Before Linny could finish his words, Li Jintian came in cursing, his shoes and trouser legs covered in mud. Like an emperor, he has come to be welcomed by his whole family. I suggest that next time he should just ask someone to carry the sedan chair over. Li Jintian glanced at Wu Yongchang in the living room. You old boy, you were so young, and you go fishing every day. When I was your age, I would never go anywhere except to the company. Unlike you, you fish every day. How many decades do you plan to fish? Wu Yongchang taught. Chapter 76. You can't do this. It can be seen that the relationship between the two is not good, and there is a lot of tension as soon as they meet. Isn't it for enjoying your money? At your age, you're still running around the company all day long. Li Jintian was very dissatisfied with what his father-in-law said. Enjoy, all I do is enjoy. I'm over 70 years old, and I'm still working hard. You're only 50 years old, and you've handed the company over to your children, and all you do is go fishing all day long. Wu Yongchang started to curse. I'm in a good mood and don't want to argue with you. If you have something to say, just tell me directly. Don't make a sour face here and make me upset. Li Jintian took off his shoes, poured a glass of water and sat directly on the sofa. I was wrong in marrying Rulin to you. Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jintian with an angry look on his face. Seeing this scene, Wu Rulin could only persuade the two of them. You are so old, why do you quarrel as soon as you meet? Can you please stop making fun of yourself to the children? It seems that the relationship between these two people is really cold, and it's not just ordinary bad. Linny looked at the two of them and thought to himself. Let me ask you, why didn't Shireen tell me that she got married? Or is this young man who just appeared out of nowhere? Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jintian and asked. Li Jintian took a sip of tea and said. Shireen can marry whoever she likes. Is that something I can control? Besides, they haven't had their wedding yet, so why don't they just call you then? After hearing this, Wu Yongchang became so angry that his face turned red. I didn't agree with you and Roland back then, and now your daughter is still like this. Can't you improve a little bit? What progress have I made? I wouldn't be angry if you didn't tell me. Have I treated Roland badly over the years? You old man always looked down on me for being poor, but now I'm doing well, right? I earn a lot, right? Li Jintian asked back. If Roland hadn't brought our family's resources to you, would you be where you are today? And would you still be shouting in front of me? Wu Yongchang asked. Li Jintian snorted after hearing this. I have resources, but why don't I use them? Even if I have them, I have to be strong enough to control them. Otherwise, there's nothing to talk about. Don't say so much. If you have nothing to do, just go back to your capital. Our small place can't serve you. The two started arguing as soon as they met and looked down on each other. If there hadn't been other people around, they would probably have fought. Seeing that the two of them had calmed down for a while, Linny immediately took out the tea that he had just spent several thousand yuan on. Grandpa, this is the tea I just bought. Before Linny finished speaking, Wu Yongchang snorted and muttered. You want to kidnap my granddaughter with just a little bit of tea leaves? I haven't agreed to what you two are doing yet, so you better take it back. Li Jintian was unhappy when he heard this. Why buy tea for this old man? It's a waste of money. You might as well go out and have some fun with Shireen. Our whole family has agreed to the young man's marriage, so why should you, an old man, worry about it? Besides, Xiaoyi is no worse than me. After hearing this, Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jintian and cursed. I don't worry about it. It's really funny that you let others compare with you. Do you know how outstanding the Zhao family kid in the imperial capital is? At such a young age, he has already taken charge of the family business, and it has even doubled in size now. There are only 7 families in the imperial capital whose assets can compare with our Wu family. By the time our Wu family is swallowed up by other families, it will be too late, and the little family property we have accumulated with great difficulty will be eaten away bit by bit. Li Shireen was unhappy when she heard this, while Linny kept looking at Wu Yongchang with a smile. Grandpa, I don't like what you said. Linny is no worse than anyone else. If you come to see us, our family will definitely welcome you, but if you come here to ridicule Linny, then we will leave. You can speak here yourself. Li Shireen would never allow anyone to say bad things about Linny, especially since they were already married, so it was even more acceptable. Let's go. Let's go back. After saying that, Li Shireen took Lin Yi's hand and prepared to go out. But no matter how hard Li Shireen pulled, she couldn't move Lin Yi. "Hello, Grandpa. You have been saying that I am bad. I don't understand how bad I am. Can you please tell me more?" Lin Yi looked at Wu Yongchang with a smile and asked. He looked at the white-haired old man in front of him with a smile from the very beginning, without any sign of anger. Wu Yongchang looked at the young man in front of him, who was still looking at him with a smile on his face, and had not backed down at all. "Boy, you heard what I just said. There is a Zhao family in the imperial capital. They are larger than our Wu family, but their youngest member is about your age. Now they have managed their family business well. I checked it out, and you did have a company under your management, and the annual dividends were about 1 billion, but you are still far behind them. You are still far from worthy of my granddaughter." Hearing Wu Yongchang's words, Lin Yi smiled. "You also said that the Zhao family has a huge business and can count money until their hands are tired, but have you ever thought about what kind of family I come from? My parents only make about 500,000 yuan a year, and they work hard every day to make money, but I can make more than 10 billion yuan a year now. What's more, I have opened a company with my father-in-law, and the profit is not bad. I should make a lot more money every year. Why don't you compare me with others? If you insist on comparing me with others, I can guarantee that in the future I will definitely live a better life than the person you are talking about, and my assets will not be inferior to his." Lin Yi's eyes exuded a determined spirit as he looked at Wu Yongchang and spoke word by word. "You." Wu Yongchang was speechless for a long time and just sat down on the chair, breathing heavily. Seeing this, Wu Rulin stepped forward to help Wu Yongchang rub his chest and said, "Dad, why are you here saying these things? This is the younger generation's business, and we can't control their happiness for the rest of their lives. I think what they said is right. Xiaoyi is indeed a capable person. Just watch him in the future. Besides, we have our eldest brother. From now on, we can just give the family property to him. We won't take a penny." Wu Rulin said. Wu Yongchang had calmed down a lot, but after hearing Wu Rulin's words, he became even angrier. "You're still talking about your eldest brother. Don't you know that his wife hasn't laid an egg in so many years? I've checked her belly for decades, and there's still no movement. And you're still talking about this. In the future, our family's things will definitely be handed over to Xiaochun and Shireen, but now look at you, Xiaochun is 30 years old this year. And he's still not married, and Shireen has found a boy like this." Wu Yongchang started to curse angrily. He gets furious whenever he hears about the children at home. His eldest son's wife has not been pregnant for decades, and her belly isn't getting bigger day by day. She's already in her 50s, and there's no hope for her in this life. I can only place all my hopes on my little daughter. Chapter 77 Car Manufacturing. From now on, all of our Wu family's assets will be given to these two children, and you will be the only ones left in our Wu family. Wu Yongchang looked at Li Chun in the corner and Li Shireen in front of him and spoke. Li Chun glanced at his grandfather and seemed to be hesitant to speak. He originally wanted to ask his uncle to find another one, but after thinking about it, he decided to give up. Wu Yongchang is still angry now. If he tells this to others, wouldn't it be a clear sign of trouble? I'm staying here for a while now. Please help me clean up the room. Wu Yongchang said to Wu Rulin. After hearing what Wu Yongchang said, Wu Rulin immediately went upstairs to prepare a room for Wu Yongchang. And Wu Yongchang followed behind. Really? Isn't it nice for this old man to stay in the capital? Why did he suddenly find time to come here? It's annoying just to see him. Li Jintian muttered. Li Shireen comforted her after listening. Dad, please stop talking. Grandpa is old. Don't make him angry. Oh. He is old. I am not that old. Ever since I married your mother, this old man has looked down on me all day long. Now I have made a little money, which I should be able to spend in my lifetime, but this old man is still the same. Li Jintian became angrier the more he thought about it, and even choked on the water he had just drunk. Upstairs, Wu Rulin and Wu Yongchang came to a room that had not been used for many years and began to clean it. Dad, can't you change your bad habits? You quarrel with them as soon as you get here. Remember to speak nicely next time. Wu Rulin spoke earnestly while mopping the floor. Wu Yongchang felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. He knew that what he said was a bit too much, but he had always been considering the Wu family, and he could not just watch his family's business decline. Anyway, I don't like Lin Yi very much. He has been smiling since he came here, which makes me very unhappy. Wu Yongchang stood aside and spoke. Ah. Wu Rulin looked at Wu Yongchang and sighed. Downstairs, Li Shireen watched her grandfather go upstairs, then she pulled Linny out. When Li Chunjiang, who was in the corner, was following Li Shireen out, he was stopped by Li Zhentian. Where are you going, little brat? Li Zhentian spoke. Li Chun glanced at Li Zhentian and whispered. I'm going to the company. I'm so busy lately. When Li Chun was scratching his head and walking out, he was stopped by Li Zhentian. Want to run away? Stay home and do your best. I don't know the company's situation yet. Are you still going out? You stay at home and take care of your grandfather. I'm going out to do something. After saying that, Li Zhentian walked straight out the door and picked up the fishing rod beside him. Li Chun just watched his father go out, leaving him alone to deal with the old man. You still need a fishing rod to do things? I don't even believe it myself. Li Chun murmured. After Li Shireen and Linny came out, they drove the car back home. After returning home, Linny was not idle either. He directly asked Li Shireen who the boy from the Zhao family was and what he did at home. Li Shireen told Linny that Zhao Jiming from the Zhao family was a car manufacturer, and after several years of development, he had established a firm foothold in the market. Zhao Jiming. Linny repeated the name and looked up his information on the computer. He was a sea turtle student who took over the family business immediately after returning. It seems that this person does have some ability. Originally, Linny was disdainful of what Li Shireen's grandfather said. But now his competitive spirit was aroused by this old man. Congratulations to the host for receiving the crisis reward. Obtain new energy lithium battery technology. Obtain X metal technology. The system has distributed the rewards you will receive to the rewards column. These rewards can be created with the host's current technology. The system also reminded me later. This sudden reward caught Linny off guard. This is his own plug-in. Although Linny is confident that he can develop his industry to the strongest in his lifetime, given his current situation, the system's reward will undoubtedly help him avoid detours. This reward is like timely help. Honey, I have an idea. Linny looked at Li Shireen excitedly. Li Shireen looked at Linny puzzledly and asked. What's your idea? You look so happy. I want to build a car. Linny spoke slowly to Li Shireen word by word. After listening to this, Li Shireen put her hand on Linny's forehead, touched it, and then touched her own forehead. I don't have a fever. Hubby, don't take my grandpa's words to heart. We can just ignore what he says. He's old and his words are a bit blunt. I believe you can definitely do it in the future, but don't be impulsive now. Making cars is not a trivial matter. Even if you throw 10 billion into it, it won't make a splash. Our current capabilities are still a little lacking. What Li Shireen said was not without reason. Although the two of them had a lot of assets now, it would be too impulsive to just build a car. If they suffered a loss, they would lose everything. After hearing this, Linny understood what Li Shireen meant. After all, building a car is not a trivial matter. If he started from scratch, it would definitely take several years. But now that he has the weight in his hands, he believes that he will succeed. Wife, please listen to my explanation. First of all, I am not impulsive. I am very confident that I can succeed. I can't tell you the details now, but I will explain it to you when I do it. If you don't agree, we won't do it. Linny held Li Shireen's face with both hands and spoke. Li Shireen's earlobes were slightly touched by the hot air blown by Linny. She blushed and nodded and said softly. Well, I believe you. If you fail, we will go out together to set up a stall to make money and endure the hardships with you. Li Shireen's words moved Linny deeply. He already had motivation before he even started. However, it would have been better if she hadn't said the last sentence. Now, another big advantage for him is the oil price. With the increase in oil prices, many car owners are complaining about the high oil prices. As for electric vehicles, the first problem is that the battery life is not long enough, and the second is that the charging is slow. Linny took a look at the rewards he had received. It was a significant improvement on his current skills. And that metal, this is undoubtedly a reward specifically for building a car for yourself. Honey, believe me, we will succeed. I will let you see our cars running all over the street. Linny said to Li Shireen confidently. Chapter 78. You wait and see. Although Li Shireen was not very confident, Linny said that she would support him without hesitation. Although Linny has the technology, this is something that needs to be considered in the long run. 10 billion yuan may not even make a splash, let alone starting from scratch. And now I am not just building cars, I haven't even taken out my own batteries to look at them. There is also the code-named X-Metal. Their current capital is not enough to build cars. To put it bluntly, they are still short of money. But Linny does not want others to raise funds. He wants to take complete control of this in his own hands. Linny immediately turned on his computer to check the current market situation. First, he looked at battery manufacturers, then steel mills, and finally cars. Linny doesn't want to start from scratch now, as that is too slow and would take several years at most. What he wants now is to acquire it directly. Linny looked at Li Shireen and said, "Honey, help me find some steel mills, battery factories, and car companies that are about to go bankrupt. It would be best if they have been losing money for years." Li Shireen nodded and started asking questions in the circle. Linny on the side was not idle either. After browsing the computer for 2 hours, he finally saw a useful message. Woyuan Battery, a long-established family business, is now running out of money and its orders have been greatly reduced. Its business philosophy is that the family makes decisions after meals and does not listen to the advice of the company's senior executives. The family has a high say. After watching for so long, Linny finally saw some hope. But after all, the information released by the media is not reliable, and you have to see it with your own eyes. Just when Linny wanted to check the public financial report of the 5 yuan battery, Li Shireen beside him also sent a message. "Yes, I found a steel mill, a very large one. Their investment failed a few years ago and they used up all their working capital. Now they can't even start production, and the boss even owes a lot of money to suppliers." There is no doubt that Li Shireen's news made Linny shocked. This was too timely. Li Shireen wanted to continue talking, but after taking a look at Linny, she lowered her head again. Linny also noticed that Li Shireen was unusual and asked, "Honey, just tell me what's on your mind. We are husband and wife, so if you have something to say, just say it directly." Lin Yi's words also gave Li Shireen some courage. "Hubby, although I trust you very much, aren't we being too hasty? We are looking for a steel mill and a battery factory. Although I trust you very much, this is risky after all. What if?" Li Shireen did not say anything final, but left some words for Linny. Linny stared at Li Shireen and said, "Wife, I understand what you mean. How about this? We acquire their steel mill and battery factory. You can take a look at the results. If you are not satisfied, we will not do it and just regard it as a failed investment." Li Shireen pondered for a moment. What Linny said made sense. They could still come up with 10 or 20 billion. If it really didn't work out, they could treat it as an investment failure. Anyway, the money could still be earned back. It was just a matter of time. But Linny didn't think so. He believed that Li Shireen would encourage him to keep going after seeing his results. It was just that he didn't see any hope and didn't feel safe now. Just as the two were planning in the room, Li Shireen's phone rang. Li Shireen picked up the phone and saw that it was Wu Rulin calling. "Hey! Mom, what's going on?" The person on the other end of the phone slowly said to Li Shireen, "Shireen, your grandpa is going back, and he wants you to have dinner together." After hearing this, Li Shireen agreed. "Okay, I got it. I'll be right there." After hanging up the phone, Li Shireen looked at Linny and said, "For some reason my grandpa wants to go back again, and now my mom wants us to go back and have dinner together." Lin Yi nodded. "Your grandpa has a very bad temper. He won't live here for long. It's better for him to go back to the capital and be more comfortable." After they finished talking, they went downstairs and drove towards Li Shireen's home. On the way, Li Shireen asked Lin Yi, "Hubby, if you want to build a car, you have to buy a house later." It can be seen that Li Shireen is a little disappointed. She can't wait to live with Lin Yi. And what Zhao Shangmei said before. Lin Yi also heard the resentment in Li Shireen's voice and smiled. "Making cars won't affect our ability to buy a house. We can definitely make money to buy a house if we can make cars. At worst, we can bargain with the dealer for a discount of 100 million or 200 million yuan." Lin Yi described the acquisition as buying vegetables, and the price could be bargained for. After hearing this, Li Shireen felt very sweet in her heart. She wished she could move into the same house with Linny and get up early in the morning to make breakfast for Linny. At first, she also thought about the house that Linny had taken back from Zhang Mengyao before, but then she thought that the reason why Linny didn't say anything might be because he didn't want her to live in the house where Zhang Mengyao had lived. While Li Shirin was fantasizing about being with Linny, Linny had already driven the car to the basement of his house. After they parked the car, they entered the house and saw everyone waiting for them at the dining table. "Sorry, it's a bit far." Linny said sorry. Li Zhentian on the side said nonchalantly, Hurry, serve first." Completely different from Li Zhentian, Wu Yongchang spoke out of the blue. "You're my grandson-in-law. I'm afraid I have to call you grandpa too. The whole family is waiting for you to eat." After listening to this, Li Zhentian said, "Old man, if you don't want to eat, don't eat. Your family is so particular. This is not your company. Our family is humane. If you want everyone to serve you, go back to the company and eat your meal." Li Zhentian's words left Wu Yongchang speechless. Forget it, let's eat." Li Chun spoke to ease the atmosphere. After such a dull moment, the family's meal lost its flavor and everyone just ate their own food. Just as they were about to finish their meal, Wu Yongchang looked at Linny and said, "I don't think Shirin is right for you, but since you two are already married, there's nothing I can do about it. This is Shirin's own choice. But I still suggest you go to the imperial capital and see those outstanding people instead of guarding your own little piece of land here." Linny laughed after hearing this. "Grandpa, why do you think I'm useless here? Why do you think I'm not excellent here? My name will spread all over the world, not just the little imperial capital." Linny's brief words left Wu Yongchang speechless for a long time. Chapter 79 Snack Street. After dinner, a middle-aged man appeared at the door. "Boss, it's almost time." The middle-aged man looked at Wu Yongchang and spoke. Wu Yongchang nodded and walked out the door. "Dad. Let me take you there." Wu Roland and Wu Yongchang went out together. The rest are continuing to stay at home. Originally, the relationship between several people and Wu Yongchang was not very good, especially Li Zhentian. Now that he has returned, he cannot be more happy. "Dad, why don't you go and see Grandpa off?" Li Chun looked at Li Zhentian, who was indifferent beside him, and spoke. "Send it?" If he had spoken nicely, I would have definitely given it to him. Look at what he said, and why am I causing trouble for myself? Li Zhentian was really furious. Ever since he married Wu Rulan, this old man had been slandering him. Even when he went to Beijing for the new year, he had to go there with gritted teeth. Turning around, Li Zhentian looked at him and said, "Xiaoyi, it's been a while since you got your marriage certificate. Go back and ask your parents when they are free so that our two families can get together and keep in touch." Linny smiled and said, "I'll ask them when I get home tonight. They've hired some employees now, so they should all be free." Hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Zhentian smiled. "Okay. If you have time tomorrow, we can have dinner together." "Yeah. It's getting late. Cheyenne and I will go back and ask now." After saying that, Linny took Li Shirin out. On the way, Li Shirin looked at Linny and then looked out the window. Watching the hustle and bustle of traffic outside and the pedestrians rushing home from get-off work, Linny saw Li Shirin looking out the window, and remembered that he had been with her for so long, but he had only gone out to play with her once. However, Li Shirin had never taken the initiative to ask him to go out to play. Linny drove the car to the right and slowly parked it in a parking lot. "Where are you going, husband?" Li Shirin asked doubtfully. Linny looked at Li Shirin and said softly, "Sorry." Li Shirin looked at Linny in bewilderment. "Husband, what's wrong with you? Why do you say that suddenly?" Linny looked at Li Shirin's clear eyes and said slowly, "We've been together for so long, and I haven't had a good time with you yet. I feel so sorry for you." When he was with Li Shirin, he was just busy with company matters. He thought he could have some fun with her after this matter was finished, but after this matter was finished, there was another thing. Just now, Linny realized that there is no end to the work and things can never be completed, but now he is busy with another thing in order to build a car. Linny just realized that he was about to forget his original intention, so this scene happened. "Why are you saying that?" Li Shirin's eyes were a little red. Lin Yi's words were so sudden that they caught her off guard. Just when Li Shirin was feeling moved, Lin Yi pulled Li Shirin away. "You can make the arrangements later. We'll go wherever you say." Linny said as he pulled Li Shireen and looked at her. But in the end, the two of them didn't go anywhere. Instead, they walked aimlessly on the street hand in hand without spending a penny. Unconsciously, they arrived at the snack street, and Li Shireen looked at the dazzling array of snacks like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins. Linny then realized where Li Shireen's favorite places were. She wouldn't even look at the luxury stores in the bustling city center, and she never took the initiative to eat the top quality steaks. But it was different in this snack street. In this treasure trove, Li Shireen found the place she truly loved. "Boss, give me 2 servings of spicy snail noodles." Li Shireen pulled Linny to sit at a small table next to the vendors. "I've heard people say this stuff stinks, just like..." Before Li Shireen could finish her words, Linny covered her mouth. No, there's someone next to us." Linny glanced at Li Shireen. "Hey! I almost forgot." Li Shireen smiled stupidly. Linny also looked at the vendors nearby. He had to admit that the hygiene of these vendors was pretty good. At least it was comfortable to look at. Linny is not a pretentious person. He used to go out for midnight snacks with a few friends. He was afraid that Li Shireen would get sick from eating so much. Soon, the stall owner brought 2 bowls of snail noodles to the 2 people. "It's a little hot, eat slowly." The boss gave him a reminder and continued to make his own noodles. After the boss left, Li Shireen picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks and started eating. "Woo, it's so spicy." After taking a bite, Li Shireen began to fan her mouth frantically with her hands. Every time you pick up the noodles, the chili oil on top will be eaten along with the noodles. It was smelly, spicy, and hot. Li Shireen regretted it as soon as she took the first bite. I may not be able to finish it." Li Shireen looked at Linny with tears in her eyes. "You asked for 3 tails right after you came here. You're so greedy." As Linny spoke, he picked up some noodles from Li Shireen's bowl and put them into his own bowl, leaving only a little bit in her bowl. He. "I just want to try this stinky smell." Seeing that Linny had picked up so much for her, Li Shireen also started to talk. Half an hour later, Linny was finally full. "Let's go." Li Shireen pulled Linny towards the snack street. Poor Linny now feels sick just looking at these greasy things. No one can bear to eat so much at once. He just wants to escape from this snack street as soon as possible. When Li Shireen had almost finished her shopping, Linny finally felt liberated. After the two came out of the snack street, Li Shireen took Linny to an Earl's store in the city center. "Welcome." A beautiful woman at the door greeted the two of them. Li Shireen brought Linny to her side and looked at it. The woman in the shop nearby looked at the two of them and said with a smile, "Excuse me, is it this gentleman or this lady who wears it?" The woman looked at the 2 men with a professional smile. "Let's take a look first and tell you after we buy it." As soon as Li Shireen said this, the woman's expression instantly turned colder. She thought the 2 really wanted to buy watches and guessed they were just here to take a look. However, having received professional training, she still introduced the watch to the 2 people with a smile. Linny glanced at the price above. It had a string of zeros. No wonder there were so few people here. If 1 piece of this is sold, the entire store's monthly sales will be realized. Rich people are scary. Linny thought to himself. Chapter 80, Meeting. After looking at it for a while, Li Shireen pointed at the 600,000 yuan watch and said, "Please help me pack these 2 pieces." "Ma'am, do you want 2 pieces directly?" Li Shireen nodded. The woman's voice was trembling. She thought the 2 men were just here to take a look, but now they wanted 2 pieces at a time. "Ma'am, let me introduce this watch. It is inlaid with 128 diamonds, has a sapphire crystal transparent bottom cover, and also..." Before the woman finished her introduction, Li Shireen waved her hand and said, "No need to say too much, I just think it looks good and don't care what it is made of." Although she said that, the woman was also feeling sad. 2 orders came in for such expensive items at once, and if she didn't introduce the product, she would not feel at ease taking the commission. However, the customer is God, so the woman still did as Li Shireen said. About 10 minutes after Li Shireen paid, the woman packed the watch and handed it to Li Shireen. After getting the watch, Li Shireen did not go out directly, but opened the box containing the watch in the store. "Honey, put your hand over here, let me see how it goes." Li Shireen pulled Linny's hand over and helped him put on the watch he had just bought. Linny himself doesn't like wearing watches, but he will like any watch given by Li Shireen. "Yeah, it's appropriate." Li Shireen looked at the watch on Lin Yi's wrist and praised it. Although this watch is expensive, it doesn't look fancy at all when worn on the wrist. Instead, it looks simple and comfortable. After putting it on Lin Yi, Li Shireen also took apart another watch and handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi also understood what Li Shireen meant. He picked up the watch and put it on Li Shireen's wrist. Seeing that they were wearing the same watches, they smiled at each other and walked out of the store. The employees in the store were stunned. The watch was packaged so well, but they just took it apart. The woman who was just in front of the two of them muttered. After coming out, Lin Yi looked at his watch and said, "This watch is so expensive." "That's for sure. When you go out, a watch is also a kind of face. Even if you don't like it, others will know you by your watch, especially when you go to acquire someone else's factory in a few days." Li Shireen explained to Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen and smiled. After they came out, they didn't hang around and went straight home. When they got home, Zhao Shangmei and Lin Hongjun were watching TV at home. Lin Yi sat next to the two of them and said, "Dad, Mom, Shireen's dad asked when you are free. He said we should go have dinner together if we have time." Lin Hongjun glanced at Lin Yi and said, "Tomorrow is fine too, but I don't know if Shireen's father has time. If he does, we can meet tomorrow." After getting the answer, Lin Yi smiled and said, "Then I'll contact him now." After saying that, Lin Yi picked up the phone and called Li Zhentian, and told him that his family was free tomorrow. Li Zhentian on the other end of the phone was also very straightforward and confirmed that it could be done tomorrow. In this way, the first meeting between the two families was scheduled for dinner time tomorrow night. After Lin Yi conveyed the message to the two families, he did not stay in the living room, but went straight back to the room to look at the two factories he had seen during the day. While Lin Yi was concentrating on reading the public financial report of the battery factory, Li Shireen hugged Lin Yi's neck from behind. "Honey, when are we going to go look at houses? I asked some friends and they said there is a villa in the city center, right between our two houses. When the time comes, it will be convenient for you to come back and go to my house," Li Shireen said in a soft voice behind Lin Yi. It can be seen that she can't wait now. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, "Tomorrow, I may have to go and see the factory, and tonight our two families will have dinner together again. The day after tomorrow. We'll go and take a look the day after tomorrow, and if it's not suitable, we'll take another look." Li Shireen smiled after hearing the news. Lin Yi was completely confused after being disturbed by Li Shireen. "Sleep, sleep." Lin Yi carried Li Shireen to the bed, covered her with the quilt and whispered. In the morning, when Lin Yi got up, he found that Li Shireen was no longer at his bedside. Lin Yi opened his phone and saw a message from Li Shireen. "Honey, I'm going to the company now. Remember to pick me up after get off work in the evening." Lin Yi saw the message left by Li Shireen, smiled, simply washed up, had a quick breakfast, and went out. After going out, Lin Yi came to a suburb according to the address he browsed yesterday. There were factories all over the area and there were very few pedestrians on the road. Some of them had just come out of the factories, with dark circles under their eyes and looked listless. Lin Yi guessed that it was the employees who worked the night shift and were off work. If I really take over the electronics factory, should I cancel the night shift or give more subsidies? Lin Yi looked at them and felt unhappy himself. However, Lin Yi did not dwell on this issue too much. He shook his head and went directly to the battery factory. Lin Yi wanted to go in directly, but was stopped by the security guard. "Who are you? Are you registered? Why are you hanging out outside at this hour when you're not at work?" The security guard yelled at Lin Yi viciously. Lin Yi frowned, glanced at the security guard in front of him, and said slowly, "I'm not on the plane yet. Can you tell me the phone number of your company leader? I'm here to talk to your boss." After hearing what Lin Yi said, the security guard thought that the young man in front of him was a fool. What did he mean by meeting the leader? Who did he really think he was? What leader are you meeting? Go back to where you came from. Stop whining here, or I'll think you stole something. The security guard looked at Lin Yi fiercely. Lin Yi thought about it and thought that maybe the way he asked the question was not right, so he changed the way he asked. "Can you tell me your leader's phone number? I can call him myself. Get out of here now, the leader is coming soon. If you don't leave before the leader arrives, don't blame us for using coercive measures." As soon as the security guard finished speaking, he began to regret it. After hearing the news, Lin Yi did not ask the security guard again. He originally wanted to ask through these leaders one by one, but now it is obviously not necessary. However, Linny was very dissatisfied with the security guard's behavior. He was obviously working for others, so why was he acting like a bully? He could have spoken in a nice tone, but he had to use this tone to make himself look so insignificant. However, Linny did not bother with him and just went back to his car and waited quietly for the so-called leader of the factory to come. Chapter 81: Understanding the Situation. There was no other way. Linny also asked through his relationship with Li Shireen, but everyone's connections were not in this field, so they had to do this. They didn't even know Li Jintian, and he was said to be from another place. There are so many companies in Huadu. It's good enough to know some of them. It's impossible to know them all. Originally, Li Jintian asked Linny to give him 2 days so that he could find the person's contact information through some people, but Linny refused. Linny wants it as fast as possible, and he can't wait to see his car. Not long after, a Mercedes-Benz slowly drove towards the factory gate. Linny seized the opportunity and stepped forward to stop the Mercedes-Benz. Seeing Linny stopping the car like this, several security guards came forward and surrounded Linny, saying sternly, "What are you doing? Get out of the way." At this moment, the driver's window in the Mercedes-Benz opened. A typical fat middle-aged man appeared in front of me. He smiled and asked, "What's up, young man?" Now that there is an opportunity for conversation, Linny's hope has come. From this moment on, when Linny saw this factory, it seemed as if it had become his own. "Hello, are you the boss here?" Linny asked with a smile. The middle-aged man smiled. "If I were the boss, I wouldn't drive this kind of car myself, at least I wouldn't come here. I am the director of this factory. What can I do for you?" After all, he is the factory director, so his words make people feel comfortable. "Hello, I want to buy your factory. Can you give me the contact information of your boss?" Speaking of this, the middle-aged man in the car got out directly and looked at Linny seriously. "You want to buy our factory? Do you know how much it would cost to buy it? This requires our boss's consent." "I'm sorry, but you don't look like someone who would cause trouble, but you don't look like someone who can afford this money either. If you really want to acquire our factory, you will definitely have this connection to contact our boss instead of waiting at the factory gate." The fat middle-aged factory manager glanced at Linny and decided to go back to the car, not wanting to waste any more time with the hairy boy in front of him. But how could Linny miss this opportunity? "My name is Linny. You can check the public information on the internet for World TV and Jaws Live," Linny said slowly to the middle-aged man in front of him. After hearing this message, the middle-aged man who had just turned around and looked at Linny again, opened his mobile phone, and started checking according to what Linny had just said. Not long after, the middle-aged man looked at Linny again, as if to confirm his identity. "Can you help me contact your boss?" Linny asked again. But this time, the fat middle-aged man was not like before. He now looked at Linny with an expression of disbelief. "In fact, I am just a small factory manager. I don't have the contact information of the big boss, but the general manager above me knows the contact information of our boss." After saying that, the middle-aged man walked aside and made a phone call. Linny could only vaguely hear the middle-aged man's words from the side. Yes, I have confirmed it. His name is Linny. I also checked it online. There is no problem." After saying this, the factory director came to Linny. "Hello, I forgot to introduce myself just now. My name is Nyo Hang." After saying that, Nyo Hang stretched out his chubby hand. Linny also stretched out his hand and shook hands with him. After the two of them briefly got to know each other, Nyo Hang opened the back seat of his car and asked Linny to go to the factory with him. Linny waved his hand and said, "I drove here. I can just follow you." After saying that, Linny got into the BMW 7 Series that he had driven here. Just like that, Linny, who had just been stopped outside the door, now walked in openly. The two of them slowly parked the car in the factory's parking space, and Nyo Hang took Linny to his office. "Boss Lin, please take a seat. Our manager just said that he is notifying the big boss to come over. It won't be long before he arrives." Nyo Hang greeted Linny and took out a box of tea from under the table to make tea for Linny. Linny also took a look at the factory director's office and found that although it was in the factory director's office was not small and was also clean. After Linny finished looking at it, he picked up the cup of tea that Nyo Hang had just placed in front of him, took a sip and said, "I heard that your factory is not doing very well now?" After hearing Lin Yi's words, Niu Hang sighed and said, I have worked here for more than 20 years, starting out as an employee at the age of 20 and working my way up to factory manager. I can say that I have seen this factory go from glory to decline. The orders are getting fewer and fewer each year, and now it has been losing money year after year. Niu Hang's words gave Lin Yi confidence, especially since Niu Hang started out as a low-level employee. Most factory managers are recruited with high academic qualifications, and their annual salary is around 300,000 renminbi or even more. From the look in his eyes, it seems that his salary has been gradually reduced in recent years. I have a general understanding of your factory. There is nothing wrong with it, but you have been unwilling to keep up with the progress of society and develop current batteries in recent years. You are still using the old banner of cheapness. When Lin Yi said this, Niu Hang raised his head and glanced at Lin Yi and said helplessly, I am also an employee. I wanted to work hard here and wait for retirement, but the current situation, I don't think I can hold on for many years. But I heard that our boss's investment failed, so he has no money to replace the equipment, and he is still in debt. I guess this factory won't be able to run in a few years. Niu Hang sighed repeatedly. However, Lin Yi obtained useful key information from Niu Hang's words. Although he learned about the factory's losses from the public financial reports on the internet, it was still not as good as hearing it with his own ears. This gave me more confidence in getting the factory, and now it is almost certain. Lin Yi drank the cold tea in his cup and said to Niu Hang in front of him, It's okay. You just need to do your job well here, and you don't have to worry about the rest. Niu Hang listened to what Lin Yi said, as if this factory was now his. Chapter 82 Acquisition. The two chatted about the situation in the factory. Lin Yi found that the situation was still quite serious. The factory still owed a lot of foreign debts. This was far beyond Lin Yi's expectations, but he still had to wait for the boss here to come and talk about the details. The two waited for about an hour, and then a middle-aged man with a slicked back hair came over. Hey, brother Lin, I've heard a lot about you. Why did you come here to see me? When the middle-aged man with the slicked back hair saw Lin Yi, it was as if he had met an old friend. It is estimated that someone had already told him about Lin Yi's background and identity on the way, and it is not difficult to check these on the internet. Lin Yi looked at the man with the slicked back hair in front of him, stretched out his right hand and said, Hello, I'm Lin Yi. When the man with the slicked back hair saw Lin Yi extending his hand, he immediately extended his right hand and said enthusiastically, Sorry. I was so excited just now that I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Ding Mingji. Ding Mingji held Lin Yi's hands with both hands and said. Lin Yi frowned. He had clearly let go of his right hand, but Ding Mingji was still holding both of his hands. After shaking hands for a while, Ding Mingji realized something was wrong with himself and quickly let go of his hands. Sorry, I got a little excited. Ding Mingji smiled awkwardly. However, judging from Ding Mingji's expression and actions just now, his factory is now at the end of its strength, otherwise, with his knowledge, he would not do such an exciting thing. After the two sat down, Lin Yi stared into Ding Mingji's eyes and said, Boss Ding, you probably know what I'm thinking of this time. I wonder what price you want to sell it for. Please give me an offer first. Lin Yi went straight to the point without any hesitation. Lin Yi's words made Ding Mingji a little embarrassed. He wanted to see how much money Lin Yi wanted to pay, but now he asked directly. Wouldn't they usually exchange pleasantries first? Young people nowadays are really too direct. To be honest, I have no intention of selling this factory. Look at it now, my factory is doing well. This factory is the result of my hard work for many years. Although we have a small amount of foreign debt now, things are getting better year by year. Ding Mingji smiled. He now had to let Lin Yi name the price first, and then he could slowly increase the price. If he was asked for the price all at once, he would be at a disadvantage. Boss Ding, I'm telling you the truth. If you didn't want to sell this factory, you wouldn't have come here to meet me. Since you're here, it means you want to sell the factory. And I've also looked at the public financial reports. Your factory has been making losses every year with an increasing trend. Everyone, Lin Yi, understands this. While Lin Yi was talking, he kept his eyes on Ding Mingji, which made him feel guilty. As Lin Yi continued to speak, Ding Mingji's eyes began to avoid him, and a lack of confidence began to emerge in his eyes. Ah, you are worthy of being Brother Lin. We all know the success of World TV, but Brother Lin, running a factory is different from running a software media business. I wonder how much money you plan to pay to buy my factory today. Ding Mingji sighed, then asked Lin Yi how much money he planned to spend. He still did not give up and continued to make a final effort, trying to get as much as possible. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Boss Ding, I'm telling you seriously now. It's your factory, so of course you're the one who's going to set the price. I can't just tell you 1 or 200. That would be boring. We're all grown men, so let's be frank." Lin Yi has completely gained control of the discourse. Cold sweat gradually appeared on Ding Mingji's forehead. "Well, this matter is too sudden. Can you give me a few days to think about it?" Ding Mingji looked at Lin Yi and said. But who knew that Lin Yi frowned and said, "Since Mr. Ding is not sincere, forget it. We won't bother you anymore. Let's leave it at that. This is not buying vegetables. I don't want to haggle so much." After saying that, Lin Yi stood up and walked out the door. No. Brother Lin, can you give me half an hour? I'll think about it. Whether it succeeds or not, just consider it as a favor to me. Ding Mingji pleaded with Lin Yi to stay. Lin Yi knew that the matter was now halfway successful, so he looked at Ding Mingji in front of him and said, "Is half an hour enough?" "An hour is fine, but you must give me an accurate answer." After hearing this, Ding Mingji nodded and shouted. After about an hour, Ding Mingji's phone never stopped ringing. He was either making calls or answering calls. All right, Brother Lin." Ding Mingji looked at Lin Yi and smiled. "How much do you want for this factory?" Lin Yi asked. Ding Mingji stretched out 2 fingers and said, 2 billion. Lin Yi glanced at Ding Mingji and repeated, 2 billion? Ding Mingji confirmed again, 2 billion, my factory needs 2 billion. Lin Yi looked at Ding Mingji and said, 2 billion is not enough. Many of the equipment in your factory are outdated. You know the situation of your factory. If I want this factory, I have to replace a lot of equipment. Yours is not worth the price. I can only give you 1.5 billion at most now, and your factory still owes a lot of foreign debts, at least several hundred million. I can only give you 1.5 billion at most." Ding Mingji was stunned after hearing this. He had deliberately raised the price by 200 million. Lin Yi would at least give 200 million, which was within his expectations. But now it was completely beyond his expectations. "Brother Lin, this won't do. If this is really 1.5 billion, I won't be able to survive." Ding Mingji spoke. Lin Yi didn't say anything, but kept staring at Ding Mingji. Ding Mingji also felt tremendous pressure, as if the young man in front of him had seen through him. "Okay. I'll discuss it with my wife." After Ding Mingji finished speaking, he went to the corner and made a phone call. After about 10 minutes, Ding Mingji let out a long sigh and said, "Shall we sign the contract then?" After hearing this, Lin Yi stretched out his right hand. The two shook hands for the second time. "The contract will be settled soon. I'd better take you to meet some factory managers. And my general manager." After saying that, Ding Mingji sent a message on his mobile phone. Not long after, the factory directors and general managers also arrived at the office. Everyone looked at the young man in front of them, wondering what this Ding Mingji was doing. "Everyone, thank you for your hard work over the years. As you know, our factory has been losing money for years. I have no choice but to give up." After Ding Mingji finished speaking, he pointed at Lin Yi and said, "He will be your boss from now on. This factory will have nothing to do with me from now on." After Ding Mingji said this, everyone was just surprised but didn't say anything. Chapter 83 Meeting. Unexpectedly, this young man became his boss, and his original boss finally ran away due to being overwhelmed. Everyone thought to themselves. After Ding Mingji finished speaking, Lin Yi stood up and said, "In the future, the factory will still rely on everyone's efforts. I hope it will be a brand new factory. I don't like to make empty promises. As long as you work hard, you can get more money, even ordinary employees. But this requires everyone's hard work to prove it to me. Please don't accuse me of making empty promises. I don't lack money. As long as the work is done well, that's all." Lin Yi's words inspired everyone present. But no matter what they said, they still didn't quite believe Lin Yi's expression. After all, the factory was in its current state. "Okay, I won't say any more nonsense. You guys should still do what you need to do now. That's it." Lin Yi waved his hand and asked everyone to leave. After everyone left, Ding Mingji praised. As expected of brother Lin, let's sign the contract as soon as possible. Ding Mingji couldn't wait to sign a contract with Lin Yi. He was now in debt and had to sell the factory he had run for many years. Lin Yi smiled and followed Ding Mingji out. After signing the contract, Ding Mingji breathed a sigh of relief. The lawyers of both parties had confirmed everything, and when they found out that there was no problem, they left, leaving the two of them there. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for your success at such a young age. Let's have dinner together and wash your feet tonight. After getting Lin Yi's 1.5 billion, Ding Mingji began to feel lighter both physically and mentally. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Forget it. I'm free tonight, so it's not very convenient. Let's have dinner together next time when we're free." After hearing this, Ding Mingji moved closer to Lin Yi and whispered in his ear, "It's okay. Let's go wash our feet. It's very healthy. Soaking our feet and massaging them will activate the blood circulation in our bodies." Ding Mingji grinned into Lin Yi's ear. But Lin Yi didn't buy it. "I'm sorry, Mr. Ding, I'm really busy tonight. I'll treat you to dinner next time I'm free." Seeing that Lin Yi had rejected him twice, Ding Mingji did not insist anymore. After all, he had already gotten what he deserved. "Then I won't force you. I wish brother Lin's factory will get better and better." After saying that, Ding Mingji left. After a whole day of hard work, Lin Yi looked at the watch on his wrist. It was already 5 o'clock in the afternoon. He thought that this matter would be a bit troublesome, but he did not expect it to be so easy to accomplish. He prepared 2 billion this time, but he didn't expect that he had only spent 1.5 billion. This was far beyond his expectations. If Ding Mingji insisted a little longer, Lin Yi would probably start to waver. But as long as the ending is good, the process is not important. Lin Yi thought about it and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. The first step has already begun, and the rest will depend on experience. It's over now. It's time to go pick up my wife and take her home. Lin Yi opened his mobile phone and saw that Li Shirin had sent him frantic messages an hour ago. He replied with a message and drove to Li Shirin's company. After driving to Li Shirin's company, Lin Yi saw Li Shirin waiting for him at the door of his company. When Li Shirin saw Lin Yi's car, she trotted towards the direction where Lin Yi was coming from with her long legs and high heels. After getting in the car, Li Shirin said with some resentment, "Why are you so late today? I've already sent you several messages." Lin Yi smiled and said he was too busy today and didn't see it. Li Shirin didn't say anything after hearing Lin Yi's words. She knew what Lin Yi was going to do today. "How's it going? Did you get the factory?" Li Shirin looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi made an okay gesture. "No problem, it still cost 500 million less." After hearing this, Li Shirin suddenly kissed Lin Yi on the face. "My husband is awesome. It's getting late, let's just wait for them at Jinzuan." After checking the time, he drove directly to the place Jinzuan reserved by the two families. After driving for about half an hour, Lin Yi and Li Shirin arrived at Jinzuan. This was Lin Yi's third time here, but the sharp-eyed doorman came up to him and asked after seeing him, "Boss Lin, do you have an appointment?" Lin Yi said softly, "Not yet, please arrange a large box for me now." After the doorman learned what Lin Yi said, he said into the intercom, "We have an important guest here. Go and arrange a large private room." The doorman did not directly say that he was a guest, but instead said that he was an important guest, which greatly satisfied the guest's vanity. Lin Yi handed the car keys to the two doormen, and he and Li Shirin were led by a waiter in Cheongsam to the large private room they had just booked. After sitting down, Lin Yi called his parents and Li Shirin's parents to come over. After waiting for about an hour, both families finally arrived at the box and met for the first time. "Oh my! Brother, I finally meet him in person." When Lin Hongjun saw Li Zhentian, it was like seeing an old friend he hadn't seen for years. Li Zhentian also stepped forward enthusiastically and shook Lin Hongjuan's outstretched right hand with both hands. "Oh, I've been wanting to meet you for a long time, but I was afraid you were busy with work." The two held hands tightly. It was not until a while later that the two reluctantly let go of each other's hands. Open. Don't go home until you're drunk tonight," Lin Hongjun said to Li Zhentian. Li Zhentian also glanced at Wu Ruolin, and after finding that she did not express anything, he responded, Okay. I won't go home until I'm drunk tonight." The two families also knew each other's names through Lin Yi and Li Shirin, so there was no need for anyone to introduce themselves. After all the dishes were served, Li Jintian helped Lin Hongjun fill his wine glass. I won't say any more. Everything is in the wine. Li Jintian raised his glass and said to Lin Hongjun. The two clinked their glasses and drank it all in one gulp. After a glass of wine, the two began to talk nonsense. After the two housekeepers on the side complained a few words, the two men began to restrain themselves. Xiangmei, you see the two children have been married for quite a while. Should we see when to choose a good day for them to have a wedding? Wu Rulin looked at Zhao Xiangmei and said. Zhao Xiangmei nodded and said. Actually, I already have plans. Let's pick a date that's not too close, but not too far away, so that both of you can prepare well. Zhao Xiangmei said this after careful consideration. After all, Li Shirin's family was not an ordinary one, so the scene had to be made more grand, otherwise her beautiful daughter-in-law would be wronged. After hearing this, Wu Rulin laughed even more happily. That's actually what I was planning. Chapter 84 The Adopted Son. Everyone present was very happy, except Li Chun. He felt uncomfortable here, not because of anything, but because Wu Rulin and Li Jintian kept saying something to him from time to time. Things like he's still not married at such an old age made Li Chun depressed. After about 2 hours of eating, 2 wine bottles were left on the table. Li Jintian was in a daze and was bragging to Lin Hongjun. The two of them blew harder and harder, and the whole box was filled with their voices. It seems there's no more wine. Li Jintian poured out the empty wine bottle in front of him. Just when Li Jintian wanted to order another bottle of wine, Wu Rulin stopped him. That's enough. You've been drinking all day. I'll see if you feel uncomfortable when I get home. Wu Rulin waved to the waiter to go out. After the two men ran out of wine, they fell silent, their faces flushed. It was estimated that if they were asked to leave, they would not be able to tell east from west. Okay, it's almost time. Let's get together again when we have time. Zhao Xiangmei smiled. The two families were already familiar with each other, and they were talking more about Lin Yi and Li Shirin. Okay, let's do this for now, we'll get together again when we have time. Wu Rulin also smiled. After Lin Yi paid the bill, everyone dragged their old men out. Remember to get together when you have time. Zhao Xiangmei waved and shouted. Wu Rulin looked at Zhao Xiangmei and nodded. After Wu Rulin's family got in the car, Lin Yi helped his drunk father into the car. Really? Why did you drink so much? Don't you know how to control yourself? Zhao Xiangmei complained while cooperating with Lin Yi to support Lin Hongjun. After getting in the car, Lin Yi drove back in the car driven by Lin Hongjun, while Li Shirin drove back in the BMW driven by Lin Yi. As soon as he returned home, Lin Hongjun started vomiting while holding his own toilet. Really? You know you can't do it, but you still try to show off. Zhao Xiangmei complained. After Lin Hongjun vomited, he ran to his bed and lay down without even taking a shower. Get up! Don't go to bed if you don't take a shower tonight. Zhao Xiangmei's roar filled the entire house. Lin Yi and Li Shirin heard Zhao Xiangmei's roar in the next room. Should we go out and take a look? Li Shirin asked beside Lin Yi. Lin Yi waved his hand and said. No, this is an old tradition in our family. Speaking of this, Lin Yi remembered that every time his father went out to drink, he had to sleep on the sofa. Poor Lin Hongjun, every time he was kicked out, he wanted to go to Lin Yi's room to sleep, but was ruthlessly rejected by Lin Yi. I didn't expect that so much time has passed and I have already started a family and a career. While Lin Yi was reminiscing about the past, Li Shirin was looking at him with her watery eyes. Lin Yi turned around and found Li Shirin looking at him. What's wrong? Lin Yi looked at Li Shirin and asked. Li Shirin lowered her head and asked. Hubby, you haven't forgotten what you said before. After saying that, Li Shirin slowly raised her head and looked at Lin Yi. Lin Yi also knew what Li Shirin meant, but seeing her cute look he wanted to tease her. What did you say? I accidentally forgot. Lin Yi scratched his head and said embarrassedly. But after Li Shirin heard it, her eyes instantly turned red. Have you really forgotten? I just told you yesterday. How could you forget what I told you yesterday? Li Shirin became more and more excited as she spoke, and even began to cover her face and burst into tears. It's broken, it's out of control. Lin Yi thought to himself. Don't cry, I remember, we are going to see the house tomorrow, I remember everything, I was just joking. Lin Yi was busy comforting Li Shirin. But Li Shirin still didn't stop. But Zhao Shangmei, who was standing by, heard Li Shireen crying. "What are you doing, little brat?" Zhao Shangmei knocked on Lin Yi's door hurriedly. "It's bad. This time it's really over. Lin Yi is really having a headache now." Just as Lin Yi opened the door with the determination to die, Li Shireen slowly moved her hands away from her face. "Hey! I was just pretending." Li Shireen smiled. Lin Yi breathed a sigh of relief. "I was scared to death." But no one outside could hear the conversation in the room, and Zhao Shangmei was still knocking on her door hurriedly. Lin Yi stood up and slowly opened the door. When Lin Yi just opened the door a crack, Zhao Shangmei twisted Lin Yi's ear and yelled. "Why did you make Cheyenne cry?" Zhao Shangmei exerted force with her hands. It hurts, I was just kidding, my ear is going to fall off." Lin Yi held his mother's hands. Li Shireen was also anxious. "Mom, we are fine. We were just joking." Zhao Shangmei let go of her hand after seeing that Li Shireen was fine. "Go to bed early at night." Zhao Shangmei left after saying this. Puff. Ha 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 ha. Li Shireen couldn't help laughing when she saw Lin Yi's red ears. "I really can't do anything about you. When you come, I fall out of favor at home." Lin Yi touched Li Shireen's head dotingly. Li Shireen glanced at Lin Yi's red ears, blew on them and asked, "Does it hurt?" Lin Yi shook his head. "I'm sorry, I was wrong just now. I shouldn't have done that." Li Shireen's words were full of regret. Lin Yi held Li Shireen's hands and spoke. "It's okay. Go to bed early. We still have to go house hunting tomorrow." After hearing these words, Li Shireen felt sweet in her heart. She didn't expect that Lin Yi really hadn't forgotten, and it turned out that he had just lied to her. "Go to sleep, we have to get up early tomorrow." Lin Yi covered Li Shireen with the quilt. But when she thought about the fact that they would start living together from tomorrow, Li Shireen couldn't fall asleep. "What's wrong? Can't sleep?" Lin Yi asked. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Shireen put her arm around Lin Yi's neck and asked, "Hubby, should we have a baby within a year? What will our child be named in the future?" It turns out that Li Shireen couldn't sleep because she was thinking about this. Lin Yi was stunned after hearing this. He didn't even have a child yet, but he had already started thinking about what to name the child. "When we have a child, we'll give him a nicer name. For example, Lin Hu, or Lin Ergo." After saying that, Lin Yi just started laughing. Li Shireen patted Lin Yi. "How can you name a child like that? And call him Ergu?" Li Shireen twisted Lin Yi's ear. "Just kidding, go to sleep. I don't have one yet, I'll think of a name when I have one." Lin Yi hugged Li Shireen tightly in his arms. Chapter 85, A House of 200 Million. Early morning. When Lin Yi was still asleep, he was shaken awake by Li Shireen. Get up, and go out." Lin Yi looked at the time. It's only 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sales staff haven't come to work yet. "Go to bed first, dear." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he lay down again. Li Shi also looked at the time and fell asleep too. Every young couple wants their own house, and this couple is not short of money. Get up, it's night." Li Shireen began to shake Lin Yi again. Lin Yi looked at the time again in a daze. "My dear wife, it's only 6:20 now, go to bed, okay?" Li Shireen looked at the time again and felt that a whole day had passed. Why am I so energetic today? I wasn't like this before. 10 o'clock in the morning. Li Shireen looked at the time exactly. Get up. Li Shireen shook Lin Yi for the third time. Lin Yi, who was shaken, did not open his eyes immediately, but hugged Li Shireen in his arms. Bing! Li Shireen let out a sudden moan. Morning. Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen in his arms and smiled. So bad. Li Shi said coquettishly. The two smiled, quickly washed up, had a simple breakfast and then went out. Go. Li Shi jumped around like a little sparrow. Lin Yi glanced at Li Shireen, who was wearing a blue long skirt and a pair of high-top canvas shoes, exuding a youthful aura. Where are you going? Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen and asked. Go downtown first, then I'll tell you. After the two of them wandered around for nearly an hour, they finally drove the car to the destination. After arriving at the place, Li Shireen found a number on her mobile phone and dialed it. Hey! Sister Wang, we're already here. When will you ask your salesperson to come over? Li Shireen smiled at the person on the other end of the phone. I've asked our salesperson to come over. I don't have time, otherwise I would have introduced this house to you in person. Please take your time to look around. I'm busy now. If you want to buy it, tell me, and I'll give you a 20% discount. After hearing this, Li Shireen hurriedly said, how can this be so embarrassing? Such an expensive house is discounted by 20%. The person on the other end of the phone laughed, we've known each other for a long time. I'm already taking advantage of the 20% discount. That's it. I won't say any more to you. After saying that, Sister Wang on the other end of the phone hung up. The two waited for about 2 minutes before the salesperson finally arrived. I'm so sorry, I was stuck in traffic for half an hour. The female salesperson kept apologizing to Lin Yi and Li Shireen. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, it's okay, let's look at the house. This way please. The female salesperson guided Lin Yi to the villa area. The villas here are stand-alone villas, and the property management is the best in the entire Huadu. If there are any problems, the property management guarantees that they will be resolved within 2 hours. More importantly, we are not too far from the city, and the surrounding area is relatively quiet. If we want to go to the city, it only takes about 10 minutes to drive there. The female salesperson chattered on and on about the facilities and benefits surrounding her villa to Lin Yi and Li Shireen. The three of them came to the villa. The saleswoman pointed to a small room extending to the side. This is the garage, which can accommodate 3 cars vertically. However, we also have an underground garage, which can be opened by pressing the button on the door. However, the two did not go to the underground garage. This time, the female salesperson took the 2 people into the villa. This whole house has been renovated and you can move in right away. If you want to redecorate it, we will do it for free. The furniture inside is also fully furnished. The furniture inside is not just some ordinary furniture on the market. These are the royal furniture. The saleswoman explained the ins and outs of the place to the 2 men. Come to the side of the house. This is our indoor swimming pool. The temperature inside is kept constant. No matter how cold it is outside, it always maintains a temperature suitable for the human body. The saleswoman looked at the 2 of them. I found that Li Shireen was staring at the swimming pool and couldn't take her eyes off it. We want this house. Li Shireen said this directly after seeing the swimming pool. Ma'am, do you mean to take this house directly? The female salesperson obviously didn't dare to believe this. If I buy a house of this kind, it will be enough to cover my expenses for several years. I can buy one house every few years. In the past, when I was selling to others, I would talk until I was tired, but they would just say something that was not appropriate and leave. The female salesperson looked at Li Shireen. I want it. Can I check in today? Li Shireen couldn't wait to move into this house. Yes, ma'am. Once you complete the formalities, the house will be yours. The smile on the saleswoman's face gradually became cheerful. We have brought our documents. Where should we go to complete the formalities? Li Shireen asked. Okay, ma'am, I can take you to the formalities here. After saying that, the female salesperson took Li Shireen to go through the formalities. After completing the formalities, Li Shireen couldn't wait to go back to her newly bought house to take a closer look. Look, honey, this bed is so big. Li Shireen pointed at the master bedroom and smiled. After saying that, Li Shireen jumped directly up. So soft. Li Shireen shouted at Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled and said, we can buy a house worth 200 million yuan just like that. Are we going to move in tonight too hastily? After hearing what Lin Yi said, Li Shireen pouted and said to Lin Yi, but I want to move in tonight. Seeing Li Shireen's anxious look, Lin Yi had no choice but to obey Li Shireen. There was no other way, because Li Shireen was the one who rushed to pay. Lin Yi thought about how he swiped the card just now. Just as he was about to take the card out, Li Shireen took the lead and let someone swipe her card. It made people around him think that he was a gigolo. It's fine to move in the evening, but buying a house is such a big deal, we have to invite our family over for dinner in the evening. Lin Yi said slowly. Well, I'll ask them both to have dinner together this afternoon. Li Shireen is extremely excited now. The 2 of them have finally bought their own house, and it is such a beautiful house. Jumping up from the bed, Li Shireen pulled Lin Yi towards the big swimming pool in her home. Chapter 86 Moving to a New Home. This swimming pool is great. We can come here to play when we have time, and buy an air mattress to put in it. Lee Shireen spoke more and more quietly. Linny pinched Lee Shireen and said with a smile, "How do you play?" After listening to this, Lee Shireen smiled shyly. "That is." But halfway through, Lee Shireen reacted. "Oh. You are so bad." Lee Shireen patted Linny and said, "Ha ha ha ha." Linny held his stomach and laughed. After the fight, the two looked around the house inside and out. It is indeed a high-end villa. It even has a private cinema. It has everything you need. I never thought that I would be able to afford such a villa one day. Linny muttered. If I bought this. Lee Shireen took out her card and shook it. Seeing this, Linny smiled and said, "Great, great. It was bought by our rich lady Lee Shireen." Lee Shireen looked proud, with her hands on her hips, hee hee. "I'm glad to know." "Okay, stop talking so much. Didn't you say you would move in tonight? We still have to go home to get our things. Invite them over for dinner tonight." Linny patted Lee Shireen's head and said, "I almost forgot. Let's go quickly." Lee Shireen pushed Linny out. When they returned home, they saw Zhao Shangmei browsing her phone on the sofa. After hearing the noise, Zhao Shangmei turned around and asked, "Where did you two go today?" Lee Shireen smiled and took her hands out from behind her back. Bang! The property certificate slammed heavily on the table. "Mom, we're going house shopping today." Lee Shireen laughed. Ever since buying the house, Lee Shireen has always had a smile on her face. Zhao Shangmei picked up the property certificate on the table and took a look. "You guys went to buy a house? How much is this house?" When Zhao Shangmei asked this, Lee Shireen stretched out two fingers. "Mom, guess what? Houses are so expensive nowadays, you will definitely choose a good location when buying a house. That house must be worth 20 million. You wouldn't buy a house worth 2 million. After Zhao Shangmei's analysis, she looked at Lee Shireen. Lee Shireen shook her head and said, "Mom, it's 200 million. As soon as Lee Shireen finished speaking, Zhao Shangmei was shocked. "What? Oh my god, a house worth 200 million, I can't even think about it. I've lived for so many years, and I've never seen a house worth 20 million yuan, but you just sold a house worth 200 million yuan. Where did you buy it? I'll go check it out when I have time." Zhao Shangmei's little heart was hurt, and she wanted to go and see the house worth 200 million yuan right away. "Mom, we're moving in tonight. You should clean up the place too. The house is so big." Lee Shireen looked at Zhao Shangmei and said. Zhao Shangmei refused immediately after hearing this. "My old man and I have worked hard for so many years to earn this house. Although it is not big, it is not small either. We have already developed feelings for this place, so we will not go with you. You young people can go there. The house is too big for us to live in." After Zhao Shangmei refused, Lee Shireen did not insist. After all, after so many years of hard work, it is impossible to move out of the house just like that. "Okay. But remember to have dinner tonight," Lee Shireen said. Zhao Shangmei smiled and said, "Okay, I'll wait for the old man to come back. You guys move over first, and I'll go over with him in the evening." After that, the two of them packed their things into 2 boxes. There weren't many things, just some ordinary clothes. The two of them also left some clothes here so they could change when they got home. The two of them took a walk and returned to the villa they had just bought. After putting their things away, Lee Shireen sat on the sofa in her living room. "We finally have our own house." Lee Shireen held her chin and looked at everything in her home. After looking for a while, she picked up her phone and sent a message to Li Jintian and Wu Rulin respectively. After a while, both of them replied with an okay. "Okay, stop watching. There will be plenty of time to watch it later. Let's go buy some groceries first and cook dinner tonight." Linny pulled Lee Shireen out the door. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you have completed the hidden house buying mission. This time's reward, enhance your physique and gain unyielding perseverance. This reward has been issued, please feel the changes in yourself. Linny was startled by the sudden appearance of the system, which also had such a hidden task function. And what is this physical enhancement? My body is not weak. And this perseverance is unyielding. Linny thought to himself. Hubby? What are you daydreaming about? Li Shireen saw that Linny had been standing there for 2 minutes, so she stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Linny. Linny came back to his senses and was stunned for a moment, then smiled at Li Shireen. "It's okay, I'm just so happy." Li Shireen was stunned for a moment after hearing this. "You said I was excited, but look at you, you're in a daze." "But it doesn't matter. You'll get used to it after staying for 2 more days." After saying that, Li Shireen put her arm around Linny and walked towards the garage. Although Li Shireen has lived in a villa since she was a child, this is her first time living with Linny, so she can't help but feel a little excited. The two drove the car to the vicinity of the vegetable market and slowly stopped the car. The two people's performances when they came to the vegetable market were completely different. Li Shireen wanted to buy everything she saw, and Linny walked around the market to see where the things he wanted to buy were, so that it would be more convenient and direct next time he came. "Fish, fish, fish. Honey, let's buy a fish." Li Shireen shouted excitedly when she saw the lively fish. Linny could only pick a fish and give it to the enthusiastic stall owner. Linny had only taken 2 steps with the fish when Li Shireen looked at the things in the market as if she had discovered a new world. "Every time I go to a place, I want to buy some food back, and even want to book the entire vegetable market." Poor Linny followed Li Shireen, carrying a lot of bags. "Stop, stop, stop. Honey, we can't just buy something when we see it. Let's think about it before we buy it. Otherwise, the car won't be able to fit it in." Hearing Linny say this behind her, Li Shireen turned around and saw the large and small bags in Linny's hands. "Hey! It seems like I bought a bit too much. That's enough, let's go back." Li Shireen stretched out her hand to help Linny carry some things, but was rejected by Linny. "You can't lift it." Linny spoke. After listening to this, Li Shireen said, "Don't underestimate me. How can I not be able to carry such a small thing?" After saying that, Li Shireen snatched the bag of pork from Linny, but after taking only 2 steps, Li Shireen gave up. "It's so heavy. I really can't seem to lift it." Seeing Li Shireen holding the bag of pork desperately with both hands, Linny reached out and took the pork in his own hands. "You bought almost half a pig in one go. It's strange that you can carry it." After Linny said this, Li Shireen chuckled and realized that it seemed to be true for her. Chapter 87 Little Umbrella. After the two put the things in the car, Li Shireen took Linny to go shopping in the supermarket. Towels, toothpaste, slippers, it seems like everything is missing. After Li Shireen saw the shelves above the supermarket, she couldn't stop her hands and put everything on the cart. "Stop, stop, stop. Didn't we just agree that we should buy whatever we need?" Linny stared at Li Shireen like an old father. "All right." Li Shireen put everything in her hands back on the original shelf. When she came to the rack full of snacks, Li Shireen, like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, took another trailer and put the snacks that she liked on it into her car. "Li Shireen, what did you just say?" "Huh?" Linny took a few packs of snacks from the car and put them on the shelf. Li Shireen said aggrievedly, "I just want to eat some snacks." Linny took a look at the snacks that were already on the table and said, "What are you doing? The car is full but you are still trying to fill it up. You can't buy so much. If you eat too many snacks, you will get fatter and fatter, and then you will be like He Xiufeng." Linny taught Li Shireen like an old father. When Li Shireen heard that she would become as fat as He Xiufeng, she immediately put all the snacks in her car on the shelf. "I'd better not eat it. I don't want to be as fat as He Xiufeng in the future." He Xiufeng never imagined that she would be used as a negative example while in prison. After seeing Li Shireen put all the snacks in her car back, Linny smiled and put some snacks from the shelf into the car. "You can eat snacks, but in moderation." After seeing this, Li Shireen immediately put a smile on her face again. After the two continued to stroll around for a while, they finally put everything they could think of into the car. "These are enough. Go drive the car downstairs and I'll pay first," Linny said to Li Shireen. After listening to this, Li Shireen wondered. "We can pay together and then go back." After hearing this, Linny smiled and said, "This saves time. Go ahead. I want to go home quickly." After saying that, Linny handed the car keys to Li Shireen. Li Shireen took the car keys and left the supermarket. Linny smiled and pushed his full cart to the checkout area in front. After putting all the things in the car on the table above the cash register, Linny saw the 0.01 on the side. Linny was quick-eyed and quick-handed and directly took 5 boxes from it and put them on the cash register. When the cashier saw Linny put 5 boxes in at once, she couldn't help but glance at Linny and continued to scan the code. This is also the reason why Linny sent Lee Shireen away. After paying, Linny carried a few of the largest bags and walked out of the supermarket. As soon as I got downstairs, Lee Shireen had already driven the car over. Linny opened the back seat of the car, tied the bag, sat in the passenger seat, and the two went straight back. After returning home, Linny collapsed directly on the sofa. I'm so tired. I'm not as tired as I am today even after running 5 kilometers. Linny said to Lee Shireen. Lee Shireen said with a spirited look. Is this a little bit tiring? I can still go shopping all day long. After saying that, Lee Shireen opened the supermarket bag she had placed in the living room. Snacks, snacks. Lee Shireen was muttering to herself as she was looking for the snacks she had just bought. Looking at Lee Shireen flipping through the snacks, he said something subconsciously. Like a little mouse, he comes back and rummages through things. Just as Linny said this, something suddenly occurred to him. Don't move yet. Linny shouted at Lee Shireen. Lee Shireen picked up a box of things, looked at Linny and asked. Why don't you move? After saying that, Lee Shireen looked at what she had in her hand. 0.01? Lee Shireen took a look and read it out subconsciously, and instantly understood why Linny had just sent her away and did not allow her to touch the things inside. When did you buy it? Lee Shireen asked with a blushing face. Linny sighed and said. I was planning to take it out at night, but now that you've discovered it, you should just take it back to your room. Throw it away. Lee Shireen said. Linny was stunned for a moment and asked. Throw it away? Lee Shireen nodded. I don't want to use this. Let's not use the little umbrella. Linny smiled and said, then throw it away. After saying that, Linny found the 5 boxes he had just bought and took them all to a far place and threw them away. After returning home, Lee Shireen sat on the sofa and looked at Linny and asked, You just asked me to go out and get the car. Do you want to buy this? Lee Shireen ate potato chips while looking at Linny with a smile. When Linny saw Lee Shireen looking at him with a smile, he turned his head away. Ah. It's getting late. I should ask my parents to come over earlier. Linny did not respond directly to Lee Shireen. It wasn't because he was shy, but seeing Lee Shireen's current state, Linny felt that he was the prey and his wife was the hunter. Hey, answer my question. Lee Shireen put down the potato chips in her hand and chased Linny around the house. After the two of them had a fight, Linny, who was pinned down by Lee Shireen, spoke. Stop making trouble. I've just called our parents over. It won't be good if they see us. After hearing this, Lee Shireen let go of Linny. More than an hour later, both families arrived at Linny's newly bought house. What a big house. Zhao Shangmei sighed as she looked at Linny's house. Mom, there's more. Lee Shireen accompanied Zhao Shangmei to visit the entire villa. After the tour, Lee Shireen asked. How about it, Mom? If you like it, we can buy you another one, or you can move in with us. It will be more lively with more people. Despite her lamentations, Zhao Shangmei still rejected Lee Shireen. Forget it. The house is too big. I'm not used to living in such a big house. You two should live here. Let's not talk too much. I'd better go and help them cook first. After taking a look at the house, Zhao Xingmei went to the kitchen to cook with Wu Rulan. Originally, Linny wanted to prepare the food and wait for them to come over, but they had already said on the phone that he must wait for them to come together to cook, so that the atmosphere would be created. There was no other way. Linny and Lee Shireen could only wait for them to come together. But after arriving, the kitchen now belongs to Zhao Shangmei and Wu Rulan, and no one else can enter. Chapter 88 Abnormal Lee Shireen. After Wu Rulan brought out the last dish of pickled fish, the whole family gathered around. Your house is really nice. When I get married, I will buy one next to it. Li Chun picked up a piece of food and spoke incoherently. It would have been fine if you didn't say it, but once you said it, the whole family looked over. Li Chun was stunned for a moment, looked at everyone and said, Why are you all looking at me? Eat. Wu Rulan said coldly, Your sister is already married, you are already 30 years old, and I have never seen you bring a woman home. Li Chun didn't expect that she had forgotten this. She put a meatball in her mother's bowl and said, I don't have anyone I like. When I find someone, I will definitely pursue him or her. I promise that I will find a wife in 5 years. When you are 35, or even 40, I order you to find a girlfriend within a year. It doesn't matter if your family is rich or poor, I want someone with good character. Wu Rulin gave a death order. Li Chun never thought that his casual remark would bring him into trouble. Eat, eat. Li Shireen moved her chopsticks and looked at the few people. Otherwise, the good atmosphere I have now will be broken. Li Chun looked at the things on the table, then looked at Li Shireen and asked, Shireen, Dad and Uncle are here, why don't you take out a bottle of wine? But just as Li Chun said this, Zhao Shangmei and Wu Rulin rolled their eyes at him and said at the same time, you can't drink anymore. Lin Hongjun and Li Jintian also smiled bitterly at each other. The two of them must have made an agreement in the kitchen just now. After all, the last time they went home, they almost vomited so much. Without the two people drinking, the meal was over quickly and the three women were washing plates and dishes in the kitchen. Shireen, what I told you last time, you have to do it as soon as possible. Zhao Shangmei looked at Li Shireen and smiled. Li Shireen nodded and said, I know, Mom. I will try my best. What as soon as possible? Curious Wu Rulin asked with a confused look on her face. When Li Shireen saw her mother asking this, she said shyly, nothing. But Zhao Shangmei, who had experienced it herself, said it directly. Hey, what else could it be? Shireen and Xioi have been married for so long, it's time for them to try to have a child. Otherwise, it won't be good to wait until they are older. This age is the best age to have a child. Hearing what Zhao Shangmei said, Wu Rulin agreed, yes, Shireen, you should also work hard. If Linny doesn't want it, I will go and talk to him now. When Li Shireen heard her mother was so fierce, she immediately waved her hands and said, Mom, this isn't true. Don't make things more complicated. We all agree on this. How can you, as a mother-in-law, tell your son-in-law about this? Seeing Li Shireen so flustered, Wu Rulin immediately laughed. I'm just talking, but if you keep dragging it out, I might actually talk to him later. The three women were chatting happily inside. Except that Li Shireen blushed from time to time. The two families chatted for a while and then planned to go back. Li Shireen and Lin Yi waved at them outside the house. After they all drove back, they both returned to the living room of the house. Wait for me here. After Li Shireen finished speaking to Lin Yi, she ran into the basement. Lin Yi looked at Li Shireen's back and sat on the sofa. What is this going on? Lin Yi muttered. A few minutes later, Li Shireen came up with a bottle of red wine and 2 wine glasses. Li Shireen opened the cork of the red wine bottle, poured some red wine into the glass, and smiled at Lin Yi, cheers. Lin Yi picked up the other cup that Li Shireen had just poured and clinked glasses with Li Shireen. After Li Shireen and Lin Yi clinked their glasses, he drank the half cup of wine in one gulp. When Lin Yi saw this, his eyes widened. After Li Shireen finished drinking, her face instantly turned red. Don't be in a hurry, drink slowly, it's still early. Lin Yi said slowly. After drinking half a glass of wine, Li Shireen sat directly next to Lin Yi and lay on his lap. Honey. Li Shireen lay on Lin Yi's thighs, looking at Lin Yi with her eyes. Well, what's wrong? Lin Yi asked as he looked at Li Shireen, whose face was flushed. Li Shireen saw that Lin Yi had no idea about romance, and couldn't help but said angrily, oh, you're so stupid. After Li Shireen finished speaking, she added in her mind, I've drunk some wine to give myself courage, but you still don't know what I'm thinking. But this was also what Li Shireen was thinking in her heart, but she didn't say it directly. She couldn't let a girl say it out loud. My wife is so cute when she's angry. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh when he saw Li Shireen, who was slightly angry. After saying that, Lin Yi lowered his head and kissed Li Shireen's red lips. Li Shireen, who was still angry, saw Lin Yi act so suddenly that her brain short-circuited instantly. This plot doesn't seem right. Was he just pretending not to understand? Li Shireen's mind was blank at this moment. He never expected that he would be so easily controlled by Lin Yi. After 10 minutes, the two gradually separated. Call. Li Shireen felt like she was about to die from lack of oxygen and was gasping for breath. And when he looked at Lin Yi, he found that Lin Yi was looking at him with a weird smile on his face. After seeing this, Li Shireen's face turned even redder. Oh, you are so bad. Li Shireen slapped Lin Yi hard and covered her face with her hands. Did you just do that on purpose? Li Shireen asked after she recovered. Unexpectedly, Lin Yi pretended to be dumbfounded and said, What did you say? I don't quite understand. Humph, I won't tell you anymore. Just as Li Shireen stood up, Lin Yi pulled her into his arms. I love you. Lin Yi didn't know if it was intentional, but when he spoke, the hot air from his mouth blew onto Li Shireen's earlobe. Li Shireen didn't say anything either, but just lay quietly in Ling Yi's arms. Lin Yi reached out, picked up the bottle and poured 2 glasses of wine into them. He picked up one of the cups and handed it to Li Shireen. Li Shireen silently took the wineglass, clinked it with Lin Yi, and slowly drank the wine that cost tens of thousands per bottle. So urgent. You seem to be still drunk just now. I remember this wine cost tens of thousands of dollars a bottle. Lin Yi whispered in Li Shireen's ear. Don't tease me. Li Shireen put down her wineglass, lowered her head and whispered, I've been teased by Lin Yi several times tonight and have been played around by him all the time. Lin Yi smiled. Go back to bed. Lin Yi said while holding Li Shireen's hand. Li Shireen nodded and went upstairs with Lin Yi. Chapter 89 Swimsuit. What a spacious room. I'm going to take a shower first. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he left Li Shireen alone in the room. New things are often attractive. Li Shireen looked at everything in the house, wanting to see everything. She lay on the big bed and looked at the chandelier on the ceiling. Just as Li Shireen was staring at the roof in a daze, she heard the sound of running water inside. Li Shireen shook her head, patted her rosy face and whispered. Li Shireen, what are you thinking about? But in the end, curiosity got the better of me. Li Shireen walked towards the bathroom and saw the hazy door of the bathroom and the blurry image of Lin Yi inside. Bang, bang, bang. Li Shireen plucked up the courage to knock on the door. Lin Yi, who was taking a shower inside, opened the door and asked. What's wrong? Li Shireen looked at Lin Yi and fled away as fast as she could. I was still mumbling that it was okay, I just wanted to take a look. Lin Yi smiled and asked, Want to join us? After hearing this, Li Shireen's mind went blank. Forget it, forget it. Li Shireen regretted it as soon as she finished speaking. Seeing the tightly closed door, Li Shireen felt both regretful and a little disappointed. But she still recalled how Lin Yi looked just now. Lin Yi inside smiled, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. After about 10 minutes, Lin Yi finally came out. After seeing Lin Yi come out, Li Shireen sat absent-mindedly on the chair in the room watching the card game on the computer. Seeing that Li Shireen looked absent-minded, Lin Yi came over and sat down next to Li Shireen. You put the cards in the wrong place. Lin Yi pointed at the computer screen and patted Li Shireen. Ah! Li Shireen was startled by Lin Yi's slap. Oh! While Li Shireen was looking at the computer screen, she would glance at Lin Yi from time to time. Lin Yi also noticed Li Shireen's subtle movements, and leaned over to whisper a few words into Li Shireen's ear. After hearing this, Li Shi blushed and nodded. The two went straight to the bedside and turned off the light. Morning. Lin Yi, who had been moving all day yesterday, finally slowly opened his eyes and looked at Li Shireen, who was sleeping soundly beside him. Not long after, Li Shireen slowly opened her eyes and looked at Lin Yi, her eyes full of tenderness. Morning. Li Shireen said to Lin Yi. The two of them have now formed a tacit understanding that as long as one of them wakes up, the other will wake up as well. Are you going to the company today? Li Shireen looked at Lin Yi and asked. Lin Yi shook his head and said, I won't go for now. I'll go check out the factory I acquired and the steel mill I had my eye on tomorrow. My mission today is to accompany you well. Hearing Lin Yi say that he would accompany her, Li Shireen felt sweet in her heart. Although Lin Yi went to bed early and rested late last night, he was still full of energy after getting up. Li Shireen looked at the energetic Lin Yi and couldn't believe it. She heard people in the company chatting that her husband was exhausted every day when he got up. But now seeing Lin Yi like this, Li Shireen began to doubt whether what they said was true. And there are many young people in their 20s among them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Li Shireen counted on her fingers and buried her head in the quilt. After a while, Li Shireen finally stuck her head out. Get up, you're still sleeping. Lin Yi patted Li Shireen and said. I'm not feeling well, hold me. Li Shireen said coquettishly. Lin Yi smiled and could only hug Li Shireen and get up. After the two of them washed up, Lin Yi went straight into the kitchen to make breakfast for them. Li Shireen also went into the kitchen to help Lin Yi. What are you going to do? Li Shireen asked as she looked at the eggs Lin Yi was frying in the pan. I'll make some noodles. Help me get the noodles down there. Lin Yi took a look and said. Li Shireen took the noodles as Lin Yi said. Please put 2 more eggs in there for me. Li Shireen went out after she finished speaking. Lin Yi shouted to Li Shireen, don't worry, there's enough for you to eat. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Li Shireen smiled with a slightly red face. Not long after, Linny came up with 2 bowls of noodles. When Li Shireen saw the 2 bowls of noodles, her mouth was watering. Hurry, hurry, I'm starving. Li Shireen urged Linny and shouted. While eating the noodles Linny ordered, Li Shireen said, Hubby, can you go out with me after we finish eating? Linny asked, what are you going out for? Li Shireen said, let's go buy a swimsuit. We can't waste our indoor swimming pool. I bought this house because of the swimming pool inside. If I can't swim, then the swimming pool will be wasted in vain. Okay, we'll go out and buy some after we finish eating. Linny said slowly. In fact, Li Shireen wanted to buy not only these, but also some other things of her own. Li Shireen quickly finished the noodles made by Linny without wasting even a bit. After eating, the two went straight out and came to a place that specialized in selling swimsuits. When Linny saw that the room was full of women, he stood outside as if he was frozen. I'd better stay outside, you can just go in and buy it. Linny said to Li Shireen a little embarrassedly. You must be joking. There is not even a man in there. How can you go in by yourself? Li Shireen didn't care about that and directly pulled Linny in. What are you afraid of? You just go in with me to choose a swimsuit. Linny was half pulled in. As soon as they entered, the salesperson came up to the two and asked enthusiastically. Are you two here to buy swimsuits? After hearing this, Linny felt like vomiting blood. We came to the swimsuit store specifically, we can't buy shoes here. However, Linny still complained silently in his heart. He couldn't say it out loud. However, Li Shireen dragged Linny around everywhere. Fortunately, this kind of swimsuit is expensive and there were few people inside, so Linny was not too embarrassed. However, costing several thousand for a swimsuit is a bit exaggerated. How about this one? Li Shireen pointed at the blue bikini on the shelf above her and asked. Linny took a look and found that this blue swimsuit was indeed better looking. Blue had a youthful vibe and it perfectly matched Li Shireen's proud figure. It's okay. I think it's good. Linny thought about it and decided to give a brief comment instead of just saying it was just okay. When Li Shireen heard what Linny said, she smiled and said directly to the woman behind her. Please help me wrap it up, thank you. After hearing this, the woman behind her ran to the front to help Li Shireen wrap up the blue bikini she had just worn. After seeing the swimsuit wrapped up, Linny looked at Li Shireen and asked, let's go back. Li Shireen glanced at Linny and said with a smile, this is just the beginning. This is only the first one. After saying that, Li Shireen continued to pull Linny inside. Chapter 90 Swimming Pool. How about this red one? Li Shireen picked up another red one and shook it in front of Linny. When they heard this voice, several girls who were choosing swimsuits in the store also looked towards Linny. Linny looked at the swimsuit that Li Shireen stretched out in front of him, his eyes somewhat evasive, and he said embarrassedly. It's quite good. It suits you very well. After hearing this, Li Shireen puffed her lips and said, you didn't even look at it carefully, and you said it's suitable for me. However, Li Shireen did not continue to ask, but directly asked the people in the store to book it. The shopping guide looked at Li Shireen and asked her to pack another piece of clothing worth 7,000 or 8,000 yuan, and ran over with a smile on his face. While wrapping them up, he did not forget to introduce the other clothes on top to Li Shireen, describing them in a very exaggerated way. After watching for another half an hour, Li Shireen bought more than 10 swimsuits one after another. As long as Linny said it looked good, Li Shireen would buy it without any hesitation. After all this, the shopping guide couldn't believe his eyes. Li Shireen bought clothes worth tens of thousands of dollars at once, how much commission should she get? There are also couples pairs. When Li Shireen saw the one she liked, she bought it directly. Linny was doing the hard labor, and now his hands were full of clothes. No, it's a swimsuit. Li Shireen stopped only when she saw that the swimsuits she had packed were enough to fill an entire closet. When the two of them walked out of the store, Linny breathed a sigh of relief. What's wrong? You don't look very comfortable in there. Li Shireen asked when she saw Linny with a helpless look on his face. Linny smiled bitterly and said nothing. When putting the newly bought swimsuit into the car, Li Shireen took Linny to a women's lingerie store. Linny looked at the colorful underwear inside and just stood outside without moving. He would not go in again this time no matter what. Just as she was about to enter the store, Li Shireen looked at Linny behind her and asked. Come in quickly. Linny looked at Li Shireen and said firmly, no, why should I go in if you are buying underwear? Just buy what you like. After Linny said this, Li Shireen walked straight to him, tiptoed gently and whispered into Linny's ear. You wanted me to buy something you liked last night, and you've forgotten everything? As soon as Lee Shireen said this, Lenny felt a severe blow in his heart. On one side is a lingerie store, and on the other side is Lee Shireen's charming smile. Seeing Lee Shireen's attractive red lips, Lenny asked hesitantly. All they sell here are women's underwear. How can a man like me go in there? Lee Shireen laughed after hearing this. This store is just like the previous one. There are very few people inside. Before Lenny could respond, Lee Shireen pulled Lenny in. The shopping guide inside also greeted Lee Shireen and Lenny enthusiastically. As soon as Lenny entered the door, he sat down in the rest area directly, because when he came in just now, several women nearby looked over and smiled. However, Lenny also discovered that the underwear here was ridiculously expensive, just like the swimsuits just now. He really didn't know what these were made of and why they were so expensive. After Lee Shireen saw Lenny sitting in the rest area, she went straight up and pulled Lenny over. This one. Lee Shireen pointed at a black set and pointed it at Lenny. Lenny said slowly, not bad, it suits you very well. After hearing this, Lee Shireen asked more than a dozen questions in a row. Lenny still nodded and said it was good. Alright, I won't embarrass you anymore, go back. Lee Shireen also knew that Lenny felt uncomfortable in the store, and it was not a good idea to let him stay in the store all the time. The most important thing is that some girls who were buying underwear in the store kept staring at Lenny, which made Lee Shireen very uncomfortable. After hearing what Lee Shireen said, Lenny thought he was about to be freed, so he wanted to run away, but was grabbed by Lee Shireen. Wait a minute, the most important thing hasn't been bought yet. Lenny was puzzled after hearing this. Is there anything else you haven't bought? Lee Shireen smiled and said nothing, then took Lenny directly to where boxes of stockings were placed. I'm out of stockings at home now. I might as well buy some more this time. The ones I had before were not of good quality. After hearing this, Lenny was unusually honest. Then buy some more. Buy some white ones, too. After hearing this, Lee Shireen felt like she had discovered a new world. You like white? Lee Shireen smiled brightly and asked the shopping guide to take out 2 boxes from the store. In just a few hours, Lee Shireen had spent nearly 200,000. After paying the money, Lenny carried 2 large boxes and put them on the back seat of the car. Honey, let's try the swimming pool when we get home. Lee Shireen blinked and smiled at Lenny. Lenny nodded and drove directly to his home. After returning home and Lenny put the things he had just bought at home, Lee Shireen couldn't wait to find the swimsuit she had just bought. Honey, come to the swimming pool after you put your things away. I'll be waiting for you there. After saying this, Lee Shireen picked up a swimsuit and ran to the swimming pool. Be careful. Seeing Lee Shireen running, Lenny reminded her. Lenny smiled, put away the things he had just bought, and walked towards the swimming pool with the couple's swimming trunks that Lee Shireen had just put out. As soon as she arrived at the swimming pool, Lee Shireen was already lying on the beach chair, still wearing the swimsuit she had just bought. I saw Lee Shireen's proud figure wearing a swimsuit lying on the beach chair. When Lee Shireen saw Lenny coming, she dived into the swimming pool. After swimming back and forth, Lee Shireen stretched out her head and said to Lenny, Hubby, come down quickly. This water feels so good. Lee Shireen splashed the water on Lenny. Lenny smiled, jumped directly into the swimming pool, and swam to Lee Shireen's side. Lenny swam down and hugged Lee Shireen from behind. Bing! Lee Shireen was startled, turned her head with a smile, looked at Lenny and kissed him. 5 hours later, the two were lying side by side on beach chairs drinking orange juice. Chapter 91 Wolfberry with Water. Really? I'm all sticky from all the sweat. Lee Shireen said while pulling her swimsuit. Then go swim again. After saying that, Lenny hugged Lee Shireen like a princess and threw her into the swimming pool. Then, Lenny jumped down as well. Until the evening, Lenny felt that his head was beginning to feel dizzy, and this was thanks to the help of the system. Lee Shireen also felt sore all over after soaking in the swimming pool. When they arrived in the living room, both of them were still wearing their swimsuits and had not changed into their home clothes. You take a rest first. I'll go cook first. Lee Shireen kissed Lenny on the forehead and walked towards the kitchen. Lenny then understood why King Joe had been so bewitched by Dodgy. This was how he was now. He didn't want to do anything. All he wanted was to spend his time at home with Lee Shireen. After taking a break, Lenny got up and went to the kitchen. He saw that Lee Shireen had changed out of her swimsuit and was wearing a white t-shirt and short casual pants. She was wearing an apron and was concentrating on making dinner for tonight. When Linny saw Lee Shireen working hard at cooking, he couldn't help but hug her from behind. Ah! Lee Shireen was startled and looked behind her. Stop messing around, go wait for me outside. Lee Shireen patted Lin Yi's hand and said. But Lin Yi just watched Lee Shireen flipping the spatula quietly without responding to Lee Shireen's words. I'm so hungry. After a few minutes, Lin Yi slowly spoke from behind Lee Shireen. You've been exercising for so long today, you can go play in the living room for a while until this dish is ready. Lee Shireen said gently. But Lin Yi still didn't let go of Lee Shireen's slender waist. But I want to eat now. After saying that, Lin Yi pinched Lee Shireen's slender waist. Lee Shireen also instantly understood what Lin Yi was talking about. Be good and get out of here, or the oil will splash all over you. Lee Shireen blushed and muttered softly. But Lin Yi didn't care about that and came directly to Lee Shireen. 2 hours later, the two finally brought 3 home-cooked dishes and a soup to the table. After getting the bowls and chopsticks, Lee Shireen carefully helped Lin Yi make a cup of wolfberries. Half wolfberry and half water. Lin Yi looked a little scared. Don't be so exaggerated. Lin Yi pointed to the cup of wolfberries with a little water in it and said. It's always good to make up for it. After saying this, Lee Shireen also put some dried red dates in it. I don't know where she learned this from. After finishing their meal, they went to the living room and watched their home over 100-inch TV. Lee Shireen snuggled in Lin Yi's arms. Hubby, I have to go to the company tomorrow, and I don't want to go. Lee Shireen whispered in Lin Yi's arms. If you don't want to go, then don't go. I'll make money to support you. Lin Yi touched Lee Shireen's hair and smiled. Lee Shireen narrowed her eyes and said softly, forget it. I'm not happy when you're not at home. At least I have something to do in the company. Well, when I finish this, we can get married, okay? Lin Yi looked at Lee Shireen and said. After hearing these words, Lee Shireen became alert. Real? Lee Shireen's eyes began to light up. Lin Yi nodded. After hearing Lin Yi's words, Lee Shireen became excited. Although the two have obtained their marriage certificate, they have not yet held a wedding. Lee Shireen had also fantasized about her own wedding, but after Lin Yi and herself obtained their marriage certificate, she never had the time to do it. Now that Lin Yi said this, the excitement buried deep in Lee Shireen's heart was dug out again. Lin Yi himself also felt a little sorry for Lee Shireen. After they got their marriage certificate, he didn't even give her a ring. Instead, even his watch and house were bought by Lee Shireen. It's not that Lin Yi didn't want to buy it, but he wanted to give Lee Shireen something unique that everyone in the world would envy. Go up to bed. Lin Yi looked at Lee Shireen and said. Lee Shireen nodded. Early morning. Lin Yi looked at the sleeping Lee Shireen, then got up carefully from the bed. Seeing a few pairs of stockings scattered on the ground, Lin Yi smiled and put them away. After washing up, Lin Yi made 2 breakfasts. He ate one for himself and left one for Lee Shireen. He also carefully wrote a note and hurried out. After going out the door, Lin Yi went straight to the garage and drove a car to the battery factory that he had just acquired 2 days ago. After driving for nearly 2 hours, Lin Yi finally arrived at the battery factory. When the security guard saw Lin Yi's car, he pulled up the electric barrier from a distance. When the security guard thought of what he had said to the young boss before, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He has worked here for more than 10 years. Except for being busy during working hours, he slacks off the rest of the time. He doesn't want to lose this security job. Just as the security guard was thinking about how to apologize to the boss, Lin Yi drove directly into the factory without saying a word to the security guard. The security guard breathed a sigh of relief after seeing this situation. He thought that the young boss would make things difficult for him to some extent, but now it seems that he was overthinking. Lin Yi came to the factory and sent a message in the group he had created earlier. After everyone saw the message sent by Lin Yi, they all replied with a received message and went to Lin Yi's office. Not long after, 8 middle-aged men came to Lin Yi's office, and almost every one of them had a protruding belly. Good morning, Lin Yi said to the factory managers with a smile. Hello, Mr. Lin. Several factory managers said in unison. This time, Lin Yi took a careful look at the factory directors and the manager. We now have 8 factory managers, and each of them makes something different. I just took a look at our products, and I can only say that they are a mess. But the factory I took over is not designed to do this, so you should be prepared. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he glanced at everyone. From now on, you can notify employees to leave work, and they will receive their wages as usual. They can be asked to come back to work when they are notified again. Nyo Hang, get the remaining orders out first. Okay, meeting adjourned. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, several factory managers went out in confusion. What the hell is this young boss doing? He bought the factory and actually let the employees take a holiday, and still paid their salaries. Yes. Nyo Hang nodded. After finishing speaking, several people went out to inform the employees below. As soon as he reached the factory gate, Nyo Hang spoke to the other people. Who cares? We just do what they say. This is their business. We are just workers. Everyone nodded and went to the factory to convey the message that Lin Yi had just issued. Chapter 92 Steel Plant. How much of this batch of orders is left before delivery? Lin Yi looked at the manager beside him and asked. The manager thought about it, then opened the office computer and took a look. Boss, we have almost completed this batch of orders. Now we have a few left and we just need Nyo Hang to rush the work for 2 days. The manager looked at Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi nodded. The most difficult problem now is the equipment and the orders that have been signed before. These must be done for others. After these orders are completed, we can replace all the equipment and then focus on producing our own batteries. Lin Yi thought about it, looked at the manager and said, after this batch of orders is completed, you can purchase the equipment according to the batch I sent to your email. After the equipment arrived, everything was replaced. If all the equipment is replaced, what should we do with our current equipment? The manager looked at Lin Yi and asked. You can sell the equipment here directly. Our business is no longer to make this kind of battery. If you have any questions, you can come to me directly. Lin Yi said slowly. The manager nodded and continued to ask, what products are we going to make next? Make car batteries. Lin Yi replied. Car batteries? What brand of car batteries do we make? The manager demanded. What we are doing afterwards is making batteries for our own cars, not for others. Lin Yi thought about it and decided to tell the manager directly. After all, there was nothing to hide in this matter. Even if others heard it, they would think he was a fool. After all, the automobile market is now close to saturation. How can a young boy compete with large automobile brands that have established a foothold in the market for many years? Contact me after the equipment arrives, and I'll come over then. You can directly arrange the equipment issue in the next 2 days. After saying this, Lin Yi left the office. The manager was the only one left in the office, staring blankly at Lin Yi's leaving back. After reaching the factory gate, Lin Yi saw employees returning home one after another. Excuse me, handsome, are you an employee of this factory? How many years have you worked here? Lin Yi walked up to a young man and asked. The young man looked at Lin Yi and responded. Yeah. I've been working here for 2 years, what's wrong? Lin Yi smiled and said, nothing, I just want to ask you, is there anything in this factory that makes you dissatisfied or have any opinions? The man thought for a moment, then said, there's nothing I'm dissatisfied with here, except that sometimes I have to work too much overtime, and I often work late at night to increase production. Working overtime is too late, right? Okay, I get it. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin Yi smiled and said. After that, Lin Yi asked several people in succession, and they all said that they had to work too much overtime. With such a simple question, Lin Yi understood the general problems in his factory. It looks like it needs some serious changes. Lin Yi returned to his car and muttered. He is not like others who ask their employees to work overtime. What he wants is for his employees to have an on-time time to leave work so that efficiency can be maximized. Blindly asking employees to work overtime will only make them resist. After reporting the matter to the manager, Lin Yi drove to his father-in-law's house. After parking the car in the underground garage, Lin Yi directly opened the door and entered the house. At first, Li Zhentian was against Lin Yi's plan to build a car, but when he saw that Lin Yi was so persistent, Li Zhentian didn't want to continue to oppose it. He took the initiative to help Lin Yi find a steel mill, and he actually found someone who wanted to develop this idea. When Lin Yi came to the living room, he found Li Zhentian waiting for him while watching TV. Here I come. Li Zhentian looked at Lin Yi and smiled. Lin Yi nodded, sat down opposite Li Zhentian, and asked Li Zhentian to ask the boss to come out. Li Zhentian did not hesitate and made a phone call directly. After a while, they had agreed to meet at a tea house, and Li Zhentian followed Lin Yi to the tea house. When the two arrived at the agreed place, they saw that the boss they were going to meet was already waiting for them there. "Mr. Gu, hello." Li Zhentian greeted the white-haired old man in front of him with a smile. The white-haired old man in front of them shook hands with the two of them enthusiastically and personally poured a cup of tea for them. "This is my son-in-law. He's the one who wants to buy that steel mill from you." Li Zhentian introduced Lin Yi to the white-haired old man. Lin Yi nodded and said, "Boss Gu, my name is Lin Yi, nice to meet you." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he stretched out his right hand and lowered his head slightly to show his courtesy as a junior. When the white-haired old man saw Lin Yi being so polite, he grinned and stretched out his hands and said with a smile, "You are really young and promising. My name is Gu Haoguang, you can just call me Lao Gu." Gu Haoguang shook hands with Lin Yi enthusiastically. The two shook hands enthusiastically as if they had met each other too late. "Come on, have some tea. I made it myself." After Gu Haoguang sat down, he spoke to Lin Yi and Li Zhentian, and pointed to the 2 cups of tea in front of them. Lin Yi picked up the tea in front of him and took a sip. "Although I don't know much about tea, I know it must be good tea." Lin Yi laughed after drinking it. Gu Haoguang in front of him also laughed and went straight to the point. "Okay, I won't say any more compliments. Shall we? If you want to buy my entire steel mill, I'll offer 2 billion. What do you think?" Gu Haoguang looked at Lin Yi and said, "Uncle Gu, I checked your factory before I came here. It's really good, but your offer of 2 billion is a bit high. I won't play any tricks with you. How about 1.8 billion? After Lin Yi finished speaking, he stared at Gu Haoguang. He knew that Gu Haoguang was not short of money and he lived alone. Selling the factory was just to enjoy the rest of his life. Gu Haoguang pondered for a moment and slowly stretched out his right hand. Seeing the current situation, Lin Yi knew that what he said was about to succeed, so he stretched out his hands and said, "Thank you, Uncle Gu." Gu Haoguang also smiled and said, "I like you very much, young man. I hope you can run my factory successfully." Lin Yi nodded. "That's for sure." Chapter 93 Hovercraft. For the rest, Lin Yi just did the same as before, calling the lawyers of both parties over and then signing the contract. "Shall we? It's not too late to stop now. It's not easy to get involved in the current automobile market. If you stop now and manage the 2 factories you acquired well, you won't lose money." Li Zhentian thought about it and decided to give Lin Yi one last piece of advice. Lin Yi patted his father-in-law on the shoulder and said, "Dad, don't worry, Lin Yi, will definitely succeed. I won't do anything that I am not sure of." "I hope so. To be honest, I think this is a risky thing to do, but if you have any questions, tell me and I will support you unconditionally." Li Zhentian promised Lin Yi. "Okay. It's getting late, I'll go check on Cheyenne." Lin Yi glanced at Li Zhentian and said. Li Zhentian waved his hand and said, "Go." Lin Yi nodded and drove towards Li Shirin's company. Li Zhentian, who stayed where he was, looked at the back of Lin Yi's car and said with a wry smile, "If this fails, it will probably be difficult to turn things around." After saying that, Li Zhentian got into his own Rolls-Royce. When he arrived at Li Shirin's company, Lin Yi saw people in the entire building moving around hurriedly. "Hello, Mr. Lin. Mr. Li is in the office upstairs." When the girl at the front desk saw Lin Yi coming to the company, she smiled and said to Lin Yi, "Thanks." Lin Yi thanked him and walked towards Li Shirin's office. Lin Yi came to the door of Li Shirin's office, slowly reached out and turned the door of Li Shirin's office. The sound was very subtle, or even no sound at all. Entering the office, Lin Yi saw Li Shirin staring at her computer screen with seriousness in her eyes. He didn't even notice Lin Yi coming in. "What are you looking at?" Lin Yi drove up to Li Shirin and said. But Li Shirin, who was looking at the screen seriously, was startled and jumped up. "Phew, that's so scary," Li Shirin said, patting her proud chest. "What are you looking at? You're so serious that you didn't even know I came in." Lin Yi came to Li Shirin and saw Li Shi playing computer games. "Lin Yi? Aren't you busy at work? Why are you playing games here?" Lin Yi sat down at the table and asked. "It's none of my business that they're busy. I just need to be here." "But you, how come you have time to come here?" Li Shirin rubbed Lin Yi's thigh and said. "Stop making trouble. What if someone comes in?" Lin Yi patted Li Shirin's hand and said. Hey. Li Shirin smiled, stood up, walked to the door, and locked it directly. "The company is so busy, how could anyone come?" Even if there is something, they will call first. Li Shireen blew a breath towards Lin Yi's earlobe and smiled. Lin Yi now felt that he was being controlled by Li Shireen. He had not even expected this series of actions. Office? Li Shireen pointed at her lips with her index finger. Lin Yi swallowed and said nothing. 2 hours later. Li Shireen swallowed and said, "It's getting late, let's go home." Lin Yi looked at the time on his watch. "You're so busy in the company, is it really okay for you as a boss to go home?" Lin Yi smiled. But who would have thought that Li Shireen would glance at Lin Yi charmingly and ask back, "Don't you want to go back?" Lin Yi has been completely controlled, and now he just wants to go back and live alone with Li Shireen. "Let's go back." Lin Yi patted Li Shireen. "Hello, Mr. Li." Employees would greet Li Shireen when they saw her. Li Shi seemed like a different person. She just nodded lightly and didn't seem to be with Lin Yi. The two arrived downstairs of the company. Lin Yi wanted to go home directly, but was rejected by Li Shireen. "Don't worry, let's go buy something first." Li Shireen smiled, and then directly asked Lin Yi to proceed according to her instructions. Half an hour later, the two arrived at a store that sold hovercrafts. "What do you two want?" The boss smiled at the two of them. "Is there a hovercraft for going out for fun?" "I want a bigger one," Li Shireen asked. After listening to this, the boss thought for a while and asked, "How many people does the boat need?" "6 people, please. The best ones are bigger and thick." After Li Shireen finished speaking, the boss took the two of them into the store and pointed to a sample of a ship in front of them and said, "What do you think of this? Generally, 8 people can go together. It can be used for company team building or to hang out with friends on weekends." The boss talked incessantly about his hovercraft. Okay, let's do this." Li Shireen pointed at the hovercraft that the boss mentioned. The boss nodded and asked, "How many do you want?" "1 ship is enough," Li Shireen said lightly. After hearing that Li Shireen wanted a boat, the boss put the unopened boat in the car for Li Shireen. Lin Yi watched Li Shireen buy a boat and go home, wondering, "Wife, why are we buying a boat?" "You'll know when you get back." Li Shireen smiled. After returning home, Li Shireen instructed Lin Yi to inflate the boat and then put it in her swimming pool. 2 glasses of red wine were also poured. "Hey! Go change into your swimming trunks," Li Shireen urged. Lin Yi had no choice but to do as Li Shireen said. After arriving at the swimming pool, Lin Yi saw Li Shireen lying on the hovercraft he had just bought, which was also equipped with an air cushion pillow. "When did you buy this pillow?" Lin Yi asked while looking at the pillow above. After hearing Lin Yi's voice, Li Shireen, who was wearing a swimsuit, took off her sunglasses and said, "You're talking about this. We bought this online the day we bought the house, and it just arrived today. It's fun up there, come up quickly." Li Shireen waved her arms to signal Lin Yi to go up, and rode clumsily to the edge of the swimming pool. When he arrived at the swimming pool, Lin Yi jumped directly onto the boat. After going up, Lin Yi, like Li Shireen, felt the feeling of the ship. So comfortable. So soft. Lin Yi sighed. Before Lin Yi could enjoy himself for a while, Li Shireen pounced on him. He. I've been thinking about this for a long time. Of course it feels good." Li Shireen smiled somewhat foolishly. "I really can't stand you, little devil." Lin Yi pinched Li Shireen's nose and said. He discovered that since the two of them bought this house, Li Shireen had let herself go and was finding new ways to entertain herself every day. Lin Yi still remembered that when the two of them were playing cards last night, Li Shireen received a call. Li Shireen threw the phone against the wall without even looking at it, which scared Lin Yi. "What are you thinking about? Don't be distracted," Li Shireen said coquettishly. Lin Yi came back to his senses and smiled. "I can't do anything about you." Chapter 94 New Medals. Lin Yi and Li Shireen swam in the swimming pool for the entire afternoon. After returning to the living room, Lin Yi was glad that he had the support of the system, otherwise he would be really finished now. "Hubby, have some tea." Li Shireen handed the cup full of wolfberries to Lin Yi. "That's not necessary. I don't need these things." Lin Yi waved his hand and refused the cup of wolfberries. "No, you have to drink it." Li Shireen handed it to Lin Yi again. Lin Yi had no choice but to drink the cup of wolfberry mixed with water. Li Shireen smiled with satisfaction after seeing this and got up to go to the kitchen to cook dinner. I used to laugh at those people who took wolfberries, but now. Linny smiled bitterly and looked at the wolfberries on the table. Linny also thought of his good brother Joe Kong, who complained to him on the phone before. Linny even looked down on Joe Kong a little. Now Linny understood Joe Kang's pain, but fortunately he was able to suppress it completely. After all, I have a plug-in. An hour later, Li Shireen prepared the meal and served it on the table. Linny stood up and took a look. Oh my god, what are these vegetables? Yam, leek, taro, and white fungus. Honey, shall we have this for dinner tonight? Linny pointed at the dishes on the table and asked. Yeah. What's the problem? Li Shireen wondered. This is not a make-up. Before Linny could finish his words, Li Shireen interrupted him. Let me calculate for you. Today is only the third day since we moved here. 1, 2, 3, 27. Li Shireen counted with her fingers. You're already 27. Think about it. You need to take good care of your body. Even if you are in good health, you still need to be careful. Otherwise, at such a young age. Ah. Li Shireen smiled coquettishly and picked up a handful of leeks to feed Linny. Linny sniffed the leek that gave off a strong smell and had to eat it all in one breath. It was not that he was picky about food, but there were simply too many leeks on the plate, so full that they were about to overflow from the plate. When Li Shireen saw Linny swallow the leeks, the smile on her face became even sweeter. Hey, hey! How is it? My cooking is delicious, isn't it? After eating this, I can come back 3 more times later. After saying this, Li Shireen picked up other dishes and fed them to Linny. Linny, who had nothing to do originally, now felt that something was wrong with him. After dinner, Li Shireen thoughtfully helped Linny fill the bathtub with bath water. Originally, Linny didn't use the bathtub to bathe, but after arriving at the new house, Li Shireen kept asking Linny to use the bathtub because. In the early morning, Linny opened his eyes after working hard all night. And Li Shireen slowly opened her eyes. Good morning. Linny greeted Li Shireen. Morning. Li Shireen squinted her eyes and opened her arms. I really can't do anything about you. Linny reached out and hugged Li Shireen to get up. After they brushed their teeth and washed their faces, Linny made some breakfast. After a simple meal, the two of them cuddled for a while before going out together. Hubby, remember to pick me up from get off work in the evening. Li Shireen nodded on Linny's face and drove out towards the company. Linny wanted to visit his own steel plant, and had already made an appointment with Gu Haoguang to go to the factory together in the morning. This time Linny did not drive there himself, but called his own driver. Linny came to the tea house he had been to before. After Linny made a phone call, Gu Haoguang came out of the tea house. Xiaoyi, your car is great. You can drive this car at such a young age. Gu Haoguang got into Linny's car, took a look and spoke. Ha 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 ha. What are you talking about, Uncle Gu? Isn't it just a matter of buying a car like this? Linny smiled. Gu Haoguang waved his hand and said, forget it. I'm half buried in the ground, so I'm not used to having other people drive me. To be honest, I still prefer electric bikes. The two smiled. The two of them talked and boasted to each other, then came to the steel plant. Gu Haoguang also summoned all the factory managers to a reception room. Ahem. Gu Haoguang cleared his throat, looked at the people below and spoke. I won't say any more nonsense. The young man next to me is Linny. He will be your future boss, and I have sold this factory to him. He will take over my factory in the future. You can ask him if you have any questions. Gu Haoguang didn't say any nonsense and simply told the story directly. After saying that, Gu Haoguang stood aside and let Linny speak. Linny looked at the people in front of him. My name is Linny. Uncle Gu has already said it, and I am not going to repeat it again. This factory will be mine from now on. I also know what everyone is most concerned about. Don't worry, your salary will remain the same, and may even increase in the future. Everyone should still do what they should do, but I hope everyone will work harder and let me see the results. If there's nothing else to do, just go get busy. After Linny finished speaking, he waved his hand and asked everyone to disperse. Okay, you can take care of the rest. I'm going home to enjoy my life. Gu Haoguang smiled and walked out. Linny also asked his driver to take Gu Haoguang back directly. Now that the steel mill was in his hands, Linny immediately found the director of the steel mill, took out the X-metal information that the system had given him before, and gave it to the director, Lu Dequan, and asked him to sign a confidentiality agreement. "Boss Lin, what is this?" Lu Dequan asked while holding the documents in his hand. Linny patted Lu Dequan on the shoulder and said with a smile, "Don't ask what this is. Just follow the instructions. If you don't understand something, you can ask me. But you can't leak this. You have to do this yourself. You don't have to make too much stuff, but you have to test it last night," Linny said slowly to Lu Dequan. "Well, I'll go right away." After listening to Linny's words, Lu Dequan walked out the door. Etc. Before Lu Dequan left, Linny called him back. "You have to do this in person. You have signed a confidentiality agreement. If it is leaked, you will be held legally responsible." After Linny finished speaking, Lu Dequan nodded and left. Lu Dequan walked out of the door and looked at the information in his hand and wondered, what is this thing? It's so valuable. But he didn't care what this was. He just had to do as instructed. As for the rest, it was none of his business. Chapter 95. Wu Yongchang arrives again. After half a month of hard work, Linny finally achieved his goal. In the past half month, Linny's battery has finally come out, but it is still in the confidential stage. The steel technology has also been recognized by himself, and he has successfully acquired a little-known car brand. After this series of operations, Linny was already heavily in debt. He even mortgaged World TV and owed his father-in-law a large sum of money. He pulled together all the money he could, and even Li Shireen gave all the money she had to Linny. However, Linny doesn't care about these things because he knows that success is a matter of time. After going through the entire process, the car factory has now started to operate normally. Now all we need to do is stock up on cars, and once the press conference comes out, we can get back all the money we paid previously. During this period of time, Linny has been busy waiting for the press conference in 2 days. When Linny returned home, he saw that Li Shireen had already prepared the meal and was sitting at the table waiting for him. After seeing Linny, Li Shireen stood up and helped Linny take off the suit he was wearing. "Let us eat." Li Shireen pulled Linny to the dining table. Although Li Shireen was smiling now, Linny saw melancholy in her eyes. Linny covered Li Shireen's face with his hands and smiled. "Are you under a lot of pressure?" Li Shireen shook her head. "No, it's just that I feel bad seeing you so tired every day." "What you said is true. Work is always tiring. After this is done, let's get married." Linny looked at Li Shireen seriously. After hearing these words, Li Shireen threw all her melancholy away. "Real?" Li Shireen couldn't believe it. She thought Linny would have to wait a long time before getting married with her, but when she saw the determination in Linny's eyes, Li Shireen felt warm in her heart. "Of course it's true. Would I lie to you?" Linny smiled and said. "After this is over, we will enjoy family happiness and retire at a young age." Linny said half jokingly. "You're only in your 20s and you're already thinking about retirement. You're going to get mushrooms all over your body," Li Shireen said coquettishly. The two looked at each other and smiled. After eating and drinking, the two came to their own private cinema and watched an extremely boring Western cowboy movie. Li Shireen snuggled up to Linny's chest. "Honey, do you think we will succeed? What if we lose the house?" Li Shireen asked anxiously while half lying in front of Linny's chest. But now she was no longer as melancholy as before, and spoke to Linny in a calm tone. "Don't worry, I promise that we will get everything back within 6 months, and make our cars known to the whole world within a year," Linny assured Li Shireen. "Well, I believe you." After saying that, Li Shireen kissed Linny. It is said that couples will lose the novelty of being together for a long time, but Li Shireen does not think so. Now she becomes more and more obsessed with Linny every day. Now when she is working, her mind is filled with Linny's back all day long. In the morning, Linny came to his own Ife automobile. The day after tomorrow will be the day for his car launch. Although he is now waiting for the car to be launched and then put on sale, Linny still wants to come and see this car on which he has staked everything. When they arrived at the engineering department, the engineer immediately stepped forward and handed Linny a small notebook. "Boss Lin, this is the data we randomly sampled from each batch of cars." The engineer looked at Linny and said. These elites here were recruited by Linny at a high price, and Linny also assured them that as long as they came here, they would not think about changing jobs in the future, and he could also give them a salary that is half higher than that of their peers. These engineers didn't believe it at first, but what Linny gave was too much. Linny picked up the small notebook given by the engineer and took a quick look at it. We need to test these data carefully and make sure every car is the best. We can relax a bit when our cars are launched. Thank you for your hard work during this period. Linny patted the engineer on the shoulder and said, "Okay, Mr. Lin." After that, the engineer started his work. Not only the engineers, but also several of Linny's factories operate in 3 shifts, 8 hours a day, with a rotation system. Everyone is guaranteed 2 days off a week, and the salary is the highest in the entire industry. Imperial Capital. Just when Wu Yongchang finished his coffee and was reading the newspaper in his hand, a young man came in, whispered something in his ear and left. When Wu Yongchang heard this, his face turned pale. This is just nonsense. How can a young person be so reckless? This is just nonsense. Wu Yongchang slammed the newspaper in his hand onto the table. His eldest son Wu Jin was also shocked when he saw it. Dad, why are you so angry in the middle of the day? Who made you angry again? Wu Jin looked at his father and asked. Wu Yongchang now wanted to bite whoever he wanted and said in a cold voice. Who else has made you angry? It's your cheap brother-in-law. Now all his family has given money to Shireen's husband. He even talked about building a car. Now the news has been released. Wu Yongchang's nose is almost crooked from anger. Build a car? Why did you think of building a car? Wu Jin asked in confusion. Humph. I praised the kid from the Zhao family a few words when I went there some time ago. Who would have thought that the boy couldn't stand the excitement and wanted to build a car himself, and even invested your sister's family's money, and is waiting to hold a press conference the day after tomorrow? Isn't this nonsense? Young people today can't say anything at all. Wu Yongchang spoke with anger every time he spoke. Dad, don't be angry yet, what if they really do it? Wu Jin comforted. Although he didn't dare to believe that such a thing could succeed, but seeing his father's angry face, Wu Jin could only say nice things, in case he got angry and something bad happened. But who knew that Wu Yongchang would not fall for his son's tricks at all? Finished? What are you thinking about? If he can do it well, I will write the 3 characters of Wu Yongchang backwards, and call Linny Grandpa. Wu Yongchang said this harshly. Wu Jin on the side said, Dad, this is not good. What if they really succeed? Now that things have come to this, we can only trust others. Wu Yongchang became even angrier after hearing this. They are not smart, are you also not smart? Believe me, but what do you have to believe others? Book me a plane ticket. I want to go there right now. I want to see how this kid can succeed. After saying that, Wu Yongchang slammed the door and went back to his room. Chapter 96. The atmosphere is heavy. It happened so fast that when Linny was in his office, his cell phone suddenly rang. Hubby, my grandpa is here, and he's calling you over now. Li Shireen said hurriedly on the other end of the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone in a hurry. Linny shook his head. He couldn't go to see the old man, but he was Li Shireen's grandfather after all, so he had to go. When he walked out of his office, Linny drove his car directly to Li Jintian's house. Arriving at Li Jintian's house, Linny opened the door, only to see the old man cursing at Li Jintian in the living room. You said you are not young anymore, but you are still acting like that kid. I just provoked him before, and look at what has happened to you now. You even took out all the money in the family. This is a bottomless pit, don't you understand? Wu Yongchang pointed at Li Jintian's nose and cursed. But Li Jintian just sat on the sofa and ignored him. Linny had said this before when he asked him for money to invest, but Li Jintian didn't quite believe it. However, when Linny showed his trump card, Li Jintian knew that this matter would definitely succeed. Otherwise, a veteran who has been in business for many years would not take this risk. Although Li Jintian ignored Wu Yongchang, he continued to curse and didn't even notice Linny coming in. Li Jintian listened for a while, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. That's enough. Stop cursing after you come here. The money has already been invested. What's the point of you saying this now? Besides, I don't know if the money I invested will be successful. Li Jintian looked at Wu Yongchang and said. Wu Yongchang was completely stunned after hearing what Li Jintian said. What did you say? How dare you talk to me like this? You are already in your 50s, and you don't know about this kind of thing? Wu Yongchang took a sip of water and sat down. When Linny saw the scene, he could only cough twice and went in directly. He couldn't just stand outside the door and watch the 2 people quarreling inside. Ahem. After Lin Yi finished speaking, he went in directly. When Wu Yongchang saw Lin Yi coming in, his eyes turned red. You are finally here, look at what you have done. How dare you come in? Wu Yongchang cursed. Lin Yi didn't care how harsh Wu Yongchang's words were, and said to him calmly, Grandpa, I know I may be a little reckless, but I am also confident that I will succeed. Just wait for the day after tomorrow. Lin Yi said to Wu Yongchang with confidence. You. Wu Yongchang pointed at Lin Yi and was unable to speak. At this time, Li Shirin also came over. When Wu Yongchang pointed at Lin Yi, Li Shirin asked, Grandpa, what did you do again? Wu Yongchang looked at his granddaughter with helplessness on his face. Shirin, you will be ruined by this kid sooner or later. Look at what he did. How dare a young boy speak so arrogantly? What does he have now? How dare someone with nothing dare to set foot in that place? Even I can only think about it. Wu Yongchang looked at Li Shirin and said. But when he saw that Li Jintian's family insisted on protecting Lin Yi, Wu Yongchang felt that they were hopeless. Grandpa, Lin Yi must have his own plans for doing this. Now that it's done, you might as well wait until the day after tomorrow to talk about it. It's useless for you to say so much. Li Shirin said lightly. Oh. Crazy, crazy. Wu Yongchang sighed and went back to his room. But Li Jintian was different. When he saw Lin Yi's battery, he knew that Lin Yi would definitely succeed. At least you won T lose money. Even if you really fail, those two techniques can help you come back to life. It's okay, it will succeed. Li Jintian patted Lin Yi on the shoulder and said. Lin Yi nodded. After this matter is over, I can retire and go fishing with you, Dad. Lin Yi said half jokingly. Ha ha ha. Good boy, you saved yourself 40 years of detour. Li Jintian smiled. He now admired Lin Yi more and more. Ever since he and his daughter got their marriage certificate, he always thought that Lin Yi was a smart guy, but now after knowing him for such a long time, he found that Lin Yi's charm was far more than that. The purpose of making money is to enjoy it. No matter how much money you have, you can never spend it all, so you might as well enjoy it and keep what you can't bring with you when you die. Lin Yi smiled and said. That's right. You haven't come to see us for a long time. Let's have dinner at home tonight and have a drink. I haven't had a drink for a long time. I can only drink when you are around. Li Jintian pulled Lin Yi to sit down. Lin Yi smiled and could only sit down. He also sympathized with his father-in-law. He couldn't drink at home, and could only wait for Lin Yi to come before his mother-in-law would give him a little face. After a while, Wu Rulin came back with 2 bags of vegetables. Seeing Lin Yi and Li Jintian sitting in the living room, Wu Rulin looked at Li Jintian and asked. Dad was mad at you again and went back to the room? Li Jintian nodded and said, You can go and see for yourself. Even at such an old age, he still has such a hot temper. Sooner or later, he will get sick from anger. Hey, you too. After saying this, Wu Rulin went straight upstairs to see her father who was hiding in the room out of anger. Come on Grandpa, eat more vegetables. Li Shirin kept picking up food for Wu Yongchang, and after picking up the food, she also picked up some for Lin Yi. Li Shirin got a headache every time she saw her father and grandfather quarreling like this. Ever since I grew up, I clearly remember that the two of them started quarreling as soon as they met. They have been quarreling for decades and are still quarreling now. Grandpa, come and watch the press conference the day after tomorrow. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Lin Yi looked at Wu Yongchang and smiled. He actually had no opinion about Wu Yongchang, he always regarded him as just an old man with a lot of chatterboxes. Well, I've thought about it. Now that it's done, just accept it. Then I'll take a look at your stuff the day after tomorrow. If it really doesn't work, just stop it. I have some money so you can start over. Wu Yongchang looked at Lin Yi and said. He himself understood that it would be useless to say anything now, and he could only trust his grandson-in-law. Although he said so, he actually said something that almost made Wu Yongchang explode. Grandpa, I believe in my things, so you don't need my help. Just wait for my good news the day after tomorrow. Lin Yi looked at everyone confidently and said. Chapter 97 Car Launch. 2 days later, Lin Yi was testing his microphone equipment. After waiting for so long, this day finally came. Li Jintian and others were looking at Lin Yi nervously from behind. Honey, don't be nervous when you go up there later. Stay calm. Li Shirin's palms were covered in cold sweat. But Linny comforted her like nothing had happened. It's okay, I know what's going on. You told me not to be nervous, but look at your palms, they're sweating. Linny said while touching Lee Shireen's face. Hearing Linny say this, Lee Shireen's face turned red instantly. Nonsense, I'm not nervous. Although she said so, the nervousness on Lee Shireen's face was still evident. After all, this is a matter of risking everything, but she still believes in Linny unconditionally. Linny glanced at the media below. The media invited this time are all from the entire automotive industry, and there are even some self-media. The media that came were all different. Some were watching what it was like to make a car that was said to be the most advanced, while others were waiting to see how this young car would be defeated. The people who come here are just here to get a bite of the traffic, but as long as the traffic is enough, Linny's plan will succeed. Linny looked at the time and slowly walked onto the stage. Hello everyone, welcome to our Ife Automobile press conference. It's a pleasure to meet you all. The theme this time is simple, it's everyone's first car. After saying that, Linny paused and looked at the expressions of the people below. Many people were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. After all, it was a new thing, how could it be better than those long famous cars? I also know that everyone is familiar with the automotive industry. Cars are very cheap nowadays, and everyone has one to some extent. But the one I will show you today will definitely be refreshing. After saying that, Linny lifted up the car which was covered with red cloth. As soon as the cover was opened, the media below took out their cameras to take pictures. The brightness of the flash shone on Linny's face. However, Linny did not feel any discomfort at all. The more flashing lights there are, the happier Linny is. Linny's pause also gave the people below an opportunity to speak. This car is really nice. It looks like a coupe. The people below were muttering. But such a beautiful car must cost hundreds of thousands. How can this be the first car? How can a car that most people can't afford be the first car? The people below were talking a lot, but they spoke in very low voices. They were all well-known people in the industry, and everyone was quite clear about this. Turning back to the stage, Linny continued his introduction. Everyone has seen it. To be honest, it is really beautiful. Maybe everyone will also say that such a beautiful car should be very expensive and no one can afford it. But I'll keep you in suspense for now and tell you later. I believe you will be surprised later. When everyone heard Linny was going to talk about the price, they pricked up their ears to hear the price, but Linny kept it a secret, which undoubtedly made everyone look forward to what was to come. And Linny above continued. Of course, price is not the most important thing. Safety is the most important thing. I don't know how to explain the safety of our car, but I'll show you the video above and you'll understand. After saying that, Linny played a video on the projection above. The video above is a crash test. At first glance, the car simulates driving at the fastest speed it can and crashing into the wall. Bang! The entire head of the car in the video was flattened. Everyone looked at the flattened car and couldn't help wondering, is this the safest way to go? The car has been smashed like this, and you still say it's safe. Before everyone could watch it, the video above shocked everyone. In the video, after the car was hit, the tester slowly opened the door and took out the silicone dummy inside. However, the dummy inside was intact, with only a few scratches. Call. Is this true or false? Everyone was muttering below. You know, the tests inside are all extreme tests, but the dummies inside are fine. Seeing everyone exclaiming, Linny turned off the video with satisfaction. I believe everyone has seen that although the front of the car was completely flattened after the violent collision, the inside was intact. This is because we have specially treated the front of the car, and the people inside are reduced by the front of the car to reduce the maximum damage. Of course, this car was randomly selected from many cars. If you don't believe me, you are welcome to visit our factory in the future. We will select a car for collision testing every day to ensure the quality of the car. After Linny finished speaking, there was applause from the audience. After several minutes, the applause from below gradually stopped. And Linny continued to speak. In fact, the most amazing thing is not this. Before today's press conference, our company also released some information that this car is a rechargeable one. You might think that an electric car has only a short range and is difficult to charge. At this point, everyone below nodded. And Linny above continued to add. Of course, I wouldn't brag like this if I didn't have some experience with the knife. After our day and night testing, our car can travel up to 1,800 kilometers when fully charged. And charging only takes about 10 minutes, which is our main point. As soon as Linny finished speaking, the people below could no longer hold back and started discussing. That's not the way to brag. If this kind of technology really exists now, it is definitely not something that a new company like this can produce. It seems that anything can be done for sales. The people below did not believe what Linny said. Everyone can talk, but if there really is such technology, it would not be the turn of this kind of car to use it. Linny also vaguely heard the discussion below and smiled. I know you don't believe it, but it's true. I've uploaded the test video to our official website. There's no cutting or speeding up. You can watch it there if you want. Or if you really don't believe it, we will provide 10 cars for you to test for a month after the press conference. Of course, the number of places is limited, I hope you can understand. As soon as Linny finished speaking, everyone probably believed what he just said. After all, if he didn't have these two skills, he wouldn't be so confident to let everyone test it. Having said this, now it's time to talk about the price. Linny looked at the people below and spoke slowly. Chapter 98, Sensation. As soon as they heard about the price, everyone immediately pricked up their ears to listen to the data to see how expensive such a powerful car could be. I won't keep you in suspense, the price of this car is this. Starting from 120,000. Call. So awesome? A car with such good data only starts at 120,000? The crowd below started to make a commotion. Linny looked at everyone and added, you heard it right, the starting price is 120,000, and what I just mentioned will be above that 120,000, regardless of whether it is a high-end or low-end version. When Linny said this, not only the media below were shocked, but even the comments on the official live broadcast were shocking. But the credibility still needs to wait for a brave man to try it. Everyone is waiting for this opportunity. For the rest of the time, Linny handed the scene over to the media below. Linny himself slowly walked off the stage. After Linny went down, Wu Yongchang came to Linny and asked, what you just said is true. You can't lie. Wu Yongchang obviously didn't quite believe what Linny had just said. Li Shireen said, Grandpa, if you don't believe me, you can ask Linny for a car and try. Linny said at the side. Of course it's true. Everyone has sharp eyes. Just take a look. Linny smiled. Afterwards, Linny opened his phone and saw that the pop-up ads were all for the cars he had just released. There are those who believe, those who doubt, and more than ever there are voices of doubt. After all, I still can't believe it. What right does he have to say that? After seeing this, Linny smiled and turned off his phone. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission. The host receives the reward for this mission, craft manufacturing. The system also congratulates the host in advance on this great success. After turning off the phone, Linny received information from the system in his mind. Linny's mind was instantly filled with memories of various manufacturing processes. After everyone had left, Linny returned to his home with everyone else for a celebratory banquet. When he returned home, Wu Yongchang smiled at Linny, which was rare. As a businessman herself, she knew what Linny's car meant. Xiaoyi, what I said some time ago was a bit harsh, I hope you don't take it to heart. Wu Yongchang apologized to Linny. Li Zhentian on the side was surprised to see Wu Yongchang taking the initiative to admit his mistake. This was something he had never seen in all these years, and now he would actually take the initiative to admit his mistake. Old man, did I hear you right? You can actually take the initiative to admit your mistake? Li Zhentian looked at Wu Yongchang in disbelief. Wu Yongchang, who was originally in a good mood, was now disturbed by Li Zhentian and his mood became extremely cold. Do you think everyone is as stubborn as you? Wu Yongchang said not to be outdone. Linny was in the middle and tried to dissuade the two of them. Okay, today is a celebration banquet, so just stop talking. After hearing what Linny said, the two stopped talking. Linny's father and Li Zhentian were drunk the whole night, and even when they went home, their feet felt like they were greased. After watching everyone go back, Linny hugged Li Shireen and returned to the living room. Thank you. After Linny said this, he kissed Li Shireen. During this period, Linny was busy until late at night every day, and when he returned home, he saw Li Shireen was already asleep. Now when Li Shireen was kissed by Linny, she was also trying hard to respond to Linny. After a while, the two gradually separated. Li Shireen looked at Linny with a blushing face. Don't say thank you next time. Li Shireen looked at Linny and said. After saying that, Li Shireen ran to the room upstairs, saying as she went up, don't come up. Linny looked at Li Shirin's back as she went upstairs with a confused look on his face, not knowing what Li Shirin was going to do. About 10 minutes passed. Li Shirin walked downstairs slowly. When Linny saw Li Shirin's expression, his eyes widened. This. Linny looked at Li Shirin, speechless. Li Shirin also blushed and looked at Linny and said, "Do you like it?" Looking at Li Shirin's maid outfit and the white over-the-knee socks on her slender legs, Linny swallowed and said, "I like it." Seeing Linny's expression and stuttering words, Li Shirin knew how Linny felt now. "Let me give you a massage." Li Shirin motioned Linny to lie down on the sofa. Linny's mind was now blank, and he just did as Li Shirin said. Linny lay on the sofa and enjoyed Li Shirin's massage. "Ah. Ha. When did you learn how to massage?" Linny asked after taking a long breath. Li Shirin, who was massaging Linny, whispered from behind. "You weren't home during this time, so I learned it by watching videos online. But every time you came back it was too late, and I couldn't help but fall asleep." After hearing Li Shirin's words, Linny was moved. "I won't be so busy anymore," Linny said softly. Linny looked at the maid outfit Li Shirin was wearing and realized that he no longer had any extravagant demands. After being massaged by Li Shirin, Linny felt sorry for Li Shirin. He pushed Li Shirin onto the sofa with one hand. "Let me help you." After saying that, Linny began to massage Li Shirin. 2 hours later, both of them were sweating profusely. However, Linny lay on Li Shirin's thighs with his eyes closed quietly, enjoying this wonderful time. "Husband." Li Shirin looked at Linny and whispered. Linny replied. "Don't take my grandpa's words to heart. He is old and doesn't know how to express his emotions. He really wants the best for us, but he may not be that good at expressing it." Li Shirin looked at him and said slowly. "It's okay, I understand. He's actually doing this for our own good." Linny touched Li Shirin's thigh and said, "Bing." Li Shirin was startled when Linny touched her like this. Linny also directly carried Li Shirin into the room. Chapter 99 Charm. After waking up, Linny opened his phone and saw that the message on it had been widely circulated. As soon as he opened World TV, he saw Joe Kong testing his car, and Linny directly gave a car to Joe Kong. Joe Kong is now a big blogger with tens of millions of followers. "Brothers, we have been driving all night and have already driven 800 kilometers. The battery is still 55%. Let's see if we can reach 1,600 kilometers. Joe Kong was sitting in the passenger seat and introducing the car to the fans in the live broadcast room. When he first got the car, Joe Kong was the first to advertise it and tried it out himself. Now he and Tan Yusin are taking turns driving to see how far the maximum distance can be. Fuck, Brother Joe is awesome. Brother Joe is awesome, he really does it when there's something going on. Thank you for your hard work, Brother Joe. We have been waiting for this car. We have returned the car we bought yesterday, and we are waiting for this one." The barrage of comments in the live broadcast room was surging wildly. Linny couldn't help but laugh when he saw the comments in the live broadcast room. "My car is now in short supply, and some people are even urging for it on the official website. Some radical ones even accuse themselves of engaging in hunger marketing." After looking for a while, Li Shirin stretched and looked at Linny, who was looking at his mobile phone. "Awake? Why don't you get some more sleep?" Linny looked at Li Shirin and said. Li Shirin moved her aching body, rested her head on Linny's body and said coquettishly, "My body is so sore." After Li Shirin finished speaking, Linny thought of last night. The two played cards until the early morning last night, and Li Shirin lost so much that she burst into tears. Now, only a few hours have passed and Li Shirin has woken up again. It seems that she should play less cards in the future. "Why don't you get some more sleep? You've only rested for a short time." Linny moved Li Shirin's head onto the pillow again. When she stood up, Li Shirin saw several pairs of stockings on the ground, her face flushed and she closed her eyes tightly. Not long after, Li Shirin fell asleep again, and Linny got up and made breakfast for her. As soon as breakfast was ready, Li Shirin slowly walked downstairs. She was still wearing a black cheongsam, and the fork in her neck just hit Linny's heart. Linny was shocked when he saw it. He guaranteed that anyone who saw it would be moved, let alone it was Li Shirin's, and it was Li Shirin who sent it to him at home specifically. "Let's cook the noodles. Eat them while they're hot." Linny took a pair of bowl and chopsticks for Li Shirin and said, but his hands were shaking constantly. "Hey me. Li Shireen raised her head and said. Linny smiled and could only pick up the noodles in the bowl and feed them to Li Shireen. However, Li Shireen was rubbing Linny's legs with her black stockings under the table. After half an hour of agony, Linny finally finished the bowl of noodles. Hubby, why don't you show any expression? Li Shireen held her chin with both hands and looked at Linny and said. Linny swallowed and said, you still need to exercise some restraint. But Linny regretted it as soon as he finished speaking. Why was he pretending to be a gentleman? Really? Li Shireen smiled, but her legs continued to move. Let us just forget it. After saying that, Linny picked up Li Shireen and put her on the sofa. 2 hours later. Linny lay on Li Shireen's legs. Thinking about what happened just now, a faint smile appeared on his face. I can't even take a break. Linny smiled. Li Shireen had also changed into a plain white long dress and smiled. I've been so busy recently, I need to make up for it. I was stunned when I heard Li Shireen's words. Fortunately, I was very capable, otherwise I would be lying at home taking medicine now. Wife. How do you know all this? Linny is now very puzzled as to how Li Shireen knew this. Li Shireen smiled and said. This is what Yusin told me. Every time she buys something new, she'll send me a picture. After saying that, Li Shireen opened her mobile phone and showed Linny the chat history. What you see above is that Tan Yusin would send a link to Li Shireen every time she bought something. Although Li Shireen asked Tan Yusin not to send her such messy links every time, Li Shireen still bought them silently. When Linny saw the chat record, he realized that when he called Zhou Kang before, he heard Zhou Kang's weak voice, and he asked him to play games from time to time, so he had a reason. When we met before, I saw that he was holding a thermos cup full of wolfberries. Thinking of this, Linny couldn't help but feel sorry for Zhou Kang. He was so young and had already soaked wolfberries. It was estimated that within a year, he would have become as holy as a Buddha. What's more, Tan Yusin was a tall man of 1.8 meters. How could Zhou Kang bear it? What happened to my husband? Seeing that Linny didn't say anything, Li Shireen thought that Linny was angry, and quickly added, if you don't like it, I won't buy it next time. After hearing this, Linny smiled and said, how could that be? I like whatever you wear. Are you kidding? Li Shireen is cold as ice when she is outside, but she is like a kitten at home. Which man would not like her and be angry? Impossible. After hearing Linny's words, Li Shireen excitedly kissed Linny on the face and said. He. Actually, I have a lot more. Do you want to see? Li Shireen lowered her head and spoke softly, then looked up at Linny to see his expression. This was something Linny didn't expect, there was actually more. He originally thought that Li Shireen had already taken out all her things, but when he heard her say that there was more, Linny became excited again. Besides? Linny asked. Li Shireen nodded and said, there are still many. After saying that, Li Shireen pulled Linny upstairs. Coming upstairs, Li Shireen opened another closet, which was full of. Linny himself was shocked. When did so many of them appear? Do you want to try it? Li Shireen put a finger on her lips and said to Linny. Linny swallowed and nodded. After seeing this, Li Shireen smiled even more happily. After that, Linny was in dire straits for the entire day. Chapter 100 Zhao Jiming. For the next period of time, Linny and Li Shireen lived a shameless life at home, and his car was in short supply. Now the 4S stores are overcrowded, and the trend has even become popular all over the world. Every time a new car arrives at a 4S store, there are already many people queuing up to buy it, and some even line up outside late at night. Linny's big move has caused other car manufacturers to panic. A car that costs about 100,000 yuan, with the most expensive top-end model costing less than 200,000 yuan, is already comparable to other cars that cost 400,000 or 500,000 yuan. People who buy cars now give priority to Ifei Automobile and don't even think about other brands. This incident also caused a sensation in the entire automotive circle. When they learned that this person was Linny, they all thought of Linny's World TV, which had also been aggressively competing for dominance in the entire short video platform at that time. It has now become one of the largest short video companies. Just like cars nowadays, many people were not optimistic about Linny at the beginning, thinking that this young man was just lucky before. It is not enough to just make a car, but it also depends on the market. But now that the car came out, everyone was shocked. Both the quality and price completely crushed its peers. Now even people in industries that are not related to Linny have begun to feel dangerous, and are afraid that this man will set foot in their industry. Imperial Capital. A man wearing black framed glasses sat in his high-rise office, blowing on the freshly brewed coffee. Boss Xiao, this is our performance this month. A tall secretary handed the documents in her hand to the man who was drinking coffee in front of her. The man took a look at the documents in his hand and put them directly on the table. Who is this Ifei? The man put down his coffee and asked. We have checked. This Ifei is coming with great force. People outside are saying that they will not buy any car that does not have him. Some users who ordered from us even regretted it and didn't even want to pay the deposit. This is a blow to our entire industry. The secretary reported calmly to the man in front of him. The man in front of him had no expression at all. He was taught since childhood not to panic when encountering things, because the more panicked he was, the more mistakes he would make. Okay, I get it, you go out first. The man waved his hand to signal the secretary to go out. The secretary nodded and walked out directly in her high heels. When the secretary went out and closed the door, the man frowned. How could he not know about this incident that had caused a sensation in the entire circle? But now he is helpless. After all, this Ifei came with great force, and before he could react, it had already established itself in the market and gained a group of loyal fans. There is no way I, Zhao Jiming, will be defeated by such a person. Zhao Jiming pounded the table and said harshly. The man in front of him was Zhao Jiming from the imperial capital. The man Wu Yongchang had used to compare him with Lin Yi. After hammering the table, Zhao Jiming felt pain in his hand. Ha 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 ha. Zhao Jiming smiled, looked at his red hands, and could feel the crisis he was in. After laughing for a while, Zhao Jiming picked up his mobile phone and called his lawyer. Let them all come to the conference room for a meeting, Zhao Jiming said to the person on the other end of the phone. After saying that, he hung up the phone without giving the secretary a chance to speak. After a while, Zhao Jiming came to the meeting room and saw everyone staring at him. Zhao Jiming didn't say anything, but walked straight to his seat and sat down. After looking at everyone, Zhao Jiming said, Do you know what I'm going to say? After hearing this, everyone looked at each other without saying a word. Do you know Ifei Automobile? Zhao Jiming looked at everyone and asked. After saying this, everyone nodded in sudden realization. Boss Xiao, I'm just a small Ifei, I can't show up on the stage. A middle-aged man from Guangmingding stopped and spoke, his face full of confidence, not taking what he had just said to heart at all. Zhao Jiming nodded after listening to it, and then continued to ask everyone, Okay, does anyone have any other ideas? After hearing what the man just said, another man stood up and said, Mr. Zhao, I also think that Ifei is just a small riot and cannot be compared with us at all. I think there is no need to take them to heart. After saying that, the man sat down directly. Zhao Jiming above looked around at the people below. Sudden. Zhao Jiming slammed the table hard. Bang! Everyone was shocked. What use do I have for you? You are just a little Ifei. What else can you do all day except drinking after get off work and playing with your phone at work? When they grow to our size, you will all be left starving. Does anyone know Ifei? Zhao Jiming continued to look at everyone. At this time, someone stood up and said, Mr. Zhao, I just bought Ifei's car a few days ago. After the man finished speaking, he glanced at Zhao Jiming. Zhao Jiming also looked at the young man in front of him. He knew this man. He was a top student who was hired at a high price when he first took over the company. Oh. You bought it? Tell me, what's good about it? Zhao Jiming asked with a smile. The young man in front of him said, To be honest, his car is probably better than the one our company has that costs hundreds of thousands. As soon as he finished speaking, the middle-aged man who had just been scolded, How can you boost other people's ambitions? Before the young man could finish his words, Zhao Jiming angrily yelled, Shut up! Did I ask you to speak? After being scolded, the middle-aged man continued to sit down. The young man continued to speak. I've driven their car for a few days, and it's just as advertised. It can travel more than 1,000 kilometers, and it charges quickly. In this respect alone, it's better than ours. It's also cheaper. The rest is pretty standard. The man sat down right after he finished speaking. After Zhao Jiming got the news, he smiled with satisfaction. Yes, it seems that there are still people in our company. I thought they were all pigs. After saying that, Zhao Jiming looked at the two middle-aged men. The two middle-aged men lowered their heads at the same time. I think their cars are good. If they keep going like this, they will definitely be bigger and better than ours. I called you here today because you have thought of a way to deal with it. We can't wait until others swallow us before we react. Does anyone have any ideas? Zhao Zhiming looked at everyone and asked. Chapter 101 Mingji Group. Mr. Zhao, since they are still a newly established company and have received good feedback, we should acquire them or invest in them. This way, when they grow bigger in the future, we won't be swallowed up directly. The young man just now stood up and said. Zhao Zhiming pondered for a moment after hearing this, and soon said, "This is a good idea. We need to think about this matter carefully. If there's nothing else, let's adjourn the meeting." After saying that, Zhao Zhiming left the meeting room directly. He didn't want to stay in that meeting room with those idiots. The young man just now was exactly what Zhao Zhiming was thinking of. His Zhao family had been in business for many years and had the financial strength to acquire a small, newly established company. On the other hand, Lin Yi didn't know that his Yifei had been targeted by others. He still went to the company every day to take a look and then went home to spend time with Li Shirin. Li Shirin also stays at home every day. Unless her secretary calls her, she will not go to the company. Just when Lin Yi was bored in his office, the secretary walked in slowly. "Boss Lin, someone from Mingji Group is here and wants to see you. I've asked them to wait in the reception room," the secretary reported to Lin Yi. "Mingji Group? Did they say why they were here?" Lin Yi asked. The secretary shook her head. "I don't know, they didn't say, they just said they wanted to learn from Mr. Lin," the secretary said slowly. Lin Yi sat in his chair and thought for a while before saying slowly, "You go out first. I'll be down right away." After saying that, the secretary slowly walked out. "I don't know Zhao Zhiming. What is he doing here?" Lin Yi walked towards the reception room while muttering to himself. Downstairs, in the reception room, as soon as Lin Yi arrived inside, he saw 2 men and 1 woman waiting for him inside. When the 3 saw Lin Yi come in, they stood up enthusiastically and stretched out their right hands and said, "Boss Lin, I've heard a lot about you." Lin Yi also stretched out his right hand and shook hands with the 3 people in turn. "I don't know what the 3 of you are here for. How can you have the time to come all the way from the imperial capital to the magic capital?" Lin Yi looked directly at everyone and asked. One of the 3 men was the young man mentioned earlier. "I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wang Yi, her name is Wenwei, and his name is Wang Chuan." Wang Yi introduced herself and the other 2 to Lin Yi. Lin Yi nodded and said, "My name is Lin Yi, everyone should know my name. Of course, Mr. Lin's name has spread throughout our circle. I don't know if Mr. Lin is free. We would like to invite Mr. Lin to dinner and learn from your success." Wang Yi smiled. Lin Yi simply waved his hand and refused. Why are you saying all this? If we're talking about learning, I'm learning from you. Your Mingji Group is where we need to learn. As for eating, I may not be free. Every day I go home to eat the meals my wife cooks. There's nothing I can do about it. This is the pain of being a married man." After seeing Lin Yi's refusal, Wang Yi did not show any disappointment, but smiled even more happily. "Boss Lin really cares about the family. Whoever can marry you is lucky." When Lin Yi saw that Wang Yi was still playing dumb with him, he asked directly. "I don't know what Mr. Wang is here for this time. It can't be as simple as just having a meal. We all look pretty close in age, so if you have something to say, just tell us directly." After hearing what Lin Yi said, Wang Yi didn't beat around the bush and directly told Lin Yi his purpose. "It's like this, Mr. Lin. Our company is very optimistic about your company, but we see that your company may have some difficulties in getting started, so our company wants to help your company." After saying that, Wang Yi took out the form in his hand and handed it to Lin Yi. "Nothing to show your kindness." Lin Yi thought to himself, and took the form handed over by Wang Yi and took a look at it. This guy is planning to buy my company, and the money he's offering is really a lot. Lin Yi thought about it. "I'm sorry. I definitely can't agree to this. To be honest, the things above look very tempting, but this is the result of my hard work for so long. I still don't plan to do this." Lin Yi did not directly say the word acquisition, but directly refused. After hearing this, Wang Yi smiled and said, "What does Mr. Lin mean? You want to pay more?" When they came, Zhao Zhiming had already said that if Lin Yi asked for more money, as long as it was not too excessive, he would satisfy his request. Now seeing Lin Yi's hesitation, he felt that the matter was half settled. But after hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, No, Mr. Wang, you misunderstood. I didn't mean to increase the price, but I can't sell my hard work. If you don't mind, I can make an exception and treat you to a meal. Anyone from Huadu can go. Linny smiled. Boss Lin, you know that our offer is already very generous. You are still a newly started company, so you may not have sufficient funds. Of course, if this negotiation fails, we can still discuss other aspects. After saying that, Wang Yi took out another document and handed it to Lin Yi. But this time Lin Yi didn't even answer the call. Forget it, I don't have that idea. I'm sorry we don't have the opportunity to work together. Do you guys have anything else to say? If not, why don't we go have a meal together? Lin Yi smiled and greeted a few people. Seeing that Lin Yi was adamant, these people had no choice but to give up. Since Mr. Lin has no such plan, we will not bother you. If Mr. Lin has this idea in the future, he can contact us again. I hope we can cooperate again one day. After saying that, Wang Yi and the other two walked out directly. Lin Yi looked at the three people and couldn't help but sigh. Big companies are different. Even their employees are so arrogant. After saying that, Lin Yi returned to his office. After Wang Yi walked out the door, he called Zhao Jiming directly. Hello? Mr. Zhao. Lin Yi doesn't agree. Wang Yi said to the person on the other end of the phone. After hearing what was said on the phone, Zhao Jiming was not surprised at all. He smiled and responded, wait for me over there first. I'll go there myself tomorrow. After saying that, Zhao Jiming hung up the phone. Chapter 102 Meeting with Zhao Jiming. This kid is really stubborn. Looks like I have to go there myself. Zhao Jiming muttered. And the other side. When Lin Yi returned home, Li Shirin had already prepared a table full of food for him. Wash your hands first. I'll go in and add a scrambled egg. After saying that, Li Shirin turned and left, while Lin Yi washed his hands and went to the table to take a look at tonight's meal. This. Lin Yi couldn't help but mutter when he saw the food on the table. Lin Yi was shocked when he saw the food on the table and the scrambled eggs that Li Shirin had just brought over. Honey, is this what we're going to eat tonight? Lin Yi pointed at the fried eggs with leeks in Li Shirin's hand, the pig penis on the table, and some nutritious dishes and said. Yeah. What's wrong? Li Shirin was puzzled. Fine. Lin Yi could only sit down helplessly. By the way, someone came to see me today, guess who it is? Lin Yi looked at Li Shirin and said. Li Shirin thought for a moment, then said, who else could find you? Could it be Zhang Mangyao? After hearing Li Shirin's analysis, Lin Yi couldn't help but roll his eyes at her. Why did you mention her? Someone from Mingji Group came to me today and wanted to acquire our company. Someone from Mingji Group came to find you? How could he find you? You don't even know him. Li Shirin asked. I don't know. After I rejected him, he wanted to invest in our company, but I rejected that as well. Lin Yi then added. I guess they saw the potential of your current car. One day, it will become bigger and stronger and become a rival. Li Shirin analyzed. If I'm not mistaken, then that should be the case. But I don't consider them as my rivals. What I want to do is to let everyone know about my car, not the small Mingji Group. Lin Yi said slowly. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Li Shirin acted like a little fangirl, with stars in her eyes. Boom! Li Shirin stood up and kissed Lin Yi, looking at him affectionately. The next day. When Lin Yi came to the company from home, he saw a young man walking towards his company. And the man also saw Lin Yi. Boss Lin. After seeing Lin Yi, the man took the initiative and extended his hand to Lin Yi enthusiastically. Lin Yi also stretched out his hand and shook hands with the man in front of him. Of course, Lin Yi also knew the man in front of him. When he was checking who Zhao Jiming was, Lin Yi saw his information on the internet. Apart from anything else, this Zhao Jiming was definitely a handsome guy, although Lin Yi felt that he was not as handsome as himself. If I'm not mistaken, you should be Mr. Zhao. Lin Yi pretended to guess. Ha ha ha. It's of course my honor that Mr. Lin knows me. Zhao Jiming smiled after showing his true colors. Hey, why are you talking about this? In our industry, who doesn't know Mr. Zhao? Lin Yi smiled. Zhao Jiming waved his hand and said, it's just an empty reputation. I rely on my family for everything. If it weren't for my family, I would just be a white-collar worker working 996. It's not easy to talk here. Come on, Mr. Zhao, please come in. After listening, Lin Yi called Zhao Jiming to go into the company. But Zhao Jiming refused and said, "Boss Lin, I came here today just to get to know you. I just found a better tea house that is full of top quality teas. How about we go there and get to know each other?" Seeing Zhao Jiming inviting him with such ambiguous words, Lin Yi felt a chill in his heart. This old man is still familiar with feelings. However, this was also what Lin Yi thought in his heart, but he did not say it directly. But on the surface, Lin Yi accepted Zhao Jiming's invitation. "Mr. Zhao, you can have tea, but if my wife heard what you just said, she would probably be jealous. We are two grown men and we are familiar with each other. Fortunately, there are not many people around, otherwise others will definitely misunderstand." Lin Yi smiled and joked. After hearing this, Zhao Jiming also laughed and said, "Ha, I didn't think it through, but I don't have that kind of hobby. Let's not talk too much here, let's go to the tea house and chat slowly." After saying that, the two of them got into Lin Yi's Rolls Royce and headed straight to the tea house that Zhao Jiming mentioned. After arriving at the tea house, Zhao Jiming directly said to the girl who was making tea, "You can go out now, I can do it myself. Bring me the best tea you have." After hearing what Zhao Jiming said, the little girl bowed and went out. After the little girl left, Zhao Jiming demonstrated his smooth tea-making skills in front of Lin Yi. "I thought Mr. Zhao would rather drink a sip of coffee than look at tea, but I didn't expect that he could brew tea so beautifully." Lin Yi smiled and praised. "I don't like drinking coffee. Except for a few sips in the office, I drink tea the rest of the time. I used to buy tea when I was abroad, but it wasn't as good as the one in China." Zhao Jiming smiled. After a short while, Zhao Jiming had poured a cup of tea for Lin Yi. The two of them waited quietly for the temperature of the teacup to cool down, then they picked up the teacup on the table, blew on it and took a sip. Lin Yi closed his eyes and said, "It's worthy of being Mr. Vao's tea. It tastes good." Then, Lin Yi added, "Although I don't understand tea." Zhao Jiming on the other side smiled and said, "Actually, I don't know how to drink it either. When I was little, my grandfather often took me to drink tea, saying that drinking tea can calm me down. Over time, it became a habit. I'm different. When I was a kid, I used to drink happy water and eat at street stalls. My parents scolded me a lot when I was a kid." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I also saw some news about Mr. Lin on the internet. Mr. Lin's family was not like this when he was young. But now that Mr. Lin has achieved success, I still need to learn from him." Zhao Jiming blew the tea in the cup to cool it down and drank it all in one gulp. Lin Yi also heard the sarcasm in Zhao Jiming's tone, but he didn't take it to heart at all. As long as people in the circle said that he had achieved his current success by living off gigolos, he didn't believe that Zhao Jiming didn't know about it. Now that Zhao Jiming had found him, it was simply because they had failed to reach an agreement yesterday. Now he had come in person, but Lin Yi was waiting. He would talk to him whenever Zhao Jiming asked him. Whoever speaks first will lose now. Anyway, Lin Yi feels that he has plenty of time and is not in a hurry. Drink. Tea tastes bad when it's cold." When Zhao Jiming saw Lin Yi looking at him, he didn't know what to say for a moment and could only point at the teacup on the coffee table and speak. Chapter 103, The Cunning Lin Yi. "Yes, tea tastes bad when it's cold." While looking at Zhao Jiming, Lin Yi picked up the teacup on the coffee table and drank it in one gulp. After finishing their tea, the two of them continued to remain silent. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, Zhao Jiming could only pour another cup of tea for Lin Yi. "Actually, I know Cheyenne too." Zhao Jiming poured 2 cups of tea and spoke. Lin Yi nodded. Seeing that Lin Yi didn't say anything, Zhao Jiming continued. "Our two families have always had a good relationship. Her grandfather and my grandfather have been good friends for many years, and I fell in love with Shireen at first sight. But last time her grandfather went back, he told my grandfather that she was married. I was wondering who could have won Shireen's heart, but when I found out it was you, I started to wonder what was so good about you that you could marry Shireen. It wasn't until a while ago that I realized that Shireen and you are really a perfect match." Zhao Jiming seemed to be telling his old friend what was in his heart, but it also seemed like he was saying to Lin Yi that you are not as good as me. However, when Lin Yi heard this, he felt nothing at all. "Actually, I don't know. Shireen has been secretly in love with me since college, but I didn't know until the end. But it's not too late. Now we have obtained the marriage certificate and can be said to be living a carefree life." Lin Yi smiled and said, "Ha ha ha. I don't mean anything else. I just have a crush on her. I hope Mr. Lin doesn't mind." Zhao Jiming smiled and said, However, Linny waved his hand and said, "It's okay. She was the campus belle when she was in school, but we got married later." After Linny said this, Zhao Jiming's eyebrows twitched, but he controlled his emotions in time. This damn Linny actually thinks I'm a jerk. Don't you know your own worth? Zhao Jiming thought to himself. On the other hand, after Linny finished speaking, he took the cup on the coffee table and took a sip. "Anyway, I'm not the one who's in a hurry. You can sleep now. I'm not in a hurry, and neither are you. So let's just wait and see." And Zhao Jiming finally couldn't help but tell the reason why he came. "Boss Lin, I came here today, you know what I want to say, right?" Zhao Jiming asked. Just when Zhao Jiming thought that Linny had given him an answer, he didn't expect Linny to say something that surprised him. "I don't know what Mr. Zhao is talking about. I don't quite understand." Linny smiled and said. After hearing what Linny said, Zhao Jiming almost spit out his tea. This guy is just playing dumb. We were chatting just fine just now, but now he seems like a different person. It's what our company's people came to find Mr. Lin yesterday to talk about. I wonder what Mr. Lin's plan is. Zhao Jiming said it directly. "Mr. Zhao, I told you what happened yesterday. I don't have this plan. I hope you won't ask me again. Your tea is delicious. We can drink some tea and talk about youth." Linny now poured a cup of tea for Zhao Jiming. "Don't be anxious. I was wrong yesterday. I apologize on their behalf for what they did wrong. I came here today with full sincerity. I hope Mr. Lin will give me a chance." Zhao Jiming took a sip of the cup of tea that Linny poured for him and spoke slowly. "What are you talking about, Mr. Zhao? If you want to say something, it should be me. Just say it directly." Linny smiled and said. After saying that, Zhao Jiming took out a contract from his bag and handed it to Linny. "This is my personal share transfer. As long as you sign, I will give you 5% of my shares. If Mr. Lin doesn't believe it, you can ask your lawyer to come over." After Linny saw the contract on the table, he took a quick look at it. After reading it, Linny was shocked. He didn't expect that Zhao Jiming was so generous that he would actually give him 5% of the shares. "You know, these are the shares of Mingji Group. I didn't expect this kid to be able to do this. It looks like he's bound to take me down in this business." Linny thought to himself. Boss Xiao is offering so much. Both shares and money. This is really tempting. I almost drooled. No one can refuse this. Linny pretended to be greedy and teased Zhao Jiming. When Zhao Jiming saw Linny's greedy face, he seemed to see hope, but now his heart was bleeding. "How about Mr. Lin call your lawyer over and we sign the contract now?" Zhao Jiming looked at Linny and said. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhao. I've thought about it and decided to forget it. This is the result of my hard work for so long, I still can't bear to give it up." Linny smiled and said. After hearing this, Zhao Jiming was stunned for a while. "Didn't you just say this was a good thing? No one can refuse it?" Zhao Jiming said, suppressing the anger in his heart. This Linny really doesn't play by the rules. If you think the conditions are not good enough, you can still negotiate. But you said you can't refuse, and you rejected me again. What do you mean? Zhao Jiming thought to himself. Linny took a sip of tea with a smile on his face. "It's getting late, Mr. Zhao, and I should go home too. My wife asked me to go home for lunch at noon." After saying that, Zhao Jiming smiled and said, "Then I won't bother Mr. Lin anymore. Let's go back and have tea together when we have time. Let's have tea together next time when we are free." When Linny was about to turn around and leave, Zhao Jiming stopped him. "Wait, Mr. Lin, don't be impatient. Let's add each other first, and we can have a good chat when we have time." After saying that, Zhao Jiming opened the QR code on his mobile phone. And Linny would also give Zhao Jiming this face. Although the two of them did not get along, this kind of face still had to be given. There was no need to make things so awkward. Linny also opened his mobile phone and scanned Zhao Jiming's QR code. With a ding sound, the two added each other in a gray message. After Linny saw that Zhao Jiming had been added on his phone, he walked out with a smile. "Mr. Zhao, let's talk again when we have time. I'm going home first." Only Zhao Jiming was left in the tea house. Zhao Jiming was not in a hurry to leave, but continued to make a pot of tea. "That's really good. You fooled me." Zhao Jiming said this while gritting his teeth. Linny did not hear what Zhao Jiming said, as he was currently driving his Rolls-Royce back home. When Linny returned home, he saw Li Shireen sitting alone on the sofa at home watching TV and laughing. Now she seldom goes to the company because she wants to be a housewife. She only goes when there is something going on in the company, such as signing a contract. What are you looking at? You're smiling so happily. Linny sat next to Li Shireen and said, "How come you have time to come back at noon today? Aren't you usually in the company?" Li Shireen looked at Linny and asked. Guess who I looked at? Linny hugged Li Shireen and asked. Chapter 104 annoyed Zhao Jiming. Who is it? Li Shireen looked at Linny and asked. Zhao Jiming. Linny said slowly. Zhao Jiming? Why did he come to see you? Li Shireen asked in confusion. He came to talk to me about what they wanted to say yesterday. He also wanted to give me 5% of their Mingji Group's shares, but I refused. Linny said. What? 5% of Mingji Group's shares? Is he crazy, or are you crazy? You are not tempted by this. This time it was Li Shireen's turn to be confused. Zhao Jiming obviously came prepared, but Linny refused. One reason was that he offered too much, and the other was that he was unwilling to sell his company. If it were someone else, they would probably give the company to him. Li Shireen was shocked for a moment, but then she understood. Linny had spent so much effort on her, and he would definitely not want her to be used as a wedding dress. You guys just chatted like this for the whole morning? Li Shireen looked at Linny and asked. Linny smiled and said, he also said that he has been secretly in love with you for a long time. But Li Shireen didn't take it seriously after hearing this and said, there are so many people who have a crush on me, but the person I have a crush on only waited for 5 years. After saying that, Li Shireen glanced at Linny and tilted her head towards him. Linny smiled, hugged Li Shireen, and walked upstairs. 2 hours later, Linny looked at Li Shireen, who was lying limp in his arms, and said, Let's find a good time to get married. What? Li Shireen asked softly. I say, let's find a time to hold the wedding. After hearing this, Li Shireen's eyes gradually became moist. Good. Linny was stunned after seeing it. What's wrong? If you think it's still early, we can delay it. After hearing this, Li Shireen lightly hit Linny. You dare. I'm just happy. I can't wait for us to have the wedding tomorrow. After saying that, Li Shireen leaned into Linny's arms again. Help! I'm being pushed by a pig. Linny smiled and joked. You are the pig. When Li Shireen heard Linny calling her a pig, she said with a shy look on her face. When we get back, I'll ask my mom to help us find a good date, and then we'll have the wedding. When the time comes, I will give you a wedding ring that is unique in the world. Linny said slowly. I'm so tired. I'm going to take a nap first. Li Shireen nodded and fell asleep in Linny's arms. Linny looked at Li Shireen's closed eyes, kissed her gently, and fell asleep with her. On the other side, in the presidential suite of a hotel. After being rejected by Linny, Zhao Jiming was in no mood at all. He went straight back to the hotel he had just opened and called 3 people who were also in the hotel to come to the room he opened. Boss Xiao, Linny has agreed, right? After seeing Zhao Jiming return to the hotel, he went to Zhao Jiming's room and asked. You are talking nonsense, how could Mr. Zhao not succeed when he goes out? Wang Xuan said this while flattering Zhao Jiming from behind. But Zhao Jiming said calmly, it's useless. The boy refused to change his mind and refused to do it. I even took 5% of Mingji Group's shares to make a deal. What? The 3 were shocked when they heard the news. Is there shit in Lin Yi's brain? If someone else came here, they would be so happy that they could succeed, and even call me dad. How big is Mingji Group? It has a presence all over the world. Now 5% is used to replace the small company that has just started. No normal person would do this. Boss Xiao, maybe Linny doesn't know the size of Mingji Group? Why don't we wait 2 days and try again? Wait until he gets back to understand the size of Mingji Group? I guess he will definitely call us once he knows. Then the 5% stake was reduced to 3%. Wang Yi said slowly from the side. Wang Yi was extremely jealous. He worked so hard in the company, but only earned a few million yuan a year. However, this 5% stake, even the dividends, would be worth billions. Why don't I have such a good life? I still have to bow and scrape like a grandson all day long. Don't worry, this happened too suddenly. I'll contact him again in a couple of days. If he really has this intention, we'll be relieved. If not, forget it. After all, it's his freedom. Zhao Zhiming said slowly. Mr. Zhao, we can actually imitate them and make a car that matches theirs. As long as we make it, it can be as popular as theirs. We don't need to dance on a tightrope. Wang Chuan on the side looked at Zhao Zhiming and said. Zhao Zhiming glanced at Wang Chuan and asked, You are really smart. I didn't want to praise you, but since you said so, let me ask you, have you ever seen Yifei's car? I've heard that their car looks like a coupe and is very attractive to young people, which is why he is successful. Wang Chuan analyzed seriously. As an employee of the company, if you don't know about the competitors' cars, why can you stay in the company for so long? Zhao Zhiming fixed his eyes on Wang Chuan and asked. On Wang Chuan's side, cold sweat was already slowly dripping down his forehead. He now regretted why he asked this question. How can a car worth hundreds of thousands of yuan have such configuration? I still suggest you go to the official website and have a look. I won't say much to you. Just do it on your own. After Zhao Zhiming finished speaking to Wang Chuan, he waved his hand and asked them to leave. Wang Chuan felt relieved and escaped directly from Zhao Zhiming's presidential suite. After seeing the three people go out, Zhao Zhiming looked down from the window of the tall building, muttering. What kind of technology is needed to do this? Is this Linny really a business genius? Zhao Zhiming was puzzled. When he first saw Linny, he thought he was just handsome, but after getting to know him, he found that Linny was not only handsome, but also very smart. It looks like another star has risen. Zhao Zhiming said to himself. Chapter 105, Rumors. In the past few days, Zhao Zhiming also contacted Linny, but Linny refused to come out to see him, saying that his wife at home was strict and he couldn't come out. This made Zhao Zhiming feel frustrated for a while. What the hell, you can't even come out and meet me? Are you afraid that I'll eat you? Zhao Zhiming looked at the message that Linny had just sent, and gritted his teeth as he looked at the emoticon package that Linny had sent. After Zhao Zhiming calmed down, he directly sent a message to Wang Yi. Book a flight for the evening and we'll go back. Wang Yi replied to the message that had just been sent on the phone, asking, So this Yifei gave up? Just order it when I tell you to. When he saw the message was sent, Zhao Zhiming turned off his phone and lay on the bed in the hotel. Since you don't want to cooperate, there's nothing I can do. I've already shown my sincerity. When Zhao Zhiming thought about Lin Yi's current technology, he could predict his own future fate. If this continued, the company would be defeated by him sooner or later. When Zhao Zhiming thought of this, he felt so angry that his teeth itched. Now the business of his company has gradually begun to decrease. Since he took over the company, the monthly financial reports have been gradually increasing and have never decreased. But now, in just 1 month, the number of cars in his company has gradually decreased. Although they are rare, Zhao Zhiming will never tolerate such a thing to happen. In the evening, when Linny was watching a movie in a private cinema at home with Li Shireen, his cell phone vibrated. Linny picked up his phone and saw that it was a message from Zhao Zhiming. Boss Lin, I'm going back to the capital first. We can have tea together sometime. Linny smiled and sent a message back. Then I'll practice my tea making skills first, and then we can drink tea together again. Li Shireen, who was standing by, saw Linny's smiling face and couldn't help but ask, You seem so happy chatting with that woman. After hearing this, Linny handed the phone to Li Shireen. Chatting with Miss Xiao. Li Shireen looked at Linny's chat history and smiled. You can still laugh so happily while chatting with Zhao Zhiming. You might as well delete his contact information. Although she said so, Li Shireen put Lin Yi's phone aside and continued watching the movie with Lin Yi. After a few more days, Lin Yi has opened a few more factories. As long as he waits for a year, the scale of his factories can be expanded several times. The emergence of Yifei has set off a craze in the market. The level of car buying has reached a frenzy. Some people even sold their previous cars after buying one just to replace it with Yifei. Moreover, since the launch of its own car, a series of good reviews have covered the entire industry. Some peers even said that it was a monopoly and joined together to boycott Yifei. However, when Linny was surfing the internet, he saw a striking hot search that was ranked first. There was an accident with Yifei automobile. After investigation, it was found that it was a quality problem. The car actually caught fire while charging. A big red hot search was pushed directly to the top. When Linny saw this message, he couldn't help but frown. This is definitely intentional. If my car really had this kind of quality problem, I would definitely go to the store to ask for compensation. But now, not only did they not do that, they also took a video of the incident and said that there was a quality problem with their car. This is unbelievable. Our battery has been fully tested. If it really overheats, the temperature detector inside the battery will alarm. Special fireproof materials are used inside, so this is absolutely impossible. I have tested this thousands of times before I was able to come up with this. Now it has exploded and caught fire. What is going on? And it wasn't just this message. Just when Lenny sat down and rubbed his eyes, he opened his phone and saw another hot search that quickly rose to the top. After discovering one case, we found several more cases of cars catching fire one after another. Without exception, all of them were caused by cars catching fire while charging. After seeing this message, Lenny realized that this was definitely someone else's fault. Lenny picked up the phone on the table, called his secretary and said, "Notify everyone to come to the meeting." After saying that, Lenny hung up the phone. But now things have slowly begun to ferment. Some people even at their own official accounts. This is such an ugly way of eating. How long has it been since he did anything to make money? Are people nowadays so heartless? Can you die? You said before that you would not buy any car other than yours, but now you are doing something like this. Isn't safety an important issue? I suggest you take back your lousy car and return the money to us. We were really blind to even think of buying your car. The comments below are all from the same person, and all of them use the system's built-in IDs. Lenny is now certain that these are definitely the water armies hired by him because they are jealous of him. It's true that when you become famous you are prone to gossip. My car was gradually getting back on track, but now this kind of thing happened. Oh, forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Lenny sighed and went straight to the conference room for the meeting. After arriving at the conference room, Lenny saw the company's executives looking at each other and discussing this matter. When everyone saw Lenny coming, they all stood up. "Mr. Lin." Everyone greeted. "Why are you being so polite? Let's relax. I don't like a serious meeting environment. I like a more relaxed atmosphere. Only in this way can we solve problems." Lenny waved his hand and everyone sat down. These people were poached by Lenny from other companies at high prices. They are also the best people Lenny found in the industry. When Lenny started poaching people, they were not optimistic about this company. However, Lenny offered too much, so they had no choice but to resign from their previous companies and go directly here. What they didn't expect was that after arriving here, they found that this place was much more comfortable than their previous place. The previous company was full of depressing feeling, but now it is easy and pleasant to work here. After watching for a while, Lenny sat down and asked, "You should know why I want to hold a meeting." Chapter 106 Progress. "It should be about that car fire," a young woman said slowly. "Yes, that's the thing. If any of you haven't seen it, take a look now and learn more about it." After Lenny finished speaking, several people opened their phones and started looking. "Now you understand a little bit." After a few minutes, Lenny asked. Everyone below nodded. "We should deal with things one by one, and not rush to find solutions. We should first imagine why the batteries caught fire and why there were so many fires. The rest is to solve the problem." The questions raised by Lenny made everyone fall into deep thought. As soon as he finished speaking, a man inside said, "Boss Lin, I think if this problem happens again, we should reclaim the car first and then call the police to keep a record." Lenny nodded after listening. "This is a good plan. First collect evidence from the entire scene, then investigate the cause. Just go and do this." After hearing what Lenny said, the man walked out and started to do the job. "Okay, let's think about the rest of the matter. Why did the battery catch fire? Lao Jinghong, tell us about this matter." Lenny looked at the senior engineer at the battery factory. From testing the battery to selling the car, he was the only one responsible for the battery. Now that this problem has arisen, Lenny naturally has to find him. Lao Jinghong, who was called upon by Lenny to ask a question, spoke calmly. "To be honest, I don't know either, because I have used this method to test it before, and our battery will never have any problems, whether it is deliberately short-circuited or cut in half. But if I could have a few cars to look at, maybe I could find the reason," Lao Jinghong said slowly. After hearing this, Lenny pondered for a moment. "According to you, our battery won't catch fire unless it is thrown into fire?" Linny looked at Lao Jinghong and asked. Yes, I can guarantee this. Lao Jinghong patted his chest and said. Okay. Then you go and do this. Go and take a look at the cars that are on fire. After hearing what Linny said, Lao Jinghong walked out slowly. 2 people have gone out now, what do you say? How can we minimize the losses in this matter? Linny looked at the remaining people and asked. After waiting for a while, he found that no one spoke again, so Linny smiled and said, Don't be so dull, just say it if you have something to say, and see if we can come up with a solution. The situation now is that the matter may be resolved, but our reputation will definitely be affected. After Linny finished speaking, the girl just now stood up and said, Boss Lin, I think we can do a live broadcast, randomly dismantle the car, and then live broadcast the dismantling of the battery, or we can cut the battery. Does anyone have a better plan? Linny looked at everyone and asked. But no one said anything. They just looked at each other. Okay. I have a rough idea. If there is no other plan, just record this plan first. Whoever has a better idea can bring it up. If nothing else, just go away. As soon as Linny finished speaking, everyone stood up and walked out. After leaving the meeting room, Linny went straight to the company gate and went home. Linny returned home, opened his mobile phone and found that several messages had been updated, including information about several more cars on fire. Now 7 cars are on fire. Never mind. Linny smiled, pressed his fingerprint and returned home. As soon as he entered the house, Linny saw several bags of potato chips on Li Shirin's table. When Li Shirin saw Linny suddenly open the door, she hurriedly put the potato chips on the table under the table. Hey, why are you back, husband? Li Shirin's somewhat unnatural expression betrayed her. You secretly eating potato chips at home again? Linny smiled and walked to the table where Li Shirin had just hidden the potato chips. When he opened it, he saw it was full of potato chip bags. You ate so much? Linny looked at Li Shirin and asked. Li Shirin nodded. Linny looked at Li Shirin, with some potato chip residues still on the corners of her mouth. When the 2 of them were around, they gave Li Shirin 2 packs of potato chips every week. No wonder she could smell the unique aroma of potato chips every time she went home. I was wrong. I won't eat it anymore. Li Shirin's 2 little hands nervously clenched the corners of her clothes, like a child who had done something wrong. After seeing this, Linny said, Don't do it again. Li Shirin nodded frantically after hearing this, but she secretly said in her heart, I'll dare to do it next time. But it hasn't come yet. Before Li Shirin could be happy for long, Linny continued to add, If there is a next time, I will not have to pay public grain in the future. Li Shirin became extremely anxious after hearing Linny's words, and kept wailing in her heart, My potato chips, I can only sacrifice you. Linny saw Li Shirin's uneasy little hands, smiled, and pulled her over. It's not that I don't allow you to eat it. Look at how much you eat in a day. I see at least 10 packets down there. You eat this much in a day. Eating too much of these things is unhealthy. After listening to this, Li Shirin nodded and smiled faintly. Well, I won't do that next time, but you can't reduce what you just said in the future. I'll need this much every day from now on. This is what I said before. Li Shi stretched out her hand and said. I really can't do anything about you. Linny smiled and pushed Li Shirin down. As it got darker, the 2 of them slowly got up. Li Shi wiped her mouth and said, I saw that the company was on the hot search today. Is the company okay? Linny rubbed Li Shirin's head and said, It's okay. Everything is under my control. These are probably deliberately slandered by those jealous people after seeing our success. What should we do now? If we continue like this, we will probably suffer a lot of losses. Li Shirin said worriedly. It's okay. I've already told you that you should just stay at home and be your housewife. I'll go to the company every day, and if there's nothing else to do, I'll go home. You don't have to worry about this kind of thing. Linny smiled and said. Just as the 2 were talking about today's events in the living room, Linny's phone rang. Linny picked up the phone and saw that it was Lao Jinghong calling him. It looks like there is news. Linny smiled at Li Shirin, then picked up the phone and answered it. Hello? Linny said to the person on the other end of the phone. But Lao Jinghong on the other end of the phone said slowly. Boss Lin, I have news. Chapter 107 Frame Up. Any news? How is it? Linny asked the person on the other end of the phone. I'll have to wait until you come to explain the details. Maybe what was said on the phone wasn't very clear. Lao Jinghong said. Okay, wait for me there. I'll be there right now. Send me your location. After saying that, Linny hung up the phone. He stood up, picked up the clothes next to the sofa and put them on. What's wrong? Any news? Li Shireen asked as she helped Linny button his shirt. Our engineer just called us and is waiting for me to come over. If I come back late at night, you don't have to wait for me. Go to bed first. After saying that, Linny tapped Li Shireen on the forehead, picked up the car keys and went out. When I went out, the other party sent me his location. Linny checked the location and saw that the drive would take more than 3 hours. He smiled bitterly and hurriedly got into the car. I originally wanted to spend some time with Li Shireen in the evening, but now I think it will be late at night when I get back. The car started slowly, and Linny headed towards the place where Lao Jinghongfa had arrived. After driving for 3 hours, Linny arrived at the parking lot outside a company. After Linny got out of the car, he saw Lao Jinghong waiting for him there, with several police station staff members nearby. Thank you for your hard work. Linny smiled and handed over a few cigarettes, but the few people waved their hands and refused directly. There was no other way, Linny could only put the cigarette back into the cigarette box. He didn't smoke, but he usually took a pack of cigarettes with him when he went out. At this time, Lao Jinghong also came to Lin Yi's side. Boss Lin, the middle-aged man, is an employee of a company nearby, and the car on fire is his own car. Lin Yi nodded. Lao Jinghong then added, I just investigated with several people from the police station. The fire in this car was man-made. It was not an accident. There are traces of burning on the outside. This is a deliberate attempt to throw dirty water on us. When Linny heard this, he was not surprised at all, but wondered why such a low-level method was used to throw dirty water on him. Linny slowly walked towards the middle-aged man squatting beside him, squatted down himself, opened the cigarette box he had just closed, and handed him a cigarette. Want one? Linny looked at the middle-aged man and asked. The man glanced at Linny, swallowed, and took the cigarette from his hand. At this time, Linny also discovered that there was a pile of cigarette butts in front of the middle-aged man, and there was a pool of saliva underneath. Linny frowned and asked, Who asked you to frame us? The man took a deep puff of his cigarette and said nothing. About 5 minutes later, when he finished the last puff of his cigarette, he asked Linny. If I tell you, can you let me go and not hold us responsible? It was also the first time that Linny saw the man's face. It was a typical ordinary face. Looking at what he was wearing, he could probably understand that the man was just an ordinary employee. However, his eyes were now bloodshot and his face looked a little weathered. Linny smiled and said, I don't think this will work. Although we are also doing charity, your behavior has seriously damaged the interests of our company, and the impact is huge. I'm afraid this matter is not easy to resolve. After hearing this, the man ignored the puddle of saliva on the ground, knelt down in front of Linny and said, Please, I have elderly parents and young children to take care of. I also have 2 children who are in school. Please let me go. I was just bewitched. They said they would give me 200,000 yuan if I burned my car, but I only bought this car for 150,000 yuan. I refused at first, but they gave me $250,000. It was too much. I couldn't control my desire. I just wanted to put out the fire when the car caught fire. I didn't think too much at first. But after I saw the news spreading like wildfire online, I realized that I was in trouble. Please let me go. The man knelt on the ground, crying and kowtowed to Linny frantically. After seeing this scene, Linny could only shake his head and help up the man kneeling in front of him. Wake up. If you make mistakes, you must pay the price. Remember, greed is not an excuse for making mistakes. Since you failed to control your greed, you can only pay the corresponding price. But if you behave well, you'll probably get punished less. Remember, there's no such thing as a free lunch. After saying that, Linny stood up and walked towards Lao Jinghong. The man next to him had also been taken away. Sure. The progress is really fast. I really want to give you a raise. Linny patted Lao Jinghong's chest and said. Real? Lao Jinghong asked with his eyes turned. Of course it's fake, but there's still a bonus. Linny smiled. As long as there's a bonus, it's fine. But this old guy was really stubborn at first. When we first came, he wanted to take a wrench from the car and hit us. Later, when the police came, he surrendered. Lao Jinghong smiled and brushed the matter aside. But this is just one of them. No one has done the rest yet. Lin Yi looked and asked. Lao Jinghong beside him patted his chest and said confidently, as long as the car is not burned to ashes, it is easy to find out with current technology. And now I have already announced that if there is really a problem with the car, you can get $1 million in compensation if you find us. However, if we find out that it is man-made, then we can only charge you with extortion. Until now, the owners of the cars that caught fire have not come forward. I guess they are thinking about how to destroy the evidence. Lao Jinghong smiled and said. You are really capable, you should finish this matter in the next few days, and then the company will hold a celebration party for you. Lin Yi patted Lao Jinghong's chest and said. However, Lao Jinghong refused this celebration banquet. Boss Lin, I don't want this celebration banquet. I want 4 days of rest, is that okay? Lao Jinghong looked at Lin Yi cautiously and asked. We still have to hold the celebration party, but it's not impossible for you to take a rest as you said. What's wrong? Are you tired from work recently? Lin Yi asked. No, it's just that I just got a girlfriend recently. We've been together for such a long time, but we've never gone out together. I wanted to take this opportunity to go out and have some fun. Lao Jinghong scratched his head and said. Lin Yi smiled and kicked him in the butt. Paid vacation. Chapter 108 Perfect Delivery. In the following few days, the matter finally came to an end. Although this incident had little impact on Lin Yi's company, it still caused some considerable losses. Fortunately, there are bloggers of Zhou Kang's stature to boost sentiment. Brothers, let me tell you the truth. I am also the owner of a Yifei car, but what you said before is really impossible to happen. Although I'm in the official live broadcast room, I'll be fair. If you say that the gaps between the car doors are too big, I can still believe you, but if you say that the battery caught fire, I won't believe it. This is as ridiculous as brake failure. Even if they cut corners, they wouldn't cut corners on the battery. I hope everyone can keep their eyes open and not panic if they encounter this kind of thing in the future. At worst, just stop publishing it and wait for the official rumor to be dispelled. To be honest, Zhou Kang's eloquence has improved since he became a video blogger. He has transformed from a shy boy in front of the screen to a seasoned man now. As Zhou Kang spoke, the comments in the live broadcast room were surging like crazy. What the host said makes sense. Unless all the people in Yifei are idiots, how could they cut corners in this regard? That's right, how could a positive anchor like Kang lie to us? After waiting for a while, the camera on the scene turned to the other side and saw staff removing the battery from a brand new car. Afterwards, several cars nearby were dismantled and 5 or 6 huge batteries were placed in front of them. Look guys. This is a car that just left the factory. To prove it, when we were live streaming just now, the cars that were circling around in the back were driving in the back. If you don't believe me, you can look for the recording. This is to prove that we have a new car, so that some viewers won't say that we have a model to fool everyone. After saying that, Zhou Kang placed the camera on the special testing site, while he hid far away. Brothers, you just watch here carefully. I, a non-professional, will slip away first. As soon as he finished speaking, something like a gate appeared on the platform and cut towards the battery. Just when the people in the live broadcast room thought that the battery was going to explode, unexpectedly, the battery did not move at all, but was cut in half, revealing the contents inside to everyone. Then, the gate above continued to adjust the angle and made several cuts on it. The battery was cut into several small pieces like a cake. After cutting the battery, the staff scanned the battery block and took out a new battery. But this time it was different. This time he took a flamethrower and roasted it. After roasting it for half an hour, the battery did not catch fire. In the following hours, the batteries were subjected to a series of tests, the end result of which was that they failed to successfully cause the batteries to fail. And Zhou Kang also returned to the screen again. Brothers, you can see that this battery really won't catch fire. We tested it for several hours, and although many people left, you can see it now. After Zhou Kang finished speaking, comments full of praise appeared. Also, I have asked, as long as there is really a quality problem with the battery, you can find Yifei and exchange it for 1 million. This is what the president of Yifei said to me just now. The president is here too? I heard that Yifei's president is very handsome. Host, can you please move aside? I want to see the president. Anchor, please don't eat alone. Please let us take a look at the president. Those in the barrage were all clamoring to take a look at Lin Yi. However, Lin Yi has never liked appearing on the big screen, so he could only politely decline their invitation. Later, Jo Kong continued to argue for several hours before going off the air. Phew, this is really tiring. I've been talking to a screen for hours without stopping. Jo Kong finished a bottle of water and spoke. You are really good. You used to be so shy to take pictures at school, but now you have become so thick-skinned. Lin Yi kicked Jo Kong on the butt and said. Jo Kong didn't just chuckle and said, this is all for a living. Come on, I'll take you to eat something delicious today. After saying that, Lin Yi asked Jo Kong and Tan Yusin to get into his car. The two of them went to a home-style restaurant and asked for a private room. Brother Yi, you are so mean. Look at you, you have opened such a big company at such a young age, and now you even bring us to this place for dinner. Jo Kong looked at Lin Yi and said slowly. Lin Yi smiled and said, how about you go out to eat? After listening to this, Jo Kong smiled obsequiously. Eat, why not? Brother Yi invited me to eat, how can I not eat? When Jo Kong finished saying this and looked at Lin Yi, he found that Lin Yi was staring at him. After seeing this, Jo Kong covered his chest. Brother Yi, I have a girlfriend, and she's right next to me, so please don't mess around. I don't have that kind of fetish. Jo Kong also glanced at Tan Yusin. But Tan Yusin said calmly, I didn't see anything, you guys continue. After hearing this, Lin Yi smiled and said, I just feel sorry for you because you look pale and skinny. Young people should be restrained. Look at how weak you are. After saying this, Tan Yusin on the side blushed. Jo Kong scratched his head. I can't do anything about it. I want to sleep on the sofa every day, but every day at a certain time, I have to be dragged into the house. However, Jo Kong didn't dare to say this out loud and could only say it in his heart. Brother Yi, you and Shireen have been married for so long, when can we continue to be best man and bridesmaid? Don't let it happen that we are ahead of you. Jo Kong looked at Lin Yi and asked. It's almost done. I'm already preparing for it. I've already checked the time, but there are a few good days next month. I'll pick the best day first. You guys can't pay less when the time comes. Lin Yi smiled and said. Okay, we'll give you a big red envelope when the time comes. You must contact us in advance. Jo Kong said. The three of them ate and chatted. After chatting for a while, the three of them dispersed, waiting to meet at the next wedding. After seeing the two of them leave, Lin Yi was also thinking about the marriage he had just mentioned. I will definitely give you the most perfect wedding. Lin Yi made up his mind and said to himself. Chapter 109 Auction. Ever since this incident happened, Lin Yi's company has truly stabilized. Lin Yi was also worried about the ring at this time, but Li Shireen never mentioned it on her own initiative. But during this time, Lin Yi has been thinking about how to find a perfect wedding ring. While Lin Yi was sitting on the sofa at home browsing his phone for inspiration, Li Shireen was chatting on the phone with her friends at home. Originally, Li Shireen said that as long as it was a gift from Lin Yi, she would like it even if it was a Ken ring. But having said that, it was impossible for Lin Yi to really give her a Ken ring as a wedding ring. Suddenly, Lin Yi found a wedding ring that he had made himself. Yes. Isn't it coming? Lin Yi finally found a video that satisfied him. A ring made by yourself is unique enough, but the decorations on the ring are another problem. Although the price of diamonds has been driven up, you can't just make a wedding ring out of gold. After much thought, Lin Yi decided to use diamonds for the decorations, but it still took him a while to figure out which diamonds to use. Lin Yi got up and went back to his room, locked the door, turned on his computer and looked for natural diamonds that had not been processed yet. After searching for a long time, Lin Yi finally found a piece of useful information. A sapphire that had just been bought from abroad at a high price was found in the imperial capital. The color blue symbolizes the two meanings of long-term and dream. Lin Yi was already excited when he saw this sapphire, and this one was as big as a thumb. And this sapphire will be auctioned tomorrow morning. Lin Yi didn't believe in luck before, but when he saw this, he believed in luck for the first time. It seemed as if this thing was tailor-made for him, and all the coincidences were revolving around him. After turning off the computer, Lin Yi immediately turned off the computer, booked a flight to the imperial capital on his mobile phone, and planned to go to the imperial capital now. After selling the plane tickets, Lin Yi went downstairs, hugged Li Shireen and said, Wife, there is an urgent matter at my company. I have to go to the capital now. I may make up for it in the evening. You have to eat well at home and don't eat snacks. Do you understand? After listening to this, Li Shireen asked worriedly, did something happen? Linny waved his hand and said, it's okay. There's just a big order over there that I need to sign. I'll be back after I finish my business. Li Shireen breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Then you should go early and come back early. After Li Shireen helped Linny tidy up his clothes, Linny got into his Rolls-Royce and headed directly to the airport. As soon as she went out, Li Shireen looked in the direction where Linny was walking away. When she saw that the car had disappeared, Li Shireen quietly picked up a bag of potato chips from under the table. I haven't eaten it for a long time. I'm so hungry. Unexpectedly, as soon as Li Shireen opened the bag of potato chips, she thought of what Linny had just said, and also thought that if she continued to eat like this, sooner or later she would become a fat man. Li Shireen shook her head and put the potato chips aside. No, I must subdue this evil potato chip thing. Just like that, Li Shireen smelled the aroma of potato chips while staring at them with her saliva drooling. On the other side, after Linny arrived at the airport, he waited for a while and then boarded a plane to the imperial capital. After more than 3 hours, Linny finally set foot on the ground of the imperial capital. He went outside, turned on his cell phone, and called Wu Yongchang, asking him to help him get the tickets for the auction. After learning that Linny had come to the imperial capital, Wu Yongchang insisted that Linny move in with him, otherwise he would not help him. Linny had no choice but to agree. After waiting for a while, Linny finally waited for Wu Yongchang's Maybach. Come up. Wu Yongchang, who was sitting in the back, greeted Linny. Linny smiled and said, Grandpa, you can just ask the driver to come over. Why do you have to come in person? You little bastard, you're still acting cute after getting an advantage. Wu Yongchang smiled. Originally, he was not optimistic about this young man, but after he did this, he immediately looked at this young man with admiration. And after this incident, I received praise from others every time I went out, which was something I never dared to think about before. All of this was brought to my family by this young man in front of me. Why would you come to an auction in person? You could just tell me and I'll ask someone to buy it for you. It's just a gem. Wu Yongchang felt that Linny was making a fuss over a gem and even came here in person. Linny smiled and said, this is different. I want to put this sapphire on my wedding ring. After hearing this, Wu Yongchang just smiled and said nothing more. After returning to Wu Yongchang's villa, Linny took a look and saw a middle-aged woman coming out. You must be Xiaoyi. I'm Luli. I've already prepared the room for you. Let me help you put your things up there. After saying that, the woman in front of her took Lin Yi's small suitcase upstairs. The woman in front of him was Wu Jin's wife. There were only 3 people in Wu Yongchang's family, besides Wu Yongchang, there were Wu Jin and his wife. In a short while, Luli had put all of Lin Yi's things in order. Lin Yi also came to the study where Wu Yongchang usually stayed. Grandpa, did you get the tickets you just mentioned? Lin Yi sat down in front of Wu Yongchang and asked. Wu Yongchang glanced at Lin Yi, took a ticket from the cabinet inside the table and handed it to Lin Yi. It was such a small matter that could be settled with a word. Lin Yi confirmed the ticket above and left. As he reached the door, Lin Yi turned around and added something to Wu Yongchang. You need to tell Cheyenne when I come. I want to give her a surprise. Wu Yongchang glanced at Lin Yi and continued to look at the newspaper on his lap. After getting the ticket, Lin Yi returned to his room and stared at the ticket for a long time. When Wu Jin came back in the evening, as soon as he heard Lin Yi coming, he came to Lin Yi's room noisily. Xiaoyi, is Xiaoyi here? Wu Jin knocked on Lin Yi's door. After hearing the noise, Lin Yi quickly opened the door. Uncle! Lin Yi called out politely. Who knew that after Wu Jin saw Lin Yi, he pulled Lin Yi downstairs. Good boy. I finally meet you in person. Now everyone is talking about you. I feel proud when I go out. Come on, let's have 2 drinks tonight. Wu Jin pulled Lin Yi to the table, where there were 2 bottles of white wine on top. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. It looks like I can't escape tonight. Chapter 110 Pregnant. The next day, Lin Yi got up early and saw Wu Jin had also gotten up and was getting ready to go to the company. Wu Jin was also surprised when he saw Lin Yi. They had obviously drunk so much last night, so how come he could get up so early today? But what he didn't know was that Lin Yi was fine last night, while Wu Jin was drunk. If Luli hadn't stopped him, Wu Jin would definitely not have been able to get up in the morning. Xiaoyi, it's still early, go to sleep a little longer. Wu Jin looked at Lin Yi and said. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I've slept enough. I'm going out later. After the two talked for a while, Wu Jin hurried out. Linny also picked a car from Wu Jin and went out. After driving for half an hour, Linny finally arrived at the auction location. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the auction finally began. At first, there were some relatively unimportant items. It was not until the middle of the auction that the person above took out the sapphire. Everyone, one of the highlights of today is here. After saying that, a tall and beautiful lady above took out the sapphire. We went through a lot of hardships to get this sapphire. The middle-aged man above blew for about 10 minutes. Linny in the audience was almost sleepy when he heard the bid. The starting price is 1 million, and each increase cannot be less than 100,000. Everyone, please increase your bids. After saying this, the middle-aged man looked at the people below. 1.5 million. A middle-aged woman below slowly raised the sign and said, 5 million. A young girl said. In the following half hour, more and more people raised the price, and now the price of the sapphire has been raised to more than 20 million. As fewer and fewer people bid, Linny saw the opportunity and shouted out the price directly. 30 million. As Linny raised the price, everyone looked over. When they saw that the person raising the price was a handsome man, others thought he was some playboy who came to bid for this thing to please a girl. 35 million. The young girl who had just paid raised the price again immediately and gave Linny a provocative look. 50 million. Linny said lightly. When the price reached 50 million, everyone thought Linny was crazy and no one dared to raise the price any further. Just when the person above was about to bring down the hammer, the girl continued to shout. 80 million. After saying that, he glanced at Linny. However, Linny did not have the extra energy to focus on this, so he immediately shouted. 100 million. As soon as Linny finished speaking, there was a sigh from below. This guy must be a fool. How could anyone spend 100 million to buy this thing? Everyone was talking below. But the girl did not raise the price, but kept staring at Linny. After successfully bidding for the sapphire, Linny left. After going out, Linny called Wu Yongchang and told him that time was running out and he had to go home to rush to make the ring. Wu Yongchang didn't say much, just wished Linny a safe journey. After Linny hung up the phone, he bought a plane ticket and got on the car that had just started. After a while, Linny parked the car in a parking lot and asked Wu Yongchang to send someone to take the car back. 3 hours later, Linny returned to Huadu. However, he did not return home directly, but found a small workshop where he could make the ring himself. Linny only used the machines inside, and bought all the materials himself. When the boss learned that Linny wanted to rent his workshop for a week and gave him tens of thousands of yuan, he treated Linny like a boss. But Linny didn't need their help. He had already received the reward for craftsmanship, and now it was just a matter of time. Linny first rendered the ring he was going to make in 3D. After modifying it for a while, Linny saw that it was already evening. Linny smiled and could only copy the things on the computer and hurried back home. As soon as he got home, Linny found that Li Shireen was smiling from ear to ear and was happier than usual. After seeing this, Linny was puzzled and said, "I've only been away for a day, and you're so excited when I come back." Linny touched Li Shireen's little head and said. Li Shireen just shook her head and said, "There's something even more exciting. What could make me happier than my return?" Linny asked. As soon as Linny finished speaking, Lin Shireen picked up a small plastic bag from under the table, opened it and saw that it was full of pregnancy test sticks. Of course Linny knew this thing, but after seeing it, his hands began to tremble unconsciously and he asked. "There are 2 bars on it. What does that mean?" Li Shireen handed over his suspense to Li Shireen, but Li Shireen nodded and said. "Yes, you're going to be a father. I had been feeling unwell for a few days. At first I thought I had a stomachache, but then I thought we hadn't used the little umbrella yet, so I bought a pregnancy test stick and it showed 2 lines. Later I thought the pregnancy test stick was broken, so I went out and bought a whole bag. I didn't expect it to be full of this. I went to the hospital this morning and the doctor said I was really pregnant." After saying that, Li Shireen saw Linny standing there in a daze, and thought that he didn't like this child, so she asked in a low voice. "Husband, you don't want this child, do you?" Li Shireen looked at Linny with some grievance in her eyes. But Linny said slowly, "No, I like it very much, but it was too sudden, I am not ready yet, I am just too happy." It can be heard that Linny's speech is incoherent, but his excitement is no less than Li Shireen's. Li Shireen jumped up and put her legs on Linny's waist. "Let's call Mom and Dad." Linny was shocked when he saw Li Shirin's big movements. Don't move, what if you get hurt? Linny gently stroked Li Shirin's belly, and Li Shirin also felt warm in her heart. When Linny called home, Wu Rulan and Zhao Xiangmei were extremely excited, and their excitement was no less than Linny. Within an hour, the two families arrived at Lin Yi's house. When Wu Rulan and Zhao Xiangmei came to Li Shirin to confirm, they said with tears in their eyes, "I'm finally going to be a grandmother." Chapter 111 Grand Wedding. A week passed quickly. During these days, Linny went to the company under the pretext of going there, but in fact he went to a small workshop to make his own ring. "Finally, I prepared the ring on the last day." Linny returned home with 2 rings in his pocket and saw Zhao Xiangmei and Wu Rulan surrounding Li Shirin. The two of them stayed here for the past few days, and they would circle around Li Shirin whenever they had time. Even when Linny was at home, he was disliked by the two. "Okay, moms, stop hanging around me. Tomorrow is my wedding day, and we still have to prepare today," Li Shirin said helplessly. It's not that she disliked them, but the two of them followed Li Shirin like bodyguards every day, and even had to help her go to the toilet. Li Shirin could only smile helplessly. After all, she had just become pregnant and it was not the time for her to have a big belly. After hearing this, Wu Rulan and Zhao Xiangmei smiled awkwardly. "After all, it's my daughter-in-law who is pregnant, so how can I not pay more attention to it? But after thinking about it, it seems that I am really following too closely." According to custom, when getting married, the woman has to return to her own home, and the man has to go to the woman's home to pick her up on the wedding day. But just as the two were about to return to their respective homes, Li Shirin pulled Linny into the kitchen and asked, "Is the ring ready?" Seeing that Linny was so busy with work during this period, Li Shirin thought that Linny had forgotten. If he really forgot, the two of them would go out and buy it now. Linny smiled and said, "It's ready, don't worry." After saying that, Li Shirin kissed Linny. And Linny was also trying hard to respond to Li Shirin. Ever since Li Shirin became pregnant, the two have never played poker again. About 10 minutes later, Li Shirin looked at Linny with a blushing face and said, "I'll see you tomorrow." Linny smiled and nodded. After Li Shirin went out, she went back with Wu Rulan. Linny also went home with Zhao Xiangmei. Time passed quickly and it was the next day in the blink of an eye. After everything was ready, Linny went to Li Shirin's house with many groomsmen. When he arrived at Li Shirin's house, Linny saw that the big villa had turned into festive colors. Linny smiled and came to Li Shirin's room and brought Li Shirin down. There was no wedding prank during the process, only blessings and cheers from everyone. After Linny offered a cup of tea to Li Jintian and Rulan, he got into the Rolls-Royce that had been made into a wedding car. The two drove for nearly an hour and finally arrived at the beach. There was a luxury cruise ship parked in front of them. Li Shirin looked at the luxury cruise ship in front of her and felt a little excited. Linny reached out, took Li Shirin's hand and walked slowly up. When she got upstairs, Li Shirin saw that the best man and bridesmaid were already on the cruise ship waiting for her. The two arrived in front of the cruise ship and found that the time was just right. So there is no need to wait, just go forward and face everyone. The two came to the wedding host, and the middle-aged man in front of them looked at the people below and said, "Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to witness the beginning of eternity. Let us welcome the groom with warm applause." After he finished speaking, there was a burst of warm applause from below. When the applause gradually died down, the host continued to ask, "Excuse me, Mr. Linny, now that you have entered the wedding hall, can you express your current mood and feelings in your heart?" After hearing this, Linny looked at Li Shirin affectionately and said, "Excited and happy." After he finished speaking, there was warm applause from the audience. After Linny finished speaking, the host looked at Li Shirin and asked, "Excuse me, Ms. Li Shirin, you have now entered the palace of wedding. Can you express your current mood and your inner feelings?" Li Shirin also looked at Linny and said, "Excited and happy." Both of them gave the same answer, but neither of them was perfunctory at all. After the cheers from the audience stopped, the MC asked again. After answering several questions in succession, it finally came to the most critical moment. The MC looked at the two and said, "Then please ask the two newlyweds to exchange the only rings in your life." After hearing this, Linny knelt down on one knee, took out the ring he made by himself and slowly put it on Li Shirin. Li Shirin also took out the ring that Linny had just given him and put it on Linny. When the people below saw the rings the two were wearing, their eyes widened. What a beautiful ring! This ring must be very expensive. I have never seen such a beautiful ring. After hearing the following words, Li Shireen smiled happily and looked at the ring in her hand. The sapphire on it is just the right size, and the entire size of the ring also matches my ring finger perfectly. As Li Shireen was slowly admiring her ring, the MC continued. The groom put a lot of effort into this ring. Now let's take a look at where he bought it. The MC emphasized the word buy. After saying that, the MC stepped aside. A video of Linny carefully making this ring in a small workshop was played. Everything engraved on the ring was carved by Linny slowly, bit by bit. Every step requires great patience. Even though Linny was sweating profusely, he was reluctant to wipe the sweat off his face. He was still making his ring carefully. The 5-minute short film was quickly over. Li Shireen looked at Linny in it, her eyes gradually became red, and she shed tears of emotion. Just when Li Shireen was moved, the people below spoke up. Give me a kiss, give me a kiss. After shouting for a while, Li Shireen reacted, stood on tiptoe, hugged Linny and kissed him. After a few minutes, the two gradually separated. The two walked down to the stage hand in hand, and everyone couldn't help but feel envious of them. Li Shireen's mind seemed to be running like a scrolling tape, and she recalled the time when she attended Linny's wedding, but she felt a dull pain in her heart. I had originally wanted to give it a try, but I didn't expect Linny to actually agree. And until now, their wedding has been a complete success, and I am pregnant with Linny's child. Thinking of this, Li Shireen showed a happy smile on her face. Chapter 112 Youngest Daughter. 4 years later. Dad. Get up. You said yesterday that you would take Xiaoka out to play. Linny picked up the phone on the bedside table and saw that it was 5 o'clock in the morning. Linny held his little daughter in his arms and said dazedly. Be good, it's only 5 o'clock in the morning, wait another 2 hours. After saying that, Linny continued to lie down. During these 4 years, Li Shireen gave birth to a daughter named Lin Ko, and Lin Yi's current Yifei automobile has become the world's largest automobile dealer. Now, Linny spends every day at home with his wife and daughter. After seeing Linny fall asleep, Lin Ko climbed out of bed and went downstairs to watch TV. Li Shireen, who was sleeping soundly nearby, saw Lin Ko running downstairs, so she followed carefully. Seeing that Lin Ko was concentrating on watching the cartoon on TV, Li Shireen tiptoed into the room. Seeing Linny sleeping soundly, he shook Linny up. Hubby, get up, Xiaoka is watching TV downstairs. Li Shireen carefully shook Linny up. Linny slowly opened his eyes and asked, what's wrong? Li Shireen whispered, Xiaoku is watching TV downstairs. After saying that, Li Shireen kissed Linny. After seeing this, Linny slowly pushed Li Shireen away and said, what if Xiaoka comes up? Li Shireen stroked Linny's chest and said, it's okay, the room is soundproof. Since Xiaoka was born, we have very little time together alone. I will talk to Xiaoka in a few days and let her sleep in a room by herself. After saying this, Li Shireen lowered her head. An hour later, Linny and Li Shireen looked at each other and laughed out loud at the same time. Why do you feel like I'm being so sneaky? Li Shireen said. Aren't you just being sneaky? Linny said as he picked up the stockings on the ground. After they washed up, they saw Lin Ka still watching anime downstairs. Linny came to Lin Ku and saw Lin Ku holding her feet in white socks and nervously watching the cartoon on TV. When Lin Ka saw Linny coming to her side, she immediately climbed onto Linny's back and said in a baby voice. Wake up, are you going out to play with Xiaoku? Lin Ka shouted excitedly, and the whole living room was filled with her voice. Don't worry, it's not even 7 o'clock yet. Can we go at 9 o'clock? Linny touched Lin Ku's little head and said. Okay. Then Xiaoka can just continue watching TV. After saying that, Lin Ku climbed down from Lin Yi's body and watched TV quietly. From time to time, he looked at the time, then looked at the TV and then looked at the time again. I have to say that children have a lot of energy. Lin Ku watched TV while looking at the time, and finally it was 9 o'clock. As soon as the time came, Lin Ku hung on Lin Yi's thighs and hugged him tightly. It's time to go out and play with Xiaoku. Linny picked up Lin Ku and said with a smile, great. Really? Hee hee, let's go out and play. Go. Lin Ka sat on Lin Yi's neck and shouted. Linny was driving in the front, while Li Shireen and Lin Ku were in the back seat of the car. Xiaoku, where are we going to play? Linny asked Lin Ku, who was sitting in the back of the car. Xiaoka wants to visit Daddy's school. Lin Ka thought for a moment and said. Okay, then Dad will take you to the school. After saying that, Lin Yi drove towards Huadu University. After a while, Linny slowly stopped the car, and Li Shireen got out of the car holding Lin Ku. After Linny parked the car, he took Lin Ku from Li Shireen's arms, and the family of three walked towards the school. When I arrived at the school gate, the security guard was still the same security guard. Linny threw a pack of cigarettes over just like before. When the security guard saw a pack of cigarettes flying over, he immediately caught it and wanted to see who threw it. When I looked up, it was Linny, holding a child in his arms. Ha ha ha. Xiaoyi, is this your child? The uncle outside the door showed his yellow teeth and looked at Linny and asked. Linny nodded, looked at Lin Ku and said, Xiao Ku, say hello to Grandpa. After hearing this, Lin Ku immediately greeted the old man outside the door. Hello, Grandpa. The security guard couldn't stop smiling. Okay, you are so handsome, Shireen is so pretty, and your daughter is even cuter, come in quickly. The uncle outside the door laughed. A family of three was walking aimlessly in the campus, and they were recognized by someone not long after they started walking. Some girls even couldn't walk after seeing Lin Ku. Wow, so cute. Hello, seniors. The girl in front of him walked forward and greeted Linny and Li Shireen. Linny looked at the girl in front of him and smiled. We have graduated for several years. Do you know us? The girl smiled at Linny and said, Senior, you may not know that almost everyone in our school knows you and Senior Shireen. Now the teacher mentions you from time to time in class and asks us to learn from you. Linny smiled after hearing this. Are we so famous in school? The girl nodded. After chatting with the girl in front of them for a few words, the two continued to walk around the campus. As they were walking around, someone recognized them. Let's go to the snack street outside the school. Before Linny could respond, Li Shir pulled him out. I didn't expect that someone would recognize us. Going outside, Li Shireen said with a smile. Yeah. I didn't expect that we are so famous now and are praised by the teachers like this. Linny replied. While the two were strolling in the snack street, Lin Ku and his arms started moving. Mom and Dad, look, the pretty aunt is selling octopus balls. The two walked in the direction Lin Ku pointed. When they arrived at the stall and saw this beautiful auntie, they were both shocked. The beautiful aunt in front of them also looked at the two of them. The three of them stared at each other. After a while, Lin Ku shouted in his arms. Auntie, help me get this and this. Lin Ku pointed at the small balls on it and said. The beautiful aunt in front of me is Zhang Mengyao. However, what Linny and Li Shireen did not expect was that Zhang Mengyao would sell octopus balls here. Although Zhang Mengyao is still very beautiful now, she is no longer the same as she used to be due to being exposed to oil fumes for many years. She now looks like she is in her 30s. Yeah. Okay. Zhang Mengyao reacted quickly and packed a portion of octopus balls and handed it to Lin Ku. Be careful of the heat. Zhang Mengyao reminded carefully. Is this your daughter? Zhang Mengyao asked while looking at Lin Ku and Lin Yi's arms. Lin Yi nodded. Have you been here all these years? Li Shireen asked from the side. I have been here for 3 years. Now I set up a stall every day and my life is pretty good. Alas. Zhang Mengyao sighed and said. Are you married? Li Shireen looked at Zhang Mengyao and asked. Zhang Mengyao shook her head. I don't plan to get married anymore. I'm fine living alone. My mom is a completely different person now. She's in a mental hospital now. I just want to take good care of my parents. I don't want anything else. There was a hint of helplessness in Zhang Mengyao's words. After hearing what Zhang Mengyao said, the two of them had no choice but to pay the bill and leave. When Zhang Mengyao saw the two men leave, she squatted on the ground and burst into tears. After Lin Yi and Li Shireen walked away, Lin Ku, who was in Lin Yi's arms, asked. Dad, do you know that aunt? Lin Ku stared at Lin Yi with big eyes. Lin Yi smiled, touched Lin Ku's head and said. That's Dad's former classmate. After saying that, the family of three continued walking into the snack street. The whole book is finished.